Chapter 1. He is not a true Laker. July 3rd, 2016. Los Angeles, Staples Center. Hey, Kobe, it is a tremendous honor to have you accept our interview. This must be your first media engagement since your retirement, right? Kobe smiled at the camera and nodded, saying, "Indeed, it is. I've been quite occupied with various team matters lately. You know, retirement isn't as easy as one might assume." The host, unfazed, slowly proceeded with the pre-prepared questions. "We all know you are a player who never gives up, correct? However, there seems to be a sentiment online suggesting that this season's Lakers might become a team that embraces mediocrity. What are your thoughts on that?" This was a question laden with significance and potential controversy. From both a commercial standpoint and a broader perspective, no team wishes to publicly declare their intent to underperform at the outset of the season. Yet, as a legendary player who has navigated the NBA for 2 decades, Kobe was well aware of how to respond. He shrugged, crossed his fingers over his chest, and, with a relaxed demeanor, stated, "I believe that every true Laker would never embrace mediocrity. Even if we are not considered championship contenders in the upcoming season, each one of us will remain committed to training and present our best selves. Moreover, I have great confidence in the potential of the new players we have signed this year. I trust that, influenced by our team culture, they will also train diligently and rise to the challenges of the new season." The host nodded, then, in a courteous manner, remarked, "Of course, I have no doubt about that. We all remember your words about the sunrise in Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. Oh, by the way, it truly is magnificent." Kobe beamed with satisfaction, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, and then glanced at 2 players strolling past the arena. "Hey, buddy, do you see that over there?" The host turned his head, and the camera followed suit, capturing a player approximately 2 meters tall, striding toward the training facility with a bag slung over his shoulder. Kobe continued, "He is one of the new signings this year, and I have high hopes for him." The host adjusted his thick glasses and glanced at his wristwatch. It was just 5:15, the time when most people were having dinner. "Is that this year's 2nd overall pick, Brandon Ingram? Is he heading to practice?" Kobe nodded with approval and explained, "The arena provides dinners prepared by a nutritionist, and as team players, everyone makes the most of their time to train after meals. It is a tradition, even for the newcomers. No exceptions?" "No exceptions." The host was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that the entire Lakers team would approach training with such enthusiasm and seriousness. It seemed the rumors of the Lakers embracing mediocrity in the new season were unfounded. As time passed, the host observed a steady stream of players emerging from the cafeteria, changing into their training gear, and heading toward the practice court. Kobe's words rang true. The host was utterly impressed by the scene before him. Indeed, as a legendary figure, Kobe had instilled a profound and lasting influence on this team, inspiring everyone within it. An exceedingly competitive team, dedicated to rigorous training, would never languish in mediocrity, even after a couple of quiet years. This was the essence of the Mamba mentality. Kobe was pleased with this outcome, though he didn't vocalize it. His expression revealed the sense of accomplishment he felt. In a moment, the interview was about to resume when suddenly, the camera captured a figure emerging from the cafeteria, holding 2 apples, leisurely munching as he walked. He appeared to be between 1.9 and 2 meters tall, a rare sight as a yellow-skinned basketball player, dressed in casual attire, ambling in the opposite direction of the training facility. His divergence from the others made him strikingly conspicuous. The host sensed that this individual seemed unfamiliar, likely another newcomer. Perhaps he had recently joined the team and was lost? In truth, he intended to attend practice, but had taken a wrong turn due to unfamiliarity with the layout. However, the next moment, the host watched as he approached the entrance of the arena, picked up his backpack, and continued to saunter out of the building. At that moment, the Lakers trainer, Phil Handy, suddenly burst into view, chasing after him while shouting, "Leave Feng. Come back. This is your 6th day of missed training. Kid, don't walk away. Hey, you can't just leave after every meal. You just had 3 plates and 6 chicken legs. Did you think I didn't see that? You need to train. Did you hear me, kid? You must train." The silhouette on the electric scooter seemed to pause at those words. Just when everyone thought he might reconsider, they were instead met with the sight of the scooter accelerating away at an astonishing speed, vanishing from view in the blink of an eye. He had left without a moment's hesitation. Like her tenderness, it could not be retained. "Shit," Phil Handy exclaimed, cursing. In all his years of coaching, he had never encountered a rookie who refused to participate in training. Never mind a 2nd-round pick, even the 2nd overall pick, Ingram diligently trained with the team every day. Was he not concerned about being cut from the team? Or did he think such an attitude would earn him opportunities from the manager and coaches? Was this kid in his right mind? And also, how on earth did that scooter start off so fast? Phil Handy grumbled, and upon turning, he found Kobe in the midst of the interview, along with a bewildered camera crew. The dark lens was pointed at him, seemingly capturing everything that had just transpired. Sorry, that was unexpected. Please continue, he said, awkwardly smiling, trying to defuse the situation. But everyone present was acutely aware. No issue? How could that possibly be? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The cameraman looked at the host, who turned to Kobe, who surveyed the surroundings, and finally gazed upward as if seeking divine intervention. For a moment, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. After a brief pause, the host adjusted his glasses to mask the awkwardness, sat up straight, and cleared his throat. Ahem, the player on the scooter just now seemed unfamiliar. Who is he? Kobe's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, and after taking a deep breath, he shook his head, saying, Feng, this year's second-round pick, a player for Summer Country. I take back what I said earlier, not everyone on our team is a true Laker. This kid has a personality, but I don't have high hopes for him, as personality must be grounded in ability. The host chuckled, but remained silent. He understood that once this interview aired, the young man from Summer Country would likely find himself entangled in a whirlwind of public scrutiny. However, this was precisely what they, as media personnel, yearned to witness heat and topics of discussion. Today's material was secured. Meanwhile, Feng was leisurely riding his electric scooter back to his apartment. His tall, muscular physique made the mini scooter beneath him appear even more diminutive, lending a comical aspect to the sight from a distance. Yet, Feng seemed entirely unconcerned about this, oblivious to the occasional glances and whispers from passers-by, as he rode along with an air of relaxed ease. At that moment, he suddenly heard a series of system notification sounds in his ear. Ding-dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully indulging in a feast. Health 1, Body Fat 1, Explosiveness 1. Ding-dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully evading collective training. Agility 1, Strength 1, Shooting Ability 1, Ball Handling Ability 1. Hope the host continues to excel and maintain this momentum. Chapter 2. What? Do you want to challenge me first? Hearing the system's notifications, Feng silently complained. I feel like this system is going to be the death of me. In truth, it wasn't that Feng didn't wish to participate in training normally, it was simply that he found it utterly impossible. Since his arrival in this parallel world 5 years ago, Feng had awakened this reverse point allocation system. Each time he engaged in regular, earnest training, the system would deduct corresponding ability points from him. Practice shooting? Shooting accuracy 1. Work on dribbling fundamentals? Ball handling proficiency 1. Even going to bed early or rising early would prompt the incessant lifespan 1 notifications in his ears, as if a relentless specter was haunting him from all directions. That to be candid, Feng harbors a profound fear that one day his excessive self-discipline may lead to his premature demise. Hence, he acquiesced. This resulted in a series of subsequent headlines. The prodigious basketball talent, Feng, emerged as a force to be reckoned with, leading his team to dominate the U17 league, achieving remarkable triple-doubles. At the national youth team trial, Feng donned casual attire and flip-flops, youthful and brash, genuinely believing the CBA's success hinged upon him. Upon entering the CBA's main roster, reports surfaced claiming Feng never participated in training, was yet another rising star on the verge of extinguishment. In his rookie season, Feng guided his team to clinch the CBA championship. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Hard work shall not betray those who strive. Feng became somewhat aloof, frequently absent from training during the off-season. Indulging in nightlife, could he maintain his prowess in the new season? Yet, Feng led his team to consecutive CBA championships, securing the season's MVP. Indeed, diligence is rewarded. After grappling through the CBA to achieve a triumphant three-peat, Feng was merely 22 years of age. Thus, he chose to seize the opportunity of his youth to venture into the NBA. When he announced his departure from the CBA, a deluge of skepticism and overwhelming news nearly engulfed him. Many believed he had become arrogant, doubting his ability to establish himself in the NBA. Some asserted that NBA players would enlighten him on what true talent entails. A few prominent basketball commentators even predicted that within a month, Feng would return to the CBA, tail between his legs. Undoubtedly, he had grown accustomed to the media's incessant commentary. People revel in witnessing the rise of a hero, yet they equally delight in their downfall. The higher they elevate you, the more devastating your fall. However, despite frequently being at the center of controversy, Feng, having lived 2 lives, remained unfazed. Unperturbed by praise or scorn, he resolved to take it easy. Taking a deep breath, Feng nodded slightly. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed once more in his ears. Ding-dong. Host serene and transcendent state detected. Mental state 1. Damn it. Li Feng fumed, nearly cursing aloud. Ding dong. Host defenses breached. Mental state 2. Who the hell breached my defenses? Mental state 2. Mental state 2. Mental state 2. Well, after so many years of cohabitation, Li Feng truly conceded. Let the world be obliterated. Li Feng was selected by the Lakers at one of the lowest draft positions. Whether due to the Lakers' interest in the summer market of his homeland or other reasons, it nonetheless facilitated his entry into the NBA. However, the exorbitant housing prices in Los Angeles rendered his modest savings, accrued from years in the CBA, insufficient to purchase a luxurious downtown residence. Thus, for the time being, Li Feng opted for a rental and a small electric scooter for transportation. Eco-friendly and low-carbon. Wait, this isn't my homeland. Why would I concern myself with being eco-friendly? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and clarity washed over him. He resolved to procure an American V8 the very next day. Lost in thought, he was drawn to a nearby basketball court bustling with an enthusiastic crowd. Is it truly this crowded before sunset? Observing the throngs of people within and around the court, Li Feng couldn't help but marvel. It must be said, the street ball culture in Los Angeles surpasses that of his homeland by leaps and bounds. But such is the nature of circumstances, as the overall environment differs vastly. In his homeland, expressing a desire to pursue basketball as a career would likely be met with scorn. Li Feng halted his electric scooter, retrieving a domestic basketball from its trunk, and made his way toward the court. Though any form of training would deduct from his abilities, casual play posed no issue. After all, an extended hiatus for basketball would surely leave him itching to play. Upon entering the court, Li Feng noted that the area was not particularly large, featuring only 2 full-length painted courts. In stark contrast was the fervent crowd encircling the area, eagerly anticipating something. Curiously, no one was currently playing on the court. The onlookers seemed to be waiting for an event. Though somewhat puzzled, Li Feng didn't dwell on it. In such a public basketball park, what others chose to do was their prerogative, and he had no authority over it. At that moment, Li Feng casually dribbled the ball, exuding an air of nonchalance as he stepped onto the court, casually taking a shot. Swish! At the instant the basketball swished through the net, Li Feng suddenly sensed an eerie silence enveloping the court. Confronted with this unexpected stillness, Li Feng felt perplexed. Then, a bald man with a headscarf approached him, placing a hand on Li Feng's shoulder, and said, "Hey buddy, this isn't a place for you to play if you want to have fun. Go elsewhere." What do you mean? Li Feng retrieved the basketball, questioning with confusion. Isn't this a park? Am I not allowed to play here? It is worth noting that such basketball parks are public property, and the notion of monopolizing the space is unheard of. Yet the bald man shrugged, displaying impatience. "Stop wasting my time," I said. "Take your ball and leave. We're here to compete, so don't mess around." "Compete? Can I join in too?" Li Feng stretched his shoulders, speaking with an air of indifference. "You?" The bald man paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, he let out a derisive laugh, turning to the crowd. "Huh, did you all hear that? He thinks he can join our game." Egged on by the bald man's taunts, laughter and jeers erupted from the surrounding crowd. It seemed everyone believed Li Feng had uttered something utterly ludicrous. In this court, no one held any regard for an Asian player, let alone competing alongside them. It felt like a farce. "Get lost. Don't waste our time. This Asian guy really has no idea. Do you even know where you are? This is Los Angeles. Go back to your country. Asian monkey. You don't deserve to play here. I could take you down with a single finger. Just go back to your homeland." Amidst the cacophony, a basketball soared silently from behind Li Feng, hurtling toward the back of his head. The force behind it was substantial should it strike him solidly. Even if it didn't result in a concussion, it would undoubtedly be painful. The instigator, a 17-year-old Caucasian lad clad in a vivid red vest and sporting a baseball cap, grinned widely and remarked, "Serves you right. Let this be a lesson." However, as the crowd watched the ball hurtling towards Li Feng's head, he unexpectedly spun around, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head. In a seemingly instinctive motion, he extended his right hand, perfectly aligning it with the trajectory of the incoming basketball. With a resounding clap, the swiftly approaching ball was deftly captured in his grasp. The young Caucasian was left astounded. Can this, of all things, truly be apprehended? Not only he, but those around him also retracted their expressions of curiosity, momentarily rendered speechless. This individual appears to be no ordinary contender. Li Feng maintained his stance, subtly shifting the basketball that obstructed his view, his expression impassive as he gazed toward the approaching ball. His focus was fixed on a slender, anxious young Caucasian. After a moment, Li Feng coldly smirked and spoke, "So, do you wish to be the first to challenge me?" Meanwhile, within a luxury vehicle on Los Angeles Avenue, Ben Simmons sat in the rear, engrossed in his phone, while his agent outlined the day's itinerary beside him. Next, we are heading to 3rd Avenue Basketball Park for a one-on-one event, where numerous renowned street ball players will be present. The crew is already set up to capture footage for Nike's endorsement commercial, which will also serve to enhance your stature as you enter the NBA. Once we arrive, all you need to do is secure a victory in a friendly match. I trust this will be a mere formality for you, correct? Ben Simmons casually fiddled with his phone before looking up with a grin. Rest assured, it will be a breeze. Known as the White James and this year's first overall pick in the NBA draft, his confidence was at an all-time high. After all, it was merely street ball. Surely he could handle it with ease. Chapter 3, Insanity. This guy is just a second-round pick? At 3rd Avenue Basketball Park, swish, with the Feng's release. Yet another flawless three-pointer found its mark. 12 o'clock. The sixth challenger had been decisively defeated. Li Feng, his face devoid of emotion, surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed with pride. What's the matter? Is that all you've got? How dull. I want to take on 10. However, the once lively atmosphere had dissipated, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. They exchanged glances, bewildered. Moments ago, they had witnessed several moderately well-known street ball players who had dared to challenge Li Feng, utterly overwhelmed and defeated by significant margins. They could scarcely fathom how this young man with an Asian visage could possess such formidable prowess. It seemed he merely stood there, effortlessly sinking shot after shot into the hoop. In fact, during the recent match, an NCAA Division I player, previously ranked among the top 50 high school prospects, had not even managed to touch the ball before being obliterated by Li Feng's consecutive 4 three-pointers. What manner of creature is this individual? Are there truly such formidable basketball players in Asia? Surely, he possesses the caliber of an NBA athlete. Yet, why have we never witnessed this player's games? In a corner of the crowd, the Nike photography team bore witness to this extraordinary scene. Their original task today was to film a personal street ball video featuring Ben Simmons, intending to generate buzz for the rookie draft pick entering the NBA. The style of the video was to emulate the wildly successful Uncle Drew series that had once starred Kyrie Irving. To this end, they had invited numerous renowned street ball players to participate in today's event, including several seasoned veterans such as the Bone Collector, Devin Williams, and the Professor. However, they had not anticipated that this young prodigy would disrupt their filming plans. Dominating the street court, he rendered the atmosphere utterly silent. Much to the dismay of the production crew, the director exclaimed, "I found out. This fellow is a player from Xia country who participated in this year's NBA draft. Name Li Feng." Li Feng? The on-site director of photography murmured the name, finding it quite unfamiliar, as if he had never heard it before. Nor did he possess any recollection. Was there another player from Xia country in this year's draft? Yes. The assistant quickly explained. He was selected 54th by the Lakers. A late second-round pick? The director, astonished, retorted, "Is that correct? That individual just made 11 consecutive three-pointers. A player with such shooting prowess should undoubtedly attract considerable attention from scouts. He ought to be a lottery pick. Could it be that his performance was merely a stroke of luck?" The director scratched his head, seemingly perplexed. Damn it, can no one put him in his place? Aren't those street ball veterans planning to step up for a challenge? After a moment of silence, the assistant replied, "I just spoke to the Bone Collector about this." "And what did he say?" "He expressed reluctance to take the court. He lacks confidence." "Curse it, what a coward." The director massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. If this continued, the documentary, even after editing, would lack the vibrant atmosphere of a bustling court, rendering it unusable for promotional purposes. After all, the main subject of their filming today was Ben Simmons. How could they allow an outsider to steal the spotlight? Yet, they could not simply chase Li Feng away, as that could lead to sensitive issues and unwanted publicity, something he wished to avoid. After pondering for a moment, the director beckoned the assistant over, exclaiming, "All right. Go discuss this with him. Kindly inquire if he might play at another court. And please, maintain a polite demeanor." At that moment, Li Feng was casually dribbling the basketball. Observing the perplexed expressions of those around him and the Nike representatives approaching with conciliatory words. Sometimes, society operates in such a manner. When you try to reason with them, they perceive you as easy prey. Only when they realize you are not to be trifled with do they sit down to engage in dialogue. It was extraordinarily rare for someone to compel Nike representatives to negotiate in such a humble tone. Most individuals in this situation would seize the opportunity to walk away. No aspiring NBA player would wish to offend Nike. It was hardly a wise choice. However, Li Feng had no intention of yielding. The representatives spoke with a blend of emotional appeal and rational argument, presenting their case. After a brief pause, Feng looked up at the sky, nonchalantly asking, "What was your name again?" "Kyle?" "It's Carl," the assistant replied awkwardly with a smile. "Ah, Carl," Feng nodded. "You are merely the messenger. So I shall not make it difficult for you. Please convey to your superiors that anyone who can defeat me in a one-on-one match today may have me leave. After all, you mentioned this is a competition, and competitions must yield a winner, correct?" Carl appeared hesitant, clearly wishing to negotiate further. "I have already made a concession. After all, your group was merely spectating while this uproar unfolded, was it not?" Feng interjected, not allowing him the chance to speak. "I do not appreciate your self-satisfied demeanor, so there is no need to feign innocence. If any of you wish to continue the challenge, I will gladly accept. Understood?" Feng's words rang true. Carl and the entire production crew had, from the outset, witnessed Feng's unexpected intrusion onto the court. However, they had tacitly chosen not to clarify the situation with him. The clever director even planned to incorporate footage of Feng being outmaneuvered and overwhelmed into the promotional video, accompanied by the slogan "Talk with the ball," thereby showcasing the superiority of American basketball. Wouldn't that achieve maximum publicity? Yet, the subsequent events did not unfold as they had anticipated. Acknowledging his defeat, Carl could only nod in resignation and return. "So, what did he say?" the director inquired. Carl silently recounted their earlier conversation in its entirety. "Damn it, that insolent brat. How dare he?" Upon hearing this, the director, infuriated, smashed his Pepsi onto the ground. He had not expected to encounter such a formidable opponent. This unforeseen circumstance is indeed quite troublesome. Firstly, in order to achieve a natural filming effect, they did not apply for the usage rights of the venue, nor did they restrict anyone from entering the park. At this moment, there was no legitimate reason to ask Feng to leave. However, it cannot be entirely blamed on their lack of preparation, after all. They had already invested in hiring the renowned streetball professor from the world of basketball for the shoot. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable opponent like Feng? Damn, this is truly infuriating. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved his phone and dialed the first number in his contacts. "Hello, Simmons? Yes, you're almost here, right? We have a situation that requires your attention. It's a minor hiccup. There's a player participating in this year's draft, named Feng. No. He certainly isn't as skilled as you. He is merely a second-round Asian player. All right, I appreciate your help. Just make sure to overpower him. You must overpower him." After hanging up, the director let out a sigh of relief and slumped into his chair. He went outside the park to meet Simmons and his agent with their presence. Everything should be resolved. Carl quickly nodded and strode towards the park's exit. Chapter 4. The enthusiastic Los Angeles Carl anxiously stood by the roadside, awaiting the arrival of Simmons and his agent. Third Avenue is one of the more bustling thoroughfares in Los Angeles, even outside of peak commuting hours. There is still a considerable flow of traffic. With a sense of urgency, he finally spotted a black Mercedes-Benz slowly approaching around the corner. At that moment, he seemed to behold a savior. "Hey, Mr. Simmons," he called out, vigorously waving his arms from a distance, as if striving to convey his urgent thoughts. After a brief pause, the vehicle leisurely came to a halt before him, and the agent exited from the right side, rushing to the other side to open the door. As Mr. Simmons alighted from the car, Carl was on the verge of tears from excitement. "Mr. Simmons, you have finally arrived." "Whoa, hey, what's happening?" Ben Simmons inquired, taking a step back in bewilderment at the sight of Carl's distressed expression. Carl, evidently aware of his own emotional outburst, took 2 steps back and, after reining in his demeanor, began to explain. "Well, it's like this. We've encountered some issues at the filming location. Feng, the Asian player, he has utterly dominated everyone, and now we can't continue filming." Simmons nodded, yet remained perplexed. "But you're saying that everyone has been overwhelmed? That seems unlikely." Having spent his youth on the streets playing basketball, Simmons knew all too well the prowess of renowned street ballers like the Bone Collector. Their fundamental skills, including ball handling and shooting, were nearly at a professional entry level. Especially in one-on-one confrontations, even many NBA players might not emerge victorious against them. Although Ben Simmons had no doubt in his own capabilities, he was, after all, a top draft pick. Could a relatively unknown second-round player, who entered the draft in the same year as he did, truly achieve such a feat? It sounded almost like the premise of a new science fiction saga. At this moment, Carl offered a wry smile and remarked, "We never anticipated this, yet the reality is indeed as such. Now, it seems that only your personal involvement can resolve this matter." "Very well," Simmons shrugged nonchalantly. After all, this is merely a minor task for me. This is my promotional video, and I sincerely hope everything goes smoothly. I certainly do not wish to miss my flight back to Philadelphia tomorrow. Then I must trouble you. Carl replied cheerfully, nodding before turning to lead the way. As they made their way to the court, Carl continued to express his admiration. Truly, one cannot help but acknowledge the confidence of an NBA draft pick. Such an aura is something I could never hope to emulate. In Simmons' eyes, it seemed that Li Feng's presence was an inconsequential affair. Yet, one could understand this sentiment. Had he possessed such prowess, his confidence would likely have soared even higher. Nevertheless, with Simmons personally taking charge, it appeared that the situation would finally be addressed. Within the confines of the court, Li Feng joyfully frolicked, showcasing an array of playful antics. The others respectfully yielded ample space, allowing him to revel in his solitary display. He executed a series of absurd shots, a free throw from an awkward position, a hook shot from beyond the arc, and then, in a fit of whimsy, he plopped down mid-court and proclaimed, "Here comes another one." Meanwhile, a familiar mechanical voice chimed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, your erratic shot has succeeded. Shooting one. Ding. Congratulations, host, your erratic shot has succeeded. Shooting one. Ding. Congratulations, host, your erratic shot has succeeded and has dealt a critical blow to the audience. Shooting two. His accuracy was remarkably high, particularly if his target was the heads of the surrounding spectators. To those watching, Li Feng appeared to be a complete novice, lacking any semblance of skill. However, none among them were foolish enough to truly believe that. The individuals who had dared to challenge Li Feng moments ago were now nursing their shattered spirits on the sidelines. Fishing for trouble must indeed be a sport. How despicable. What difference is there between this and those officers with donuts? They grumbled. What a dirty trick. Does he truly think he can deceive us? Do I really appear that foolish? When would Simmons arrive to teach this fellow a lesson? Once more, Li Feng's shot missed the mark entirely, yet he did not need to retrieve the ball himself, for the surrounding audience kindly tossed it back to him. This is not to say that they are excessively courteous. Rather, they are simply apprehensive that Li Feng might cast a glance in their direction, prompting him to take the court. Observing the basketball that has once again returned to his possession, Li Feng cannot help but express his admiration. Truly, what a vibrant atmosphere in Los Angeles. You see, I told you that the basketball culture abroad is far superior, didn't I? Casually reclaiming the ball, he executed another behind-the-back shot without looking. Bang! Remarkably, it even grazed the rim this time. Quite impressive, indeed. Li Feng smiled, appearing thoroughly pleased. Just as he continued with his shooting practice, Simmons had already arrived on the sidelines alongside Carl. Is that him? Upon witnessing Li Feng's peculiar shooting style, Simmons wore an expression of indescribable gravity, akin to the sensation of having a bowl of plain rice as the grand finale of a festive meal. So, after your grandiose declarations, my opponent turns out to be this? Surely, his shooting is not as good as mine. Yes, it is indeed him. His earlier performance was far from this. Sensing the melancholy reflected in Simmons' expression, Carl quickly offered a cheerful explanation. Simmons exchanged a glance with his agent, both of them remaining skeptical and silent. At that moment, the filming director approached. You have finally arrived. Thank God, he exclaimed, clasping Simmons' hand tightly. He then turned to the agent beside him and said, Your timely arrival has saved us. Otherwise, today's shoot would have been postponed. The agent understood well that the costs associated with the filming equipment, personnel, and the appearance fees for the street ball players amounted to a substantial expenditure. No one was willing to bear the additional cost of a delay. Director Jones, fret not, the agent reassured, patting Simmons on the shoulder. With our top draft pick here, everything will proceed smoothly. Indeed, Director Jones replied, his enthusiasm palpable. Let us see if that arrogant lad named Li Feng can maintain his bravado now. Simmons' presence had drawn the attention of the surrounding audience. As the latest sensation, hailed as a nearly all-encompassing potential draft pick, Simmons enjoyed considerable popularity, even in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Li Feng on the court sensed the commotion at the sidelines. However, he merely acknowledged it without concern. It wasn't until he turned after taking another shot and locked eyes with a towering player that he comprehended the loud chants echoing around him. Simmons. Simmons. So they weren't chanting for a mattress, he mused, puzzled by the earlier noise. Amidst the cheers, Simmons gradually made his way to the center of the court, his head held high, exuding an air of haughty confidence. You must be Li Feng, right? Let us have a match, shall we? With those words, the long silent atmosphere erupted into excitement. Then let us see what you've got. Simmons, crush him. Make that damn fool pay the price. Show him that basketball isn't that simple. Go, Simmons. Nearby, Jones from Nike couldn't help but grin. He was eager to witness the unfolding events. Cameraman, ensure you capture every moment of this match. I want the entire spectacle of that guy being demolished. Jones's gaze burned with a desire for vengeance as he looked at the camera crew. That damned kid will regret provoking me. At that moment, Jones had already envisioned how to edit Li Feng's portrayal in the video. Observing the vengeful director, Carl shrank back, hesitant to speak. Truth be told, Li Feng had simply failed to recognize when to retreat. Had he chosen to bow out gracefully, he would have not only gained Jones's favor, but also garnered a modicum of fame within the circle. Yet, he insisted on pushing the matter to an extreme. Why bother? Now, with Simmons himself stepping into the fray, what could a second-round pick possibly bring to the table? Isn't this just awaiting humiliation? Although he wished to persuade Li Feng to concede early, the director was present, and he lacked the courage to speak up. He could only wish for the best. Li Feng slightly raised his head, gazing at Ben Simmons before him. This individual stands at an impressive height of 2 meters and 8 centimeters. Weighing 240 pounds, 109 kilograms, which renders him quite formidable even in the forward position. However, Li Feng's role leans more towards that of a shooting guard. While standing before Simmons, he may appear somewhat diminutive in stature, yet Li Feng exhibits no semblance of inferiority in presence. With an expression that betrays little emotion, he responded, "If you wish to engage in some sparring, I am certainly open to it." Observing Li Feng's calm demeanor, Simmons raised his eyebrows slightly in intrigue. This unexpectedly composed demeanor leaves a lasting impression. Among his peers, the number of individuals capable of facing themselves with such tranquility is likely quite limited. However, it remains uncertain whether this fellow is merely putting on a brave front. Simmons shrugs, dismissing such thoughts. He is eager to conclude the filming, as he has missions and Call of Duty awaiting him back at the hotel. Let the game commence, an 11-point showdown with alternating possession. No objections. The match, set amid their calmness, instantaneously ignites the atmosphere. The crowd, previously subdued under Li Feng's dominance, now finds a release. Waves of sound rise and fall, with spectators exuberantly waving their hands and vociferously chanting Simmons's name. Some excited audience members even whip out their iPhones, activating the selfie mode to capture this thrilling moment of the match. On the court, clad in casual attire, Simmons tosses the ball to Li Feng, positioned beyond the three-point line, and confidently declares, "Let us go. Attack at will. I shall ensure you lose with undeniable conviction." He exudes an air of effortless ease. In truth, Simmons revels in the attention of the crowd. At this moment, he embodies the spirit of Michael Jordan on this very court. Carl, too, is swept up in the electrifying ambience, his emotions running high. This is the #1 pick in the NBA draft, and his attitude is truly formidable. He displays a complete disdain for the dispute over ball possession, for he is fully aware that victory in this game is assured for him. This confidence stems from an immense strength. Contemplating this, Carl instinctively predicted the final score, 11-6, or perhaps 11-3, or might Simmons completely shut him out? After all, Li Feng is merely a second-round pick. How could he possibly be compared to a #1 draft choice? The spectators on the sidelines were eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Li Feng being utterly overwhelmed. Yet, at this moment, Li Feng remained composed, utterly undisturbed. Perhaps influenced by Li Feng's earlier erratic shooting, Simmons adopted a defensive strategy of allowing shots while preventing drives. He positioned himself nearly at the free throw line. And even with his arms outstretched, it was unlikely he could disrupt Li Feng significantly. "Oh, do you presume others lack shooting ability like you?" Observing the current situation, Li Feng almost instinctively remarked. Faced with Simmons, who was 2 meters away, he unhesitatingly launched a three-pointer. A crisp swish echoed as the ball sailed through the air, tracing a graceful arc before perfectly swishing through the net. 3 o'clock. Li Feng claimed the first point. The surrounding cheers momentarily faltered. Is this fellow's offense so decisive and crisp? Is he truly this confident in his shooting? Although Simmons maintained a stoic expression, internally he harbored some doubts. He audaciously shoots? And to add insult to injury, he mocks me. Who among us lacks shooting ability? After the change of possession, Simmons positioned himself beyond the three-point line and coldly retorted. Li Feng chuckled softly but offered no reply. "My friend, I have traversed time. From the moment you joined the 76ers to your tenure with the Nets. So many years have elapsed, the team disbanded, and contracts faded away. I am well aware of the reliability of your shooting. Yet, though Li Feng refrained from voicing his thoughts, his actions spoke volumes. He was even more brazen than Simmons had been moments ago, standing directly in the paint, motionless. His gaze fixed upon Simmons. That look seemed to convey, "Please, Simmons inhaled deeply, a flicker of indignation surfacing in his eyes. A warrior may be slain but never humiliated. You have crossed a line. Meanwhile, the surrounding audience erupted in cheers. Simmons, shoot him down. Let him know his place. Teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Show him what's what. Answer ball. Answer ball. Respond to the ball. In truth, Simmons was not devoid of shooting ability. In fact, compared to the average basketball enthusiast, he could be considered a sharpshooter. However, under the defensive pressure at the NBA level, his shooting appeared less consistent. Yet, in this moment of overflowing confidence, how could Simmons tolerate such an affront? He aimed for the basket, slowly lifting the ball above his head. Yet, just as he was about to release it, he caught a glimpse of Feng's slightly disdainful and contemptuous gaze from the corner of his eye. As universally acknowledged, an open shot is one of the most challenging shots to make. In that fleeting moment of psychological shift, the force behind his release subtly altered. Oh no. The instant Simmons took his shot, he realized something was amiss. The power was insufficient. Thud. The basketball struck the front of the rim firmly. Clatter, clatter. The ball fell to the ground, bouncing lightly a few times. Though the sound was not loud, it resonated clearly for all present. The situation was undeniably awkward. All eyes were fixed upon the basketball that had bounced forth from the rim. At that moment, Feng approached slowly, grasping the ball with one hand. He then turned and nonchalantly remarked, "Do you think you possess the same shooting prowess as I do?" Simmons was left speechless, yet he remained unconvinced. After all, it was merely a single ball, and luck played a significant role in the outcome. This time, he stood before Feng, positioning himself at the optimal defensive distance. Lowering his center of gravity while raising his hand high. Just luck. Don't celebrate too early. I shall now take this seriously. Chapter 6. Hurry, time is money. At this moment, Simmons was genuinely focused. Truth be told, apart from his shooting ability, his defense, vision, and athleticism are all of a top-tier caliber. Otherwise, he would not have earned the moniker of the White James. The resemblance between the two is striking, each a versatile player with almost no weaknesses. However, he is ultimately not LeBron, and their trajectories diverged significantly. One became the face of the NBA, while the other became a maestro of dribbling across half-court. Yet, that is a tale for another time. Presently, Simmons' intense defensive demeanor exudes an overwhelming presence. With his height, long arms, and swift agility, he is indeed formidable. This remarkable ability has rendered him a veritable nightmare for defenders on the baseball field. Observing from the sidelines, Simmons' agent couldn't help but smile upon witnessing this. It seems that the outcome of the match is about to be determined. At that moment, Jones, who was admiring the camera angles, turned his head in response to the comment. Are you suggesting that Simmons is poised to win? Indeed, his defensive prowess is no laughing matter. Jones nodded thoughtfully. Then I shall wait patiently. Rest assured, I have had the privilege of witnessing his tryouts. Among his peers, there is no rookie who can surpass him. This time, Simmons positioned himself closely in defense, essentially leaving little room for Feng to take a significant shot. However, this modest space was more than sufficient for Feng. Whoosh. Without a trace of hesitation, Feng once again opted to take a three-point shot. Simultaneously, Simmons advanced defensively, his outstretched arms nearly obscuring the line of sight between Feng and the basket. At that moment, the street ball legend, the Bone Collector, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, finally spoke up. "What a poor shooting choice," he remarked. "This fellow appears to lack experience. If it were me, I would never attempt a shot directly against this defender." The onlookers nodded in agreement, as it was evident to all that Simmons' imposing height of nearly 2 meters granted him a formidable defensive reach for anyone standing before him. Even the direction of the hoop might be obscured. Although the previous shot from this player had been reasonably successful, I would wager that this attempt would likely veer off course. However, before his words could fully dissipate, a swift swish echoed through the air. The basketball effortlessly sailed through the net, and Feng scored another 3 points with remarkable ease. The score stood at 6-0. The spectators exchanged complex glances towards the Bone Collector, whose lips twitched awkwardly at this moment, yet he feigned composure and remarked, "This kid is indeed fortunate." With 2 consecutive three-pointers, Feng astonished everyone present. Out of a total of only 11 points, he had already accumulated more than half. Isn't this destined for victory? However, Simmons here holds a contrary belief. Despite the circumstances, he remains unconvinced of his impending defeat. He has no intention of conceding at all. In this moment, he received the ball beyond the three-point line, instantly executing a swift step to penetrate directly towards the basket. His astonishing acceleration allowed him to effortlessly surpass Feng, who stood in his path. Subsequently, upon entering the paint, Ben Simmons launched himself into the air, executing a powerful dunk with both hands. The rim reverberated with a resounding thud. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly electrified. Wow, what sheer madness! My goodness, his athletic prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. The defense posed by that young man appeared feeble, akin to mere paper. Remarkable. This is the epitome of NBA standards. The score stood at 6-2. At this moment, Simmons felt an immense sense of satisfaction for reclaiming a point. He realized that with just a modicum of seriousness, this fellow named Feng was no match for him. He was utterly incapable of thwarting Simmons' scoring. With a proud turn of his head, Simmons glanced back at Feng, a hint of arrogance in his gaze. Look, with just a little effort, what can you do against me? However, the self-assured Simmons soon discovered that Feng was entirely unperturbed. He had already positioned himself beyond the three-point line, awaiting the inbound pass as if the previous events held no relevance to him. Could it be that Simmons' recent offensive display was merely a concession? Had Feng not intended to defend against him at all? After a moment of astonishment, a smirk crept across Simmons' face, his expression now brimming with indignation. This fellow truly insults himself. Very well, you shall pay for your arrogance, Simmons remarked with a hint of gritted teeth. However, due to the considerable distance between them and the overwhelming noise in the venue, Feng, stationed beyond the three-point line, could not discern precisely what had been said. He merely shrugged with apparent indifference and retorted, "What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and serve the ball. Time is money." Naturally, this audacious display led the surrounding spectators to deem him insane. Although he currently held a significant lead, did he genuinely believe victory was assured? Was he this confident? Stimulated by the challenge, Simmons immediately engaged in tight defense, entering a state of relentless pressure. He practically thrust the ball into Feng's hands, declaring, "Time is money? $10,000 wagered on the outcome of this match. Do you dare? I will defend you so fiercely that you won't even be able to make a shot." As Feng faced the closely guarded Simmons, who afforded him no space whatsoever, he realized that this opponent was indeed serious. $10,000? He never anticipated that a simple game could yield such a lucrative side profit. Losing wouldn't be an option for him. With a smile, Feng accepted the challenge and suddenly adopted a shooting stance. Typically, an ordinary player would instinctively leap to block such a sudden movement or shift their weight in response. However, Simmons remained steady, perhaps due to the proximity of their positions. He refrained from jumping and exhibited minimal weight shift. It was evident that his defensive instincts were honed through professional training. Noticing that Feng had not proceeded with the shot, Simmons chuckled inwardly. A feint, perhaps? Alas, I am not easily deceived. Simmons speculated that Feng, having secured a 6-point lead, would most likely opt to drive towards the basket, methodically seeking an easy 2 points. Coupled with the pressure of his close defense, he doubted that Feng would choose to attempt a three-pointer at such a critical juncture, unless he completely underestimated Simmons' defensive prowess. Yet, such a scenario was implausible. Observing Simmons' unwavering stance, Feng lifted his shooting hand and resumed his motion. This time, however, he did not retract his arm. Instead, he coordinated his body, exerting force as he launched a contested three-pointer. Chapter 7. Steady now. This one is in the bag. WTF? Simmons was left dumbfounded. Does this guy truly dare to shoot? Has he lost his mind? Attempting a shot from such a close defensive distance is likely to result in interference. However, as a professional athlete, Simmons' astonishment did not hinder his body from reacting promptly. In an instant, he raised his arms and leapt into the air. At that moment, his impressive wingspan of 2 meters and 14 centimeters became undeniably advantageous. Like an impenetrable barrier, it effectively obstructed all angles of the basketball's trajectory. Witnessing this scene, even the street ball professor, renowned for his impeccable mid-range shooting, shook his head in resignation, remarking, in such circumstances, opting for a direct shot is undeniably unwise. Attempting a three-pointer against such formidable defense is an insurmountable challenge. Unlike the earlier commentary from the Bone Collector, the street ball professor's stature may not be remarkable. Yet his years of dominance on the court stem from his unwavering mid-range precision. Now, with even him acknowledging the difficulty of this shot, no one could question the challenge it presented. On the court, at the very moment Feng released the ball, it seemed that Simmons' defense had influenced his shooting posture. His body gradually leaned back, appearing somewhat uncoordinated. Indeed, he recognized that shooting in such a situation would likely result in a block, prompting his body to instinctively evade. The street ball professor inhaled deeply and murmured. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance. Simmons, a player of NBA draft pick caliber, possessed reflexes and defensive instincts beyond the ordinary. It was only logical that Li Feng would face interference. As Li Feng's body tilted to a certain degree, he seemingly discovered the necessary space to release the shot. His fingers deftly flicking the basketball away. Whoosh. This is a three-point shot executed in a nearly reclined posture. The basketball grazes Simmons' fingertips, barely evading his defense. Soaring towards the heavens, Carl exclaims in astonishment, "This is exceedingly forced." Meanwhile, Jones smirks coldly. This lad is clearly in a state of panic, from my years of experience. His defeat is inevitable. At this moment, the basketball arcs high through the air. It then begins to descend slowly. Under the watchful gaze of nearly 100 spectators on the court, this basketball seemingly possesses an undeniable trajectory aimed directly at the hoop. At that moment, a troubling thought flickered through the minds of everyone present, including Simmons. Could it be that this shot might actually go in? No, it simply cannot. The angle from which he shot makes it impossible. Thud. The ball struck the front of the rim with a heavy thump, resonating with a sound of collision. A collective sigh of relief swept through the surrounding crowd. Simmons, too, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it didn't go in. At the instant Li Feng took the shot, he had instinctively felt a pang of anxiety. If that three-pointer had gone in, the score would have swelled to 9-2. Given their agreed-upon 11-point game, the pressure on him would have been insurmountable. He would need to score 9 consecutive points without allowing Li Feng a single point to secure victory. Fortunately, it appeared that Li Feng was not infallible. The ball, after hitting the front of the rim, rebounded due to inertia and struck the backboard. With no deviation in his shooting angle, the ball gently bounced off the rim several times before obediently falling through the net. 9-2. Li Feng claimed the game point. Damn! Simmons exclaimed vehemently. How could this fellow possess such extraordinary luck? Despite his close defense, this individual still managed to score? Insanity. Thus far, the unfolding events have far exceeded his expectations. He never imagined that a second-round draft Asian player could engage with him in such a competitive manner. In fact, it has transcended mere competition. This is entirely a one-sided humiliation of oneself. Why have I never heard of this individual during the draft? This individual named Li Feng appears to have materialized out of thin air. Did none of the numerous scouts from various teams take notice of this remarkable talent prior to the draft? This is utterly unreasonable. At this moment, Simmons shook his head, dispelling those distracting thoughts. He must remain focused. Only then does he stand a chance of winning the game. On the sidelines, Jones, once again struck by a harsh reality, furrowed his brow tightly. His gaze was filled with deep concern as he turned to the watching agent beside him, inquiring, could there be any unforeseen circumstances? Simmons' agent mirrored Jones' unease, his expression far from relaxed. With his arms crossed over his chest, his clenched right fist repeatedly rubbed against his chin. The confident demeanor he once wore had vanished from his face. Over the years, though Simmons may not be the most formidable draft pick he has encountered, he certainly is not one of those ubiquitous flops. Yet, the scene unfolding before them appeared surreal. Could a second-round pick truly achieve an upset? In truth, they were not incapable of handling defeat. A loss or two in a season is hardly a calamity. Victories and defeats are intrinsic to the nature of competition. However, at this pivotal juncture on the brink of entering the NBA, losing to another rookie of the same caliber is a bitter pill to swallow. The extent of the adverse impact this situation will impose on Simmons remains uncertain. Although he fervently hopes for Simmons to triumph in this one-on-one contest, he is unable to offer Jones any assurances. The consecutive three-pointers made by Li Feng have indeed rendered the situation rather bleak, just as he found himself at a loss. The agent suddenly noticed that Li Feng's south expression on the court mirrored his own sense of despondency. Could it be that this fellow lacks confidence in his own victory? Upon realizing this, the agent smacked his thigh in revelation. Indeed, it seems that the previous shot was merely a stroke of luck. If Simmons were to apply himself even slightly, this individual would not pose a challenge. Jones, momentarily bewildered by the agent's sudden laughter, soon discerned the look of disappointment etched on Li Feng's face. In that fleeting instant, he came to the same conclusion as the agent. The two exchanged an easy smile, their expressions seemingly conveying, "Our insight is truly exceptional." Meanwhile, Li Feng rubbed his temples, gazing helplessly at the sky, feeling utterly fatigued. This was due to the system's notification echoing in his ears. Detection confirmed that the host has seriously scored the ball, achieving training efficacy. Shooting -1, core strength -1. Li Feng acknowledged that he had indeed taken the game somewhat seriously. Yet, he mused, it hardly seemed to yield any training benefits. It appears he must diligently manage his state, striving to remain just below the threshold of seriousness. Alas, such a challenge. Li Feng's sigh only solidified the perspectives of Jones and the agent. They exchanged knowing glances, signaling Simmons to remain composed. This round was theirs for the taking. Chapter 8. The true value of the NBA draft pick. Observing the two individuals exchanging knowing glances, Simmons found himself somewhat bewildered. What has transpired? Is one losing composure while witnessing the impending defeat of the match? These two old fellows are no better than the stability of my mental state. Simmons turned away from them, earnestly contemplating the forthcoming strategy. If he were to choose to score 2 points directly, the score would rise to 9-4, leaving a mere 7 points to reach the match point. However, the likelihood of successfully making a 3-point shot was not particularly high. Should he fail to make this attempt, his subsequent position would become exceedingly precarious. Simmons possessed a commendable basketball IQ. Comprehending these considerations took but a moment. Nevertheless, he felt an undeniable imperative to successfully land a 3-point shot, as it would expedite his journey to the match point. Otherwise, with a 9-point deficit, he would need to make 5 2-point shots to secure a victory. With this thought in mind, Simmons resolved to attempt another 3-pointer to test his rhythm. It must go in, he silently implored. Li Feng appeared utterly unconcerned about Simmons' 3-point attempt, standing at the free throw line, watching as he lifted the ball above his head before releasing it from his fingertips. Simmons' left-handed shooting form lacked elegance, exuding a certain disjointedness. Yet, against the odds, the ball successfully swished through the net. Swish. 9-5. Simmons had clawed back a point. Nice, Jones exclaimed, sitting up with excitement. Initially, upon witnessing Simmons' decision to shoot, he felt a tinge of panic. Fortunately, the shot had found its mark. God bless. As long as Simmons remained composed and successfully defended against Li Feng's 3 offensive attempts, victory in this match would be assured. This 3-point shot indeed rekindled the suspense of the match. Could it be that a dramatic comeback from 9-11 is about to unfold? An increasing number of spectators around began to pull out their smartphones, eager to witness this miraculous moment. Returning to Li Feng's possession of the ball, Simmons instantly closed in, applying pressure right in front of him. The intensity of his defense surpassed that of their previous encounter, showcasing an unwavering focus that rivaled his performance in official games. Even in his casual attire, Simmons exuded the palpable pressure of a professional athlete. Come on, this time I shall grant you no opportunity to shoot. Simmons hurled the ball into Li Feng's hands, his gaze fixed intently on the trajectory of the basketball. Upon receiving the ball, Li Feng raised it above his head once more. Another 3-pointer. Simmons felt a jolt of surprise within him. Is this fellow truly a master of the 3-point shot? Even when he has already secured match point, he dares to attempt a 3-pointer? However, your thinking is rather simplistic. I have been awaiting this very moment of your shot. This is my resounding counterattack to reclaim my honor. Simmons explosively propelled himself from the ground, his legs generating immense power as he soared high into the air, eclipsing all beneath him. At that moment, he resembled a deity striving to grasp the moon in the heavens. He sought to demonstrate to all the true worth of being the first overall pick in the NBA with a resounding display of athletic prowess. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Simmons' physique gradually unfurled, his right arm fully extended. His entire posture exuded an unparalleled sense of strength. Yet, just as Simmons, brimming with confidence, poised to swat away Li Feng's shot, he suddenly froze. Wait, where did this fellow go? At that instant, Li Feng effortlessly dribbled past him, seemingly murmuring something under his breath. One must not take the shot too seriously. Having already been deceived by Simmons moments earlier, the basket now stood completely unguarded. Thus, Li Feng approached the rim and executed a commoner-esque layup reminiscent of Sakuragi Hanamichi, effortlessly banking the shot to conclude the game. 11-5. The contest reached its resolution. Li Feng emerged victorious. The newly minted first overall pick of the NBA had, astonishingly, succumbed to a second-round pick hailing from the Summer Kingdom in this one-on-one duel. At this moment, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. The murmurs and cheers abruptly ceased. It can be said that everyone present was taken aback, unable to fathom that this match would conclude in such a manner. For Li Feng's victory was astonishingly mundane and effortless. Merely 3 shots, accompanied by a simple layup following a feigned attempt, were sufficient to triumph over the first overall pick, Ben Simmons. How absurd. Do you consider yourself the baby-faced Steven from Golden State? At this juncture, Jones's countenance darkened, resembling that of a liver. Carl, too, was equally astonished at the unexpected outcome of the match. This is simply unbelievable. At this moment, he even began to question the true worth of being the NBA's #1 draft pick. Director, should we continue filming? He inquired, his tone icy as if he were on the verge of devouring someone. I will notify the crew, he added, his gaze momentarily lost in thought. After a pause, he turned to his agent and said, let us reschedule tomorrow's flight to ensure we capture all the footage. Understood, the agent replied with a resigned nod. He still could not comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, Feng had appeared utterly despondent. He was certain he had not misjudged the expression. Yet how could the final outcome be so different? Or had his intellect and reasoning failed? Damn it! The bystander, known for collecting bones, felt both astonished and relieved. Fortunately, he had opted for caution and had not heeded Jones's advice to confront this individual. Otherwise, it would have been his own reputation at stake. He exhaled imperceptibly in relief. However, that unfortunate fellow Simmons was indeed having a dreadful night. It was likely that videos of his humiliation would soon circulate on Twitter. The bone collector shrugged nonchalantly and departed the court. Clearly, the filming schedule had been thoroughly disrupted by this uninvited guest, and remaining there served no purpose. The onlookers gradually dispersed. The agent located Simmons and whispered something in his ear, then pulled him swiftly towards the park exit. Observing the somewhat dazed Simmons leave without a backward glance, Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wait, the money hasn't been given yet. What the hell? Are you not going to keep your word? $10,000 could buy a decent used Mercedes in Los Angeles. Feng lamented. Could one really escape the monk while leaving the temple behind? When I encounter you next, you will surely regret it. Just then, a mechanical voice unexpectedly echoed in his ear. Ding! The host has completed their first NBA-level match. The reverse task system and reverse achievement system have been unlocked. Chapter 9. Is this achievement serious? Reverse tasks, reverse achievements? What on earth? Having traversed here for several years, Feng was well aware of the system's nature. It had transformed him, a diligent and aspiring young man, into this disheartened figure, leaving the outside world with the impression that he was merely a handsome and talented facade. Alas, who can truly comprehend this agony and pressure? It seems that the system has detected Feng's inner grievances, as a reminder chime resonated once more in his ears. The system, ever considerate? Elucidated, the reverse task and achievement module represent the advanced functionalities of the system. Upon the host's completion of tasks and achievements, corresponding rewards will be granted. All objectives within the achievement module have been unlocked, and rewards will be dispensed immediately upon the host fulfilling these objectives. The task module will issue assignments, and upon completion, rewards will be conferred. Failure to accomplish a task will result in punitive measures. Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wait, so there are penalties for not completing tasks? He exclaimed. A true man, born of heaven and earth, should not languish beneath others for long. What if I choose not to undertake this task? What penalties await? Speak. The mechanical voice chimed in again. Friendly reminder, should the host fail to complete a task, a random penalty of -1 will be imposed. How incredibly friendly, he retorted. Apologies for my earlier outburst. You know well that I hold you dear, don't you, system? The system lapsed back into silence, gazing up at the sky. Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. In many respects, he felt as if his very essence was being manipulated. However, upon opening the newly unlocked achievement panel, he nodded in satisfaction. The rewards are rather abundant, which is commendable. It seems this system possesses a modicum of integrity. The unlockable rewards for various achievements encompass nearly every conceivable aspect. There are tangible rewards, attribute points, and basketball skills, albeit the names of these achievements are somewhat peculiar. The advantage lies in excelling at basketball, while the disadvantage is not participating in the game. I am to bring my talent to EDG, the Night Emperor. For playing cannot save Los Angeles. What is your schedule like in the summer country? Frankly, if given the choice, I would prefer not to attain any of these achievements. It is rather disgraceful. After surveying the surroundings, Feng discovered that the achievement he was closest to completing was the following. Achievement name, Iverson's practice unlock condition, consecutively absent from 17 training sessions. Asserting that a genius requires no training. Reward, V8 electric scooter modification upgrade manual. Having already missed 6 training sessions, just one more absence would suffice. Is this the reward then, the V8 electric scooter? The V8 engine is indeed quite substantial. Can it truly fit? Surely, it must be uncomfortable. Feng gently caressed the seat of the small electric furnace, speaking with a tinge of affection. Tonight, let us revel in our final unrestrained ride, old friend. The headlights of the small electric vehicle flickered, seemingly in response to Li Feng's sentiment. Following the conclusion of the match against Simmons, there were hardly any oblivious souls clinging to the delusion of a comeback. They departed from the court early, sharing tales of the day's events with friends online or over drinks. In the absence of any interruptions, Li Feng indulged in a bit more play before ultimately leaving the court. In truth, as long as his demeanor remained below serious, he would seldom face a deduction of points from the system. After years of trial and error, Li Feng had become adept at navigating the complexities of the game. However, facing Simmons today was an unforeseen challenge. After all, the young man's defensive prowess and innate talent were indeed formidable. In a four-star hotel on 3rd Avenue, Simmons' agent had arranged his accommodations and briefly outlined the changes to the schedule for the following day. Simmons reclined on the luxurious leather sofa, his fingers rhythmically tapping the exquisite crystal table beside him. He appeared somewhat disinterested, displaying a hint of impatience towards the arrangements. After a moment, he inquired, "Will news of the match I lost today spread?" The agent, looking down in contemplation, finally responded, "I have reached out to a team. They will ensure that the incident receives minimal attention." At that moment, Simmons represented far more than just himself. On the brink of entering the NBA, the commercial value of a first-draft pick transcended mere numerical assessment. Regardless of the reasoning, no one wished for Simmons to be adversely affected by public opinion at this critical juncture. Thus, they endeavored to mitigate the dissemination of the event. Simmons stroked his chin and nodded slightly. The agent closed his black notebook, advised him to rest well, and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to exit, he paused, hesitated for a moment, and turned back to ask, "Did you truly give your all today?" "No," Simmons replied. "I believe this was not my full potential." The agent nodded, his expression revealing little relief. "When you face him again, you will be able to overcome him, correct? After all, you know there is a strong possibility you will meet in the Summer League." "Yes, I am confident." "Good, then rest early tonight. We will reshoot the promotional material tomorrow." Once the agent closed the door, Simmons finally relaxed. He gazed thoughtfully at the crystal chandelier above, his mind replaying the humiliating match and the man responsible for his disgrace. "I will have my revenge." On the streets of Los Angeles that night, Li Feng dared not linger. Regardless of the profundity of Chinese martial arts, it could not contend with American combat sports. Fortunately, he returned to his apartment safely on his electric bike, unscathed. This can certainly be regarded as a finely decorated apartment, with a monthly rent approaching $4,000. This is by no means a trivial expenditure. In recent years, although Li Feng has earned nearly $2 million in the CBA, most of it has been invested in a property in Beijing. In reality, the savings he can access amount to just over $60,000. Consequently, Li Feng has to share the rent with another roommate. "You're back? I made a lot for dinner and it's in the fridge. If you'd like, you can try my culinary skills," greeted a young woman clad in a bathrobe, speaking to him in a warm tone. "Oh, thank you. I haven't eaten yet," Li Feng responded. The young woman, Bai Qian, was said to be a journalist and, like Li Feng, she was also from Xia country and shared the apartment with him. Her features were strikingly defined, and even without makeup, she was undeniably beautiful. There was a unique, serene elegance in her eyes that exuded a refined grace, making her a vision best admired from afar. As she emerged from the bathroom, her smooth, jade-like skin was partially visible beneath the robe, and her long, slender legs, clad in yellow duck slippers, made a soft patter against the floor. She gathered her damp hair with a towel, flashed Li Feng a smile as she passed him, and then retreated into her room, locking the door behind her. Though they were not particularly close, their relationship was cordial, and Li Feng held a favorable impression of her. She was tidy, respected personal boundaries, remained quiet, and led a private life that was not chaotic. Indeed, Bai Qian could be considered the perfect roommate. Upon inspecting the refrigerator, Li Feng was quite pleased to find a delectable array of dishes: spicy yellow throat, diced chicken with chili, and rice. Thank goodness. He wouldn't have to resort to hamburgers and fries. As someone who relied on late-night snacks to maintain his health, Li Feng had grown weary of the convenience of fast food. A change in flavors was refreshing. After a shower and a late-night snack, perhaps accompanied by a beer, Li Feng had made his plans. He locked the bathroom door, preparing for his shower, but as he changed clothes, he suddenly noticed a distinct piece of black silk fabric hanging on the clothes rack that was clearly not his. After contemplating for a moment, Li Feng finally identified a flaw in Bai Qian's role as a roommate. Why did she always leave her dirty laundry behind? What a chaotic situation this is. Yet, it is only human to possess flaws, thus, I shall grant her forgiveness this time. Chapter 10. He is not in training. He comes to dine every day. The sun rises in Los Angeles at 4 in the morning, and while it may be merely average, Feng, standing by the window, gazes at the slowly ascending red sun and reflects upon it. Perhaps others may not discern the beauty of the Los Angeles sunrise at this hour, but Feng certainly holds the authority to speak on the matter. For it is indeed 4 in the morning, the moment he intends to retire for the night. Though the scenery may not be exceptional, Kobe was undeniably correct in one aspect. This is, in fact, the secret to his success. Those who can appreciate the sunrise at this hour undoubtedly see their skills in basketball significantly enhance. This is indeed the reward from the heavens for those who toil diligently. The principle of the universe rewards hard work. If one is not a descendant of the Mamba, who else could be? After a long day of labor, it is time to retire to bed and embrace slumber. Meanwhile, during Feng's tranquil hours of repose, the realm of basketball on Twitter buzzes with fervor. Numerous users have shared videos capturing the essence of the Third Avenue basketball tournament. Yet, under the influence of an inexplicable magical force, many of these videos have mysteriously vanished from the platform. This has left many players who witnessed the match firsthand, yet found themselves unable to validate their experience to others, feeling profoundly dissatisfied. Consequently, this tug-of-war persisted for over a dozen hours. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. An increasing multitude of users joined this battle, their upload speeds far surpassing the rate at which the magical deletions occurred. When spectators finally glimpsed the footage of this one-on-one duel, their reactions were almost unanimously incredulous. The comments section was inundated with a plethora of expletives beginning with the letter F. Was this Asian player truly matched against Simmons? No way. Unbelievable. This individual actually triumphed over Simmons? Who is this person, achieving victory with such ease? Is this a recent event? Who possesses high-definition footage for me to view? After watching this player's video, I can't help but think that the NBA's top draft picks aren't all that remarkable, winning so effortlessly. I could do it too. You are overthinking it. I once faced Simmons on the playground, and that afternoon was a nightmarish ordeal. In a three-man defense situation, I was dunked on 42 times, a memory I will never forget. The prestige of an NBA draft pick remains significant. Hence, I harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of this video. Despite the support of certain enigmatic teams, the fervor surrounding this incident did not lead to widespread repercussions or attract the attention of most mainstream media. Thus, it was temporarily subdued. Nevertheless, several individuals within the NBA community took notice of this occurrence, including the social media manager of the Los Angeles Lakers, Gris. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, within the Lakers office building, Scout Binzi handed his phone to Gris, subsequently playing the video that had long been saved. After a brief viewing, Gris's expression transitioned from confusion to curiosity, ultimately culminating in shock and bewilderment. This is utterly insane. Simmons was so effortlessly defeated? Gris found this astonishing. The initial 3 three-pointers truly left a lasting impression on him. The layman observes the spectacle, while the connoisseur discerns the intricacies. Typically, sinking three-pointers is not an arduous task. Yet why do the shooting percentages of most professional players tend to decline in formal matches? In lower-tier leagues, one often witnesses comical airballs. Defensive pressure, psychological state, emotional influences, and physical limitations all play a significant role. The influence of these 4 aspects on shooting is profoundly significant. Some individuals, when confronted with formidable opponents, may unconsciously hasten their shooting pace due to anxiety, resulting in a complete loss of accuracy. Even the mere presence of spectators can have a considerable effect. This is why the tryout phase in the NBA is of utmost importance for players. The individual in the video who triumphed over Simmons appeared remarkably composed throughout, showing no signs of faltering. This suggests that either he possesses an exceptionally strong mental fortitude, or he does not regard Simmons as an insurmountable opponent. The former is plausible, but if it is the latter, it would indeed be quite alarming. Gris, suppressing his thoughts, turned to inquire, "Binzi, where did you come across this video?" "On Twitter. The original has been deleted, and I barely managed to save this one," Binzi replied. "Twitter? Have you identified who that guy is? The Asian player?" "No." Binzi gestured towards the video playing on his phone. As you can see, the scene was chaotic, and since it was recorded on a phone, the clarity is rather low. It's difficult to discern any details. Gris pondered for a moment, acknowledging the challenge. Given the poor quality of the footage, identifying the individual would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It's exceedingly difficult. However, we should still discuss this with the team. After all, Asian players are rare, and there may be a chance to locate him. All right, I'll send you the video. Chris, upon receiving the video, made his way to the Lakers training facility. Being merely the social media manager, he felt it necessary to consult with Phil Handy and the others regarding the players' technical abilities. Despite their struggles, all upper management had to concede that the Lakers were currently in a rebuilding phase. If they could indeed unearth such a talented and promising player, it would undoubtedly be exhilarating. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, within the Staples Center, head coach Luke Walton conducted his usual inspection of the players' training sessions. He also took the opportunity to inquire with the team trainers about the performance of the rookies. This inquiry allowed Phil Handy, harboring long-standing grievances, to voice his frustrations as if he were finally clearing the air after years of pent-up feelings. Coach Walton, Brandon Ingram has been training well lately. I believe he can deliver a commendable performance in the upcoming summer league. However, our other rookie, Cy. Luke Walton, perplexed, asked, "What is the matter? Are you referring to that player from summer country, Feng?" "Yes. What is going on with him? Is he performing poorly?" "Not exactly," Phil Handy scratched his head, his expression complex. "The main issue is that this kid has not participated in a single training session since joining the team. I still don't know what his skill level is." Luke Walton was taken aback, his eyes widening as he reiterated, "What? He hasn't trained at all?" "No, not once," Handy confirmed. Walton pursed his lips, asking, "Where is he now? Can we contact him?" "Actually, I can see him. He comes by every day." "He comes by every day, yet he doesn't train?" Walton countered. "Exactly. He doesn't train," Handy nodded. "But our facility has nutrition meals, and he comes every day to eat." As Phil Handy shared his experiences over the past few days, he and Walton gradually reached a consensus. This kid is exceedingly arrogant to dare skip training like this. With such an attitude, I doubt he will achieve anything on the court. We can certainly strike him off the summer league roster. I'm sure the other players would be pleased. For these newcomers, securing any opportunity to showcase their abilities is exceedingly challenging and precious. Most rookies and those vying for playing time in the NBA strive to present their talents during the summer league, while also acclimating to the tempo and physicality of the NBA. Thus, playing time in the summer league is highly coveted by these players. With one less competitor, they would undoubtedly be elated. Although Handy was furious about Feng's previous actions, he still felt it was somewhat regrettable to deny this rookie any chance. He understood that every player who reaches the NBA has faced significant challenges. Perhaps Feng had valid reasons for his absence? Maybe he should be given a slight chance to prove himself? What if he performs admirably? Walton glanced at Handy and, with a resigned sigh, stated, "Let us see how he performs." As they conversed, Chris arrived at the arena. "Hey, Coach Walton." "Oh, Handy, you're here too. I actually need to speak with both of you." Chris, donned in a black suit jacket, greeted them from afar. Walton, slightly taken aback, turned to him and said, "Hey Chris, long time no see. What brings you to the arena today?" "Of course, it's work-related." Chris smiled as he approached them. "Did you hear about Simmons lately?" "Simmons?" Walton asked, puzzled. "What about him?" Handy shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Chris smirked, then mysteriously produced a phone from his pocket. "Look at this. Check out this Asian player." The two leaned in, curiosity piqued as they examined the unclear video. "Is that Simmons in the video?" Walton asked after scrutinizing it for a moment. "Yes, keep watching," Chris urged, prompting them to focus on the video. The two remained silent, their eyes glued to the screen. Moments later, when Feng executed the final layup, Walton's reaction mirrored that of the others in the video, utter shock. "What? This guy actually won." Chris beamed with pride, having anticipated Walton's reaction. "Well, this is indeed surprising," Walton affirmed without reservation. Chris chuckled and turned to the contemplative Handy, inquiring, "What do you think of the Asian player's skills? Is he capable of competing in the NBA?" Handy narrowed his eyes, analyzing seriously. Though the video is brief and does not showcase extensive technical maneuvers, it is evident that this Asian player handles the ball with remarkable poise and experience, suggesting a solid foundation, unlike those clumsy rookies. Moreover, his instinctive reactions to protect the ball clearly reflect the shadow of a professional player, which is truly remarkable. Most importantly, this gentleman's three-point shooting is undeniably precise. Should his consistency be validated, I believe he possesses the full potential to serve as an external shooter in the NBA. Phil Handy's comments were rather conservative, yet one can discern the considerable strength of this Asian player. It is highly probable that he has competed in professional leagues, fully equipped with the capability to participate in the NBA. To draw such conclusions from a mere brief video is undoubtedly a high commendation. Upon hearing this, it nearly confirmed Grice's speculation. That Asian player is indeed formidable, and winning the match surely cannot be attributed solely to luck. Grice, do you know who this Asian player is? At this moment, Luke Walton, eager to discover talent, inquired impatiently, "You wouldn't happen to have a surprise for me, would you?" Grice, observing his fervent gaze, chuckled and replied, "Not a chance. I have no idea who this mysterious individual is. However, there can't be many exceptional Asian players. So if you are willing to search, it shouldn't be too difficult. Oh, spare me the jokes. Recently, an Asian rookie named Feng has been enough of a headache for me. I have never encountered a player so disinclined to train. Never." Whenever anything related to Asian players comes up, Luke Walton feels a pang of frustration. He signed a rookie who refuses to train, thereby squandering a draft pick. Though he had little expectation from a second-round pick anyway. This was evidently the first time Grice had heard of such a player. He patted Walton's shoulder and asked, "Is there really such a player? Who is he?" Just as Luke Walton and Phil Handy were about to respond, they looked up and spotted a figure outside the gym, searching for a place to park his scooter. They exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously uttered, "It's him." Grice turned around and saw a player, approximately 195 centimeters tall, entering the gym and swiftly darting into the cafeteria. What is he up to?" "Eating," Phil Handy answered without hesitation, glancing at his watch. "He comes here for his meal every day at 4:30. Just eating without training?" Grice was astonished, having never encountered such a unique player in his years with the team. Luke Walton nodded and added, "That is precisely why I intend to teach this kid a lesson. I will not grant him any playing time going forward." Grice nodded, refraining from voicing his thoughts. After all, this fell within the head coach's domain, and he felt no need to interject. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the earlier mentioned Feng seemed somewhat familiar. Where had he seen him before? Grice scratched the back of his head, and suddenly a realization struck him. "Wait," he exclaimed excitedly, raising his phone and extending it toward the two men. "Doesn't this Feng resemble the person in this video?" Chapter 12. "No, why would he? Don't be ridiculous. Is that even possible?" Luke Walton approached nonchalantly, but his expression suddenly froze. "Wait a moment. Feng and this young man do bear a striking resemblance to one another." Phil Handy approached, and upon witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. "Goodness, I must say, they do appear to be the same person." The three of them exchanged wide-eyed glances, each harboring a flicker of hope that they had stumbled upon a treasure. Could it be that fortune favored them, leading to the selection of a second-round draft pick who had triumphed over the top pick? Though they entertained this notion, uncertainty lingered, for to the Western eye, Asians often seemed indistinguishable from one another. Shall we verify this further? I concur. Luke Walton wholeheartedly endorsed Grice's suggestion. Inside the dining hall, Feng was indulging in the nutritious meals provided by the team. The Lakers employed specialized nutritionists to curate a balanced diet for the players. Naturally, star athletes like Kobe enjoyed even greater privileges, receiving meticulously tailored dietary plans from top-tier private nutritionists. In contrast, Feng and his fellow ordinary players relished good meals, albeit with less stringent dietary regulations. For instance, this marked the third nutritious meal Feng had consumed today. The salmon and grilled shrimp were particularly delightful, delicious. After devouring the contents of his plate, Feng surveyed his surroundings, preparing to seize another portion while the opportunity presented itself. However, just as he stepped outside, he abruptly halted, for he discerned three peculiar figures lurking near the entrance of the cafeteria. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Luke Walton, Phil Handy, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The trio was lined up, peering through the doorframe, their eyes fixated on him. "Seriously? I merely indulged in a bit more food, and they sent three individuals to keep an eye on me? It seems a fierce battle awaits." Gazing at the meal box beside him, Feng mapped out his escape route, ready to vacate the scene at the slightest provocation. Outside, Grice whispered, "It's definitely him. He.S. even wearing the same sneakers as the guy in the video." Luke Walton's expression mirrored that of someone who had just won the lottery, brimming with surprise. After a long and fruitless search, fortune had smiled upon him effortlessly. "Excellent." Containing his excitement, Luke spoke in a hushed tone only audible to the three of them. "If this is indeed the case, it would be remarkable. Phil Handy, if my memory serves me right, isn't there a team fitness test scheduled today? Let us assess this guy thoroughly." The fitness test was not the issue. The key was ensuring he didn't escape. Phil Handy replied, somewhat resigned. Rest assured, we will keep a close watch on him. Where could he possibly go? Luke Walton replied confidently. However, as they turned to check, they suddenly realized, wait, where's Feng? Goodness, he's making a run for it. Grice shouted at the figure darting out of the cafeteria. After a chase reminiscent of a scene from Fast and Furious, Phil Handy managed to retain Feng with the promise of not requiring him to train. In this moment, he inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of frustration in his role as a trainer. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was somehow pleading for Feng's guidance and training. Is this right? Feng looked at the three individuals with a hint of skepticism. Are you really not training? No training today. It's just a fitness assessment. I assure you this in my capacity as your trainer, Phil Handy declared. Suddenly, he realized that his esteemed title as the Lakers' exclusive trainer had seemingly diminished in value. Something felt amiss, undeniably so. Feng remained doubtful, yet he had his own considerations. Although evading training could enhance his attributes, he also needed to ponder the implications for the team. Even though the Lakers were in a state of complete reconstruction, if he were to behave excessively and fail to demonstrate his worth, it might compel Luke Walton to decisively abandon him, thereby extinguishing his opportunities in the NBA. It was crucial to note that the majority of the rewards related to the system Feng had just unlocked were contingent upon accomplishments within the NBA. Thus, preserving the coach's esteem was essential. Leave some room for negotiation. It will make future encounters more pleasant. After all, it was merely a fitness assessment and would not hinder his pursuit of achieving Allen Iverson's practice milestone. Phil Handy glanced at the clock. It had just passed 5 o'clock. He continued, at 6:30, we will proceed to the second floor of the gym to record the fitness data. Before that, are you truly not considering a training session? Is there still time? Feng inquired. Certainly, Phil Handy nodded with satisfaction, realizing that the young man wasn't entirely indifferent to progress. After all, how could someone who lacked diligence ever hope to enter the NBA? Those who made it here were among the top 500 basketball players in the world. Feng nodded and resolutely turned to leave, heading back to the cafeteria. Phil Handy smirked slightly, conceding that perhaps he had overthought the situation. Meanwhile, Luke Walton, unconcerned, said to Phil Handy after Feng departed during the fitness assessment, make sure to give Feng a solid workout. If possible, I'd like to utilize him more in the summer league. Upon hearing this, Grizz and Phil Handy turned to him in astonishment. Wait, you weren't just saying that, right? I recall you mentioning that you wouldn't give him any playing time. Grizz echoed. Luke Walton innocently gazed at the ceiling before responding earnestly, don't slander me. I'll sue for defamation. The two shrugged in resignation. Fine. You're the coach. Your word is law. Nearby, Brandon Ingram, who happened to pass by the cafeteria, overheard the trio's conversation. His expression darkened upon hearing Walton's intention to rely more on Feng. Truth be told, Ingram had been one of the most diligent trainees since joining the team. Perhaps inspired by Kobe's spirit, he arrived earlier and left later than his peers, tirelessly honing his skills. His hope was that one day, this hard work would shine and be recognized. As a second overall pick and one of the most dedicated players, why would Coach Walton think this way? Why favor someone who had never participated in training, a second-round pick who had been largely absent? Did it imply that Feng was exceptionally talented and held immense potential? But how could a player with potential be a late second-round pick? While Ingram had no doubts about his current role and position within the team, he felt a profound sense of imbalance. The sweat and effort he had poured into earning his opportunities seemed trivial compared to Feng's situation. Why should the head coach and trainer regard him with such distinction? If it were Ben Simmons receiving such treatment, he could accept it. After all, Simmons' prowess was evident. But Feng was merely a second-round selection. Ingram's peripheral vision caught sight of Feng dining in the cafeteria, his expression turning cold. Let us see what the fitness assessment reveals. Chapter 13. I place emphasis on physical management at 5:59 in the Lakers gym on the second floor. Within the fitness assessment room, here lies one of the most specialized sets of physical testing equipment in the world. To monitor the players' conditions, the owner of the Lakers has invested considerable effort. Phil Handy arrived early at the venue, meticulously cross-referencing the attendance of the players with his notebook. Today's physical assessments primarily aim to evaluate the condition of the rookies and the physical state of the players participating in the upcoming summer league, which is why individuals such as Nick Young are absent. After systematically checking each name, Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle, Jordan Clarkson, Anthony Brown, Jordan Fields, and Larry Nance, Phil Handy seemed to have anticipated the outcome and concluded, Feng is not present. That scoundrel is indeed unreliable. He raised his wrist to check the time. It was precisely 6 o'clock. The appointed hour had arrived, and his absence was solely his own fault. Just as Phil Handy was about to commence, Li Feng hurriedly entered from outside, seemingly having just finished a meal at the cafeteria, still clutching a portion of sliced fruit. Had he taken over an hour to eat? Could this lad be a concealed glutton? Honestly, after all these years, it was the first time he worried the Lakers might be consumed into bankruptcy. Not even during Shaquille O'Neal's tenure with the Lakers had he harbored such concerns. The key question is, with such veracity, is he not afraid of ballooning into a sphere? Never mind. He would assess the body fat percentage during the fitness test. As long as he remained healthy, it was no longer his concern. You're here? Go queue up. We shall commence the test shortly, Phil Handy advised. All right. Li Feng let out a soft belch and proceeded towards the gathering crowd. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host. Indulging in excess nearly led to your demise. Physique 2, speed 2, digestive ability 2, body fat -2. A gentle reminder. This system is a reverse point allocation system, not a tool for reckless self-destruction. Please exercise moderation. Thank you. Disregarding the system's lamentations, Li Feng patted his belly, faintly sensing that his abdominal muscles appeared more defined. Indeed, his diligent efforts were yielding results. At that moment, he slightly focused his attention, and a vast blue system panel manifested before him. System, display personal data. Updating host information panel. Loading complete. Host, Li Feng height, 194. 6 centimeters weight, 97 kilograms wingspan, 206 centimeters body fat percentage, 7, 3 vertical leap, 973 attribute points, 82 centimeters from a standstill, speed, 982 attribute points, 10. 8 seconds for 100 meters, strength, 1,032 attribute points, bench press 165 kilograms, shooting, 1,072 attribute points, master level, ball handling, 1,011 attribute points, master level. A plethora of attributes, including data on longevity and more, were available, though he seldom took the time to peruse them. Such meaningless data in a novel is referred to as filler, deserving to be chastised by readers with a small whip. The details of his data are as follows. Through his recent endeavors, his body fat percentage has decreased further, which is quite commendable. It is important to recognize that maintaining a low body fat percentage is a challenging endeavor. Most bodybuilders typically manage to sustain theirs between 10 to 15%. Of course, there are rumors that the legendary Michael Jordan was able to maintain a body fat percentage around 5% year-round. Regardless of others' opinions, Li Feng finds this somewhat absurd. On the field, Phil Handy began sequentially measuring the basic data of everyone's height, weight, and wingspan. This segment holds little in the way of surprise or unexpected outcomes, as the data for most individuals closely aligns with the recorded figures. Ingram's static talent certainly justifies his status as the second overall pick. Standing at a height of 2.01 meters, he boasts an impressive wingspan of 2.21 meters. He believes that this remarkable reach will grant him a significant advantage on both offensive and defensive fronts in the future. This is sheer talent, something one cannot covet. This data alone could be deemed as half a model, not without reason. The testing went well, so let us proceed to the vertical leap assessment. Phil Handy smiled at him, his expression brimming with earnest anticipation for his junior. Upon hearing this, Brandon Ingram felt uplifted as well, nodding before preparing for the upcoming warm-up activities. Initially, everything was progressing smoothly during the tests. However, when it came to Li Feng's turn, Phil Handy was taken aback. He stared at the series of numbers on the display, hesitating for quite some time. A body fat percentage of 7.3. Just a month ago, your body fat percentage was still at 8.6. A body fat percentage of 7 point something is the lowest in the entire team. The perplexing part is that this kid eats so much every day. How has he managed to lose weight? Is there any sense of justice left in this world? Li Feng chuckled lightly, then casually explained, I have been focusing on managing my physique lately, and our team's diet is quite healthy, consisting entirely of low-fat meals. Phil Handy was left bewildered. Body management? Low-fat meals? Are you serious? If I didn't see you devouring 4 portions every day, I might have actually believed you. Even if you were eating konjac noodles, you still consume an excessive amount. Phil Handy rubbed his forehead, genuinely perplexed by Li Feng's claims. This kid has a bit of a trickster spirit. However, the facts were evident. They were using the most advanced body fat testing equipment available. with a margin of error not exceeding 0.2. He shook his head in resignation and said, "All right, you should prepare for the vertical jump test." "Sure," Feng replied. After everyone completed their testing, Phil Handy led the group to the vertical jump area. For this test, traditional methods proved to be the most effective. Phil Handy assessed both standing and running vertical jumps. The data for everyone was fairly standard, but Ingram's standing vertical leap astonishingly reached an incredible 278 centimeters. As for his running jump, it soared to 363 centimeters. The bystanders couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Wow, that's remarkable. Truly worthy of a second overall pick. This is pure talent. Damn, that's so cool. I wish I had your talent." Feng nodded in agreement upon hearing this. While it may not be classified as historic talent, it certainly ranks among the best for current small forwards in the NBA. Ingram indeed possesses great potential, otherwise he wouldn't later be referred to as a budget version of Durant. When it was Feng's turn to test, Ingram shot him a meaningful glance. Outside the testing area, Luke Walton, driven by curiosity, followed along. He could hardly wait to see just how capable this Feng was, the one who had triumphed over this year's first overall pick on the playground. "Come on, don't let me down." Chapter 14. There is no such thing as talent, only the sweat of hard work. "Feng, it's your turn to test," Phil Handy said with a smile, gesturing towards the vertical jump apparatus. Feng cooperatively extended his arm. Moments later, Phil Handy confirmed the data. Standing jump at 265 centimeters, quite impressive. For a guard standing nearly 2 meters tall, this wingspan and static ability are sufficient for survival in the NBA. Phil Handy then readjusted the apparatus and asked, "Do you need to warm up?" Others had arrived early and had undergone thorough warm-ups before beginning their tests. Everyone hoped to achieve a performance that would impress the coach, thereby securing more playing time. As for Feng, well, this guy had certainly warmed up his appetite. After Phil Handy made his remark, Feng lightly jumped in place a couple of times, gauging the digestion of his recent meal. "Shouldn't he affect my test, right?" "All right, I'm ready." "No need for further warm-ups?" Phil Handy inquired. Feng gently nodded, appearing prepared to commence the testing. At this moment, Phil Handy could only nod in resignation. After all, based on the video featuring Grizz, Feng's role appears to be that of a shooter, and his static talents are commendable. Therefore, the expectations for his dynamic abilities cannot be excessively high. With Kobe no longer part of the Lakers, the considerable volume of shot opportunities must be absorbed by someone, including Nick Young, Lou Williams, and Jordan Clarkson, all of whom need to share a greater offensive burden. This presents an opportunity while simultaneously imposing considerable pressure upon them. If Feng can indeed provide a reliable scoring option from beyond the arc, then he should certainly carve out a place for himself within the current Lakers roster. Thus, even if his athletic prowess is not particularly remarkable, it can be tolerated at this stage. "If you are prepared, you may commence the testing now." With Phil Handy's words, Feng relaxed and stretched before gradually accelerating. Nearby, Larry Nance, who had just completed his test, turned to Ingram and asked, "Hey, what do you think this guy's vertical leap will be?" Ingram glanced over, shrugging nonchalantly, "I don't care. It's certainly 1T surpass mine." "Haha, that's for sure," Larry Nance chuckled. At that moment, Anthony Brown joined the conversation, saying, "I believe he'll reach a maximum of about 3.4 meters, which is quite impressive considering that Asian guards do not seem to excel." The others nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Aside from the fleeting phenomenon of insanity, there appears to be a scarcity of Asian guards making their mark in the NBA. Moreover, in their eyes, Jeremy Lin cannot be regarded as a genuine Asian guard. Over the years, the only Asian player who has left an indelible impression and is universally regarded as an all-star caliber talent is the illustrious Yao Ming from China. This colossal figure from the East once humbled even the seemingly invincible Shaquille. Recently, it has come to light that the management is contemplating the recruitment of another frontline player from the Summer Kingdom. However, when it comes to guards, they truly believe that none of the players, including Feng, can deliver an exceptional performance. Perhaps this individual feigns disinterest in warming up, fearing that a subpar performance would bring him embarrassment, thereby preemptively crafting an excuse for himself. At this moment, Feng moved with an exquisite rhythm, and as he approached the height testing apparatus, he took a substantial stride, lowering his center of gravity in preparation. Then, he leapt abruptly into the air. As Feng soared, the spectators' pupils dilated in astonishment. Was he truly airborne? Am I hallucinating? How can this be possible? At that moment, Brandon Ingram was equally taken aback. He never anticipated that this individual, who seldom attended practice, could leap to such heights. With a resounding clap, Feng reached the apex of his jump, marking an astonishing record before landing gracefully. Phil gazed at the recorded measurement, incredulously muttering to himself, 364 centimeters? This kid's running jump height is nearly a meter. It's worth noting that even Russell Westbrook, renowned for his explosive dunks and dynamic athleticism, only achieves a running jump height of around 86 centimeters. On the sidelines, Luke Walton wore an expression of sheer astonishment, yet could not suppress a sense of hidden glee. He never expected Feng to possess such athletic prowess. That leap, even when considering the entirety of the league, represents an elite level of verticality. This is undoubtedly a raw gem. Who would have thought that this year not only did we secure a promising rookie like Ingram, but we also stumbled upon a treasure in the second round. God bless. If these two rookies are diligently honed, they may very well emerge as the new cornerstones of the Lakers franchise, even if they do not reach such heights. In Luke Walton's mind, he envisions their future achievements securing them a place in the team's starting lineup. Perhaps within 2 to 3 years, the Lakers will once again evolve into a team with championship potential. After a brief moment of calm, Phil announced Feng's results. His approach jump reached an impressive height of 364 centimeters, surpassing Brandon Ingram's 363 centimeters, thus securing the top position among the current participants. Feng felt neither satisfaction nor disappointment with this achievement. He rubbed his stomach, aware that he had not fully digested his meal, which had somewhat hindered his performance, preventing him from clearing even a meter. Nonetheless, it was sufficient. Feng returned to his team with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. However, his teammates, including Larry Nance, were anything but calm. The dynamism of this individual is simply astonishing. They never imagined that Feng possessed such remarkable athletic prowess. It is utterly incredible. Lee, that leap you just executed was absolutely extraordinary. How did you train your jumping abilities? Larry Nance couldn't help but inquire upon Feng's return to the team. Feng turned to him and replied with a smile. Have you ever seen the sun in Los Angeles at 4 a.m? Naturally. Larry Nance had heard this phrase from the Mamba Bible, and with a hint of hesitation, he asked, Are you suggesting that this is the secret to your success? Indeed. Feng affirmed with a nod and a smile. Larry Nance suddenly realized the truth. In this world, there is no such thing as innate talent. Only the sweat of hard work. It seemed that his own training was far from sufficient. Meanwhile, Ingram's expression fluctuated between contemplation and realization. Initially, he believed that Feng was a player who never trained and held no expectations of himself. However, he now sensed that he might have misjudged him. Chapter 15. In summer country, diligent students study in secret. Brandon Ingram could not fathom how someone who never trained could possess such exceptional explosiveness and leaping ability. With his superior wingspan and height, he held a distinct advantage in the same small forward position, even in terms of static talent. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that Feng's vertical leap surpassed his own by an entire centimeter. Talent? No, talent cannot explain everything. If this was not the result of rigorous training and relentless effort, he couldn't even begin to imagine the extent of innate talent required to achieve such effortless feats. Even Michael Jordan could not accomplish this, let alone Feng, who was merely an Asian guard. This indicated that Feng was not a player who avoided training. Rather, this individual was secretly honing his skills out of sight. Is this fellow's usual lethargy merely a fade? The sun at 4 a.m. in Los Angeles. A sight I have never witnessed myself. Feng. Ingram took the initiative to step forward and spoke. Thank you. You have enlightened me on what true diligence entails. It should be an endeavor of quietly bettering oneself away from the spotlight. Today, I have truly gained a great deal. Feng was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively scratched the back of his head. Wait, how did I become intertwined with the concept of hard work? Shouldn't you all be lamenting how unfair life is? After witnessing my performance? What is the reason behind this inspired demeanor? However, never mind, how others perceive it is of little consequence to oneself. Judging by Ingram's expression of sudden realization, it seems unlikely that any locker room issues will arise in the future, which is indeed a positive development. Following a series of evaluations, the fundamental athletic data of the participants has been released. Among them, Ingram, as the second overall pick, displayed remarkably impressive metrics as anticipated. Yet, the most astonishing revelation was that Feng possessed talent that was entirely inconsistent with that of a second-round draft pick. At this moment, Ingram's impression of Li Feng has significantly improved. The most effective way to earn the respect of others is undoubtedly through one's prowess. And it is evident that Li Feng has achieved this. Li Feng, if you have time tonight, would you care to engage in a friendly match with me? Let us play a few rounds and exchange techniques, Ingram proposed. His request stemmed not only from his acknowledgement of Li Feng's abilities, but also from his curiosity about how this remarkable Asian guard would measure up against him. The surrounding crowd, having just finished their assessments, erupted in excitement upon hearing these words. Does this mean there will be a game tonight? Fantastic. I relish the prospect of joining in the fun. Come on, let us spar a little. We will soon be competing together. So it would be beneficial to familiarize ourselves with each other. Unmoved by the surrounding enthusiasm, Li Feng shrugged and declined, saying, I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to. Following Li Feng's rejection, Ingram appeared somewhat disappointed. However, he did not press further and simply nodded. All right then, perhaps next time. Li Feng dared not linger, fearing that Phil Handy might change his mind and compel him to join in the training. Training was an impossibility for him. It was simply out of the question. As he hurriedly departed, Larry Nance remarked, he must be in a rush for practice. No wonder he excels. Haven't T you heard? In the Summer Kingdom, it seems the diligent students are the ones who study in secret. Jordan Clarkson interjected suddenly. Is that so? Larry Nance appeared unfamiliar with this notion. Of course. Damn, no wonder we seldom see this guy during training. He must be off honing his skills in private. How inconsiderate. Nance seemed to have grasped the crux of the issue, shaking his fist in frustration. Listening to their conversation, Ingram approached Phil Handy and inquired, Mr. Handy, may I ask your thoughts on this? If Li Feng and I were to compete, who do you think would emerge victorious? Ingram felt a strong curiosity regarding Li Feng's performance that evening. Yet, the pride of being a second overall pick led him to subconsciously believe that he would prevail. He was determined to win. As the seasoned trainer of the Lakers, Phil Handy hesitated for a moment upon hearing the question, seemingly contemplating how to respond. After a brief pause, he cautiously replied, well, until a match actually commences, no one can predict the outcome with certainty. Even I cannot confidently assert who would have the upper hand. Moreover, I am still trying to gauge Li Feng's capabilities. However, I can tell you that Li Feng recently triumphed over Ben Simmons. You know, that as the first overall pick. Though this statement may seem vague and lacking a definitive answer, Ingram discerned its underlying meaning. The individual had triumphed as the first pick, while you were merely the second. Nonetheless, the superiority of the first pick over the second is not an absolute matter. After all, Jordan once lost the top spot to Hakeem Olajuwon. Yet, he remains undeniably the greatest of all time. Ingram was taken aback, pondering how many secrets Li Feng harbored that he was unaware of. It seemed imperative for him to train with greater diligence. That evening, in Luke Walton's office, Phil Handy presented his testing data, eliciting a series of nods from Walton, who appeared quite pleased. This was truly a remarkable find. I believe we should thoroughly analyze this young man's positioning. I foresee him being immensely beneficial on the court. Phil, honestly, I am already looking forward to seeing his performance in the Summer League. Don't you share my anticipation? Goodness. I genuinely must thank Gris for not allowing me to overlook such a promising player. Phil Handy smiled awkwardly, expressing his anticipation. Yet he was even more eager to see this young talent on the training ground the following day. Remarkably, within mere seconds of concluding the testing, Li Feng vanished from his sight. 5 seconds, indeed, no more than 5. The speed at which they move is simply wasted if not utilized for fast breaks throughout the game. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Phil Handy departed from the office. Luke Walton, still brimming with excitement, paced back and forth in his office. He added Li Feng's name to the list of starting players for the Summer League, contemplated for a moment, and then crossed out one name, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, upon returning to his apartment, Li Feng was greeted by Bai Qian's lackluster hello. Perplexed, he inquired about what had transpired. To which Bai Qian turned her MacBook screen towards him and said, once you watch this video, you'll understand. Chapter 16. Look at that person. He resembles a chicken. Bai Qian's expression conveyed a sense of helplessness, suggesting she had encountered difficulties at work. After all, in this foreign land, he was one of the few she could confide in. Hence, Li Feng settled at the table in the living room to watch the video. Bai Qian rested her chin on her hand, her delicate feet swinging idly beneath her white nightgown as she sighed. Our editor insists that I arrange an interview program, promising a raise for a job well done, but all he provided was this video. Oh my, isn't this just torturous? My colleagues claim this task is impossible. They say the editor is merely making things difficult for me due to my poor performance and has no intention of giving me a raise. With that, she pouted, clearly exasperated. Li Feng glanced at the video. It was filmed in the late afternoon, the lighting inadequate, and the crowd chaotic, resulting in poor quality. Half of the footage focused on nostrils, while the other half showcased feet. Considering the technology of the time, the image resolution was subpar, and after watching for a while, he still couldn't discern the video's intention. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng asked, "What kind of interview program are you supposed to arrange?" Bai Qian replied with a hint of resignation, "You can't see it clearly, can you? Look further back. Do you see over there?" Her fingers, smooth and white like scallions, pointed at the screen. It was then that Li Feng noticed two indistinct figures in the corner of the video, without clear features. They could easily be mistaken for NPCs in a video game. What are they doing? Why does it look like they're fighting chickens? He mused. "Playing basketball," Bai Qian exclaimed. "Oh my, with this video, who could possibly discern what is happening? The editor wants me to find the players in this video and conduct a special interview. If I can find them, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack." Bai Qian seemed to find a vent for her frustration, nodding vigorously, "Exactly." The editor also mentioned that one of the players is Ben Simmons, this year's NBA first pick, whose schedule is packed, but the other is some obscure player. Not worth much, and he wants me to interview him. But let me tell you, that other player is impressive too. He not only played with Simmons but also defeated him. Otherwise, the editor wouldn't have assigned me to interview him. But where am I supposed to find him based on this video? Sometimes, I really wish I could be Peter Parker, so I could film myself and make money. Upon hearing this, Li Feng instinctively blurted out, "With your skills, you could start filming yourself and earn money right now." "Really? How do I do that? Teach me." Bai Qian responded, her naivety catching Li Feng off guard. How could he explain the filming process to her? Would he have to demonstrate it? Indeed. Sincerity is a potent weapon. Ahem, we can discuss this matter later. Just then, Li Feng suddenly realized something. Wait a moment, I defeated Simmons? Reflecting for a bit, he began to recognize the scene in the video. Right? Isn't that where I play basketball? 3rd Avenue Basketball Park. All this time, I had been cursing myself. Bai Qian, noticing Li Feng's peculiar expression, tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" Li Feng hesitated, almost revealing his thoughts but swallowed them back. Well, it seemed that none of the criticisms were directed at Bai Qian. She was merely relaying the editor's words, while the rest were his own self-reproaches. Suppressing his frustration, he turned to her and said, "Do you believe I can find the person you mentioned?" "Really?" Bai Qian's eyes lit up, sparkling like a clear spring. Li Feng nodded. "Indeed. If you can find that obscure player, I wouldn't know how to repay you." Li Feng waved his hand, saying, "Forget about repayment. Just change how you refer to him." "Huh? But I don't know his name," Bai Qian replied innocently. "You do know." "I know. That person is me." "What?" Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, clearly shocked by the revelation. However, her surprise was fleeting as she asked, "Will you accept my interview?" Li Feng did not respond directly but instead questioned, "Aren't you going to doubt this?" "Why should I doubt it? Are you deceiving me?" Bai Qian looked at him quizzically. "No, I'm not deceiving you." "Then, I'm in the clear." "All right." Li Feng slapped his forehead, genuinely unsure how to counter her. This naive girl wouldn't even know how to count money if she got cheated. "Are there any requirements for this interview? Is it feasible in here?" "Probably not." Bai Qian shook her head. "Such interviews don't work well indoors. It's best to conduct them at the basketball court." "Oh, that is fine. It may be a bit troublesome, but I don't mind. After all, I don't have training today and have plenty of time." Bai Qian looked at Li Feng, hesitating before speaking. "Will it be too much trouble for you? Our editor is a bit stingy. He set the interview fee quite low." "Ah?" Li Feng feigned surprise. "My appearance fee isn't low." "Well, what will you do if you can't afford it?" "How much is your appearance fee?" "I have some savings." "I'm not sure if it's enough." Bai Qian frowned, seemingly calculating her finances. Seeing her earnest contemplation made Li Feng chuckle, and he decided to stop teasing her. "All right, considering how delicious your cooking was yesterday, I'll let you off this time and won't charge you." Bai Qian exclaimed in delight, then, "I'll cook for you again in the future." "Deal." Li Feng truly relished the dishes she prepared, as the so-called American fast food pales in comparison to the culinary delights of Sichuan, Shandong, Guangdong, and Huaiyang. However, his own culinary skills could only be described as mediocre, barely satisfying the palate. "By the way, which sports media do you work for? Are you familiar with ESPN?" "What? You work at ESPN? Does that mean my interview will be broadcast nationwide?" Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that fame was within his grasp? Chapter 17. Keeping up with Li Feng's rhythm, steady. Bai Qian noticed that Li Feng seemed to have misunderstood something. so she quickly waved her hands and said, "No. What I meant was that we, like ESPN, operate as a television broadcasting media. Moreover, my workplace is right across from the ESPN television building." "Oh, I see." Li Feng chuckled. Indeed, he had found it peculiar that his current performance would attract the attention of such a venerable media outlet like ESPN, especially considering that the content of that video resembled mere hearsay. Whether it was about basketball or fencing, no one could discern the truth. Reputable companies are typically reluctant to report on information from dubious sources. After confirming the interview time for the following day, Li Feng decided to take a shower. He had exerted himself during dinner and was drenched in sweat. Upon finishing his shower, he noticed that Bai Qian had not gone to rest but was busy in the kitchen. Glancing at the plate of spicy kidney dishes on the table, he exclaimed, "Girl, you're playing with fire." Bai Qian paused her chopping and looked up, saying, "But how can you cook without fire?" Li Feng swore to the heavens that he would never joke with this clueless girl again. It was utterly pointless. Perhaps to express her gratitude for Li Feng's assistance, Bai Qian prepared 2 additional dishes that evening, along with a simple seaweed and egg soup. With 3 dishes and a soup, each plate was a feast for the senses. And Li Feng was thoroughly satisfied. After indulging in a hearty meal, that night, while lying in bed scrolling through his phone, he suddenly stumbled upon a collaboration video between Nike and Simmons. The scene was set against a vibrant night backdrop, filled with lively street ambience, showcasing the versatile Simmons on the court. This video has indeed achieved remarkable success, nearly fulfilling the collective fantasies surrounding the NBA's top draft pick, and has garnered numerous accolades, propelling it to the trending charts of social media. In the caption beneath the video, pinned in Simmons' tone, it states, "July 7th, Las Vegas, see you at the Summer League." Clearly, this is an effort to generate buzz for his impending entrance into the NBA. It is now 2 in the morning, which, in reality, has already transitioned into July 5th. One wonders who his opponent will be in the upcoming match. After all, Simmons still owes himself $10,000. Perhaps it is best to wait until they meet again to collect. If too much time passes, he may even accrue some interest. As the sun gradually ascends, casting a faint blush across the horizon, and while he listens to the soothing sounds of life and vitality, Li Feng drifts into a satisfied slumber. However, around 8 o'clock, his phone abruptly interrupts the tranquility. "Buzz, hello?" Although a slight reduction in sleep does little to affect Li Feng, being suddenly awakened is far from pleasant. In a haze between dreams and reality, he recognizes a familiar voice on the other end. "Feel handy, Li Feng. Hurry to the team training. Coach Walton will familiarize you with the tactics today. We are heading to Las Vegas tomorrow." "Why are we going there?" "I stand against gambling and vice." "What? It's not a vacation. Don't you know we have our opening game in the Summer League the day after tomorrow?" What opening game?" Li Feng slightly pauses, processing the information. "Wait, the game is the day after tomorrow? Why has no one informed me? I had no idea." Philhandy's tone reveals his exasperation. "We mentioned it during training, but it's understandable that you didn't catch it, to be honest. We had planned on letting you play at all." Li Feng, now much more awake, sits up in bed and stretches, replying, "All right. I'll come take a look later. Don't show up at mealtime. I summoned you for training. Coach Walton has already mentioned you for a starting position, young man. Seize this opportunity and do not squander your talent." Listening to Phil Handy's earnest admonition, Li Feng nods in acknowledgement. It must be said that he is indeed a trainer who cares for his players. He decides to check things out today, especially since he is also scheduled to be interviewed by Bai Qian at the arena. As Li Feng prepares for his morning routine, he notices a delightful spread of enticing dishes on the table, thoughtfully covered with plastic wrap. Bai Qian had left for work early. He can hardly fathom what time she must have risen to prepare such a feast. With a resigned smile, Li Feng shakes his head at her thoughtfulness. After finishing his meal, he mounts his modified V8 electric bike. The small vehicle transformed and reconfigured in an uncanny manner, with its massive engine and cooling system forcibly crammed inside. The current electric steed bore little resemblance to its former self, with the accelerator floored. The Dodge Tomahawk appeared to weep, while the Eco Warrior crumbled in despair. With a thunderous roar from the engine, Li Feng launched into action, achieving a breathtaking acceleration from 0 to 100 in a mere 1.9 seconds, taking off from a standstill. A nearby Tesla owner stood dumbfounded at the spectacle. Though both were electric vehicles, what was this phenomenon? Upon arriving at the arena, Luke Walton, arms crossed, nodded slightly in his direction. "Welcome, hurry and change. We need to familiarize ourselves with the tactics," he said. Li Feng nodded and made his way to the locker room. Larry Nance, glancing enviously, remarked, How wonderful it is that the head coach speaks to him first. I too aspire to become like Li Feng. Jordan Clarkson shrugged and replied, come on. That's pure talent. It's unattainable. Nonsense, Larry Nance insisted earnestly. His success is a product of hard work. Okay. Can you relax? As official players of the Lakers, we should focus on our performance, nothing else intended, Clarkson responded, sensing Nance's seriousness. You can afford to relax. The team is supposed to nurture you. You have no idea of the pressure we face, Nance sighed, remaining resolute in his perspective. I want to observe how he trains. I need to learn his methods. Averaging 5 points last season, he did not believe such statistics would secure his place in the NBA. He yearned for improvement. The emergence of Li Feng instilled in him a sense of hope that an ordinary person could achieve a remarkable turnaround. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Is that how improvement happens? Anthony Brown inquired curiously. With an average of only 4 points last season, his performance could barely be deemed satisfactory. Brown felt a pressing urgency, sensing the team might demote him this season. Thus, he hoped for a breakthrough that would reveal his value to the head coach and secure his position. Larry Nance looked at Anthony Brown and nodded with significant understanding. I believe that keeping pace with Li Feng will ensure stability. Chapter 18. He must have his reasons for doing this. Currently, the Lakers, in terms of both the depth of their player roster and the absolute prowess of their star players, do not stand as a formidable team within the Western Conference. Indeed, one could argue that the Lakers dynasty came to an end several years ago, regardless of their reluctance to admit it. The continuous absence from the playoffs over the years has nearly led all Lakers fans to accept this reality. Today, the Los Angeles Lakers primarily focus on training new players, providing them with opportunities for growth and performance, while simultaneously seeking avenues for reinforcement. Even if the team struggles over the next couple of seasons, the priority remains on swiftly enhancing the overall capabilities of the players. This is the current primary thought of Luke Walton in coaching his team. It is for this reason that he has chosen to deliberately train and arrange tactics during this seemingly inconsequential summer league, aiming to maximize each player's unique attributes. Currently, Jordan Clarkson's performance has met expectations, contributing an average of around 15 points per game, while Julius Randle has displayed a relatively stable performance, proving to be a solid role player. As for Lou Williams, recently acquired from the Rockets, he has also delivered impressive performances, often shouldering the offensive responsibilities and becoming a key scoring asset for the Lakers. Everything appears to be progressing positively. However, Luke Walton understands that this is far from sufficient. They lack superstar-caliber players with absolute strength, such as LeBron James and Anthony Davis. How wonderful would it be if they could join the Lakers? Unfortunately, such an idea seems rather implausible. Presently, LeBron's Cavaliers have just secured the championship and are basking in their glory. It would be unrealistic for him to harbor such thoughts. For now, he can only hope that Brandon Ingram quickly delivers results. As for Li Feng, to be honest, he cannot quite grasp what to make of this player. Although he appeared indifferent while Walton was explaining the tactics, Li Feng has never faltered when executing them, even performing better than Clarkson, who is more familiar with the Lakers' strategies. He naturally positions himself where he is supposed to be, showcasing an impressive tactical intuition that is indeed rare. However, given the limited time for team cohesion, Walton has refrained from assigning overly complex tactics. Currently, he has designated Li Feng's role as a stationary shooter on the perimeter. Nonetheless, considering Li Feng's previously displayed athletic prowess, Walton has also devised some movement and shooting strategies for him. Sitting on the bench, Walton glanced at his watch. It was 10:15. All right, if everyone has memorized the tactics, let's proceed with a set of drills. Upon hearing this, Phil Handy immediately became alert, his gaze fixed on Li Feng to prevent him from slipping away unnoticed. However, he was surprised to find that Li Feng remained steadfastly in the center of the court, showing no intention of escaping. Ah, has he matured? Handy chuckled and began leading the others through the training. Larry Nance and Anthony Brown closely followed Li Feng at the end of the line, mirroring his training pace. After a while, Anthony Brown was the first to voice a question. Hey Nance, don't you think this guy is slacking off? Slacking off? Nance stroked his chin, agreeing that Li Feng's training intensity seemed rather low. However, he shook his head and confidently replied, he must have his reasons. Really? Anthony Brown remained skeptical, but decided to continue training alongside him. Phil Handy, observing the trio of seaweeds swaying at the tail end of the line, sighed helplessly. Initially, only Li Feng exhibited this behavior, but now it seemed to be a burgeoning trend. He could not help but wonder if Coach Walton's decision to rely on this young man would ultimately prove to be a blessing or a curse. At 11 o'clock sharp, Bai Qian and the photographer arrived at the Staples Center. After presenting their press credentials, they were escorted inside the arena. Upon Bai Qian's entrance, she instantly drew the attention of the crowd. This was partly due to her identity as a journalist, and partly because of her striking beauty. When at work, Bai Qian emanated an aura akin to a rare flower on a distant peak, her every gesture reminiscent of an icy beauty, alluring yet unattainable. "Hey Clarkson, did you see that? That girl is adorable. She's the most beautiful Asian woman I've ever seen," Larry Nance remarked, his eyes lighting up. Jordan Clarkson wiped the sweat from his brow. "Indeed, but why would a reporter come to interview now? It's just the Summer League." Nance shrugged. "It could be to interview Ingram. After all, the upcoming game will be his first matchup against the top pick, Simmons. It's only natural for journalists to be interested." "That makes sense. It likely won't be anyone else." "Hey Ingram, perhaps she is here to interview you. You're quite lucky to encounter such a beautiful reporter. Remember to get her contact information for me," Clarkson joked, flashing a grin at Ingram, who appeared somewhat awkward in response. Scratching his head, Bai Qian slowly walked into the arena, her gaze wandering curiously. After a moment, her eyes seemed to catch sight of something, and she smiled gently. That smile was as warm as the melting snow, causing breaths to momentarily halt. "Li Feng," Bai Qian called out, waving her hand from the sidelines. At this moment, Li Feng noticed Bai Qian, who was clad in a cream-colored professional outfit paired with black Balenciaga. He set aside the basketball in his hand and approached her with a friendly greeting. "You arrived quite early. Shall we commence today's interview?" "Yes. I hope I'm not interrupting your training," she replied. "Not at all," Li Feng assured her, seemingly aware of the indifference etched on Phil Handy's face. He turned his head and continued, "Shall we begin now?" "Certainly. Here are several questions I have prepared. You may want to contemplate your responses, as this interview will be aired on television." "That's fine. Just go ahead," Bai Qian replied with a nod, and the two settled into chairs in the nearby resting area. Meanwhile, Ingram, who had already risen to prepare for the interview, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After standing awkwardly for half a minute, he seized the opportunity when no one was watching to feign a casual stretch before quietly taking his seat again. His expression betrayed a mixture of envy and resentment. Who, in fact, is the true runner-up in this lineup? Larry Nance, with a look of envy and introspection, mused to himself, "I always knew that training alongside Li Feng was undoubtedly the right decision. Without having played a single game, I am already graced with the presence of such stunning beauty for an interview. Oh my God." Jordan Clarkson felt an urge to express his disdain. This has nothing to do with his inexplicable training, does it? However, Anthony Brown, standing nearby, surprisingly nodded in agreement. "I should not doubt Li Feng. He is indeed a genius." For the first time, a thought of wanting to leave the team flickered in Jordan Clarkson's mind. Let's start anew. This account is done for. Chapter 19. Durant has lost his roots. During the interview, Li Feng responded to numerous questions, each answer leaving the photographer responsible for recording speechless. Had he defeated an NBA first overall pick? What's so exciting about that? Isn't it quite normal? Are you looking forward to meeting them again in the Summer League? Honestly, I'm more eager to return home for a rest. Oh no, Simmons still owes me money, so perhaps there is a bit of anticipation. As for the goals of the Summer League, frankly, I have no objectives until I see the beauties of Las Vegas. Unlike others who spouted grandiose declarations during interviews, Li Feng came across as an unabashedly arrogant individual, seemingly oblivious to his own hubris. Simmons owes him money? God bless. That is truly the most ludicrous pre-game banter I have ever heard. Out of professional courtesy, the photographer suppressed his urge to comment and quietly completed the day's interview recording. He could hardly wait to see the reactions when this interview airs, to ensure the players have ample time to rest for their journey to Las Vegas the next day. The team concluded practice early at noon. Li Feng missed out on the nutritious meal prepared for the team that evening, leaving him with a sense of incompleteness for the day. While idly scrolling through his phone, he stumbled upon several trending news stories on recent sports forums. On July 5th, Durant officially announced his joining the Warriors. Is the league on the brink of transformation? Legendary Lakers star Kobe Bryant declared that the Lakers would not be tanking in the upcoming season. The first report lacked a video of Durant himself responding. It merely showcased images released by official media and a statement he posted on social platforms. Nonetheless, this event ignited significant controversy. In no time, an avalanche of comments labeling him a traitor and a coward flooded the comments section. Meanwhile, renowned domestic basketball commentator Stephen Whale directly stated that Durant has lost his roots. Feng was no stranger to such grand spectacles in his previous life. However, one must concede that Kevin Durant's joining the Warriors will undoubtedly revolutionize the entire landscape of the league. This also signifies the formal emergence of the formidable Super Warriors that instilled fear in every opposing team. I wonder if I might ever have the opportunity to compete against them. Another topic of great interest is the recent interview with Kobe Bryant, in which he asserted that the Los Angeles Lakers have no intention of tanking in the upcoming season and are diligently preparing for it. This pronouncement prior to the season can indeed serve as a source of inspiration, considering the NBA's nature as a commercial league, perhaps spurred on by the Lakers' upper management. Moreover, this news bears a slight personal connection. During the final segment of the interview, Kobe's commentary about himself was also included. His remark, "He is not a true Laker," has certainly dominated the comment section. Who possesses such stature to elicit such an assessment from Kobe? It's quite amusing, truly a moment of social embarrassment. The production team even thoughtfully isolated this segment, which is utterly delightful. Yet, this individual does exhibit a certain audacity. As a second-round pick, he dares to skip training. Does he not realize that Kobe is renowned as a training fanatic? I find myself anticipating the performance of this non-Laker. As a rookie for the Lakers, he should participate in the Summer League, and perhaps we shall soon witness his capabilities. However, if you were the coach, would you grant playing time to someone who shows a lack of commitment in training? Unless Luke Walton is out of his mind. The online community is abuzz with discussions. Yet Feng remains unfazed by their chatter. It's time for rest. Tomorrow's journey will be long. Las Vegas, the gambling capital. The flight carrying the 75 heirs has just landed 10 minutes ago. For the hard-won first overall pick, Ben Simmons, the 75 heirs hold him in high regard. Coach Brown vividly recalls the scouting report on Simmons, which described him as possessing the physique and strength of a power forward combined with the court vision and passing skills of a point guard, endowed with the physical gifts to match up against all 5 positions in the NBA. To be candid, he could very well become the second LeBron James. Furthermore, Philadelphia currently requires a player with such abilities and talents to support Joel Embiid. As for the so-called shooting issues that have drawn criticism towards Simmons, in the eyes of our three-point enthusiast, Embiid, this is of little concern. The entire organization harbors high expectations for Simmons, even though they have heard about his recent one-on-one defeat against Feng. Nevertheless, the management considers this to be a trivial matter. This has not shaken the team's confidence in Simmons. After all, it was merely an inconsequential one-on-one match, largely dictated by fortune, and Simmons likely did not exhibit his full prowess. The Summer League signifies a fresh beginning. Welcome to Las Vegas. Regarding the upcoming match, do you feel confident? Of course, Coach, Simmons replied with a smile, his expression brimming with assurance. During his college years, he averaged 19.2 points, 11.8 rebounds, and 4.8 assists per game, earning accolades as the nation's top rookie and a place on the All-American Collegiate Basketball First Team. The Summer League, it seems, poses no significant challenge for him. Seeing you in such good form puts me at ease. You know, our first game is against the Los Angeles Lakers. While that player named Feng may not start, you should have the opportunity to face him. I hope this time you won't hold back. Show that kid what you're made of. Simmons nodded. This time, I will bring my best game to confront him. Moreover, my objective is not solely him, but rather the victory in every match. The coach smiled, appreciating Simmons' character. Then I wish you great success in the game. I have invited several media representatives to witness the event. Your photos will grace the largest pages of their reports. Rest assured, Coach, I am fully prepared to embrace my inaugural battle in the NBA. The following day, Feng arrived in Las Vegas with the team. The team manager first settled them into their hotel, then guided them to familiarize themselves with the venue for the match on July 7th. The Central Sports Arena in Las Vegas is a grand establishment of considerable scale and prestige. The opening game of the Summer League will unfold here. Brandon Ingram felt a surge of excitement within him. After all, as one of the protagonists in tomorrow's match, this will be his first opportunity to perform before an audience since joining the NBA. He aims to create a flawless beginning that will ensure everyone remembers him. This year's rookies include not only Ben Simmons, but also Brandon Ingram. Chapter 20. What qualifies him for a starting position? The Summer League is not typically a high-profile event. However, it garners significant attention each year due to the presence of the first overall pick and various promising newcomers. Thus, the spotlight often shines brighter on the players themselves than on the games. This is why numerous media outlets focus intently on these intriguing rookie players, such as Philadelphia's first overall pick Simmons and the Lakers' second overall pick Ingram. Although Jaylen Brown is also a formidable third pick, he does not quite command the same level of intrigue as the other two. Naturally, the anticipation surrounding the first game featuring the number 1 and 2 draft picks led to an unprecedented rush for tickets to the Summer League, which sold out almost instantaneously. Despite the relatively modest ticket prices, around a few dozen each, this fervor reflects the enthusiasm of fans and media alike. On July 7th at 8:00 a.m., a throng of enthusiastic fans had already gathered outside the Center Arena in Las Vegas. Feng was awakened early and joined his teammates to assemble at the venue. Before departing, Phil Handy advised him, "This is a rare opportunity for you to start. Make sure to cherish it." Feng nodded and inquired, "What are the team's expectations for me?" Handy responded, "The expectations are not excessively high. Even if you start, your playing time will be limited. If you can score around 10 points in this game, that should suffice." At that moment, head coach Luke Walton approached and inquired, "What are you two discussing?" Feng reiterated the question he had posed earlier, and the response he received was, "Do not dwell on trivial matters. Simply strive to be your authentic self. Even if you underperform, it is merely part of the game." Walton, with a mindset focused on development, had embarked on the new season without aspirations of contending for a championship with such a roster. Indeed, apart from vying for the top draft pick, accomplishing anything else seemed a daunting challenge. Even the notion of reaching the playoffs felt like an extravagant dream. However, perhaps holding on to a glimmer of hope for Feng. Walton added, "Of course, if you manage to secure 10 points and 3 assists in this game, that would signify exceeding expectations." Feng pondered for a moment before silently nodding in agreement. This request is not particularly challenging. One might even describe it as rather effortless. Even when Feng is not in a serious state, achieving this objective remains a relatively straightforward endeavor. During the Summer League, the opponents he faces are merely a collection of inexperienced rookies and free agents, whose offensive and defensive experiences starkly contrast with those of seasoned NBA professionals. However, just as Feng sets foot into the player's tunnel, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly resonates in his ear. On the court, the Philadelphia 76ers have commenced their warm-up. Each successful shot made by Simmons during practice elicits a chorus of applause from the audience. "So impressive. Cool, Simmons. Keep it up. Dunk it, dunk it." Simmons, grinning, displays his extraordinary talent with unabashed flair. His robust physique is even more astonishing in close proximity. The reverberations of the rim echo clearly in the ears of every spectator. With a resounding thud, Simmons executes a thunderous fold-back dunk, propelling the atmosphere to a fever pitch before the game has even begun. Good heavens. This is pure talent. This is the number 1 pick. Absolutely stunning. This is utterly insane. To be candid, I can hardly fathom how the Lakers will compete in this match. I am eager to witness this individual's performance in the NBA, truly. As the Lakers take to the court, Ingram's expression is somewhat dismal. Clearly, not a single cheer is directed towards him. Clarkson, a veteran player, is all too familiar with such circumstances and, with an encouraging pat on Ingram's shoulder, imparts wisdom in a seasoned tone. "Rookie, the applause you will hear when you can truly stand on your own will be the sweetest. Do not concern yourself with these trivial matters for now." Ingram, regaining his composure, nods meaningfully. Satisfied, Clarkson turns to see that Feng's expression is even more morose than Ingram's. After all, Ingram, being a high draft pick, has a legitimate reason for disappointment. But what is Feng's excuse as a second-round pick? Both Clarkson and the others are perplexed by this turn of events and unsure of how to console him. Choose a silent camaraderie instead. Feng feels a touch of helplessness, for just moments ago, the system had assigned him 2 tasks. Experts never strike lightly. Task: during the Summer League, average fewer than 5 shot attempts per game. Reward: a luxurious penthouse apartment in downtown Los Angeles. The second task, comparatively, appears to be less daunting. Is this truly your defense? Task: during this match, achieve a shooting accuracy exceeding 80% when shooting against the defense. Reward: 3 guaranteed 2-point shot cards. Well, the number of attempts must not exceed 5 per game while maintaining an 80% shooting accuracy. However, if this is accomplished, it will indeed satisfy Luke Walton's earlier remarks regarding on-court performance. With an average of 5 attempts at an 80% accuracy, scoring 10 points seems quite attainable. On the court, The host gradually began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed media friends, the highly anticipated game is about to commence. Today, we will witness the clash between the Los Angeles Lakers' second overall pick, Brandon Ingram, and the Philadelphia 76ers' first overall talent, Ben Simmons. Let us eagerly await the start of this thrilling contest. The audience erupted in excited cheers, as the Summer League offers the simplest means for most to encounter NBA stars. It must be said that this year's two draft prodigies truly command attention, with the venue nearly at full capacity. They are indeed the focal point of this match. After warming up, the bench players have returned to the sidelines, with Simmons and Ingram both starting the game. Amidst the audience's fervent cheers, the air crackled with anticipation. The appearance of the two immediately captivated the spectators. Yet, moments later, a wave of confusion swept through the crowd. Wait, did you see that? The Lakers have actually started an Asian player. Does anyone know his background? Is he simply a random player? Oh, I know. He's the one Kobe mentioned in an interview yesterday, the one who never trains Asian players. How did Luke Walton allow him to start? Upon hearing this, various media outlets swiftly turned their cameras toward Feng, momentarily overshadowing the much-hyped duel between the so-called top rookies. Noticing Ingram's resentful gaze beside him, Feng was taken aback. What did I do? Chapter 21. Is Feng resorting to desperate measures? Although Feng's presence indeed stirred a slight commotion, it was not a significant matter. With the referee's whistle, the basketball was tossed high into the air. The game officially commenced. The jump ball was contested between Ben Simmons and Brandon Ingram, with Ingram attempting to leverage his height and wingspan to secure possession for his team. However, to his surprise, Ben Simmons leaped ahead, utilizing his remarkable physical prowess and exceptional leaping ability to seize the ball. Once the 76ers gained possession, the backcourt players swiftly initiated the advance. A long pass sent the ball soaring to Simmons, who rapidly charged into the paint, outpacing Ingram and finishing with a thunderous dunk. The ease with which he executed the play was astonishing. Ingram, caught off guard for a moment, was swiftly bypassed. The 76ers quickly secured the first 2 points and promptly returned to defense. Ingram received a pass from Anthony Brown and quickly pushed forward. However, he was met at the three-point line by Simmons, which slowed his momentum. With Simmons' quick footwork, Ingram struggled to find a suitable offensive opportunity and opted to pass to Feng on the wing. At this moment, the commentator mic jested. It appears that Ingram has yet to acclimate to the pace of the game as it unfolds. Indeed, Simmons has orchestrated a rapid tempo for this match. Exhibiting exceptional form, he seems determined to seize victory today. However, one wonders how the Lakers will respond in the coming moments. Meanwhile, Feng found himself closely monitored by Jess Selby as he scanned the court, noticing that Ingram appeared to be searching for an opportunity to penetrate. On the perimeter, Jordan Clarkson was poised to receive the ball for a shot, yet Feng chose to disregard him. It would be more advantageous for him to take the shot himself, simultaneously fulfilling a task set by the system. Amidst Feng's ball handling, commentator Mike chuckled. It seems this Lakers player is at a loss on how to manage the ball in such a high-stakes event. He remains stationary, seeking opportunities, yet Selby's defense is commendable, making it increasingly challenging for him to find an offensive opening. With only 6 seconds remaining, will he manage to locate an opportunity to pass the ball? At that moment, another commentator, Green, remarked, "I sense a predicament. It appears this player still lacks experience." They unanimously believed that this would be the first timeout violation of the match. However, after surveying his surroundings, Feng unexpectedly raised the ball above his head and initiated a shooting motion. Commentator Mike was taken aback by this scene. Could this individual possibly intend to shoot over the opposing defender? In my eyes, he seemed to be resorting to desperate measures, clearly flustered. It was an obviously poor shot selection. Yet, before the words had fully escaped his lips, Feng released a three-pointer in an instant. The ball pierced through the center of the hoop with precision. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed as the Los Angeles Lakers secured their first basket, confidently nailing a three-pointer. Mike was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with awkwardness. What a shot! I never anticipated this individual's shooting to be so consistently accurate. Yet truth be told, I would not choose such a shot under normal circumstances. At this moment, Green chuckled softly. However, such attempts are inherently challenging, and the average shooting percentage would undoubtedly be low. Hopefully, he will opt for a more sensible approach next time. On the court, Simmons was reminded of familiar memories as he witnessed Feng sink yet another three-pointer. He had once been punished by that very shot. He understood better than anyone that Li Feng's success was not mere luck. It was a testament to genuine shooting prowess. Despite the temporary deficit on the scoreboard, Simmons remained unfazed. He would soon reclaim the lead. Due to his elevated tactical position, the initiator of this offensive play remained Simmons. After advancing the ball past half-court, he once again faced Ingram's defense. In this instance, his teammate opted to set a screen, allowing Simmons to capitalize on the fleeting moment of hesitation from Ingram. As he surged forward with remarkable agility, driving straight to the basket. Although Julius Randle had rapidly positioned himself to defend, Simmons executed a delicately arched layup, successfully scoring. The score now stood at 4-3. One cannot deny that Simmons' shooting efficiency in the paint is exceptionally high. He had already amassed 4 points at the onset, suggesting that this game was poised to transform into his personal showcase. What response would Brandon Ingram conjure at this juncture? As the Lakers prepared for an inbounds play, Jordan Clarkson advanced the ball past half-court. Randle positioned himself near the elbow for a screen, but suddenly, Ingram maneuvered into an advantageous spot, effectively sealing off the inside position. Observing this, Clarkson lofted the ball towards Ingram in the post. Upon receiving the pass, Ingram shielded Simmons with his body, poised to launch a thunderous two-handed dunk. However, he was unprepared for the fact that the physical confrontation had failed to create the necessary space. As Simmons leapt simultaneously beside him, delivering a clean, emphatic block. The force of the impact sent the basketball soaring beyond the three-point line. Grant of the 76ers seized the rebound and swiftly executed a fast break, scoring an uncontested layup. The scoreboard flickered once more, now reading 6-3. Damn, Ingram silently cursed. He had not anticipated such an inauspicious start. Simmons' prowess was undeniable, and today, there was an aura about him that felt markedly different, an intense determination to win. On the sidelines, Luke Walton sat silently on the coaching bench, his expression revealing a tinge of conflict. He had not expected Simmons to exhibit such dominion on both ends of the court right from the start. It seemed the 76ers had indeed struck gold. Old friend, what do you think? My players are quite impressive, aren't they? Brett Brown, the head coach of the 76ers, approached with a grin. Oh, the game has barely begun. Walton replied nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, then let us wait and see. Coach Brown chuckled, taking a leisurely sip of water. However, I stand by my belief that Simmons will undoubtedly secure the Rookie of the Year honors this season. Gazing at Brown's smug expression, Walton remained silent. Yet a fire ignited within him. Damn it, anyone will do. Let us get this guy and show him what's what. How long can he maintain this arrogance? I have faith in our rookie. Ultimately, the truth will prevail. Coach Brown, unfazed, chuckled lightly. Huh. Well then, I wish you luck. Chapter 22. When will you repay the money you owe me? After several exchanges, the score had escalated to 15-10. Jordan Clarkson and Julius Randle, with their stable performances, effectively stemmed the tide for their team. However, Brandon Ingram's shooting touch appeared to be lacking, currently 0 for 4. The ball transitioned to the 76ers, where Simmons executed a deceptive hesitation move, using his adept ball-handling skills to glide past his defender. Before the layup, he performed a grand, sweeping motion to gather the ball, successfully finishing with finesse. The deficit had now widened to 7 points. At this moment, Luke Walton, seated on the sidelines, began to feel restless. He called for a timeout to reorganize the strategies on the court. Avoid aggressively attacking the paint when Simmons is on the floor, as their defensive and offensive capabilities in the area are formidable due to their physical advantages. We should focus more on seeking scoring opportunities from beyond the arc. Ingram, take a breather and adjust your rhythm. Anthony Brown, you're up. And Li Feng, don't hesitate to attempt three-pointers. Let go of your apprehensions. Li Feng nodded helplessly, resigned to the fact that he simply needed to score 10 points. As the timeout concluded, Ingram had already settled onto the bench, irritably wiping the sweat from his brow with the hem of his jersey. This match was undeniably meant to be his debut. Yet why did the head coach choose to substitute him? The recent defeat was certainly not attributable to his performance. If a substitution was truly necessary, why was Li Feng still on the court? Did he believe that Li Feng's performance surpassed his own? Ingram felt a sense of bewilderment. He found the coach's decision to be rather perplexing. Upon returning from the timeout, the defender assigned to Li Feng was unexpectedly Simmons. Clearly, this was a directive from Coach Brown of the 76ers. The intention was to have Simmons seize this opportunity to redeem himself by matching up against Li Feng and to overpower him. The previous defeat in a one-on-one match against Feng, even if it were to be widely circulated, would not tarnish Simmons' professional career in any way. Anticipating this encounter with Feng, Simmons felt as though he had been waiting an eternity. At last, the moment had arrived for them to face off. And he casually mentioned, "Since our last meeting, I have diligently practiced my three-point shooting. This time, I have come to exact my revenge. I will ensure that you find it impossible to make a move against me. Moreover, I shall vanquish you with the very three-point shot you take pride in." Feng's lips twitched slightly. He realized that he had no particular skill to boast about. The primary reason he had resorted to three-point shooting was his reluctance to dribble and drive. But did Simmons' extra practice truly yield any results? Feng chose not to engage further and simply inquired, "When will you repay the money you owe me?" Silence enveloped the air. Simmons was taken aback. "Dude, I'm declaring war on you. And then you suddenly bring this up? It makes me look foolish." The spectators and commentators were equally perplexed by this exchange. What? Simmons owes him money? Just as the audience grappled with this confusion, the match commenced. Anthony Brown swiftly received the ball and passed it to Jordan Clarkson, who successfully brought the ball across half-court, preparing to orchestrate the offense. Feng also adhered to the coach's prior instructions and positioned himself on the perimeter, seeking a shooting opportunity through his teammate screens. As he arrived at the designated spot, the ball was passed into his hands. Under normal circumstances, this would have been an excellent opportunity to shoot. However, Simmons forcefully maneuvered past his teammate's screen, utilizing his physical advantage. He positioned himself directly in front of Feng to disrupt his shot. Is this even possible? Luke Walton was astonished. The rookie Simmons possessed such remarkable physical attributes that he could even intercept Randall's screen. This fellow is truly terrifying. In this scenario, it undoubtedly impacts Feng's shooting. Coach Brown smiled slightly at this. This is the essence of skill. The moment Feng received the ball, Simmons leaped into action, significantly increasing the likelihood of interference with Feng's shot. However, this moment also presented an opportune time for a pass. "Pass it," shouted Jordan Clarkson from the corner. Feng glanced at him, then raised his eyes toward the hoop. This is indeed a splendid opportunity to accomplish the system task on one's own. Observing Feng assume the shooting stance, everyone present was taken aback. Surely, this fellow wouldn't attempt a shot under such conditions? Yet, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the ball was deftly flicked away from Feng's fingertips. Whoosh! Simmons was momentarily taken aback. That familiar sensation had returned. In the next instant, the crisp sound of the net swishing echoed throughout the arena once more. Swish! Another flawless three-pointer. Is this truly possible? At this moment, it was Coach Brown's turn to be astonished. Originally brimming with confidence that this would be an excellent defensive play, he never anticipated Simmons' interference would have absolutely no effect on him. Meanwhile, Luke Walton, though equally taken aback, maintained an unreadable composure and remarked with a faint smile, "This is what true capability looks like, Coach Brown." Witnessing Brown's frustration yet inability to counter, Luke Walton couldn't conceal his inner delight. Feng, what a lad, truly living up to expectations. With yet another three-pointer sinking through the net, the point difference between the two teams was instantly narrowed down to just 4 points. Seizing the moment, Grant addressed his teammates, "No need to rush. We still hold the advantage." This dialogue primarily addresses Simmons, as the Philadelphia 76ers' main strategy this time is to enhance Ben Simmons' immediate performance, hoping he can make a name for himself in the upcoming NBA season. The mentality is a crucial aspect of the game. Simmons responded with a smile. "I certainly don't care, because regardless, I will win." Meanwhile, the game continued. Simmons once again drove the ball, his remarkable speed and ball handling skills making his penetration exceedingly threatening. After executing an expansive crossover, he accelerated instantly. Although he did not shake off Feng, he nevertheless charged towards the basket, leveraging his physical advantages. Feng opted not to engage him directly, as that would deplete his stamina and could easily be classified by the system as intensive training. Instead, he cleverly executed a defensive delay, waiting for his teammates to position themselves to limit Simmons' layup. However, just as Randall arrived to assist, Simmons soared for a thunderous dunk, assaulting the rim with astonishing force. Boom! The spectators were momentarily stunned, astonished that Simmons' athletic prowess was indeed as explosive as rumored. To say he soared through the air would not be an exaggeration. Luke Walton crossed his arms, feeling that the previous play was somewhat unfortunate. Feng's defensive strategy was remarkably astute. his instincts sharp, as he swiftly chose the optimal defensive approach. Had it been someone else, it would have undoubtedly been a perfect defense. On the sidelines, just as the crowd's cheers began to swell once more, Feng countered, once again overcoming Simmons' defense to sink a three-pointer. Swish. 1916. Chapter 23. Frustration. An overwhelming sense of frustration. With Feng's shot finding the net again, the spectators and commentators alike were left in stunned silence. Initially regarded as a nobody by them, this unknown player astonishingly managed to score 3 consecutive three-pointers, all while facing the opponent's defense. This is utterly astonishing. Had it not been for the 3 consecutive three-pointers made by Feng just moments ago, the point differential would have already expanded to double digits. Although one may perceive his shot selections as illogical, they all found their mark. Where can one seek reasoning in this situation? At this moment, Ingram, standing on the sidelines, was taken aback by Feng's remarkable performance. In fact, when compared to him, it seemed that Feng was the true protagonist of the day. Realizing the unexpected turn of events, Coach Brown decided to call a timeout. Meanwhile, the spectators began eagerly investigating Feng's background, curious to unveil the identity of this suddenly emerging Asian guard. Their inquiries yielded surprising results. This player, named Feng, appeared to be a contestant in this year's draft, selected in the second round at the 54th pick. His shooting ability was nothing short of extraordinary. It left one with the impression that Simmons was being overshadowed. Indeed, after being defended by Feng, Simmons' offensive flow seemed to falter. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not see Simmons score effortlessly? Yet this second-round pick seemed to score with even greater ease. Hold on, I just stumbled upon a video. Incredible. This guy recently faced Simmons and even triumphed, winning $10,000 from him. Wait, was he implying that Simmons owes him money? One couldn't help but ponder the extent of his prowess. Coach Brown, keenly aware of the shifting atmosphere in the stands, maintained his composure as he addressed Simmons. Do not panic. Remember, on this court, no one is your adversary. Your future battleground lies in the NBA, in the playoffs, on the stage of championship contention. Do you recall what you told me upon joining the team? Simmons nodded and reiterated, I said my dream is to become a player as great as LeBron James. Brown affirmed with a nod. Then you must exhibit such skill, understand? As the king, you must demonstrate your dominance. Simmons, half comprehending, nodded in agreement, firmly resolved to secure victory in this game. Following this, Coach Brown restructured the team's tactical focus, emphasizing the need to defend against Feng's shooting while introducing 2 speedier players to enhance their defensive efficiency. Meanwhile, Luke Walton began by praising Feng's performance, though he buried his elation deep within, redirecting the team to strategize for the upcoming plays. The 76ers were likely to adjust their formation to target Feng, yet given Feng's shooting consistency, Walton was willing to take a gamble. Thus, he instructed the team to employ some pick-and-roll strategies to create space around Feng. Additionally, he reinstated Ingram to the court. Once the timeout concluded, both teams made some alterations to their lineups. At this moment, Ingram, re-entering the game, had adjusted his state and was prepared to confront the match once more. Come on, Simmons, it is our battle now. Ingram was brimming with determination, yet Simmons merely regarded him with indifference before approaching Feng. In his eyes, there was only one objective, to overpower Feng. Simmons initiated an offensive play, granted ample opportunity to shoot by his team. He advanced to the three-point line and coldly remarked to Feng, "This three-pointer is a gift for you." As he spoke, Simmons launched the shot. Whoosh, bang, clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and a fast break ensued. Simmons lamented his miss, while Feng cast him a nonchalant glance before joining his team in the fast break. At that moment, he felt a peculiar sense of disdain. Did Feng think he lacked skill? He would pay for underestimating him. I am king. My shooting prowess shall not be inferior to Feng's. Whatever he can accomplish, I can as well. I fear no one. As the Lakers executed a successful fast break, the ball found its way back into Simmons' hands. Upon seeing him pause once more at the three-point line, Feng couldn't help but tease. Surely you're not attempting another three-pointer? Trust me. Oh no. Trust yourself. Don't waste your effort. Simmons, with a steely demeanor, retorted, "You will regret those words." Without hesitation, he took another shot, the basketball soaring gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Yet, it struck the back of the rim and rebounded almost as if returning from whence it came. Before awkwardness could settle in, Simmons hastily scrambled for the rebound, preparing for a second attack. However, Feng seemed to have anticipated the miss, effortlessly securing the rebound with ease. The fiercest rival often knows you best. After gaining possession, Feng executed a powerful long pass to the fast-breaking Jordan Clarkson, who leapt with one foot and delivered an emphatic slam dunk. The Los Angeles Lakers added another 2 points. At this juncture, Coach Brown could scarcely remain composed. He dreaded the prospect of tomorrow's headlines reading number 1 pick fails. Simmons, do not compare your shooting to that of this fellow. Drive to the basket. His earlier confidence had dissipated, and he shouted from the sidelines. Although Simmons heard the coach's admonition, he felt stifled. In street ball, his three-point shooting had been commendable. Even if not flawless, no one dared leave him unguarded beyond the arc. Why then, against Feng, did he feel so uncomfortable and constrained? He was forced to launch contested three-pointers while being entirely open. This disparity left him feeling quite unsettled and dissatisfied. He felt an urgent need to validate his abilities, to demonstrate his prowess to everyone. I possess a measure of skill. Thus, in the final minutes before the conclusion of the first quarter, Simmons resolved to place his faith in himself. The sound of the ball echoing against the rim grew frequent as he made successive attempts, yet each one missed its mark. Feng's defense gradually intensified, moving from a distance of 1 meter to positioning himself directly in the paint to seize the rebound. The recent match left all spectators utterly astounded. Even Mike, the commentator who firmly believed that Simmons would dominate the game, found himself at a loss for words. You claim that Feng's defense is commendable? Yet, he merely stood within the three-point line, doing nothing. Conversely, if you assert that he failed in his defensive duties, one must note that Simmons has been rendered scoreless, missing all 7 of his attempts due to Feng's strategic disengagement. With Feng defending Simmons, the Lakers' overall defensive efficiency markedly improved. As the first quarter concluded, the score was fixed at 26-20, with the Lakers inexplicably leading by 6 points. Chapter 24. Has this fellow, Feng, not broken a sweat? In the ESPN manager's office, a phone rang urgently. Manager Collins answered the call. What is the matter? Didn't we agree to refrain from calling unless it was urgent? The voice on the other end was slightly muffled, yet tinged with anxiety. No, manager. Something significant has occurred. I wouldn't have called otherwise. Collins was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. What is it? Has something happened to Simmons or Ingram? Not exactly. The main issue is that an unexpected player has emerged from the Lakers, a second-round pick from this year's draft hailing from Summer Country. A second-round pick? Is that really newsworthy? Collins pondered, increasingly perplexed. Indeed, this individual is named Feng, and it seems he has outperformed the first overall pick. Outperformed the first overall pick? Who? A second-round pick from Summer Country? Yes. While Collins could comprehend each word, the overall meaning eluded him, leaving him bewildered. Outperforming the first overall pick. Surely this is no jest? Please, elaborate on the situation at the venue. After the staff provided a detailed account, Collins's expression grew complex. He could hardly fathom the emergence of such an unforeseen character. If you are certain of this information, I suggest you interview this Feng fellow after the game. I have a hunch that he may well become the next darling of the media. A player who never trains, and who is even unrecognized by Kobe, yet has triumphed over this year's draft's first overall selection. Moreover, as an Asian guard, he has performed even better in the game than both Simmons and Ingram. The convergence of these numerous topics is bound to capture the attention of many fans. During a break, Coach Brown, with a sense of resignation, addressed Simmons, saying, "Listen, I understand your desire to showcase all your skills. However, I would prefer that, in this game, at least in this game, you focus on attacking the basket as much as possible, opting for shots within 3 feet of the hoop." In essence, he conveyed that he believed Simmons could afford to curtail some of his shooting. Coach Brown's words were articulated with great delicacy, mindful of the prideful young prodigy, as he wished not to bruise Simmons' self-esteem. Simultaneously, Coach Brown truly could no longer permit him to persist in such shooting endeavors. The fellow is truly engaging in nonsensical banter. At this moment, Simmons sat there, his arms resting on his legs, speaking in silence. "Coach, trust me, I genuinely have the ability to score. I am the king. I know you are. But can you?" "Coach, I truly can score." Observing Simmons's unwavering determination, the coach felt a sense of despair. "Before you make such claims, have you even glanced at your shooting percentage? All right, you can score, but I simply hope that in this match, you can dominate their interior defense, that is all. In the subsequent games, shoot as you please, it matters not to me. Simmons remained silent for a moment, then nodded heavily, saying, very well, but coach, you must believe me, I truly can score. As the second quarter commenced, both teams revised their strategies. Simmons opted to attack the rim more aggressively, showcasing his elite offensive prowess. One could almost say he had never missed a shot within close range of the basket. Furthermore, his defense against Feng became increasingly tenacious, striving to prevent him from taking any shots. Such a change would undoubtedly influence the course of the game, potentially allowing them to recover from their scoring deficit in a short span. However, the diligent defense exerted by Simmons revealed an unexpected turn of events. Feng had chosen not to shoot at all. Instead, he utilized his precise passing to assist his teammates. Under the basket, both Randall and Nabal effortlessly capitalized on the opportunities, scoring several easy points. Simmons, while driving to the basket, leveraged his expansive vision to assist his teammates, helping the team claw back some points. Yet, Ingram gradually found his rhythm, frequently scoring from the foul line with jump shots. Even when closely guarded, his ability to pivot and attack the basket became utterly uncontainable. With Feng single-handedly occupying Simmons's defensive focus, there were nearly no players on the court capable of thwarting Ingram's offensive efforts. As the second quarter drew to a close, the point differential remained at 5. By this stage in the match, the audience had discerned that the 76ers initially held a slight advantage. However, the inexplicably formidable Feng disrupted this equilibrium. An increasing number of media outlets eagerly began reaching out to their superiors to report the unfolding events. Some astute journalists had already prepared to interview Feng following the conclusion of the game. In the third quarter, when Feng was sent to the free throw line, he achieved 1 out of 2 attempts, marking his 10th point of the game. The second shot, though not impossible to make, was primarily influenced by Luke Walton's instructions for him to secure 10 points. Moreover, Feng directed his aim at the front edge of the basket, a motion reminiscent of Yao Ming's iconic moments from years past. In essence, the basketball struck the rim and ricocheted into the hands of his teammate. Ingram, momentarily taken aback by the unexpectedly bouncing ball, instinctively received it and scored 2 additional points for the team. This remarkable play was far more exhilarating than an ordinary free throw, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps from the audience. Initially, Ingram reveled in the moment. Yet it was only upon discerning the content of the cheers that he realized they were chanting for Feng. Fortunately, shortly after Feng executed his free throw, Luke Walton substituted him, granting the remaining time to Anthony Brown and others an opportunity to shine. Well done, young man. You have exceeded my expectations, praised Luke Walton. With 10 points, 8 assists, and 2 rebounds, he could scarcely believe these were the statistics of a second-round draft pick. While not as dazzling as the explosive scoring typical of superstars, those who witnessed the game understood the remarkable efficiency Feng displayed. Excluding free throws, he scored 9 points from just 3 attempts, boasting a perfect shooting percentage. Moreover, when he opted not to score, he demonstrated an ability to deliver swift and precise passes, facilitating his teammates' success. This revelation took Luke Walton by surprise. Fortunately, he had refrained from completely sidelining the young man. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have regretted it later. He patted Feng beside him, wishing to convey his expectations and satisfaction. However, the dry sensation in his hand seemed to remind him of something peculiar. Wait a moment. This lad, Feng, hasn't he broken a sweat? Chapter 25, CBA? What is that, a secondary league? Although Feng claimed to sweat little due to his natural disposition, for some reason, Luke Walton felt an instinctual doubt about his words. Ultimately, as the match concluded, the score stood at a tense 101-99. The competition had been fierce. Simmons truly turned the tide, nearly playing the entire game and achieving impressive statistics of 27 points, 9 assists, and 5 rebounds. However, it was regrettable that, in the final moments, Simmons opted for a 3-point shot. This marks the inaugural day of entering the league, and Simmons has already tasted the bittersweet experience of being the star of a hollow victory. After the game, reporters eagerly directed their microphones and cameras towards Simmons and Ingram, 2 players who garnered significant attention prior to the match, seeking their reflections on the contest. Simmons, how do you perceive the defeat in this game? In which areas do you believe improvement is necessary? What do you attribute your poor 3-point shooting to? Was it due to Feng's influence? Having played nearly the entire game, Simmons appeared somewhat fatigued. with his hands resting on his hips. He took a moment to catch his breath before responding. I can only say that I have much to learn. I will certainly draw lessons from my shortcomings in this match. And what is your assessment of Feng? A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth preceded a serious response. I regard him as a formidable opponent, and I eagerly anticipate facing him in the NBA. Ingram's sentiments were equally clear. He acknowledged Feng's commendable performance in the game and expressed his determination to strive for excellence in future endeavors. It was evident that the players were unwilling to feign ignorance regarding Feng's performance. However, they were left perplexed as to why the reporters were inquiring about Feng rather than asking him directly. The reporters found themselves in a bind, as they had not caught a glimpse of Feng since the game concluded. According to the security personnel, they only witnessed a fleeting shadow darting out of the parking lot, its specifics unclear. As for the headline spot that Coach Brown had allocated for Simmons, it was not wasted, considering the financial investment made. However, the title underwent a slight alteration. Simmons' debut sees him hit just 1 of 10 from 3. Is the top pick a bust? The top 2 selections displayed commendable performances, yet a second-round pick exposed their technical flaws. As the NBA Summer League commences, the Lakers triumph in their opener, with the highest plus-minus player being an Asian point guard. The match was indeed exhilarating, showcasing the remarkable performances of the first overall pick, Simmons, and the second pick, Ingram. Both players delivered an array of spectacular dunks and fast breaks, revealing their impressive physical prowess. Interestingly, however, the name that resonated most in American sports forums post-match was that of Feng. Many viewers expressed their impressions, noting how this Asian player, Feng, appeared remarkably composed on the court. His style of play exuded a sense of ease, starkly contrasting with the overwhelming intensity often exhibited by other rookies. I too felt this way, as if his offensive and defensive maneuvers were executed with effortless grace, suggesting he possesses considerable professional experience. Upon investigation, I discovered that this individual, named Feng, was previously a professional player who led his team to a three-peat in the CBA. The CBA? What a second-tier league. I believe it lacks the prestige of the NCAA. I concur that a three-peat in a second-rate league holds little value. It is inconceivable that he could achieve the same in the NBA. I stand by my assertion. Should I be mistaken, I shall eat my words. After leaving the arena, Feng accessed his system information panel to claim his rewards. Moments later, a mechanical voice echoed. Ding. Reward successfully claimed. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 guaranteed 2-point shot cards. Congratulations, host, for evading a reporter's interview. Agility 2, Basketball IQ 2, cash reward of 5,000. System reminder. The host's task completion progress is at 15. Experts never act recklessly. Guaranteed 2-point shots? This can be categorized as a form of systematic reward, albeit the effect seems somewhat exaggerated. Feng perceives this capability as akin to the notions of catching a blade with bare hands, and the galaxy is but a river. In essence, does it imply that one can effortlessly toss and succeed, even while reclining? No. It appears that my thoughts remain rather constrained. This is indeed the sole opportunity to propel the men's football team beyond the confines of Asia. At this moment, Feng inquired, does each effect card last for a duration, or is it a one-time opportunity? Upon utilizing this effect card, will it bestow additional effects on the next attack? Is it truly a singular chance? If so, would that not mean these 3 experience cards would be depleted all at once? At that moment, the system remarked, host, please rest assured, once you officially enter the NBA regular season, the system will unlock the purchasing mall, allowing you to acquire points through matches for purchases. It turns out there is a means of exchange that is quite agreeable. Feng never anticipated that the system's functionality would have room for enhancement after his entry into the NBA. Indeed, choosing to venture into the NBA was undoubtedly the right decision. Upon returning to the hotel pre-booked by the team, Phil Handy approached him. I knew you would be the first to return, he said. Feng paused in contemplation before inquiring, Mr. Phil, is there something you need? Don't rush to rest just yet. Head to the hotel lobby. Coach Walton is there to outline our training plan for tomorrow. We have training tomorrow? Feng questioned. What did you expect? Phil Handy shot him a bemused glance. Sometimes, he truly found it perplexing what thoughts occupied Feng's mind. The young man cannot possibly believe that one can become stronger merely by eating, sleeping, and lying idly about. As the two entered the hotel lobby, they found it bustling with the 11 participants of the recent competition, accompanied by their coach. The exhilaration from their recent victory still lingered. as discussions regarding the match erupted fervently. Goodness, did you not see the way that girl gazed at me after I executed that dunk? She was utterly captivated. Oh, spare me. That girl merely had a contact lens slip. Do not flatter yourself. What? Are you particularly popular with the ladies? At least after the game. Numerous girls approached me to converse. Those were reporters, and they were interviewing the entire team, not singling you out. Do refrain from inflating your own ego. You're talking nonsense. At that moment, Li Feng's phone rang unexpectedly. On the other end, a soft feminine voice spoke. Mr. Li Feng? Hello, I am Tina from ESPN. I would like to arrange a time for a private interview with you. Do you have any availability? Instantly, the room fell silent. Chapter 26. Does he have no flaws? Ingram gazed at Li Feng, his eyes filled with confusion and envy. To be honest, Li Feng's life seemed to resemble that of a top draft pick more than his own. Meanwhile, Larry Nance and Anthony Brown looked on with the utmost admiration, knowing they had chosen the right person to follow. Jordan Clarkson and Randall, however, were bewildered. Had their years in the NBA placed them in a different realm from society? What on earth is happening in this world? Li Feng, disinterested in conversing further with the woman who introduced herself as Tina, found himself apathetic towards the interview matter. Had it not been for his cohabitation with Bai Qian, he would have disregarded the situation altogether, deeming it a nuisance. His approach to troublesome matters was one of avoidance whenever possible, even if the other party happened to be a reporter from ESPN. After he dismissively ended the call, Larry Nance leaned in with a hint of skepticism and inquired, "Aren't you going?" "Must I go? It seems rather bothersome. Why don't you go in my stead?" "Really? Li Gu, I adore you," Larry Nance exclaimed, spreading his arms as if in gratitude to the heavens. At that moment, however, Jordan Clarkson interjected with merciless sarcasm. "What good would it do for you to go? They aren't even interviewing you." "Mind your own business," Larry Nance muttered quietly. Ahem. In this moment, Luke Walton cleared his throat and addressed the gathering, saying, "All right, let us refrain from unnecessary chatter and focus on the training schedule for tomorrow." Upon hearing their coach's voice, the group fell silent. He then cleared his throat again and continued, "Today's performance was commendable, and I hope you will maintain this level of competitive spirit and confidence in the upcoming matches. Regarding your performances today, my assistant has prepared a comprehensive report for each one of you, highlighting both your strengths and areas for improvement. Please take the time to review it." Subsequently, Luke Walton distributed a stack of reports to everyone. These documents amalgamated previous NBA physical assessments, scouting reports, and evaluations of technical performance from the current game. It is worth noting the remarkable efficiency of his assistant in compiling such detailed reports in such a short time following the conclusion of the match. As the team members perused the thick stack of papers, their expressions shifted through a myriad of emotions. The reports detailed their individual technical characteristics and advantages, yet they primarily emphasized the shortcomings exhibited during the game. Even Jordan Clarkson, one of the Lakers' leading scorers, found himself facing a lengthy list of critiques. His report indicated that the stability of his offensive techniques required enhancement, and his ability to create simple scoring opportunities for teammates needed improvement. While his one-on-one efficiency was deemed acceptable, there remained ample room for growth. Such recommendations were abundant. Upon reading his report, Clarkson felt somewhat overwhelmed. Although the suggestions were numerous and thorough, some requests appeared rather excessive. He pondered, was his scoring efficiency not high enough? What more could be expected of him? Does this fellow aspire to create the quintessential athlete? Goodness, it is utterly absurd. One must acknowledge that last season, Clarkson averaged an impressive 15.5 points per game, standing just behind Kobe's 17 points on the Lakers roster. Clarkson, feeling somewhat indignant, cast a glance at the team report of his companion, Randall. As anticipated, the section detailing shortcomings was densely populated. It suggested that his offensive aggression could be moderately enhanced, his comprehension of the team's tactical positioning could benefit from improvement, and his footwork in the paint warranted focused training. Furthermore, his athletic prowess was deemed limited, implying the necessity for an increase in strength training to bolster defensive tenacity. Jordan Clarkson and Randall exchanged a knowing glance, both sharing a resigned smile. Well, it appears that this is the plight of all. Although these criticisms are indeed grounded in reality, they can easily come across as nitpicking. Both of them are considered vital pillars of the current Lakers team. What of the others? Suddenly, Larry Nance interjected, "Goodness, are you serious? They've only noted 2 strengths for me, yet 7 shortcomings? I instantly feel unfit for the NBA." At that moment, Although Ingram remained silent, his own list of deficiencies was far from short. His physicality in confrontations was lacking, necessitating additional strength training to adapt to the rigors of NBA-level competition. The consistency of his jump shot required enhancement, and his scoring techniques needed diversification, all while capitalizing on his wingspan advantage. Moreover, his decisiveness in offense was insufficient, and he needed to bolster his self-confidence. The group exchanged glances, the earlier elation of victory dissipating entirely. At that moment, they all turned their attention to the previously silent Feng. Curiosity piqued. They wondered what was inscribed on his report card. Feng, how did you write your report? Larry Nance inquired with a smile, eager to take a glimpse. Feng, displaying an air of indifference, casually handed over the document, stating, boring, devoid of any useful content. Feel free to peruse. However, Larry Nance was not swayed by this dismissal, as the contents of the reports were generally similar, all highlighting flaws. Boring? How can that be? That may be your impression, but I find it quite intriguing. He took the report, and at that moment, others around them instinctively gathered closer. Although unspoken, a silent consensus lingered in the air. Everyone present was eager to see the contents of Feng's report. Ideally, they all hoped to find a plethora of shortcomings, thus achieving a sense of equilibrium within themselves. Larry Nance opened the first page, already familiar with the physical assessment data, which held little interest. The group began to flip through the pages swiftly, heading straight to the final section summarizing the competition. Here it comes, Larry Nance exclaimed with excitement. Nearby, Clarkson, Randall, Ingram, and others leaned in, their gazes fixed with utmost seriousness. The report, with its sparse numerical content, was read in a mere glance. Strengths, steady shooting, adept ball handling, inherent scoring ability. Capable of fulfilling the roles of shooting guard and small forward. Weaknesses, a desire for increased participation in training. In stark contrast to the lengthy reports filled with critiques of others, this content was astonishingly dull. Is this flaw truly a flaw? Goodness. They even speculated for a moment whether the printer had run out of ink by the time it reached this page. However, upon reflection, it seems that Feng's performance in this match was indeed commendable, lacking in areas of critique. This fellow, despite not participating in collective training, displayed an impressive performance on the court. Could it be that there exists such a prodigy in this world who can achieve perfect scores without studying? Chapter 27. Goodness. Have I been deceived again? After Luke Walton presented the detailed report, he took the opportunity to summarize the performance of everyone today. In this match, everyone performed admirably. The mere fact of triumphing over the formidable Philadelphia 76ers is certainly worthy of celebration. However, accolades were merely a side note. Following this, Coach Walton began to outline the upcoming game plans. In 3 days, they would face the Boston Celtics, who this year boast the talented Jaylen Brown as their 3rd overall pick. The Celtics are undeniably a highly competitive team in the Eastern Conference. Moreover, Jaylen Brown is an exceptionally astute player, endowed with commendable basketball intelligence and solid foundational skills. Unlike Philadelphia, the Celtics have always espoused a culture of discipline. Presently, the Lakers require such an opponent to serve as a true test of their mettle. In preparation for the forthcoming match, it is imperative that each of you enhances your performance. Thus, we shall commence training tomorrow. Participation is mandatory, understood? Luke Walton cast his gaze around the room, ultimately resting it on Feng, as if to convey, young man, I am referring to you. Coach, what time do we start training? Feng inquired suddenly. Walton was taken aback by the question. It seemed this young man was indeed ambitious. He nodded in satisfaction and replied, There's no need to rise too early. Breakfast will be delivered to your rooms at 7:30. We'll begin training at 9. All right. Feng silently nodded and then fell into contemplation. Once the coach concluded discussing other matters, everyone dispersed to their respective rooms. The following morning, the hotel's attentive waitress delivered the day's breakfast. Although the presentation was exquisite, the flavor was rather mediocre. A few pieces of French toast adorned with herbs and cream, a serving of scrambled eggs with black pepper, bite-sized German sausages, and a small portion of mashed potato salad comprised the meal. It wouldn't be fair to label it inedible, but it was decidedly unremarkable. How could it compare to the delightful offerings of steamed buns, dumplings, fried dough sticks, and hot dry noodles back home? Nonetheless, the meal was reasonably balanced in nutrition, and one shouldn't expect too much. After dining, Feng glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to leave. After a brief wash-up, he dressed and departed. At 9 o'clock, Luke Walton surveyed the players on the court. Fortunately, he had the foresight to send Ingram to fetch Feng. A smirk crept across Walton's lips. Indeed, he was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Young man, you still have much to learn. Ingram returned and reported, Coach, I'm back. Good. Why have you returned alone? Where's Feng? The room was empty, the waitress replied. He left before I arrived. Walton slapped his thigh in disbelief. Good grief. This young man inquired about the training time only to plan an escape. Have I been deceived once more? Taking advantage of this business trip, Feng indulged in the local delights of Las Vegas. One must admit, the entertainment industry here is remarkably advanced. This excursion proved to be quite entertaining for him. Congratulations to the host for evading training. Strength 1, ball handling 1, shooting 1. Congratulations to the host for unlocking new entertainment. Basketball IQ 1, reward 10,000. Congratulations to the host for spending 5 hours in the casino. Spirit 2, stamina 2, reward 1 public transport ticket home. Meanwhile, the Boston Celtics concluded their first game of the Summer League. Jaylen Brown played for 15 minutes, achieving an impressive tally of 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, aiding his team in securing victory. They overwhelmed their opponents by 21 points, showcasing their undeniable prowess. Post-game, reporters surrounded the young prodigy. Mr. Brown, was the victory in this match expected? Do you have anything to say to your opponents following this win? Jaylen Brown, being exceptionally astute and the only highly scrutinized player to hire himself as an agent, knew precisely what to articulate. He commended the efforts of his opponents before asserting that he would maintain this momentum in upcoming games. Subsequently, he addressed a series of trivial queries. Or at least that was his perception. The reporters continued to inquire. In your upcoming match, you will face the victorious Los Angeles Lakers. Are you familiar with their players? Jaylen Brown shook his head, stating, I do not concern myself with who their players are. My focus remains steadfast on my own goals. Regardless of the opponent, I shall maintain my concentration and give my utmost in the game. One reporter, undeterred, pressed on, your attitude is commendable, but I must ask, how confident are you in winning the match the day after tomorrow? Jaylen Brown smiled, yet refrained from providing a direct answer. I possess 100% determination. He expressed gratitude for the interview before excusing himself to rest. After the interview, Jaylen Brown arrived at the coach's office. He knocked gently on the door and, upon receiving a response, opened it slightly. Coach Stevens, you called for me? Ah, Jaylen, come in and have a seat, the coach replied. After greeting, Jaylen settled onto the sofa. Coach, is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed, Stevens nodded. As you know, in the next match, you will face the Los Angeles Lakers. I hope you can familiarize yourself with their rookie players beforehand. Observing Stevens manipulate the videotape, Jaylen remained silent, patiently awaiting further instructions. After a moment, the television in the room displayed footage of the game. Take a look. Pay particular attention to Ingram and a player named Feng. Jaylen recognized Brandon Ingram, but was unfamiliar with the name Feng, which sounded distinctly Asian. He focused on the yellow-skinned player on screen and asked, Coach, is that Feng? Yes. A slight frown crossed Jaylen's brow as realization struck. Oh, I remember him now. He seems to be the only Asian player participating in this year's NBA draft. If I'm not mistaken, he was selected in the second round. Coach Stevens, impressed by Brown's remarkable memory, nodded. Correct. I hope that after watching this game, you will have a preliminary impression of both players. Understood, Coach, Jaylen responded, now watching intently. Initially puzzled as to why the coach wanted him to focus on a second-round pick, Jaylen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as the game unfolded. As Feng attempted his third three-point shot against Simmons' defense and succeeded, Jaylen remarked, though his shot selection may not be ideal, this player demonstrates commendable shooting consistency and appears confident in his release. Stevens nodded, encouraging him to continue watching. As the game progressed, Jaylen anticipated Feng would further extend the lead with additional three-point attempts. However, to his surprise, the player opted to pass after drawing defenders, showcasing excellent passing accuracy and decision-making. As the match continued, Ingram regained his rhythm, frequently scoring in the third and fourth quarters, displaying a soft shooting touch reminiscent of Durant. Upon concluding the game, Stevens switched off the television and asked, What are your impressions? Both players performed admirably. Honestly, Ingram possesses significant talent and scoring skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been selected second overall. Jaylen chuckled at this, seemingly still harboring some discontent over his own draft position. After all, Every player in the NBA is a chosen one, each possessing their own pride. Stevens, unfazed by this response, continued, "And what about Feng?" Jalen paused for a moment, his expression serious. "I believe he possesses solid scoring ability and experience. His composure on the court is commendable. I am confident he can achieve more, though it seems he did not fully showcase his potential in this match." Stevens appeared pleased with Jalen's analysis, recognizing his potential to serve as the team's intellectual backbone. "Indeed, your sentiments align closely with mine. This Lakers rookie is intriguing, exhibiting a calmness and confidence atypical for a newcomer." Jalen concurred, noting Feng's demeanor suggested an unexerted ease. "It is curious why such a player was merely a second-round selection." Stevens chuckled, pointing out that beyond Yao, the Eastern Giant, no other player from Asia had proven themselves in the league, especially not a soon-to-be 23-year-old guard. Therefore, it was understandable that few dared to take a gamble, though it seemed the Lakers had made a wise choice this time. Before Jalen could respond, Stevens continued, "If you are to confront the Lakers, I expect you to present your finest form. Do you understand? Give your all to defeat them, turning them into the stepping stone for your NBA journey." "I understand, coach," Jalen affirmed with a nod. "While they are indeed formidable, I am confident in my ability to overcome them." "Very well, I leave this footage in your hands. Should you need to revisit it, feel free." "Understood, coach." In the days that followed, aside from the hotel staff, no one encountered Feng. Even Luke Walton arranged for personnel to wait outside Feng's door, yet they were unable to catch him. This incident greatly infuriated Luke Walton. He felt that, as the head coach, he had lost even the most fundamental sense of authority. How can he possibly train other newcomers in the future? Tell him that if he does not attend today's training, there will be no need for him to participate in the match the day after tomorrow. Phil Handy appeared somewhat helpless and could only pacify, "Coach Walton, I will speak to him. He has been performing reasonably well. Let us give him a chance." Luke Walton snorted in response, offering no reply. After all, he needed to uphold the authority of a head coach. One cannot respond to every matter. In front of everyone, Phil Handy called Feng, hoping to persuade the young man to attend practice. The outcome was disheartening. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please check the number and try again." Instantly, silence enveloped the arena. Luke Walton's expression darkened to the point of seeming almost stormy. After a long pause, he coldly declared, "In the upcoming match, Anthony Brown, you will start at the shooting guard position." "Understood, coach," Anthony Brown nodded, refraining from further comment. Yet, it was evident that Feng had truly provoked Luke Walton's ire this time. It seemed unlikely that the head coach would grant him playing time in the next game. Time flew by, and the much-anticipated match against the Celtics finally arrived. The venue was packed to capacity, even surpassing the attendance of the previous season's opener. Clearly, the audience had heard whispers of this year's elevated game quality, with numerous noteworthy rookies to observe. Consequently, the spectators' enthusiasm surged. Even several media outlets, having recognized the unexpected buzz generated since the Summer League commenced, hastily submitted requests to increase their broadcasting slots, eager to share in the excitement. Such fervor illustrated the public's anticipation for this game. The players on the court had completed their warm-ups, and amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the match officially commenced. As Jalen Brown surveyed the court, he made a startling discovery. Feng was absent from the game. At that moment, he glanced towards the Lakers' water cooler and noticed that the man was seated at the far end of the bench, vigorously waving a towel. He wasn't in the starting lineup for this game? Although Jalen Brown was somewhat surprised, it was not necessarily a negative development. At least for him, it meant he could focus solely on dealing with Ingram. In the previous match, Jalen Brown had exhibited considerable prowess, even surpassing the second overall pick, Ingram, in strength. Major media outlets were eagerly anticipating this game, wondering what sparks would ignite between the two players. On the bench, Larry Nance turned to his companion, Feng. "Hey, brother. Honestly, even if you're engaging in secret training, there's no need to provoke the coach and Mr. Phil, right? You've already earned their recognition. If you continue playing like this, I believe you will undoubtedly carve out a tactical role for yourself in official NBA games. However, I doubt the coach will field you in this match." Yet, Feng merely smiled, unconcerned, and replied, "It's all right, don't worry. The Lakers are currently in a state of personnel shortage, and I have already demonstrated my worth during the game. Luke Walton shouldn't completely disregard me. Moreover, Kyrie has repeatedly proven in the future that as long as you possess the talent, no matter if you disrupt a team or go through a playoff drought, Even if you hardly step onto the court, teams will still be clamoring for you. In essence, the NBA is a commercial league. Everything hinges on whether you possess sufficient value. As the referee's whistle blew, the game commenced. Ingram was the first to strike, swiftly seizing possession of the ball and targeting Jaylen Brown. However, the latter, unperturbed, offered a slight smile before adopting a defensive stance. Chapter 29. I will never allow Feng to play for half a minute. Jaylen Brown analyzed Ingram's game report. To be honest, Ingram's static athleticism was quite impressive, a fact he could not alter. If Ingram penetrated within 3 feet of the basket, there was little Jaylen could do to disrupt his shot. Nevertheless, he believed he had the upper hand in terms of athletic ability. Thus, Jaylen's primary objective at that moment was to push Ingram out of the paint, striving to prevent him from getting too close to the hoop. This point is quite evident, and his resolve is unwavering. From the moment Ingram stepped beyond the three-point line, Jaylen Brown relentlessly employed his physicality to impose his will upon the opponent. Each clash resonated with a palpable intensity, igniting the spectators' fervor. At this juncture, Ingram began to feel the defensive pressure exerted by Brown. Did he intend to obstruct my path? Ingram refrained from brute force, recognizing that in terms of sheer strength, he was at a disadvantage. Instead, he executed a powerful dribble, pivoting gracefully into a fadeaway jump shot. Brown seized the moment, leaping to contest the shot. Alas, unfortunately, the attempt was slightly off due to Brown's interference, ricocheting off the rim and soaring away. Ryan Arcidiacono secured the defensive rebound and passed the ball to James Young, a promising young shooting guard for the Celtics. After crossing half-court, Young paused rhythmically at the three-point line, then surged towards the basket from the right side. However, Anthony Brown leapt simultaneously to block the shot, successfully disrupting the layup attempt. The basketball flew free, and while the Lakers prepared to battle for the rebound, they were unprepared for Jaylen Brown to emerge from behind them. Boom. An electrifying alley-oop slam dunk. Commentator Mike shook his head in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, this is simply incredible. Jaylen Brown's athletic prowess seems to rival that of Ben Simmons." "Indeed, Mike." His co-commentator Green added, "Moreover, Jaylen Brown's defense and intellect are remarkably commendable. His performance in the last game left us all astounded." The crowd erupted in excitement over the spectacular dunk. As the teams returned from halftime, Jordan Clarkson attempted a three-pointer, his touch exquisite as the ball swished through the net. However, Jaylen Brown was equally relentless. After a suspended dribble from the right, he charged into the paint for a contested layup. Ding! As the ball settled through the hoop, the referee's whistle echoed, signaling a 2-1. With the free throw confidently converted by Brown, the score stood at 5-3. The ball returned to the Lakers, who circulated it twice on the perimeter, allowing Ingram to exploit a screen set by his teammate and create an almost open opportunity for a three-pointer. Without hesitation, he launched the shot. Swish! The ball goes in. The enthusiasm of the audience surged once more. Right from the outset, both teams exhibited remarkable shooting prowess, making the match exceedingly thrilling. The exchange of blows between the teams was extraordinarily captivating, with considerable defensive intensity. Players like Terry Rozier, Jordan Mickey, and James Young, who are on the fringes of the Boston Celtics, are eager to seize the opportunity presented by the Summer League to showcase their abilities. Consequently, they cherish every minute on the court, exerting themselves to the fullest on defense. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at a tight 21-20, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. During this period, the Los Angeles Lakers made 2 substitutions during a timeout, but Feng remained firmly seated on the bench. Luke Walton cast a glance at him, surprised by the young man's composure. Although he did not intend to completely abandon Feng, he aimed to teach this undisciplined youth a lesson. Establishing his authority in front of the others was also a desirable outcome. As a newly appointed rookie coach, he understood the importance of maintaining a respectable and authoritative image in the eyes of the players. Therefore, in this match, even if the team faced a crushing defeat, he would not allow Feng to step onto the court for even half a minute. Moreover, given the current circumstances, everyone's shooting touch appeared to be in excellent form. Ultimately, the outcome remained uncertain. Ingram, Clarkson, your outside shooting is commendable today. Keep it up. Randall, be mindful of Brown's driving ability and assist Ingram when necessary. Luke Walton outlined simple tactical arrangements. On the sidelines, Ingram diligently adjusted his breathing, nodding earnestly. Truthfully, today's match felt exceptionally exhausting. Was it due to the intensity of physical confrontations? Ingram pondered, Perhaps it stemmed from the constant physical pressure exerted by Jaylen Brown since the start of the game, leading to an increased depletion of his stamina. He needed to quickly regulate his breathing to recover his energy. Coach Stevens smiled and inquired, "How do you feel after the first quarter?" "Not bad. They are more competitive than I anticipated," Jaylen Brown replied casually after taking a sip of water. "Do you have confidence in defeating them?" "Of course," Jaylen Brown answered without hesitation. "I do not believe their three-point shooting will remain this accurate. Once their shooting touch diminishes, the score gap will widen. Moreover, I sense they must be starting to tire." Stevens nodded and then addressed Jordan Mickey. "As the second quarter commences, maintain your defensive intensity and wear down the Lakers." "Understood, Coach." As the second quarter began, players from both the Lakers and Celtics returned to the court. The intensity of high-level league play is immense, even for professional athletes. Many ordinary individuals may not grasp this concept. However, should they attempt it, they would realize that even in the Cuba League, an average person's stamina could only endure approximately 5 minutes of play. By the 10-minute mark, they would be gasping for breath. Constant running, executing tactics, implementing defense, and initiating counterattacks all significantly deplete a player's energy. Once the Celtics intensified their defensive pressure, the Lakers had to engage in more movement, expending additional energy to complete an offensive play. Although Luke Walton provided his players with appropriate rest periods, as fatigue set in, the Lakers' outside shooting began to falter midway through the second quarter. Bang! Oh, what a pity. Jordan Clarkson's attempt from the perimeter ricocheted off the rim, but fortunately, Randall secured the rebound for a second-chance score. For reasons unknown, the Lakers seemed unable to find the scorching shooting form they displayed in the first quarter. "Oh." Coach Walton opted to call a timeout. "You know, you are our secret weapon. When you shoot, try to find simple open opportunities. Their defense is fierce. It's evident they have exerted considerable effort in their defense. Therefore, I hope you can be more patient in seeking opportunities and calmly make your shots. If a good shooting opportunity does not present itself, do not overreach," Luke Walton expressed, gesturing with his hands towards the team. The players had no inclination to contradict the head coach at that moment. They nodded obediently. Luke Walton sighed in resignation. He was acutely aware of the crux of the match. The instability of their outside shooting, particularly under such high-intensity conditions, was a glaring issue. Although Clarkson and Ingram possessed some shooting abilities, they were heavily reliant on their rhythm, failing to pose a consistent and effective threat to the Celtics. While this was ostensibly a practice session, which coach would not wish to win, especially for Luke Walton, who was appointed during a challenging period and urgently needed to achieve results. "I hope you all reduce the number of difficult shots, even after entering the NBA. Stability is paramount." At this moment, Larry Nance, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Coach, I believe Feng is capable of handling this role." Luke Walton raised an eyebrow. He was well aware that Feng's shooting reliability was among the best on the current Lakers roster. However, in order to impart a lesson to Feng, there were certain words he could not bring himself to utter. He was not training, and thus, he could not participate in this game. "Coach, I think Brother Feng is not simply avoiding training as we perceive. He must have his own training regimen that we are unaware of. No one can make it to the NBA without training." As a devoted fan of Feng, Larry Nance felt it was somewhat regrettable that he could not play. He nervously defended Feng, as if he were advocating for his own cause. Luke Walton glanced at Feng, remaining silent. He certainly understood this principle: hard work yields rewards, and he did not believe in the existence of monsters who could grow stronger without effort. Yet, Luke Walton also held on to the dignity and integrity of his position as head coach. If a player disregarded his coach's directives, even if they became stronger, it was not the outcome he desired to witness. "I am confident that with you exceptional and diligent players, we can still secure victory in this game." As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. Brown appeared visibly surprised upon seeing the Lakers lineup, as once again, Feng was not among the players who had been substituted in. This is somewhat peculiar. Although Feng may not possess the innate talent of a star player, he should ideally serve as a valuable perimeter shooter. Currently, the Lakers are struggling with their outside shooting, and allowing Feng to take the court seems to be the most effective solution to this dilemma. Yet, why does Luke Walton fail to consider such a straightforward solution? Is it possible that the Lakers are holding back some strategy? A multitude of possibilities flashed through Jaylen Brown's mind. However, he remained perplexed about the true significance of the Lakers' approach. A secret weapon? Indeed, Feng is not as straightforward as he appears. Upon returning to the game, The Lakers actively adjusted their tactics, resulting in an improvement in the overall offensive level and a noticeable increase in fluidity. Yet, the core issue remained unresolved. By the end of the second quarter, the Lakers' three-point shooting percentage languished at a mere 30%, indicating a severe lack of rhythm. Moreover, due to fatigue, some elementary defensive errors crept in, costing them points they ought not to have surrendered. The score stood at 50-42, with the Celtics gradually gaining the upper hand. Before the commencement of the third quarter, Luke Walton was compelled to acknowledge that, in the face of the opponent's tenacious defense, this group of rookies was still too inexperienced. During the break, a buoyant Stevens called out to Walton from a distance with a smile, "Walton, my apologies, but it seems victory in this match is ours to claim. As a coach, you have much to learn." "Haha, Stevens, you do have a sense of humor. This is no jest, I speak the truth. Your ability to adjust on the fly still requires enhancement." Indeed, Stevens, in comparison to Walton, was undoubtedly the more seasoned coach. Yet, being subjected to such ridicule certainly did not improve his mood. Isn't this just a roundabout way of admitting one's inability to strategize? Never mind the coach's pride. I am determined to win. Moments later, Luke Walton settled beside Feng. Feng, you know, as our team's secret weapon. The time has come for you to take the court. Feng was taken aback. "Huh, coach, what is going on?" "Nothing much. Just warm up and prepare for the match. Give it your all and obliterate them," Luke Walton declared with a sweeping gesture. Not only was Feng unprepared, but the others present were equally bewildered. "Wait, coach, you were so adamant just now. What does this mean? What about dignity? What about integrity? Didn't you say no training? No games?" Feng shrugged and chuckled helplessly. "Okay, you are the boss." As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers altered their lineup once more. At long last, Feng made his entrance onto the court. Many spectators who had witnessed the match between the Philadelphia 76ers and the Los Angeles Lakers recognized him. The Summer League player who had once bested the first overall pick. "Wow, did you see that guy? He defeated Ben Simmons." It seemed the Lakers had not forgotten him after all. This fellow possessed a remarkable three-point shot, though it remained uncertain how accurate he would be without prior warm-up. It would be wise to temper expectations. Even Ingram had struggled. So what impact could a second-round pick truly have? Upon seeing Feng take the court, Jaylen Brown felt a weight lift from his chest and remarked with a grin, "Is there a particular strategy behind your timing to enter the game? Might it be a tad too late?" Feng shrugged, exuding an air of composure, and replied, "I follow the coach's orders." With a chuckle, Brown expressed confidence. "I've seen your highlights. Your abilities surely extend beyond what we've witnessed, correct? I hope you bring your full potential to this match, as I crave a more formidable opponent." Feng smiled, amused to find that his counterpart viewed him as a stepping stone. How intriguing. As he positioned himself on the court, Feng engaged in a few simple stretches before turning to say, "Are you serious? The cost of my seriousness is not insignificant." Chapter 31, The Call of Counterattack, Part 1. Jaylen Brown felt an inexplicable sense of pressure emanating from Feng's smile, akin to facing a formidable adversary. Yet, that feeling dissipated almost instantaneously, leaving him to wonder if it had merely been his imagination. He shook his head. Perhaps he was overthinking. Upon Feng's return to the game, Stevens displayed no change in expression, merely instructing his team, "Maintain the defensive intensity we just exhibited. Do not afford them easy scoring opportunities." Brown continued to apply physical pressure, challenging Ingram's offensive route. Having exhausted much of his energy in successive attempts to post up, Ingram opted to exploit his opponent's forward lean, pivoting swiftly to execute a layup. With his height and wingspan in his favor, the shot found its mark, drawing a foul in the process. Regrettably, during the free throw, Ingram was hindered by fatigue. The shot lacked a bit of force and did not find its mark. James Young seized the rebound and initiated yet another counterattack for the Celtics. He launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc, but it fell just short, bouncing off the rim. "Rebound!" Jordan Clarkson shouted, with Lakers Joseph poised to leap at any moment. However, Jaylen Brown swiftly surged from behind the crowd, utilizing his momentum to leap high and execute an alley-oop dunk. Bam! It seemed the Celtics were determined not to grant their opponents any opportunity to close the gap. Retaliating with fervor, Larry Nance inbounded the ball, and after receiving it, Jordan Clarkson passed it to Feng, stationed at the three-point line. Commentator Mike, observing the scene, remarked, "In the previous match against Philadelphia, Feng's shooting left quite an impression on us. But I wonder why Lakers coach Luke Walton has chosen this moment to bring him into the game. Could it be too late?" The challenge of narrowing the score gap becomes significantly greater, testing the player's mentality. Another commentator, Green, chimed in, indeed. Especially since Feng hasn't played in the first 2 quarters, his current competitive state and shooting touch remain uncertain. Mike chuckled, facing the Celtics' defense. It's uncertain whether Feng can maintain the scorching performance from the last game. As the Celtics' defense closed in, Feng received the ball and, without a moment's hesitation, executed a pull-up jumper. Nice try. James Young suddenly leaped, extending his right hand in an attempt to block the shot. Since Feng chose to shoot directly without creating space, his opponent was within mere inches of him. Although James Young may not be regarded as a top-tier defender, he was confident that this shot would indeed be contested. Stevens remained composed, nodding slightly. It seemed highly improbable that the shot would succeed. As everyone braced for the rebound, the ball began its descent through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. Feng, brimming with confidence, turned and casually began his retreat on defense. James Young stood stunned. Feng had caught and released the ball, disregarding the defender, a sensation that felt eerily familiar. It reminded him of another player known for such audacity. Yes, Klay Thompson. This individual bears a striking resemblance to the Warriors' formidable Klay. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was more inclined to attribute this remarkable shot to sheer luck. After all, in an era where perimeter shooting is increasingly prevalent, the offensive firepower that such players can provide is indeed terrifying. No one wishes to have an adversary of this caliber. Jaylen Brown was also somewhat surprised. Upon returning to the court, Feng exhibited such exceptional shooting form. It was evident that this individual must have undergone countless hours of arduous training, far beyond what the average person could fathom. Yet, therein lies the challenge. The Lakers regard the Celtics as a litmus test, just as the Celtics view the Lakers as a stepping stone towards the future. Jaylen Brown, closely following his teammate's screen, executed a sudden jump shot from the free throw line. 2 points secured. Following the change of possession, Feng once again received a pass from his teammate. During this reception, it was evident that the Celtics had intensified their defense against him. Although James Young is not particularly renowned for his defensive prowess, his attitude is remarkably proactive. One hand is raised to obstruct Feng's shooting trajectory, while the other remains poised at his side to thwart any potential drives. This is a quintessential defensive stance, reminiscent of the widely mocked Sexton from years past, yet it truly reflects a serious commitment to defense. Feng glanced at his teammates, noting the absence of promising layup opportunities, and thus elevated the ball above his head. He feigned a shot, creating an illusion, followed by a dribble and a subsequent shot. The sound echoed, resonating with intensity. The force of this shot was slightly lighter, yet after bouncing a few times on the rim, it eventually fell into the basket. Another 3 points. The audience witnessing Feng's performance for the first time could only stare in disbelief. Could this guy be so accurate? Scoring on his first attempt? His shooting ability is commendable, and his release is remarkably steady. With 2 consecutive three-pointers, both made under pressure from the opposing defense. Could this player be the Lakers' secret weapon? Why hadn't Luke Walton utilized him earlier? With him on the court, the Lakers' perimeter threat has significantly increased. On the sidelines, Luke Walton clenched his fist, reveling silently. Just like that, damn. What a relief. Jason Tatum paid no mind. He was aware of Feng's shooting prowess, so it did not surprise him. Although the score gap had narrowed, the Celtics maintained a considerable lead. As long as they continued to score steadily, it was not a significant issue. Tatum held the ball in his right hand, executed a double dribble to accelerate, maneuvered to secure half a position against Ingram, and then halted abruptly to pull back for a shot. Swish. A flawless swish through the net. Tatum added 2 more points for his team. His composed demeanor exuded confidence. Tatum's shooting touch was undeniably scorching. That marked his second score of the game. Mike glanced at the scoring stats and exclaimed with excitement. So far, the entire Boston Celtics team had gradually found their rhythm, and their morale was soaring. However, Feng extinguished their momentum once again with another three-pointer. Swish. With a swift and precise motion, like a cold-blooded assassin, he remained accurate and steady. Jason Tatum cast a glance at Feng. Feng, you truly are a formidable opponent. These 3 three-pointers served as a stabilizing force, reigniting the Lakers' players' fighting spirit. Following a steal by Ingram, the Lakers officially sounded the horn for their counterattack. Chapter 32, The Horn of Counterattack, Part 2. After successfully stealing the ball, Brandon Ingram swiftly pushed forward to initiate a fast break. His dribbling skills were commendable, and after a behind-the-back move to evade a defender, he instantly captured the attention of the other Boston Celtics players. In that fleeting moment, Ingram passed the ball to assist Feng, who utilized a slow three-step layup to score effortlessly, capitalizing on the rhythm of the play. The Lakers' momentum in closing the score was fierce, threatening to reduce the Celtics' hard-earned lead to dust. Stevens promptly signaled the referee, calling for a timeout. It seems the Celtics coach can no longer remain composed. Anyone witnessing that scoring surge would surely not take it lightly. Indeed, Mike, in just half a quarter since Feng entered the game, he has already scored 11 points, making him the second highest scorer for the Lakers, even surpassing Ingram's 10 points. His three-point shooting posed a significant threat when he found his range. His scoring ability was explosively potent. If they did not devise a plan to neutralize Feng, the Celtics might face difficulties ahead. Stevens no longer bore the relaxed demeanor he had 5 minutes prior. He addressed the group with a serious tone. The player named Feng possesses commendable three-point shooting ability. However, through my observations, he seems to lack ball handling skills. Therefore, when defending against him, I want you to apply maximum pressure. Do not allow him to maintain possession. Force him to pass or commit a turnover. Understood? Just as the team responded with an affirmative, Jason Tatum suddenly raised his hand to interject. Coach, I would like the opportunity to defend him. Stevens paused, taken aback. Are you confident you can contain him? Though his three-point shooting is precise, I will do my utmost. I am eager to challenge him. Stevens regarded him for a moment before nodding in approval. Although it was uncommon for a Team's star player to defend the opposing team's offensive focal point, given that defense is an exceedingly taxing endeavor. Balancing offensive productivity while maintaining solid defense is no easy task. Nevertheless, the Summer League is precisely designed to provide players with opportunities to showcase their skills and gain insights into their own capabilities. He believed, or rather hoped, that Jason Tatum could strike a balance and lead the team to victory. All right, you will defend Feng. Thank you, coach. I will give it my all. On the Lakers bench, Luke Walton patted Feng's shoulder with a smile, expressing his satisfaction. Kid, it seems my decision to consider you the team's secret weapon was indeed wise. Cough, cough. Coach, you are quite astute, Feng replied with a wry smile, rubbing his shoulder where Walton had patted him. The surrounding players exchanged glances, bemused by Walton's inconsistent attitude. Coach, you weren't saying that just a moment ago. Secret weapon? Nonsense. Nonetheless, they genuinely admired Feng. His shooting skills were exceptional. His presence undeniably alleviated some of the scoring burden for the team, enhancing their perimeter offense while also creating space for the interior players. For Julius Randle, the conditions for inside scoring were markedly improved compared to the first 2 quarters. Larry Nance observed Feng with a look of envy. As long as Feng maintained his current form, it was highly likely that he would command considerable shooting opportunities once the new NBA season commenced. Even as a mere rookie in his first year, competing on the same court as himself, Larry Nance understood better than anyone that Feng's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. Perhaps that future was not so distant. In the next quarter, we will utterly dismantle their defense, understood? If they wish to dominate us, we shall show them who truly reigns supreme on this court. Feng, as our secret weapon, do not hold back against them. Whenever you have a shooting opportunity, unleash your full potential. Even if you miss, it matters not. I have complete faith in you. Luke Walton passionately declared, looking around at the team, expecting Feng to be moved to tears by his expectations. However, to his surprise, Feng yawned and then, with a puzzled expression, asked, are we done? Applause, applause. A sparse round of applause followed, leaving Luke Walton questioning his suitability as a head coach for the first time. In typical sports dramas, this would be the moment where players were emboldened, rallying with a triumphant soundtrack. He rubbed his forehead, feeling defeated. All right, let's return to the game. After the players took the court, an assistant coach approached and handed Walton a phone, whispering, Coach, the management is looking for you regarding that matter. Walton's expression turned serious as he waved the assistant away, then answered the call. All right, understood. I will return your call after the game. Back on the court, the Los Angeles Lakers exhibited a remarkable elevation in their momentum. Their shooting became more resolute, and their offense flowed with greater fluidity. Momentum, indeed, possesses an almost mystical quality, as the saying goes. A defeat can feel as overwhelming as a mountain collapsing. It often plays a pivotal role in determining the trajectory of a contest. The Celtics employed an aggressive tactic on the perimeter, pressuring Li Feng to hinder his ball handling. Given Li Feng's already commendable 11 points in this match, his desire to score further was tempered. After all, additional points would come at a different price. Randall set a screen, and Li Feng dribbled around it, finding himself with no defender within a meter. A splendid opportunity for a shot. Luke Walton shouted from the sidelines, anticipating that Li Feng would likely attempt a three-pointer. However, Li Feng opted against shooting. He paused momentarily before deftly passing the ball into the paint. Walton slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. "What are you passing for with no one inside? This is absurd. If you keep this up, I swear." Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed the ball's trajectory, where Ingram fortuitously awaited. Comfortably receiving the pass, he executed a cutting dunk, adding 2 solid points to the scoreboard. Jaylen Brown smirked. Realizing he needed to tighten his defense, he could not allow Li Feng to distribute the ball so easily. To the astonishment of the spectators, starting from the third quarter, Jaylen Brown took it upon himself to guard Li Feng. His intense and focused demeanor reflected the Celtics' recognition of Li Feng's significance. "Incredible. I cannot believe Jaylen Brown is personally defending that late-round draft pick," gasped a fan. There were murmurs among the audience, pondering whether the Lakers' offense would be stymied. If the Celtics effectively curtailed their perimeter game, victory would be within reach. Yet, Li Feng felt content with his 11 points. Thus, whenever Brown pressed him, Li Feng opted for swift passes to assist his teammates. With the opposing team ramping up their perimeter defense, the interior players found increased operational space. Li Feng executed 2 precise assists, lofting the ball into the paint. After a spectacular alley-oop dunk by Randall, Ingram seized an opportunity for a layup off the backboard. To everyone's surprise, the Lakers continued to score consecutively, even after the Celtics adjusted their strategy. Amidst the audience's exclamations, the Lakers surged ahead by the end of the third quarter, leading 62-60. Chapter 33. What is the essence of selflessness? Breathing heavily, Jaylen Brown gazed at the scoreboard, his mood growing increasingly agitated. How could the Lakers have taken the lead? On the bright side, his defensive efforts had indeed been fruitful. Li Feng was not holding the ball. However, the downside was that the Lakers' scoring efficiency remained largely unaffected. The threat posed by Li Feng on the perimeter had increased the Lakers' opportunities to penetrate the paint. Clarkson, Randall, and Ingram were all formidable players. In contrast, the Celtics had a higher proportion of free agents and fringe players. It appeared that a tough battle lay ahead. Upon witnessing the Lakers' lead, Li Feng felt his mission accomplished and proactively requested to be substituted. Larry Nance was perplexed by Li Feng's desire to reduce his playing time. Many would yearn for additional opportunities to showcase their talents. He found it difficult to comprehend. If he were in Li Feng's position, he would seize the chance to demonstrate his capabilities. Learning how to secure playing time is an essential skill in any league, including the NBA. Yet, Li Feng's actions consistently eluded his understanding. Driven by curiosity, Larry Nance inquired, "Li Feng, don't you want more opportunities to showcase your skills?" Li Feng turned, responding with a casual smile, "No, I prefer you all to have more playing time. After all, being on the court continuously can be quite exhausting. With such a modest rookie contract, playing the entire game would be quite a challenge." Moreover, throughout the Summer League, Li Feng's average attempts per game fell below 5 to fulfill the system's tasks. Furthermore, the Celtics were not oblivious. The more he passed, the more time they had to adjust their strategy against him. However, those around him were profoundly taken aback by his words. Larry Nance stood stunned. Anthony Brown was taken aback, and even the free agents who were less acquainted with Li Feng were astonished. While they fought tooth and nail for playing time, Li Feng willingly relinquished his opportunity on the court. What a remarkable spirit of selflessness. Li Feng, you are truly extraordinary. By graciously allowing such a precious opportunity to others, Li Feng's character astonishes even more than his skills on the court. Rest assured, Li Feng, we will give our utmost effort, Larry Nance declared earnestly, his fists clenched tightly. The others, too, brimmed with determination, vowing to seize victory in the final quarter and resolutely honor Li Feng's self-sacrifice. Observing the fervent expressions of his teammates, Li Feng felt somewhat perplexed. What is happening? Who has bestowed them with such enhancements? Luke Walton observed that the players seemed invigorated by Li Feng, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He pondered endlessly, contemplating where he had faltered in comparison to Li Feng. After Li Feng was substituted, Jaylen Brown felt a sense of disappointment. The contest had yet to yield a victor, and he lamented the lost opportunity to face Li Feng once more. He was confident that, should they meet again, he would undoubtedly find a way to contain Li Feng's prowess. Jaylen Brown clenched his fists, resolute in his determination to lead his team in a counterattack during the final quarter of the match. In this match, victory is imperative for him. As the fourth quarter commenced, the atmosphere in the arena was charged with palpable tension. Both teams stood in stark opposition, as if poised to draw their blades for a fierce confrontation at any moment. Commentator Mike remarked, "I can't quite place it, but I sense the unmistakable scent of gunpowder in the air." Green chuckled in agreement. Indeed, from the intensity radiating from both sides, it is evident that they are determined to establish supremacy. The audience should remain vigilant, for the forthcoming moments promise to be nothing short of exhilarating. Indeed, as anticipated by the commentators, both teams fully embraced the playoff mentality from the onset of the fourth quarter. Every player on the court exerted themselves in a fervent display of offense and defense. While this intensity inevitably led to a flurry of fouls, the Summer League rules permitted a maximum accumulation of 10 fouls, rendering it a manageable concern. For the Celtics, Mikey utilized a screen from his teammate, feigned a shot to draw defensive attention, and executed a precise bounce pass to facilitate Rozier's emphatic dunk. Responding swiftly, Larry Nance delivered an elegant Eurostep jumper, once again narrowing the score gap. The Lakers, fueled by their rising momentum, clashed head-on with the Celtics, igniting a fervor among the spectators present. This is the essence of basketball. As the play unfolds, James Yang's drive is thwarted by the defensive assistance of Jordan Clarkson, compelling him to halt his advance. Jaylen Brown, demonstrating remarkable intelligence, executes a clever backdoor cut to create an opportunity, subsequently charging towards the basket and, with the Lakers center contesting, secures a 2-1 score. Neither side concedes an inch, with the score steadily climbing in an alternating fashion. Li Feng, seated on the bench, reflects with a tinge of nostalgia. Such a high-level competition is merely the NBA Summer League. Who could have imagined that among these airborne athletes, a significant portion are players without a team in the NBA? He firmly believes that those who can only warm the bench in the NBA would undoubtedly average over 20 points per game in the CBA. So, what exactly is amiss with domestic basketball? Li Feng stroked his chin, pondering this matter, which seemed to have an answer, yet simultaneously eluded him. His aspiration to join the NBA was straightforward. Aside from fulfilling his own dream, he also hoped to influence the basketball culture back home, at least instilling confidence in players to venture abroad and take that initial step. If a problematic player like him, who rarely trains, can find his way into the NBA, what is there to fear? Yao Ming is a prodigy, yet for so many years, China should not have produced only one such talent. In the past, even Yao faced tremendous obstacles that nearly prevented him from leaving Shanghai. If one merely adheres to conventional methods and rigid norms, the future of Chinese basketball may struggle to transcend Asia. Li Feng recalls a saying from later generations: even if Jordan came to China, he would first have to have a drink. Though this anecdote may be unverifiable, it sometimes reflects an inescapable reality. If only we could bolster the confidence of Chinese players and encourage more of them to take that courageous step forward. Yet, how can this be accomplished? Lost in thought, the game had already entered its final 3 minutes. 77-82. The Celtics, bolstered by Jason Tatum's stellar performance and the silent diligence of his teammates on defense, reclaimed their lead. Lakers' Anthony Brown assessed the unfolding dynamics on the court, with his teammates actively positioning themselves. With a 5-point deficit, he could not afford a mistake. After creating space with a swift dribble, he stepped just beyond the 3-point line and took his shot. 3 points, good. Swish. 80-82. The Lakers had once again drawn the game into suspense, now entering the critical moments of decision. At this moment, Luke Walton rose to address the referee, declaring, "The Lakers request a timeout." Chapter 34. Who are you talking to? Li Feng, have I not lived up to your efforts? Anthony Brown returned to the sidelines, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Li Feng stood momentarily taken aback, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Me? Efforts? What on earth is this? At that moment, Larry Nance approached and remarked, "Enough with the self-congratulation, we are still trailing." "It's merely a temporary deficit," Anthony Brown replied with a slight smirk. Luke Walton clapped his hands to garner the team's attention and said, "All right, everyone quiet down. Li Feng, you'll be taking Anthony's place shortly." Li Feng had just changed out of his basketball shoes and was fully prepared to exit the game. He was astonished that the coach intended to let him play. "Are you serious, coach? Wouldn't it be better to give someone else a chance?" "What nonsense. You are our team's secret weapon. In this crucial moment, who else would we rely on if not you? Luke Walton said with a firm glare. But coach, I have been deeply reflecting on your previous words. I realize that my absence from the games has indeed been a grave error, utterly unforgivable. Not participating is a punishment I rightly deserve. Well, as long as you've come to such a realization, hurry up and get on the court. No, I must atone. I shall return to the hotel and contemplate my misdeeds. Li Feng replied earnestly, his eyes filled with remorse. Luke Walton took a deep breath. Damn it. You're young, yet already a cunning fox. Fine. As long as you can sink that damned three-pointer and show that old fogey Steven's a thing or two, you can skip training for the summer league. Now get out there, do you understand? Li Feng grinned, feeling a sense of triumph. Understood, applause. He laced up his shoes once more and replaced Anthony Brown on the court. The Lakers lineup now featured Jordan Clarkson, Li Feng, Brandon Ingram, Andrew Davis, and Trevor Booker. When Brown observed Li Feng re-entering the game, rather than feeling anxious, a smile crept across his face. You've returned. Are you hoping to feature in my highlight reel of clutch shots? Jaylen Brown grinned, his expression radiating determination. Li Feng, hearing this, remained silent and surveyed his surroundings. Strange. Where is everyone? Who are you talking to? Jaylen Brown felt an inexplicable sense of futility, as if his fist were striking a pillow. This individual truly seems oblivious. Or perhaps is deliberately feigning ignorance to put me in an awkward position. Judging by Li Feng's previous performance, Jaylen Brown appears to lean towards the latter. Indeed, it is evident that prowess speaks volumes on the basketball court. Following the timeout, the Celtics regained possession of the ball. Since the Green team currently holds a commanding lead, they are not in haste to launch a rapid offensive. Jaylen Brown dribbled across half-court, deliberately observing the positioning of both his teammates and opponents, before deciding to initiate an attack on the less defended left side. After executing a between-the-legs dribble and a brief hesitation to alter his rhythm, he accelerated. Ingram pursued him relentlessly, attempting to obstruct his path to the basket. Noticing Ingram's weight shifted too far forward, Brown utilized his left hand to explosively pivot and attack the rim. However, at that moment, Anthony Davis had positioned himself perfectly to provide help defense. As Brown prepared to shoot, he recognized that a formidable block awaited him if he proceeded. Drawing upon his ample basketball experience, he swiftly reacted. As he leapt alongside the defender, he passed the ball to a teammate positioned on the opposite side of the hoop. It was a masterful pass, executed with such finesse that the Lakers were caught off guard. From the commentary booth, Mike exuberantly exclaimed. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Green suddenly noticed that Li Feng had somehow appeared beneath the basket, perfectly obstructing Brown's passing lane. With a swift motion, Li Feng intercepted Brown's pass with both hands firmly at his chest. He then launched a powerful throw across half-court. Jordan Clarkson, receiving the ball on a fast break, faced an unguarded hoop and executed a single-handed, mid-air spinning dunk to secure 2 points. With a resounding thud, the score was now tied at 82-82. As teammates returned on defense, one chuckled and remarked to Li Feng, that was an incredible interception. Fantastic play. That was simply splendid. This moment is undeniably crucial. At such a pivotal juncture, this remarkable defensive play has significantly narrowed the gap between the two teams. Coach Stevens of the Celtics furrows his brow slightly, his expression betraying any semblance of ease. He observes keenly that although Li Feng may not be the fastest, he instinctively begins moving towards the basket the instant Brown opts to pivot. This suggests that he has anticipated both Brown's impending passing choice and the potential trajectory of that pass. Is such foresight truly achievable in the rapidly evolving dynamics of the court? Stevens swallows hard, yet refrains from taking any action, eager to witness how Jaylen Brown will respond in the dwindling moments that remain. Ryan Arcidiacono passes to Brown, who swiftly relays the ball to Rozier in the elbow area. Rozier searches for a shooting opportunity, yet it is evident that the Lakers are resolutely denying him an easy score. In this moment of hesitation, Jaylen Brown once again steps forward. With a deft maneuver through positioning and utilizing his teammate's screen, Brown creates a mismatched opportunity. As Rozier delivers the pass, Brown catches it, leaps, and executes a deceptive move before finishing with a reverse layup. The score shifts to 82-84, with the Celtics reclaiming the lead. Nice. Keep it up. Defense. Do not allow the Lakers to regain the advantage, and do not permit Li Feng to attempt a three-pointer. The Celtics fans on the sidelines wave their flags and cheer fervently. Meanwhile, the Lakers bench is equally animated, with Larry Nance and others calling out, Feng, take the three. One more three-pointer, and we win. Given the current circumstances, a three-pointer could indeed allow the Lakers to seize the lead and take control. However, this knowledge is not exclusive to them. The Celtics are acutely aware of it as well. Thus, the Celtics perimeter players have received a strict directive: do whatever it takes to disrupt Feng's three-point shot. Even if it means committing a foul, Feng must not be allowed to shoot a three-pointer at this critical moment. This treatment is indeed a commendation for a second-round pick. Feng, after receiving a pass from his teammate beyond the three-point line, paused momentarily, only to find Jaylen Brown swiftly appearing before him with remarkable speed. Brown was tightly guarding him, the distance between them barely the length of a fist, leaving Feng with almost no opportunity to shoot. Realizing the absence of a shooting chance, Feng executed a behind-the-back pass to Ingram stationed at the corner. The latter, after a probing step to create space, took a jump shot from long range. Swish. Statistically speaking, that shot was indeed expected to succeed. The Lakers remained tenacious, clinging to the score, while Jaylen Brown seemed to ponder something within his mind. Moments later, he quietly relayed to his center, "Next, set a screen for me. I want a three-pointer to finish the game." Chapter 35. Is there still an old sixth man? Jaylen Brown's thoughts were straightforward. With Feng on the court, it was only logical that the Lakers would seek an opportunity for a three-pointer to clinch the game. Both teams were currently at a stalemate. If they continued to attempt two-point shots, the Lakers could easily seize the game with a successful three-pointer in the upcoming offensive possession, thus increasing the pressure on the Celtics. Jaylen Brown glanced at the clock. Each team had 2 offensive opportunities remaining, but if he deliberately consumed more time, the Lakers would nearly exhaust their final possession. By capitalizing on this shooting opportunity, the Celtics could regain control, significantly enhancing their chances of victory. Jaylen Brown remained confident in his ability to make an open three-pointer. At that moment, he slowly advanced the ball beyond the three-point line, awaiting his teammates' screens. Feng, acutely aware of the situation, recognized that Jaylen Brown was likely to seek a three-point shot. Consequently, he positioned himself beyond the arc, raising his hands in anticipation. It appeared that Feng's ultimate strategy was to deny the opponent any chance to shoot a three-pointer. One could only say that a shooter possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to the instinct of shooting, right? Mike, have you noticed? Feng plays the game with considerable intelligence. He often appears where the team needs him most. Is that so? Perhaps, but it's merely a single game. No one knows how much luck plays a role in this. Green did not refute this, merely shrugging and saying, "But I have a hunch that this guy will perform similarly even in the NBA." As the two conversed, the situation on the court had already transformed. Jaylen Brown had initially been consuming time beyond the three-point line, appearing unhurried in his offense. However, suddenly, he made a shoulder feint to the left, followed by an in-and-out dribble with his right hand, then used an unexpected screen from Jordan Mickey to shake off his defender and create space. It is time for the shot. To everyone's astonishment, Feng accurately predicted that Jaylen Brown was poised to attempt a three-pointer. With a fervent shout from the commentator, Jaylen Brown has already positioned himself to take the shot. Defense. Luke Walton exclaimed urgently. To be frank, Jaylen Brown's three-point shooting cannot be considered elite, yet given the nearly unimpeded opportunity, the likelihood of him scoring is undeniably significant. Should such a scenario unfold, it would be almost catastrophic for the current state of the Lakers. Thus, Luke Walton was indeed feeling a sense of urgency. However, at that moment, Feng maneuvered around Jordan Mickey's screen, extending his arm to block Jaylen's path. How could this be? Jaylen was taken aback by the remarkable defensive instincts of Feng. The sudden appearance of an arm in front of Jason Tatum indeed disrupted his shot. However, with no turning back, Tatum gritted his teeth and released a pivotal shot. Nearby, Jordan Clarkson noticed a slight deviation in the ball's trajectory, perhaps influenced by Feng's interference, and prepared to seize the rebound. As anticipated, the basketball came crashing down against the right edge of the rim. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the hoop, while those beneath braced themselves for the moment it would emerge from the basket. Yet, due to its original momentum, the ball struck the backboard and, having lost its force, surprisingly dropped into the hoop. Swish! At that moment, the Celtics fans erupted into near madness. Wow, that is impossible. It was utterly astonishing, incredibly thrilling. A miracle indeed. It seemed Lady Luck still favored us. With the three-pointer secured, Tatum felt a wave of relief. The pressure on the Celtics lessened significantly. Unless the Lakers swiftly netted a three-pointer to conserve time, even scoring on their next possession would prove meaningless. With time running short, The final offensive opportunity rested firmly in the hands of the Celtics. Luke Walton sighed in resignation, exclaiming, "Is this really happening? Is there no justice?" At that moment, Walton understood that the best course of action was to have Feng quickly attempt a three-pointer to level the score. This is the most optimal solution. However, would the opponent so readily allow him to take a shot? Jaylen Brown, undistracted by the exhilaration of scoring, swiftly retreated on defense, commanding, "Do not give him a chance from beyond the arc, and avoid fouling in the paint. Deny him the three-pointer and any potential and-one opportunity, and victory is ours." Jordan Clarkson passed the ball to the perimeter player, Feng, but the defense was exceptionally tight. They persistently reached out to disrupt Feng's ball handling. A moment of carelessness could easily lead to a steal. In such circumstances, attempting a difficult shot would severely compromise his accuracy. Only by fully exerting himself could he hope to succeed, but that would prove unwise. Glancing at the clock, Feng suddenly conceived a plan. A subtle smile crept across his face, and he instantly calmed his urgency. Time was fleeting, and soon less than 10 seconds remained on the shot clock. Although he remained composed, the anxiousness of the spectators was palpable. What was he doing? Did Feng not realize that wasting time was detrimental to his team? Perhaps he was simply unable to find an opportunity to shoot, yet standing idly would only aid his opponents in their quest for victory. As he noted the dwindling time, Feng suddenly executed a feint drive, creating a sliver of space. Seizing the moment, he delivered a precise pass directly to the basket. The Celtics' perimeter defense, caught off guard, had not anticipated Feng's choice to pursue a two-point shot at this juncture. Furthermore, the interior players, wary of committing an and-one foul, allowed Ingram to calmly execute a hook shot, successfully depositing the ball through the hoop. On the court, everyone was perplexed by Feng's actions. No matter how one looked at it, his decision seemed unwise. Opting for a two-pointer while hesitating and consuming precious time was a poor strategy. Mike bluntly remarked, "I have always said that Feng's previous shots might have just been sheer luck." Brown breathed a sigh of relief. With time running out, all he needed to do was patiently await the conclusion of the game. Indeed, victory would ultimately belong to them. As his teammates advanced the ball, Jaylen Brown suddenly spotted a shadowy figure lurking near the baseline. "Feng? This fellow intends to pilfer the ball with a steal. Beware of what lies behind you." Feng is poised to seize the ball. This highlights the inherent disadvantage of the English language. To convey a multitude of words is often insufficient in the rapidly shifting dynamics of the battlefield. In contrast, the profound and intricate Chinese language requires merely 3 words. Have old 6. Feng stealthily entered the court, seizing the moment to execute a precise steal while the opponent was momentarily dazed. Stevens, in a fit of frustration, pounded his thigh and sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Defend. We must not allow him to score." Chapter 36, Has no miracle transpired today? At this juncture, the audience erupted into a frenzy. The Los Angeles Lakers had regained crucial possession at a pivotal moment. "Hurry, defend. We cannot let that guy score." Stevens bore a serious expression, for it was evident that the initiative had once again shifted back to the Lakers, due to the exchange of possession. Jaylen Brown's earlier strategy to consume time had turned into a self-destructive maneuver. On the court, Jordan Clarkson's expression was a mix of astonishment and delight. Although the process of Feng's steal was not particularly glamorous, even appearing somewhat dubious, it proved effective. A black cat or a white cat? The one that catches the mouse is a good cat. Feng, pass. Seizing the moment while the opponent was still off guard, Jordan Clarkson positioned himself on the opposite side of the basket. At this moment, he and Feng created a localized 2-on-1 situation. A pass now would render the Celtics unable to allocate their focus to defense. This will be a spectacular near-buzzer beater. Although there remains ample time for the Celtics to mount an offensive, it matters not. Defense secures championships. Yet, Feng refrained from passing the ball. Moreover, he deliberately slowed down, halting the ball at the three-point line, poised to await the Celtics players to regroup defensively. In this moment, not only were the spectators present utterly bewildered, but even the commentators and the coaches of both teams wore equally perplexed expressions. What on earth just happened? What is the purpose of this? Luke Walton pondered, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Feng intended to wait until time expired before launching an all-out offensive to decisively eliminate his opponent? Indeed, the remaining time allowed for only a single, full offensive play. Should he succeed in scoring, it would undoubtedly be the most prudent decision. Yet, in this critical moment of life and death, would Jaylen Brown afford him the opportunity to make the shot? Did Feng harbor no concerns that this pivotal attempt might fail? Luke Walton, resting his hand against his mouth, fell into deep contemplation. He found Li Feng's demeanor somewhat unhinged, while simultaneously exuding an eerie calm that bordered on the inhuman. It seemed as though he had never contemplated the challenges inherent in such a decision. Was this an expression of absolute confidence in his own abilities? In a moment of reverie, Walton sensed in Li Feng an aura reminiscent of the legendary Kobe Bryant, who once strode forth with the conviction of 1,000 men. However, he quickly shook his head, chastising himself for such a folly. After all, this was Kobe, the iconic Black Mamba. How could he entertain such a misguided notion? At that moment, the Celtics had also fortified their defensive positions. Grateful that Li Feng had not exploited the opening, everyone was now intensely focused, closely marking their respective opponents. The immense defensive pressure can easily lead to errors in the offensive coordination among players. This is precisely the reason why, during the playoffs, most teams require a player endowed with star-level offensive capabilities. Under relentless defensive pressure, no one will grant you easy opportunities for open shots or unobstructed cuts to the basket. Much like the legendary Nash, who instilled fear across the league with his fast-paced offensive strategy during the regular season, his playoff performance was far from stellar. Even though the defensive quality during summer league games pales in comparison to that of playoff teams, it remains an insurmountable challenge for the current Lakers squad. The clock ticks down, second by second, as the tension in the arena mounts. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, an eerie silence envelopes the audience. Yet, remarkably, Li Feng remains almost motionless. He stands near the free throw line, cradling the ball, his back turned to the basket, posing no threat whatsoever. He resembles Draymond Green executing a handoff play. His teammates are energetically moving about, seeking opportunities, but Li Feng does not pass, leaving everyone perplexed about his intentions. Jaylen Brown, witnessing the dwindling time, feels not a sense of relief but rather an intensifying anxiety. He does not believe Li Feng will simply surrender. However, he cannot fathom the purpose of Li Feng's waiting as the clock approaches its final moments. Does he intend to rely on a last-second buzzer beater? Yet, he knows he must interfere with the shot. Does Li Feng truly disregard his defense, convinced he will not falter? Beads of perspiration form on Jaylen Brown's forehead. Perhaps due to the taxing nature of his defense or the bizarre unease permeating the situation. He cannot articulate his feelings, nor does he have time to ponder. All he can do is defend with utmost determination. As the clock dwindles to 3 seconds, Li Feng finally makes a move. The collective tension in the arena escalates. Is he about to shoot? But how can Li Feng, trapped by the defense, possibly execute a shot? The commentator Green instinctively exclaims, his face a mask of confusion. At this moment, Jaylen Brown closes in, leaving Li Feng with no avenue for a shot. Yet, in a shocking twist, Li Feng, with his back still to the basket, casually tosses the ball over his shoulder. What is Li Feng attempting? A no-look-back shot? Is this a joke? What does this signify? A display of carelessness? Oh, God! It seems no miracle will unfold today. Let us preemptively congratulate the Celtics on their victory. As the final buzzer sounds, signaling the end of the Lakers' last offensive opportunity, commentator Mike rises, addressing the audience with disbelief. Luke Walton buries his face in his hands. How could Li Feng choose such a final offensive maneuver? Goodness gracious! Could it be that this young man has engaged in gambling? After all, we are in Las Vegas. Who knows if he ventured into inappropriate dealings during his absence from training a few days ago? However, Li Feng remained unfazed as he turned to Jaylen Brown and said, I hope you enjoy this highlight reel. After all, the 2-point shot card is not given away for free. In a moment of distraction, Jaylen Brown watched as the basketball descended gracefully from the sky. The next instant, like a highly trained stunt performer executing a complex maneuver, the ball flawlessly passed through the hoop. Swish! The ball struck the court with a resounding thud, its impact echoing clearly in the ears of everyone present. The shot was made. Li Feng's seemingly haphazard throw had miraculously found its mark. All those in attendance were left in astonishment. Unbelievable, this was nothing short of extraordinary. Even the referees, momentarily swayed from their professional demeanor, hesitated, struggling to believe their own eyes. After a brief moment of realization, they signaled that the 2 points were valid. As the score on the scoreboard flickered, the Lakers surged ahead of the Celtics by a single point. 88-87. Li Feng had sealed the game. Oh no! This cannot be. This is a miracle. Both commentators sprang from their seats, their faces etched with disbelief. Jaylen Brown furrowed his brow as he glanced at Li Feng, recalling the earlier remark about enjoying the highlight reel. Subsequently, he shook his head in a self-deprecating manner, realizing he had merely become Li Feng's backdrop. Was this all part of your grand design? Chapter 37. He is a miracle. Today marked a celebration for the media, a day to witness miracles. With a creatively executed steal and an almost impossible, miraculous shot, Feng triumphed over the Celtics. Even the most obtuse reporters could discern that this would become sensational news. Inside the locker room, Larry Nance excitedly approached Feng, offering a warm shoulder bump. God, Feng, that shot was absolutely insane. You managed to score with your back to the hoop. Truly, this is beyond comprehension. Although Anthony Brown maintained a facade of calm, the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his exhilaration. Jordan Clarkson unabashedly expressed his excitement, exclaiming, "Oh man, you have no idea how I felt when I made my cut. And you didn't pass. I apologize for doubting you, Feng. You're truly remarkable." Clarkson's emotions soared as if on a roller coaster. Winning an NBA regular season game paled in comparison to this moment. Even the usually reticent Ingram approached Feng, exchanging a high five, saying, "Brother, your performance today was simply outstanding, truly unbelievable." While Feng remained composed, he smiled in response. The locker room buzzed with joy and laughter, evidently. No one had anticipated that a second-round rookie would become the focal point of conversation before the summer league commenced. Yet, here we are. After a moment, Luke Walton, having navigated through the media throng, pushed open the locker room door with a beaming smile. Upon spotting Feng, he enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Come here. Let me take a look at this miraculous young man." Feng was momentarily caught off guard by the bear hug. "Coach, easy there. Haha." Walton playfully patted his back before releasing him. "Your shooting is extraordinary. Even a behind-the-back shot went in." Feng chuckled, casually remarking, "Actually, I excel in driving to the basket. I just didn't bring a change of clothes today, and sweating is a hassle." "Huh. What a delightful jest. I appreciate your humor, Feng." Walton, not taking it seriously, turned to continue. "You all performed admirably in today's victory. With you on the team, I am confident the Lakers will achieve even greater heights in the upcoming season. You are the future of this team." The atmosphere was filled with confidence as everyone nodded in agreement. Following the player interviews, the media swarmed the Lakers players with fervor. However, the one who delivered today's most spectacular moment, Feng, had already vanished into the crowd. They would later realize that some individuals, once missed, cannot be found again. The Lakers players were lavish in their praise for Feng's performance. Even Luke Walton expressed, "I have never doubted Feng. He is a player with immense vision and diligence, embodying the spirit of the Lakers. Striving and never yielding. This is our goal for the new season, with hard work. We can conquer all." On the Celtics side, although the players felt somewhat dejected, the loss weighed heavily on them, a bitter pill to swallow. They certainly could not accept Feng's final behind-the-back shot. Fortune had merely smiled upon them momentarily, but relying solely on luck would not suffice. They intended to prove their worth in the upcoming matches. Coach Stevens maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, he was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. What an unexpected turn of events. Jason Tatum, however, appears to take it all in stride, candidly expressing that the Lakers have indeed caught them by surprise. Yet, this will not hinder their progress. Rather, it has heightened their anticipation for the upcoming season. Tatum explicitly stated his eagerness to face the Lakers once more on the grand stage of the NBA, particularly in a matchup against Feng. Following the media coverage, Feng, once a relatively obscure second-round draft pick, has suddenly garnered a modicum of fame. Numerous teams have taken note of this hidden gem, previously overshadowed by the likes of Ben Simmons. Remarkably, even after only 2 games, some have begun to draw comparisons between Feng and the young Klay Thompson, highlighting his commendable defense and an exceptional shooting ability that defies convention. Indeed, this player embodies the essence of a 3D athlete. However, Feng does not boast a towering height of over 2 meters nor possesses the robust physique typically associated with frontline players, which leaves some questioning his ability to adapt to the intense demands of the NBA. In the subsequent days, Luke Walton was exhilarated by what he perceived as a rare gem, diligently exploring ways to elevate Feng's tactical positioning. At one point, he even considered aligning Feng's role with that of Ingram. Yet, Feng's behavior brought him back to reason. Throughout these days of team training, Feng astonishingly missed every session. Instead, he frequented bars, hot springs, entertainment venues, and the most renowned strip clubs in Las Vegas. His social media was a vibrant tapestry of selfies, showcasing his escapades in nearly every locale except the training facility. What on earth is happening? It seems Feng is living a life more splendid than mine. He appears to be on vacation, viewing the images of Feng surrounded by beautiful companions. Luke Walton irritably tossed his phone aside. He glanced around the room, filled with the unmistakable odor of perspiring bodies, where most opted to don a spritz of cologne to mask their potent scent. Yet, this proved futile, only complicating the aroma further. Oh, how I too wish to revel in the company of lovely women. Luke Walton slumped back in his office chair, utterly exasperated. However, he found himself powerless to impose any demands, having previously assured Feng that he need not attend training for the time being. Just endure it a little longer. The summer league will soon conclude, and then I shall rigorously train you, young man. In recent days, although the Los Angeles Lakers have not had any additional games, the narrative surrounding Feng, the magical second-round draft pick, has been steadily gaining momentum. An increasing number of individuals have unearthed past news related to Feng, including his 3 consecutive championships in the CBA, Kobe's skeptical commentary, his remarkable performances against Simmons, and his miraculous game winner against the Celtics led by Brown. When these accomplishments are considered collectively, they evoke considerable intrigue among fans regarding Feng's persona. The fervor surrounding Feng's events has gradually intensified, coinciding with the broadcast of Bai Qian's interview with him. The report has garnered unexpected popularity and viewership. This marks Bai Qian's most successful piece since she embarked on her career. Her editor, who has consistently scrutinized her work, has now transformed his stance, enthusiastically announcing her promotion to team leader. Conversely, the manager at ESPN is filled with regret, envious of the substantial success achieved by other media outlets, particularly that modest company across the way, which seemingly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Collins, having recognized Feng's potential early on, lamentably missed out on this exceptional opportunity due to the inefficacy of his subordinate staff. How can he not be enraged? You cannot even manage such a trivial matter? Tina, tell me why you failed to secure the interview with him. I demand an explanation. Immediately, at once. Chapter 38. Coach, I have a candidate. Listening to the manager's complaints, Tina, with a look of grievance, replied, Manager Collins, I truly do not know. I merely mentioned the interview to him. And he hung up on me. Did you not attempt to call him again? I did. And what did he say? He said nothing. He simply blocked me. After that, my calls went unanswered. Tina was on the verge of tears. This was the first time in her career she had faced such disdain. With the illustrious reputation of ESPN and her remarkable appearance, she had never faltered in interviewing anyone, even championship teams. Yet, she stumbled on a second-round draft pick. Remarkably, this second-rounder had indeed made a name for himself, becoming a darling of the media. Collins was perplexed. Logically, no one should shy away from fame, especially an interview with a renowned media outlet like ESPN. Who would refuse? He stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, could it be he has an aversion to women? Surely not. Tina had watched Feng's games and found him quite handsome, exuding masculinity. Could he be averse to women? After a brief contemplation, Collins replied earnestly. Sherlock Holmes once said, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Wise words, manager. Collins nodded thoughtfully, then waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. I shall take it upon myself to interview him when I have the time. Manager, are you sure? Wouldn't that be elevating him too much? I believe it is warranted, Collins stated after a moment of deep reflection. Feng's schedule had been rigorous, filled with arduous training over the past few days. However, hard work bore fruit, and he had seen improvements in various attributes, particularly in stamina and resilience. One must be tough and enduring on the grand stage of the playoffs. Take, for instance, our famed tough guy, JB, an abbreviation for Jimmy Butler, devoid of any negative connotations. Although Feng had not participated in the team's training sessions, he had not missed a single meal. The team's nutritionist was traveling with the team, ensuring the quality of the meals remained consistently high. However, during a meal today, Feng overheard Luke Walton, frowning as he conversed on the phone. Walton expressed that the team was seeking to bolster their roster with a forward capable of spatial shooting. Yet, the voice on the other end seemed resolute, indicating that the team was currently in a rebuilding phase and deemed it unnecessary to waste operational flexibility on such matters. Nevertheless, Walton believed that even in a rebuilding state, it was reasonable to pursue a playoff spot, especially considering the impressive performances from the team as newcomers, including Feng and Ingram. He felt confident that their growth throughout the season could lead them to contend for a playoff position. However, it seemed the other party had no such intentions and firmly declined once more. After hanging up, Walton appeared visibly despondent. This has become an uncountable occasion since he first made this request, only to be declined once again. At that moment, Feng's eyes suddenly brightened, and he leaned in closer. Coach, Have you encountered any difficulties? Upon hearing this, Luke Walton instinctively took 2 steps back. His greatest fear was an abrupt silence in the air, and his second was Li Feng's inexplicable concern. What are you plotting, you rascal? Coach, you wrong me. I merely wish to alleviate your burdens for the team, Li Feng replied with a helpless smile. Are you planning to skive off training again with your unnecessary flattery? What do you take me for? Coach, do we not share even the most fundamental trust between us? I merely noticed that you seemed troubled. So I came over out of goodwill to inquire. Luke Walton still regarded Li Feng with some suspicion, surveying him up and down. Yet, he acknowledged that his words held some truth. As a coach, he should not doubt his players. He then waved his hand dismissively, stating, "These matters are not your concern. If you can attend training punctually, I would be eternally grateful." Wait, coach, I believe I heard you mention wanting to strengthen the front line. Is that correct? You heard that. Luke Walton did not deny it. This response indeed caught Li Feng's attention. Currently, the domestic forwards possess commendable skills. With Yi Jianlian still at his peak and Ding Yanyanhang, known in the CBA as a 4-letter foreign aid. If there is a genuine need, could this not present the finest opportunity for Chinese players to enter the NBA? Indeed, I wish to inquire about the candidates for reinforcement. Has the team made any decisions? Yes, but the salaries for comparable forwards are at least around 10 million annually. Consequently, the management seems disinclined to consider the issue of reinforcements. Perhaps they are somewhat vexed. And at this moment, Luke Walton is also seeking someone to confide in. After all, as the head coach of the team, who wouldn't desire to achieve results under their leadership? As for tanking, while this may be an unavoidable choice given the current situation, the unexpected performances of Ingram and Li Feng have ignited a flicker of hope within him. However, the management is reluctant to spend extra money on fruitless endeavors. And there are no particularly high-quality forwards to match the team's needs. It is indeed a challenge. Yet at this moment, Li Feng smiled subtly and, with an air of mystery, said, "I have a candidate to recommend to you, coach." You? Luke Walton responded with some caution. Are you certain they are reliable? Absolutely. Despite receiving a positive answer, Luke Walton hesitated and said, "Let me make it clear. I do not want players who skip practice. Coach, shouldn't there be a fundamental level of trust between people?" Luke Walton's lips twitched, and he refrained from answering. It was no jest. Having one Li Feng was already a handful, and if another troublesome player who neglects training were to join, it might very well be the end of him. Now, tell me about your recommendation. Li Feng nodded and introduced. I have 2 candidates in mind. Both possess physicality, athleticism, and shooting ability as versatile forwards. Luke Walton was momentarily taken aback. In just a few seconds, countless names flashed through his mind, but none seemed to fit the description. In this era, where the proportion of outside shooting is on the rise, such quality forwards are indeed coveted by every team. Finding even one is arduous, yet Li Feng has 2 recommendations? Are they NBA players? Yes and no, replied Li Feng. Luke Walton was puzzled. What did that mean? Curiosity piqued. He asked, what are their names? Do I know them? You should. Both are players from our country, named Yi Jianlian and Ding Yanyanhang. Chapter 39. Who swapped Li Feng's goji berries for Red Bull? Yi Jianlian? Luke Walton was momentarily stunned, then remarked, I recognize that name. He is a highly respected player in our country, and we have considered signing him. However, I do not have much knowledge about Ding Yanyanhang. Li Feng shrugged. No worries, getting to know him won't be a hassle. They are both excellent players from our country, and I believe they can contribute positively to the current team. Luke Walton nodded thoughtfully. How do their skills compare to yours? They are formidable. They can almost represent the pinnacle of Chinese basketball. I believe they have the capability to establish themselves in the NBA. But you cannot compare them to me. The struggles I endure daily are beyond what most can imagine. Luke Walton chuckled awkwardly, only believing the first half of Li Feng's statement. However, Li Feng was unconcerned and continued. In any case, the Rio Olympics are approaching, so you can keep an eye on their performances then. Luke Walton stroked his chin, reasoning that there was no harm in the matter, and nodded in agreement. All right, I will pay attention. However, speaking of which, you arrived quite early today. Is there time for practice? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Feng suddenly pressed down on Luke Walton's hand and asserted, Coach, let us refrain from saying such disheartening things. Grabbing a handful of blueberries from the cafeteria, Li Feng stood up and swaggered out. Luke Walton watched Li Feng's departing figure, his lips twitching, yet he said nothing. He must uphold his promise. However, once the summer league concludes, he would have a word with him. Just then, Luke Walton recalled something. Wait a moment. Could it be that this young man is returning to participate in the Olympics? Would that not render his training plan utterly futile? Although Li Feng did not partake in the usual training sessions, he certainly did not miss the competitions. In the subsequent matches against the New Orleans Pelicans and the Spurs, Li Feng delivered remarkably consistent performances, aiding his team in securing victory. Averaging 11 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals, his statistics were impressively stable. While these figures may not be particularly astonishing at first glance, his three-point shooting percentage during these games was extraordinarily high. Scoring 11 points with just a few attempts seemed effortless, resembling the demeanor of a basketball civil servant. Many observers felt that Li Feng was clearly capable of achieving higher scores. If allowed to unleash his full potential, he might even average over 20 points per game. Consequently, fans were puzzled as to why Luke Walton did not utilize Li Feng as a core player for outside shooting, allowing him more opportunities to take shots. Often, when Li Feng reached around 10 points, he would cease to score. The spectators were astute. It was evident that the coach was restraining Li Feng from continuing to score, fearing he might overshadow the performances of other players, thus limiting him to passing and assisting teammates. During the Summer League, numerous netizens criticized Luke Walton's coaching decisions, deeming them misguided and ineffective. Luke Walton felt aggrieved but was at a loss for explanations, as it was ultimately Li Feng's choice not to play aggressively. In the final showdown, the Los Angeles Lakers faced off against the Cleveland Cavaliers. The reigning champions, the Cavaliers, approached this season's games with a focus on player development. Unexpectedly, players like Jordan McRae and Kyle O'Quinn performed admirably, leading the team to the finals. The championship match commenced at the Central Arena in Las Vegas. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Jordan Clarkson, Li Feng, Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle, and Thomas Bryant. After several games of trial and adjustment, Li Feng had firmly secured his starting position. Moreover, Luke Walton's expectations for this young talent from Summer Country were gradually rising, embodying a complex mix of admiration and frustration. He was even contemplating discussing contract negotiations with the two players from Summer Country. As the game commenced, the Los Angeles Lakers seized the initial possession. Ingram, having recently found his rhythm, showcased an explosive mid-range shooting percentage. He opened the scoring with a quick stop-and-pop jumper for 2 points. However, the Cavaliers' John Holland responded effectively, sinking a dribble three-pointer to take the lead. Undeterred, Jordan Clarkson prepared to dribble and find an opportunity to penetrate the defense. At that moment, unexpectedly, he spotted Li Feng beyond the three-point line, signaling for the ball. Having developed a rapport through previous games, Clarkson understood Li Feng's character well. This individual rarely takes the initiative to request the ball for an offensive play. Instead, he often waits for opportunities to arise, relying on his teammates to deliver the ball into his hands before he considers taking a shot. Today, has the sun risen in the west? Frankly speaking, Li Feng's demeanor in recent games has exuded a certain lack of enthusiasm, as if he is not particularly eager to showcase his prowess. There is an air of unwarranted confidence about him. Nevertheless, the team has managed to secure victories without much peril in these matches, leaving no room for discontent among the spectators. "Pass the ball to me," Li Feng called out when he noticed Jordan Clarkson's lack of response. In the next moment, Clarkson, without hesitation, delivered the ball into his hands. Li Feng swiftly raised his arm and shot, releasing the ball before the opponent's defense could reach him. Swish. The basketball found nothing but net, adding 3 points to the team's score. 5-3. The pressure shifted back to the Cavaliers. Okafor brought the ball past half-court, then executed a crossover dribble to lower his center of gravity, attempting to break through on the left side. However, the Lakers defender remained steadfast, blocking his path. Realizing the aggressive move was futile, Okafor promptly passed the ball to Hollinger, who was waiting on the right flank. With no defender in front of him, he opted for a three-point attempt. Whoosh. Bang. The ball veered slightly off course, striking the side of the rim and bouncing away. Randle effectively contained the opposing center beneath the basket before leaping to seize the rebound. Great play, fast break. What an opportunity. Go Lakers. The excited crowd shouted from the sidelines. Randle seized the moment and hurled the ball across the court into Li Feng's awaiting hands. With no one in his path, Li Feng halted just beyond the three-point line. He then took another shot from long range. Swish. Another three-pointer. The audience, poised to criticize Li Feng for his lack of offensive decision-making, suddenly swallowed their words, replaced instead by exclamations of awe. Wow, incredible. 3 points are worth more than 2. Ingram was somewhat perplexed. He had never witnessed Li Feng exerting such determination in the first quarter. This was not characteristic of him in the past. What happened? Who swapped Li Feng's goji tea for Red Bull tonight? Ingram inquired, Li Feng, why didn't you choose the simpler layup? I've never seen you play like this. To which Li Feng merely shook his head, as he too was perplexed. Little did he know that prior to the game's commencement, the system had issued him a new task, Spirit of the Worker. Task: dominate the game in 1 quarter, clock out. Reward: 1 full throttle card for a single quarter. Evaluation: with such meager wages, it's quite challenging to perform my duties. Chapter 40. Is a great record about to be born? It was precisely to fulfill this task that Li Feng opted to widen the gap with 3-point shots in the first quarter. The Cleveland Cavaliers were not in a rush. A temporary deficit did not signify much. Steady now, no need to panic. Kyle Okafor calmly orchestrated the game as tempo as he dribbled slowly across half-court. He passed the ball to the center, who, after several attempts to penetrate the interior without finding an appropriate shot, redirected the ball back to the perimeter. There. John Hollinger quickly created space with a swift move before stepping back for a 3-point attempt. The difficulty of this shot was considerable, and his control over body stability during the shooting was less than ideal. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Fortunately, the Cavaliers center secured the offensive rebound and made a strong move under the basket, reclaiming 2 points. Commentator Mike remarked on the commendable performance of the Cavaliers players, noting their impressive offensive enthusiasm. Not only that, but they remained calm in the face of a deficit, which is certainly praiseworthy. Green nodded in agreement. Even though the Los Angeles Lakers players were aggressive, it seemed that the outcome of this match remained uncertain until the very end. Mike chuckled. Clarkson of the Lakers continued to push the ball forward from beyond the 3-point line, as Okafor reached out to obstruct his path. Clarkson executed a swift hip rotation, accelerating past the right side, suddenly picking up speed. Near the free throw line, he spun to maneuver around his defender and surged toward the basket. A graceful hook shot. A beautiful layup. However, the Cavaliers responded promptly, with their center providing solid help defense, nearly blocking the shot. The attempt was still effected, unfortunately failing to find the net. Randall grabbed the offensive rebound. How would he handle the intense interior defense? Mike's passionate commentary stirred the emotions of all the fans present. Worried about a 3-second violation, Randall quickly passed the ball out to the perimeter. The Cavaliers' assistant coach, Daniel, smiled slightly and remarked, "The defensive strategy you devised is truly commendable. The appropriate double teaming has left them without any offensive opportunities. Indeed, these young men are exhibiting great defensive zeal. Otherwise, it would be challenging to apply such pressure on the opponent. As long as we can increase our rebounding pressure, it will instill doubt in their minds, thereby reducing the Lakers' attempts from outside. It's a win-win situation. Haha, that's why I told them there's no need to worry about a temporary deficit." The two chatted casually. But the moment Li Feng received the ball on the perimeter, he raised his hand and launched another 3-pointer. His resolute shooting attitude indicated that Li Feng was unfazed by the rebounding pressure, exhibiting not the slightest hesitation. The ball once again soared towards the hoop. Swish. 3 for 3. Li Feng's 3-point shooting was simply insatiable and unreasonable. The assistant coach fell silent, taken aback that Li Feng remained unaffected. It seemed as though he had been confident from the very beginning that he would make the shot. As it was the Cavaliers' turn to attack, their coach called a timeout. In less than 3 minutes of play, Li Feng had halted the opponent's momentum with 3 consecutive 3-pointers. MVP. MVP. As Li Feng walked off the court, the arena erupted with enthusiastic cheers from the audience. If it weren't for witnessing it firsthand, no one would have imagined that an Asian guard could be hailed as an MVP in the NBA Summer League. Fantastic, Li Feng. You should have played like this all along. Larry Nance genuinely expressed his joy for Li Feng, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Even Jordan Clarkson remarked, "God, it's fortunate you're a rookie for the Lakers. I wouldn't want to face someone like you on the NBA stage in the future." The expressions of the other players mirrored a similar admiration. In less than half a quarter, Li Feng had amassed 9 points. With such explosive scoring efficiency comparable to that of Zach LaVine and G6 Buddha, Luke Walton was certainly pleased with Li Feng's recent performance. However, with the outcome still undecided, he gathered everyone and said, "All right, in the upcoming game, I suspect they'll devise a strategy specifically targeting Li Feng's 3-point shooting. Most likely, they will employ double-teaming tactics to limit his scoring opportunities. But this is not a significant issue. We simply need to exploit their defensive weaknesses to counter this. Li Feng, if they do double-team you, pass the ball to your teammates as swiftly as possible to avoid turnovers, understand?" Li Feng took a couple of sips from his water bottle and nodded, "All right." Subsequently, Luke Walton outlined additional arrangements for the rest of the team, including positioning strategies. After a brief explanation, the short timeout concluded. Upon returning to the court, the Cavaliers seemed to quicken their pace. The perimeter ball handler maneuvered along the baseline, drawing defenders' attention before feigning a pass to a teammate and instead attacking the interior. Receiving the pass, wham! The ball was immediately sent into the paint, where the Cavaliers center leaped for a thunderous dunk. Boom! After successfully converting the dunk, the Cavaliers quickly transitioned back on defense. This time, their defensive strategy was unmistakably clear. They placed significant emphasis on Feng's perimeter three-point shots, with the opposing team staunchly guarding him, leaving him with no opportunity to shoot. When Feng received a pass from his teammate once more, he found himself without a favorable shooting space and thus refrained from taking a direct shot. To his right, another player was poised to assist defensively. It was evident that they were intent on stifling Feng's external offensive efforts. Luke Walton observed the court, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, Jordan Clarkson shouted, "Feng, pass the ball." Walton echoed from the sidelines, urging, "Quickly, seize the opportunity, pass." Positioned on the weak side, Clarkson was in a prime position to convert if Feng decided to pass. "All right," Feng acknowledged, lifting the ball above his head in a passing motion. Upon witnessing this, the defender in front attempted to disrupt Feng's pass by shifting his weight forward. However, in the next moment, Feng decisively lowered his center of gravity and opted for a breakthrough to the right. The opponent, having shifted their balance moments prior, was unable to keep pace with Feng's advance, allowing him to glide past effortlessly. Yet, the Cavaliers' help defender swiftly closed in, having anticipated this very move. Although his path was obstructed, Feng remained composed. He executed a quick stop, retreating back beyond the three-point line, and launched another jump shot. With a satisfying thud, the ball struck the backboard and swished through the net, securing a solid score. This marks Feng's fourth three-pointer of the match. The commentator exclaimed in disbelief. With less than half of the first quarter elapsed, Feng has already accumulated his 12th point. Could we be witnessing the birth of a remarkable scoring record in this game? Chapter 41. Why does he seem so adept? Feng's near-heroic display has garnered enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Even a mere 12 points in a single quarter is dazzling. Not to mention that he achieved such a formidable score in just half a quarter. Luke Walton appeared to have completely forgotten the strategy he had just devised. Clearing his throat, he joined the audience in applause, saying, "Great shot. Don't pass it to Feng. Let him unleash his shooting prowess." As the scorekeeper's display flickered once more, it seemed that only then did the Cleveland Cavaliers realize the caliber of their opponent. Wait a moment. Was this guy different in previous games? Damn it. If this continues, our contracts may be at risk. Why does he only score 10 points against others but is so ruthless against us? Is the time to win over? The Cavaliers exchanged glances, their frustration palpable. Yet, they resolved to press on, believing that a glimmer of hope remained. However, Feng's fifth attempt seemingly confirmed their futility. 5 for 5 from beyond the arc, such a miraculous performance, even in the Summer League. It was unbelievable. That last shot was nearly contested right in his face. Yet, Feng still managed to sink the basket. Is he truly impervious to his opponent's defense? This lad is indeed a phenomenon. And I eagerly anticipate his performance in official NBA matches. Listening to Mike's boastful commentary, Green jested, "Hey Mike, I recall you weren't so complimentary about this kid before. Didn't you just say the outcome was uncertain?" "Did I? I don't remember," Mike retorted with feigned ignorance. On the other side, after completing 5 attempts, Feng refrained from initiating further offense. He had another task requiring him to average fewer than 5 shots per game. As the reward was a luxurious apartment in Los Angeles, valued at over $1 million if purchased outright, certainly something to consider. From the latter half of the quarter onward, Feng focused on orchestrating plays from the top of the arc, fervently assisting his teammates in scoring. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers, wary of his three-point threat, dared not leave him open. This led to Ingram and Randall scoring profusely in the paint, while the Cavaliers found themselves restrained, playing with a degree of hesitation. Soon, the score gap widened to double digits, with the Lakers holding a commanding lead. During this period, the Cavaliers coach called for a timeout to reorganize their strategy. Nevertheless, the outcome remained unchanged, and at the conclusion of the first quarter, the Los Angeles Lakers entered the second quarter with a substantial advantage of 31-16. The 15-point deficit mirrored Feng's 5 outrageous three-pointers. Cleveland Cavaliers forward Jonathan Hordane contributed commendable statistics of 6 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist in the first quarter. This performance is undoubtedly remarkable in regular competitions. However, regrettably, Even such impressive statistics are rendered futile in the face of Li Feng's extraordinary prowess. The vast disparity in scores, coupled with the significant gap in prowess displayed by Li Feng, rendered any hope of a comeback nearly invisible. Although a deficit of several points is not uncommon in the NBA, where remarkable turnarounds can occur, this scenario lacked the presence of elite star players capable of effectuating such a revival. If one were to identify a player with such caliber throughout the game, it would undoubtedly be Li Feng of the Lakers. With his remarkable performance, he clocked out for the quarter, and Luke Walton had nothing to say, as his display was indeed astonishingly unexpected. From the onset of the second quarter, despite the Cleveland Cavaliers refusing to concede, their efforts were notably strained. Jonathan Holden, initially tenacious in the first quarter, faltered in the second, culminating in a dismal tally of 0 points, 1 rebound, 2 turnovers, and 3 fouls in that quarter alone, effectively sealing the Cavaliers' fate. Cleveland, this is for you. Perhaps the additional exertion spent in the first quarter to defend against Li Feng, or the immense psychological pressure they endured, contributed to the collective underperformance of the Cavaliers in the second quarter. By the time the game had not yet reached its halfway point, the outcome seemed all but determined. At that juncture, the system notification chimed in Li Feng's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of embodying the spirit of a diligent worker. A reward of 1 full power card for a single quarter has been issued to you. Upon using this card, the host will compete at full capacity in a single quarter without being classified by the system as in training mode. Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement. This card is indeed quite practical. After all, when faced with a star player like Simmons, who possesses evident technical weaknesses, one cannot afford to hold back. The NBA, unlike the CBA, showcases superstars who are genuinely formidable in their craft. Moreover, one of the adversaries to contend with this year is the renowned greatest lineup in history, the Golden State Warriors. There are those who argue that the 1996 Bulls and peak Shaquille O'Neal could rival them. Nevertheless, the unparalleled dominance exhibited by the Warriors during the 2016 to 2017 season is undeniably formidable. Their record of 73 wins in the regular season, coupled with a healthy Kevin Durant before his Achilles injury, and the already peak performance of the Golden State's core trio, solidifies their legendary status. Such a team is sufficient to instill fear in any adversary. However, Li Feng finds himself filled with anticipation should the opportunity arise. He would relish the chance to compete against them. As the match progresses, the audience's enthusiasm wanes. Following Li Feng's consecutive 5 three-pointers, the game has essentially entered garbage time. The Lakers in the Summer League exhibit a somewhat overwhelming dominance. The Cavaliers, struggling to keep pace, ultimately yield little result. The game concludes with a score of 98-77. The Cavaliers fought valiantly until the final moment, earning admiration. Yet, the Lakers' triumph is deserving of even greater acclaim. The sheer individual display during the first quarter was nothing short of astonishing. Good heavens, this was a performance worthy of a superstar. This player might well evolve into a second Klay Thompson, albeit a slightly shorter version. I initially anticipated that Li Feng would amass at least 40 points in this game, only to be surprised when he did not return to the court. It is quite amusing. One must wonder how he earned the moniker NBA civil servant online. Who knows what it would take to keep him on the court longer? It is quite perplexing. Perhaps, when faced with formidable opponents, he will see more playing time. Although the latter part of the match did not offer the audience many surprises, they seemed to witness the emergence of a future superstar. This is enough for the fans to relish. In the locker room, the jubilant Lakers players are still basking in the glory of their victory. Although it is merely the Summer League, its significance is profound. Tonight, we must celebrate this occasion. I shall treat, and we will indulge ourselves at a fine entertainment venue. Jordan Clarkson, among the most seasoned players here, is in high spirits and generous with his shooting. The other players unanimously express their agreement. Eager to unwind after days of rigorous training in Las Vegas, having had little time to relax, with someone offering to treat, they certainly would not miss such a splendid opportunity. Luke Walton silently approves of this plan. I will check Instagram to see which nearby entertainment venues have the best reviews. I'll take a look too. They say this one is quite good. Just as everyone was exchanging ideas about where to go, Li Feng leaned over to glance at their phone screens. He then casually remarked, I have been to these places. They are average. I know a splendid entertainment venue, and I possess their emerald card. Follow me. The group fell silent for a moment. You seem to be quite familiar with this, don't you? Chapter 42. Little Klay? The real Klay. At the Golden State Warriors training facility, Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry had just concluded a day of practice. As they rested on the sidelines, Draymond Green approached with his phone in hand. Have you finished your training? Yes, Clay replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and settling into a chair. Curry, appearing less fatigued, jested, I initially planned to shoot another 1,000 three-pointers, but Clay was tired, so I had to accompany him. Clay smiled at him, playfully slapping Curry on the shoulder. Draymond retrieved 2 bottles of Gatorade from his bag and handed them to them. Drink some water. Curry accepted one casually, while Klay Thompson, upon seeing the blueberry-flavored Gatorade, grimaced and said, keep that away from me. What's wrong? Green shrugged, it's fine to drink it privately. Mine is chilled. Klay shot him an incredulous glance before pulling out a bottle of body armor from his own bag. After taking a hearty sip, he turned and asked, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be golfing today? Oh right, take a look at this. Draymond produced his phone and placed it before the two. This guy's performance is simply disgraceful. People are even comparing him to you online, calling him Little Klay. Upon hearing this, Curry laughed, revealing a row of pristine teeth. Ha ha ha. Little Klay? Let me see. Seeing Curry laugh so joyfully like a schoolboy, Klay sighed and said, Little Levine, what are you laughing about? All right, you're tough. Curry fell silent for a moment, turning to watch the video. Green pointed to a yellow-skinned athlete wearing a Lakers jersey. That's him. Just wait and see how he performs. Klay, completely unfazed, remained silent, merely sipping his water. He found it amusing that a rookie in the Summer League could even be compared to him. This is nothing short of a playful jest by internet users. This is not merely the arrogance of Klay Thompson, for he remains one of the premier 3D players in the league. His astonishing three-point shooting and impenetrable defense are veritable nightmares for nearly all players in the league. Meanwhile, Curry appears quite intrigued, gazing at the video of Feng with palpable anticipation. As Feng sinks his first three-pointer, Curry turns and remarks with a smile, your release is quite swift. And your shooting form is exceptionally standard. It resembles your own. Klay's eye twitched, but he remained silent. After all, his true strength lies not only in his formidable off-ball shooting ability but also in his capacity to withstand interference while shooting. The ability to make a variety of challenging shots is what truly defines his prowess. What significance does merely making a standard three-pointer hold? He routinely sinks hundreds during his daily practice. However, the subsequent scene rendered Klay Thompson momentarily speechless. Feng, under defensive pressure, proceeded to sink several consecutive three-pointers, maintaining both an impressive release speed and remarkable accuracy. This revelation left even the master of three-pointers, Curry, astonished. Hey, Klay, you can't deny it. Those shots do resemble your style, he remarked. 15 points in the first half? Quite astonishing indeed. Initially, Klay Thompson was indifferent to the remarks made by netizens, but he began to take the matter seriously. He straightened his posture and inquired, what's this guy's name? Draymond Green pondered for a moment before responding, Feng. A second-round draft pick from this year hailing from Summer Country. And let me tell you something, he even outperformed this year's top pick, Simmons, and the third pick, Jaylen Brown. What? Curry exclaimed in disbelief. Is that true? Could it be that the quality of this year's second-round pick surpasses that of the first round? Klay shook his head, saying, impossible. Surely, the scouts can't have collectively lost their vision. This guy is merely an exception. So you do acknowledge his talent, Curry quipped, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Klay was momentarily at a loss for words before shaking his head and clarifying, I just think he has some skill. But it's not as exaggerated as what people online are saying. Draymond Green tucked his phone away and asked, by the way, Klay, how's the preparation for the Olympics coming along? Everything's fine. Durant and I have been gelling well lately. Winning the championship shouldn't be too difficult. Klay replied with a casual smile. Green shrugged and casually added, oh, by the way, that Feng seems set to represent Summer Country in the Olympics. Huh? Klay paused for a moment, then tossed his empty drink bottle into the trash. What does that have to do with me? He might become your rival, Green interjected. Rival? Klay shook his head, choosing not to express his thoughts. However, he couldn't help but feel that if Feng's Summer Country team were to face off against his own, the outcome would likely be decided in 3 quarters, no, perhaps even 2. He was somewhat curious about how this so-called Little Klay would perform. Let's go, time to eat, he announced. Meanwhile, Feng and others had arrived at a luxurious private room in the entertainment venue. Observing Feng's familiarity with the surroundings left everyone in a state of bewilderment. After several bottles of champagne, Anthony Brown, feeling emboldened by the alcohol, finally asked Feng, hey, brother, I really want to know how you've become so strong. What kind of training do you do when we're not around? I want to earn the coach's recognition like you. In vino veritas, Anthony Brown revealed his innermost thoughts. Once a standout player in the NCAA, he now found himself on the fringes of an NBA team, constantly facing the threat of being cut. He looked at Li Feng with genuine envy. Li Feng's precise shooting and exceptional basketball IQ often dismantled opposing defenses. He yearned to understand how this was achieved. Li Feng swirled the champagne in his glass and replied, "Everyone has their own path. Mine is destined to be a solitary and unparalleled journey that you cannot replicate." "Haha. Li, don't joke with me," Anthony Brown retorted, his inebriation evident, yet his mind remained sharp. At that moment, Larry Nance, several free agents, and Ingram, who had been utterly captivated by Li Feng after the recent matches, gathered around to join the conversation. They were all eager to uncover the secret behind Li Feng's newfound strength. Li Feng, with a swift motion, drained his glass of champagne. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host. Your body has been enhanced by alcohol, granting you an increase in lifespan, physique, spirit, and basketball intelligence. Please continue your efforts." Listening to the notification chime, he chuckled helplessly. How could he possibly explain it to them? Yet, seeing their earnest expressions softened his heart. Although they might not be able to replicate his methods, he offered, "If you are willing, I have another friend's technique you can try." Chapter 43, Ingram. I want to surpass Li Feng and become stronger. Upon hearing this, the group immediately erupted with excitement, even shaking off the effects of the alcohol they had just consumed. "Really? That's fantastic. We are eager to learn any method. I am willing to. Please, share it with us." "God, Li Feng, you truly are a remarkable person." Li Feng smiled and waved his hand, then said with a hint of resignation, "Let me make it clear, I am not certain this method will be effective. And there may be side effects on your body after practicing. You must assess your own capabilities." The group's expressions turned serious at his words. However, they understood the risks involved. "Damn it, let's do it. You can tell us, Li Feng. We will consider this matter ourselves. Indeed, whether it succeeds or fails, it is our own fate." Li Feng nodded and cleared his throat, stating, "This is a training regimen designed to enhance physical abilities, known as the Saitama training method. The regimen consists of performing 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers every day. Over time, you will become stronger. Of course, a potential side effect is baldness. Consider this carefully." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. What kind of training method is this? That it could even lead to baldness? However, the content of this training does not seem particularly remarkable. It is merely conventional, fundamental physical training, is it not? Could it truly possess such extraordinary effects? The crowd appeared somewhat perplexed, yet at that moment, Li Feng raised his glass, refilled it, and remarked, "Enough. I have provided you with sufficient information. How you interpret this matter is entirely up to you." Observing the relentless expressions on their faces, Li Feng realized he must concoct a plausible explanation to pacify them. This training regimen, at the very least, poses no risk of injury or demise. While he comprehends the fervent sentiments of the crowd, he muses, is there truly a shortcut in basketball? Even if he is merely a bystander, that status is a product of a life steeped in long-term discipline. Alas, every household grapples with its own set of challenges. On that day, Li Feng reveled in enjoyment. Yet Jordan Clarkson's spirits were dampened upon viewing the bill. He remained perplexed by the 10,000 tip for 5 waitstaff that appeared on the receipt. Overall, while the Summer League garnered some attention, it was far from overwhelming. Once the games concluded, everyone returned to their usual training routines. Li Feng requested a leave of absence from Luke Walton to prepare for the Olympics. In the office, he also encountered Ingram, who had similarly taken time off. "What's this? Have you taken a page from Li Feng's book? Why are you skipping off-season training?" At this juncture, Walton cast a subtle glance toward Li Feng, who feigned ignorance, humming a tune while gazing out the window. Ingram, however, exuded a resolute determination in his somewhat dazed gaze as he stated firmly, "Coach, I aspire to grow stronger and adapt swiftly to the tempo of the NBA." Initially, he believed himself to be the chosen one, the future face of the NBA. Yet, after participating in the Summer League, he realized that even second-round draft picks possessed formidable prowess. In comparison to Li Feng, he felt deficient. How could he hope to compete with the starting players and even all-stars of various NBA teams in the future? He had never before experienced such a sense of urgency, nor such a longing to enhance his abilities. This also constituted one of his primary motivations for decisively investing a substantial sum to enhance his skills. "So, what do you intend to pursue?" "I aspire to attend Chris Paul's training camp. I have already paid a fee of $120,000, and I am confident that I will acquire a wealth of knowledge." Noting Ingram's resolute determination, Luke Walton refrained from further comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. I look forward to your performance in the upcoming season. Walton was not one to stifle his players' development, especially since the current Lakers team heavily relied on the contributions of these newcomers. After Ingram exited the office, Walton remarked, "All right, hurry along now. Your leave has been approved. So what are you waiting for?" His tone was tinged with a mix of frustration and resignation. After all, he had initially planned to rigorously train Feng following the conclusion of the Summer League. Who could have anticipated that the young man would simply run off? It was truly bewildering. Besides, he could hardly deny him the opportunity to represent his country in the Olympics, could he? At that moment, Walton felt an inexplicable irritation towards Ingram, primarily stemming from his own sense of inadequacy. Feng settled into a chair adjacent to the office and stated, "Coach, you need not concern yourself with me. Carry on with your duties. I won't be a bother here. Isn't it almost time for lunch? I'll head back after we eat." Walton was at a loss, feeling almost on the verge of tears. How had he ended up with such a troublesome young man? After lunch, Feng returned to the apartment he shared with Bai Qian. The rent here is paid monthly, so during the 2 months I return to my homeland. I need not spend any more money. After all, my system has graciously rewarded me with a luxurious apartment in downtown Los Angeles, rendering further accommodation unnecessary. Moreover, on the way here, Feng took a moment to glance at the property awarded by the system. The paperwork is complete, and the spacious dwelling boasts over 300 square meters, far too vast for my solitary needs. The interior has been exquisitely decorated in a charming European style, allowing for a seamless move-in experience without the hassle of renovations. Most importantly, it is conveniently located not far from the Lakers arena. After informing Bai Qian, I can easily relocate. Upon entering, Feng was taken aback to find Bai Qian busily tidying up in the living room. He approached her and inquired, "What are you organizing?" "Oh, you're back. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you come in as I was preoccupied with my chores," Bai Qian replied, turning to face him. "Thanks to you. The previous interview went exceptionally well. The editor-in-chief has assigned me a commendable position, leading a small team in the city." "That's wonderful." Feng expressed his genuine happiness for her. "Yes," Bai Qian nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. "However, this means I must move from here, as the distance to the city is rather inconvenient." "You are moving as well?" "What do you mean as well? Are you moving too?" Bai Qian asked, her expression a mix of surprise and innocence. Feng nodded. "Have you found a new place yet?" "Not yet. Aside from a few expensive luxurious apartments, the safety in the city isn't very reassuring." "I'm still deliberating," Bai Qian admitted, feeling somewhat troubled. Quality housing is a scarce commodity in every nation, and thus, it comes at a steep price. At that moment, Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "By the way, what is your budget for rent?" Chapter 44. All I can think about is getting some fries at the dock. Oddly enough, Bai Qian felt a sudden shift in her status, transitioning from being Feng's co-tenant to his humble little tenant. Each month, she now faced a rent of $3,000, alongside the responsibility of cooking. Admittedly, this price is still over $1,000 cheaper than her current apartment. Yet, if Feng can afford a luxurious apartment in the city center, why did he choose to co-rent with her previously? Is this merely a peculiar pastime of the affluent? Bai Qian sensed the faint aroma of something extraordinary in the air. That evening, the two worked tirelessly, with Bai Qian even breaking a sweat from the exertion of moving. After a night of rest, Feng embarked on his journey back to his homeland. The security of the house is quite commendable, and with Bai Qian overseeing things, he need not worry about any untoward incidents occurring. The plane departed from Los Angeles and landed at Pudong Airport. The weather upon his return was shrouded in a misty haze, hinting at an impending storm. Feng's return was rather abrupt, without any prior notice to anyone, yet inexplicably, a considerable number of media personnel and journalists awaited his arrival at the airport. "Who leaked this information?" "Mr. Feng. We've heard that you just concluded the Summer League in the NBA. How do you feel about it?" "Congratulations on winning the Summer League. Could you share your thoughts with us? We've heard you've been selected for the national team. What are your hopes and expectations for the upcoming Rio Olympics? On this return, what rank are you aiming for? What are your goals?" The reporters nearly thrust their microphones into Feng's face, and the sound of camera shutters clicked incessantly in his ears, showing no signs of abating. The bustling scene led passers-by to believe that a major celebrity had arrived. Feng sidestepped the microphone aimed at his chin and, with righteous fervor, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, all I can think about is getting some fries at the pier. Until my lawyer arrives, I shall remain silent." The reporters were momentarily taken aback. We merely wish to pose a few questions to you. Why the sudden need for a lawyer? And what on earth do you mean by fries at the pier? During this moment of bewilderment, Li Feng deftly maneuvered through the crowd, leaving without a backward glance. The sudden maneuver deceived even the camera lens, leaving the surrounding photographers in awe. Truly, a former NBA player exhibits such finesse that even walking is infused with faint subtleties. Goodness, he nearly extracted his bank card password. After escaping the airport, Li Feng boarded the bus home, not due to an inability to afford a taxi, but rather for the superior cost-effectiveness of the bus. Seated in the rear corner, he pulled open the window, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes. As the bus traveled midway, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Yi Jianlian. "Hello, big brother?" On the other end, Yi Jianlian's deep voice resonated. "Li Feng, I heard you just returned. Why didn't you inform us?" "What was there to inform? I know my way around," Li Feng replied. "I heard you're in Shanghai?" "Perfect. I'm here on business. Let us have dinner tonight." Their relationship was amicable as Yi Jianlian, a prominent figure in men's basketball, had been supportive of younger players since Yao Ming's retirement. However, Li Feng politely declined. "Big brother, to be honest, I fear you might deliver me straight to the coach. Let us skip the meal." "Well, congratulations on winning the championship in the Summer League. Your performance has already spread throughout our country." Li Feng shook his head. "You know I don't place much importance on such accolades. Nonetheless, due to your performance, I have already requested the coach to have you as a starter in the Olympics. Make sure to impress." Though Yi Jianlian's tone had turned serious, the concern for his junior was palpable. "All right, understood." Li Feng did not argue. "Then I shall see you at the training camp. Please refrain from causing any trouble in the meantime." Yi Jianlian was well aware that, based purely on skill, no one would dare contest Li Feng's position as a starter. Not only domestically but throughout Asia, Li Feng was among the finest players in the guard positions. A definitive force on the court. Even the currently popular Guadailuan paled in comparison to Li Feng's prowess. However, Li Feng's distinct personality often ruffled feathers among the management, leading to a lingering animosity towards him. His audacious decision to leave the CBA for the NBA had disrupted many interests, causing widespread discontent. Now, Yi Jianlian's endorsement of Li Feng for a starting position served to offer some individuals a means to save face. Deep down, they all understood that in international competitions, it was acceptable to forego the likes of Wang Zhilin or Zhou Qi, or even themselves. However, one thing was unequivocal. Li Feng was indispensable. This young man is yet another splendid gift bestowed upon Chinese basketball by the heavens since the retirement of Yao Ming. Fortunately, Li Feng's remarkable performance in the NBA Summer League has silenced many skeptical voices domestically, alleviating considerable pressure. Presently, the sole concern for Yi Jianlian is whether Li Feng will engage in reckless behavior as he did in the past. The potential repercussions of such actions during a prestigious global competition, leading to regrettable mistakes, are too daunting for him to contemplate. Therefore, regardless of how receptive Li Feng may be, Yi Jianlian felt compelled to impart a few words of caution. Li Feng holds Yi Jianlian in high regard and readily assured him, "Rest assured, I will exercise discretion." "That's good to hear." Yi Jianlian replied with a smile before ending the call. Li Feng tucked his phone away and settled into a comfortable position against the chair. As he pondered the upcoming Olympic Games, he recalled the roster of the United States Dream Team: Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, DeMarcus Cousins, Paul George, Kyrie Irving, DeMar DeRozan, Kyle Lowry, and Jimmy Butler. Not to mention the formidable Carmelo Anthony, often referred to as the FIBA Killer. This year, without the leadership of LeBron James and Kobe Bryant, the external appraisal of this iteration of the Dream Team seems rather lackluster. It appears there may indeed be an opportunity to dethrone the Dream Team this time around. However, Li Feng is aware that, under FIBA regulations, even Du Xiaoshui poses a greater challenge than the current Anthony. "Well, let us strive for a top 8 finish," Li Feng thought to himself, nodding discreetly. In truth, the caliber of competition faced in the Summer League has failed to pique his interest, as it pales in comparison to that of the CBA. The anticipation surrounding this Olympic Games for Li Feng lies in the presence of Team USA Dream Team 12, which can also be regarded as a warm-up match against the formidable Warriors. One cannot help but wonder who will ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 45, The National Basketball Team of Xia requires a pivotal figure. Upon his return to the homeland, numerous domestic media outlets eagerly followed suit in their coverage. Even the seemingly trivial remark at the airport about ordering fries was splashed across the front pages of newspapers. This attention was not born from an unexpected surge of goodwill from the media, but rather from the unprecedented popularity that Li Feng had garnered following his recent championship victory in the Summer League. Since Yao Ming's retirement, fans have, for the first time in many years, truly felt a sense of hopeful anticipation for the future. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Amid the chorus of praise, it seems many have forgotten the derision and insults that greeted Li Feng upon his entry into the NBA. However, some commentators remain unimpressed. Renowned basketball analyst Wang Yi expressed on his social media, "Let us not be excessively optimistic. Li Feng's prowess has yet to be tested in actual NBA games. And this is his first time participating in such a prestigious international competition. His true caliber remains uncertain. We have seen numerous players excel in the CBA and other domestic leagues, only to falter on the grand international stage. Is it not somewhat naive to place such hopes on a player who disregards training and refuses to follow directives? It is not my intention to dampen spirits. But I believe Li Feng will not be the savior of the national men's basketball team, nor will he serve as the cornerstone as Yao Ming did. Of course, my words may provoke indignation, yet we must let the results speak for themselves." Wang Yi, a seasoned media figure with considerable influence and a loyal following, nonetheless faced a barrage of criticism in the comments section. Yet, he remained unfazed, as the national team's first challenge was against the USA Dream Team led by Durant. Victory? Unthinkable. Even a loss that is not too humiliating would be regarded as a success. Regardless, it is certain that Li Feng will struggle against the Dream Team, which is precisely why he dares to contravene popular opinion. At the Olympic training venue in Beijing, apart from Li Feng, the other 11 members of the squad had already assembled. Some, like Guo Ailuan, had been training for over 2 weeks. Coach Gong Luming's brow remained furrowed, reflecting his concerns about their current progress. "Are we being overly pessimistic?" asked Coach Li Nan, noting the athletes' good form. "Pessimistic? I disagree," replied Gong Luming, shaking his head. "The schedule is set, and our first match is against the USA Dream Team, which has long held an unassailable position in Olympic basketball. We must not be overly anxious. The momentum of the first game is crucial. A poor showing could diminish their performance in subsequent matches." As Wang Zhilin missed a shot, Gong Luming sighed. "Many assert that without LeBron and Kobe, this year's Dream Team is not the formidable force it once was. However, I believe the national team needs a pivotal player to avoid a crushing defeat, someone who, alongside Yi Jianlian, can support the offense in critical moments." "A pivotal player?" Li Nan mused. Gong Luming turned to him and inquired, "What do you think of Li Feng?" Li Feng, although they share the same surname. Li Nan was well aware of Li Feng's notorious exploits, such as being photographed at a nightclub the night before a game, or causing a ruckus by drinking excessively and throwing up. Even during Olympic training, he was the last to arrive. Entrusting Li Feng with a critical role felt precarious. Noticing Li Nan's hesitation, Gong Luming chuckled, "I merely mentioned it in passing, yet you must admit, Li Feng performed admirably in the Summer League. However, without training, no one can guarantee his readiness. His familiarity with strategies and synergy with teammates are also concerns." Li Nan astutely pointed out these pertinent issues, but Gong Luming smiled. "We have always trained this way, yet our international results have declined year by year. Perhaps a change in tactics could yield unexpected benefits." Li Nan fell silent, unable to counter that argument. Just then, the doors of the training facility swung open, and Li Feng entered with a smile. "Hello, everyone. Hope you all are well." The group was momentarily taken aback before warmly welcoming him. On the court, where talent prevails, his past performances had earned him respect. Guo Ailuan was the first to approach, playfully punching Li Feng's shoulder. "Why didn't you let me know you were back? Feeling a bit too big for your britches?" "Haha. I've been so busy I forgot," Li Feng replied. "Let us see if your skills can match mine from the NBA." Guo Ailuan cracked his shoulders, eager to challenge him. Li Feng smiled and declined. "Not yet. I just got back a few days ago. Cut me some slack." However, before he could say more, Shou Qi, Ding Yanyahang, and Shou Peng had already surrounded him. "Enough chatter. Let us play. Afterward, we want to challenge you too. Just because you made it to the NBA doesn't mean you're untouchable." The banter continued, and soon Li Feng found himself center court, with no time to change or warm up, as the ball was thrust into his hands. "Come on, let us get started. I can hardly wait," Guo Ailuan declared, assuming a defensive stance, ready for a real showdown. "Are we really doing this?" Li Feng sighed. "Of course, I'm not joking," Guo Ailuan insisted. "All right, let us shoot 5 shots in a row," Li Feng agreed. He glanced at the others, asking, "Are you all joining in?" They nodded in affirmation, while Yi Jianlian simply chuckled, watching from the sidelines without intervening. Li Feng exhaled, realizing these guys were intent on wearing him out. 5 shots each in a rotating format. He lamented that he should have arrived the day before the game instead. Li Nan intended to steer everyone back to training, but Gong Luming stopped him, saying, "Isn't it great to see the youngsters so full of energy? Besides, I'd like to see how much progress he has made in his pursuit of the NBA." Chapter 46. The Dream Team 12 has arrived. Li Feng and Guadailuan are indeed regarded as the pinnacle of domestic guards, ranking among the very best. In the previous season, Guadailuan delivered an extraordinary performance following Li Feng's departure from the CBA, with many believing he had the potential to enter the NBA. However, when the two faced off, the outcome was swiftly apparent. Li Feng advanced with the ball, utilizing his back-to-basket technique to reach the rim. In a moment of contact, he executed a deft inward step, spinning gracefully for a reverse layup that found its mark. The intricacy of his movements was impeccable, flowing seamlessly into one another. Gong Luming nodded in approval, acknowledging the exceptional talent of this young man. It is no mere jest that he achieved such remarkable feats during the summer league. If he were to dedicate himself to rigorous training, the heights he could reach are beyond imagination. Due to the rapid succession of plays, Guadailuan found himself without the opportunity to touch the ball. After passing it to Li Feng, he assumed a defensive stance once more. Bring it on. Li Feng, once again in possession, assessed the opposing defense before launching a sudden strike, a 3-point shot. Despite Guadailuan's commendable physical attributes and core strength, his static talent was not particularly outstanding. Even with his vigorous defense, Li Feng's superior wingspan and height rendered the shot nearly uncontested. Swish. Another basket. While onlookers were tempted to critique Li Feng's accuracy despite a lack of warm-up, a moment's reflection revealed that during his years in the CBA, he rarely warmed up before games. Truly, this young man defies reason. As the match progressed, Li Feng showcased his nearly comprehensive skill set, whether through stable post plays, efficient shooting, or his ability to drive with the ball. He treated the defense as if it were non-existent. He effortlessly scored 5 consecutive points, dominating the game with ease. To be candid, while the outcome of this match was anticipated, it unfolded with a level of ease that surpassed expectations. Guadailuan, in resigned disbelief, lamented, "How could this happen? I didn't even get to touch the ball before losing." Yet, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of others, who rushed forward, exclaiming, "Come on. It's my turn. I'm next. All right, you all go ahead. I'll wait until he tires out before I step in." Li Feng glanced at the exuberant faces surrounding him. This undoubtedly calls for a relentless battle on the court. "Youngsters, where is your sportsmanship?" As one player after another took to the stage, Gong Luming's furrowed brow, which had been tense for several days, gradually relaxed. Li Feng's performance was, as expected, nothing short of formidable. Throughout the series of confrontations, from position 1 to 5, he maintained remarkable consistency and made almost no errors. In his match against Wang Zhilin, Li Feng astutely exploited his opponent's sluggish footwork, leaving him utterly disoriented with merely 3 threats. Over the course of this relentless series, Li Feng achieved an astonishing shooting percentage of 60%. Is not the key player one who embodies the essence of Li Feng? Lian, aren't you going to join in for a couple of rounds? At this moment, Gong Luming approached Yi Jianlian with a smile and inquired. Yi Jianlian shook his head and replied with a grin, "This is the era of the youth. What purpose would I serve? You are being overly modest." "Think of it as a chance to have some fun," Gong Luming chuckled. Although Yi Jianlian spoke of the youth, he was still at the peak of his abilities. Engaging in a friendly exchange with Li Feng wouldn't be detrimental. Yi Jianlian hesitated for a moment, but resolutely shook his head. "Never mind. There will be plenty of opportunities for sparring during the training camp in a couple of days. Let him rest today." "All right, that sounds reasonable." After all, having faced 10 opponents, Li Feng must have expended significant energy. Haste makes waste. We shouldn't rush this. Gong Luming, accompanied by Li Nan, approached Li Feng and patted him on the shoulder, asking, "You seem quite spirited. Are you feeling fatigued?" In truth, Li Feng was not tired, after all. Offense in one-on-one matches does not significantly deplete energy. Defense is the true exhaustion. Much like the 38-year-old LeBron James, who can still erupt for over 40 points. Yet his defensive efficiency has markedly declined due to waning stamina. He has even been humorously nicknamed Offensive LeBron, with a defensive rating akin to 83. However, Li Feng suddenly recalled that today's training seemed not yet concluded. If he claimed to be unexhausted, would he be immediately summoned for further drills? Coach Gong, I am quite fatigued. I feel utterly drained." "Haha, good. After the report, you may rest," Gong Luming said without further ado. allowing Li Feng to leave. His teammates echoed the sentiment, encouraging him to take a proper rest today and join them for training tomorrow. Everyone understood that the journey home by plane could be quite taxing. Yet, that evening, a reporter following him revealed that Li Feng had visited 4 nightclubs in one night. Li Feng's first stop upon returning to his homeland was a nightclub? How delightful it is to be young, gallivanting through 4 nightclubs. Is Li Feng preparing for a party, or something else entirely? The only one capable of containing Li Feng is himself. Oh, how can such a training attitude confront the dream team? Upon seeing the next day's headlines, Li Nan's face turned pale. Goodness, this kid claims to be tired? Where's the fatigue? Nonsense. Gong Luming, however, took it in stride, remarking that such behavior is typical of youth. After all, even Harden indulges in such antics. Throughout the training camp, Li Feng was mostly present. Although he may have appeared lackadaisical during drills, most seemed accustomed to it. Moreover, none of the players in the training squad doubted Li Feng's prowess. Not even the outspoken nephew, who displayed no signs of discontent. After all, Li Feng's return from abroad to represent Xia Nation in the Olympics had already exceeded many expectations. Soon, the date of the competition drew near. The entire coaching staff and players of the Xia Nation team boarded the flight to Rio. At the airport, fans bid them an enthusiastic farewell, as this marked the strongest lineup of the Xia Nation men's basketball team since the era of Yao Ming. The backcourt featured Li Feng, Guo Ailuan, and Zhao Jiwei, while the frontcourt included Yi Jianlian, Zhou Qi, Ding Yanyahang, Zhou Peng, and, at this juncture, a somewhat less alarming Wang Zhilin. Such a lineup inevitably stirs anticipation regarding the heights they may achieve. Will this Rio Olympics see them reclaim a position among the world's top 8? Each individual harbors their own answer, yet the majority firmly believe that this battle will herald a new era of glory for Chinese basketball. With the hopes of their fans resting upon them, Li Feng and his teammates embark on their journey. In their inaugural match, they are set to confront the invincible USA Dream Team, a contest that has garnered media attention far surpassing that of the previous Summer League. The level of competition between the two is at least 2 or 3 tiers apart. The Rio Olympics is a globally broadcast event, and likewise, it is an international competition presented in live format. Even if the outcome of this match may seem predetermined to many, they remain exhilarated. Particularly, Li Feng's performance in the Summer League has sparked boundless imagination among the audience. On August 6th, the Summer Nation will face the United States. The day swiftly arrived, and head coach Gong Luming resolutely placed Li Feng in the starting lineup, thus solidifying the strongest starting 5 for the Summer National Basketball team. On the court, the Summer National team stood poised, eagerly anticipating the entrance of their opponents. Suddenly, a wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the crowd, heralding the arrival of the Dream Team 12. Chapter 47. An ominous arrival. Now entering the arena was the illustrious American Dream Team, led by Kevin Durant. The commentator, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Even in the absence of Kobe and LeBron this year, the Dream Team remains resplendent with stars. Durant, Anthony, Irving, and Thompson are all top-tier talents from the NBA. We can expect a thrilling contest from them." Wang Shipeng, responsible for live commentary for the Summer National team, addressed the viewers in the broadcast room. "The American Dream Team appears formidable, yet our young players seem to be in good spirits. Let us look forward to their performance." Beside him, fellow commentator Wang Yi raised his microphone and stated, "In this match, I believe we should not overly focus on the likes of the young Li Feng. The waters here are too deep, and it is only natural for them to struggle. We ought to pay more attention to the seasoned veterans like Yi Jianlian." However, the impressive display of Li Feng in the NBA was evident, and it was only reasonable for everyone to harbor expectations. Wang Shipeng, feeling somewhat displeased, retorted. Yet, Wang Yi remained unfazed, continuing his discourse. "No, the Summer League's fringe players cannot be compared to the all-stars of the Dream Team. Starting Li Feng is a mistake. In international competitions, seasoned forwards like Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming hold the advantage, while our guards face immense challenges in scoring." Although Wang Shipeng felt irritated, unable to comprehend why someone who diminished other stature could serve as a special guest, he merely smiled wryly and chose not to respond further, mindful of the live broadcast's influence. On the court, the American team had completed their entrance. Both teams participated in the pre-game ceremony, and amidst the dazzling lights of the arena, players from each side made their way to center court, greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. The athletes stood in 2 lines, shaking hands with one another. When DeMarcus Cousins approached, Li Feng overheard him say something to Zhou Qi and the others. "Hey, I hope you all can show something today." Perplexed, Li Feng leaned in and quietly asked Zhou Qi, "What does he mean by that? Have you played against them before?" "We played 2 warm-up matches." "And the outcome?" Li Feng, having been preoccupied with the NBA recently, was unaware of many developments in the domestic Olympic scene. Zhou Qi swallowed hard. Lowering his voice, "We lost by 60 points. That was somewhat expected." Li Feng recalled that in the previous Olympics, they had also suffered a loss to the American team by over 50 points. However, Cousin's remark indeed carried a hint of provocation. "Their intentions are not benign," Li Feng remarked with a smile. "We are the ones making the visit," Zhou Qi replied with a wry smile, acknowledging the dominance of the American team in the Olympic basketball event. As the handshake concluded, Li Feng intended to return to his half of the court. However, Klay Thompson suddenly approached, casting a meaningful glance at Li Feng. "You are Li Feng?" "Indeed, Klay Thompson." He extended his hand in greeting. The two exchanged a friendly handshake. And Klay continued, "I heard they call you Little Klay in the Summer League. I hope you won't let me down and show your true caliber in the game. Rest assured, you will witness it." Li Feng replied with a composed smile, neither overly humble nor arrogant. This response and demeanor evoked a slight admiration from Klay, who nodded before returning to his half of the court. Jinlian gathered everyone together and, with a serious and earnest tone, declared, "Brothers, in this match, we shall not dwell on victory or defeat. We must exert every ounce of our strength to fight. Regardless of the outcome, let us display our fierce spirit. Do you understand?" "Understood," came the resounding reply. 1, 2, 3, let us go." In Los Angeles, Luke Walton sat in his office, legs crossed, fixated on the screen broadcasting the match between the summer national team and the American team. His interest in this game had little to do with the American team's performance. He was indifferent to Durant's dominance or the All-Stars' potential victory margin. Instead, he focused on the 2 players from the summer national team that Li Feng had previously mentioned, particularly how Li Feng would fare against these elite athletes. On the court, the referee approached the center, holding the ball, and inquired of the players, "Are you all ready?" Both Jinlian and Cousins nodded, their teammates poised for action behind them. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. The basketball soared into the air as Jinlian lowered his center of gravity and leaped with explosive force. Despite Cousins' fingertips grazing the ball, Jinlian skillfully redirected it. At the backcourt, Zhao Jiwei faced Kyrie Irving's defense, swiftly advancing the ball past half-court before passing it to Li Feng, positioned beyond the three-point line. Li Feng found himself confronted by none other than Klay Thompson. "Come on, little Klay," the beardless Buddha seemed to beckon, arms wide open. Li Feng remained unhurried, refraining from a hasty attack. With no defensive 3-second rule in effect, Cousins guarded the paint, while Durant at the corner and Anthony near the elbow were poised to assist. The interior defense is quite formidable," Wang Yi noted as he observed Li Feng's hesitation beyond the arc, his expression puzzled. "What is going on? Is Li Feng intimidated by these top NBA players? He must not hesitate at this moment." Wang Shipeng, unfazed, remarked, "I believe that maintaining composure in such international contests is a hallmark of a mature player." Wang Yi appeared skeptical, but the dynamics on the court suddenly shifted. Klay Thompson is moving. It seems he intends to pressure Li Feng. If Li Feng falters, this possession could easily result in a turnover. Klay assumed a defensive posture, closing in on Li Feng, hands outstretched, persistently disrupting Li Feng's ball handling in search of a steal. It is no exaggeration to say that the instant Li Feng exposed the ball, Klay would seize the opportunity to force a mistake. Yet Li Feng, while acutely aware of the court's overall situation, was quick to react. He swiftly pivoted, protecting the ball while extending his right leg to the left, executing a threatening jab step. Indeed, Klay, anticipating Li Feng's south potential drive, responded promptly, slightly retreating while maintaining an appropriate defensive distance. Li Feng retracted his right leg and bent down, feigning a drive to the right. But it was merely a decoy. In an instant, Li Feng unleashed a sudden shot. His body rigid, core engaged, executing a clean three-pointer. Klay's defense was swift, yet Li Feng's speed surpassed it. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air, swishing through the net. Swish. 3 o'clock. The summer national team made a triumphant start. "Incredible!" The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting in familiar Mandarin for Li Feng. Securing the opening 3 points against an aggressive defense, he not only avoided a turnover, but also delivered a stunning three-pointer that pierced through the opposition. This indeed marks a splendid beginning for the Summer Nation team. Upon witnessing this scene, Klay momentarily froze, only to have a smile unconsciously grace his lips. How intriguing. Was this play deliberately showcased for my benefit? Chapter 48. Unyielding. This is Summer Nation. Observing Feng confidently sink a basket and secure the inaugural points for Summer Nation. The enthusiasm of the viewers in the live broadcast surged instantaneously. Incredible. That was magnificent. The execution of that shot was truly exceptional. A direct hit on Klay Thompson. Absolutely remarkable. A plethora of comments flooded the screen, leaving Wang at a loss for words. He genuinely did not anticipate that Feng would manage to deliver such a precise three-pointer while under Klay's defense right from the onset. Likewise, this successful shot significantly bolstered the morale of the Summer Nation team. Defense. Jianlian called out, prompting the Summer Nation players to swiftly regroup, each fulfilling their designated roles. Although the American team exhibited a hint of surprise, they did not dwell on it. In the realm of basketball, they were a force of overwhelming superiority. Kyrie Irving, dribbling past half-court, initially intended to seize a personal opportunity for a breakthrough, but then noticed Klay, stationed beyond the three-point line, eagerly signaling for the ball. Without a second thought, Irving passed it directly. In truth, while most people primarily recognize Irving's scoring prowess, they often overlook his exceptional passing and ball handling skills, which are undeniably of an elite standard within the league. This evident call for the ball did not escape his notice. As Klay Thompson received the pass, he exhibited no hesitation, raising his hands to shoot. Klay Thompson's catch-and-shoot three-point ability, at the peak of his prowess, ranks among the finest in the world. Although Feng anticipated the timing of the opponent's shot, Klay's natural height advantage, coupled with his rapid release speed during his prime, rendered Feng's attempts at interference minimal. The basketball soared through the air, ultimately descending directly into the hoop. Swish. 3. The American team swiftly retaliated. Klay flashed a smile at Feng, effortlessly transitioning back on defense. His expression seemed to convey, "You are still a novice compared to me." These initial three-point shots propelled the atmosphere of the game to an exhilarating new height. Wang Shipong remarked, "Despite facing the dominant American team, each player on our side is under considerable pressure. However, both teams have shown no signs of backing down. This is the caliber expected in international competitions. Let us anticipate the thrilling contest that lies ahead." Meanwhile, as Zhao Jiwei brought the ball across half-court, Irving stepped forward to attempt a steal. Although Zhao Jiwei was prepared, his concern about making a mistake prompted him to pause and pass the ball elsewhere. On the perimeter, Ding Yanyanhang received the ball, facing off against the opposing small forward, Carmelo Anthony. The two were of similar height, yet Anthony's more robust physique exuded an imposing defensive presence. Ding Yanyanhang attempted to penetrate with the ball, but Anthony's defense was impenetrable. Realizing the opportunity was slipping away, Ding Yanyanhang passed the ball back to Zhao Jiwei to reorganize the offense. "Move. Create space inside," the head coach shouted from the sidelines. Observing that Jianlian had found an opportunity to receive the ball, Zhao Jiwei promptly directed the pass into the paint. This is an opportunity for a one-on-one against Durant. Jianlian receives the ball, executes a powerful backdown, and, in a swift moment, forces his way into the paint with his body. With remarkable tenacity, he performs a hook shot. The ball grazes the backboard, bounces delicately on the rim, and then settles steadily into the net. Although Durant possesses considerable physical strength and an extensive defensive range, Jianlian confidently places the ball through the hoop, securing 2 points for the Summer National team. "Well played," Feng remarked as he returned to defense, acknowledging that, despite not discussing the Lakers' potential interest in signing Jianlian and Xiao Ding before the game, he had no doubt that both players would deliver their utmost performance, fully committed. This match is fought for the honor of the nation. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Luke Walton's eyes brightened as he witnessed Jianlian successfully outmaneuver Durant during the live broadcast. Quite impressive, although his physical prowess and innate talent had yet to be fully displayed. The soft touch around the basket and his fearless approach to contact revealed his exceptional skill. It seems that Feng is somewhat conscientious, not misleading himself. If they can maintain this level of play, they indeed possess the capability to enter the NBA. On the court, the game continues. For Team USA, Irving connects with 2 consecutive crossovers followed by a sudden stop, nailing a mid-range jump shot for 2 points. On the Summer National team's side, a passing error leads to Durant launching a fast break, delivering a thunderous two-handed dunk for another 2 points. The terrifying individual abilities of Team USA are on full display, with each player capable of initiating and concluding offensive plays. In an instant, the score widened to 9-5, with Team USA in the lead. Defense. The crowd, filled with supporters of Team USA, chants in unison. After receiving a pass from his teammate, Feng advances the ball to the top of the arc, where Clay occupies a defensive position, denying any opportunity for a three-point shot. As is well known, the three-point line in FIBA standard basketball courts is significantly closer than that in the NBA. This elucidates why players like DeRozan and Schroeder, who excel in mid-range shots, experience a significant enhancement in their three-point shooting accuracy on the international stage. At this juncture, Klay Thompson defends just beyond the three-point line, rather than within a step, to thwart Feng's long-range attempts. However, the fact that he is compelled to defend earnestly is indeed a testament to Feng's prowess in three-point shooting. Feng utilizes a screen set by Jianlian and then swiftly executes a penetrating drive. We observe Feng poised to break through. Will his strategy of engaging a smaller defender against a larger opponent succeed? Durant is quick on his feet, and Cousins provides adequate help defense beneath the basket. With both players stationed in the paint, the opportunity appears bleak. The moment Feng discerns this situation, he decisively delivers a behind-the-back pass to Jianlian, who has already assumed a shooting stance and releases a three-point shot upon receiving the ball. The American team had not intended to defend against the long-range shooting of these 4- and 5-position giants. They seem to think, let them shoot, if they make it. It's merely a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, they underestimated Jianlian's shooting accuracy. Swish. The ball finds the net. Jianlian astonishingly sinks a three-pointer, keeping the score tightly contested. Wang Shipong, in excitement, exclaims, "That shot was impeccable," and Feng's timing on the pass was equally commendable. Thus, the Xiagua team tightens the score yet again. Wang nods in agreement, affirming, "As the anchor of our men's basketball team, Jianlian consistently rises to the occasion when it matters most." The score stands at 9-8. Clearly, the American men's basketball team did not anticipate Xiagua's scorching start. However, Carmelo Anthony is also unwilling to relent. Receiving the ball outside the paint, he executes a powerful half-turn fadeaway jumper, disregarding Ding Yanyan's defense, and the ball swishes through the net. A secure 2 points, extending the lead further. As play resumes, Xiagua attempts to force a play in the paint, but fails. Zhao Jiwei, on the move, utilizes a screen to find an open look. He attempts a three-pointer. Bang! Unfortunately, this shot does not find its mark. Yet, at that moment, Jianlian, having established position beneath the basket, leaps dramatically for an aerial putback. Ding! The rebound was successfully executed, resulting in a foul by Durant. An additional free throw. Chapter 49, a tight score with a distinct momentum. With a resounding thud, Jianlian positioned himself at the free throw line, taking a deep breath and rhythmically dribbling the ball twice. After raising the ball above his head, he shot with confidence. Under the watchful eyes of the entire crowd, Jianlian expertly sank the ball into the hoop. Excellent! As the ball swished through the net, a wave of applause and cheers erupted from the spectators. This also signifies that the Summer Nation has once again leveled the score at 11-11. Perhaps, prior to the match, no one would have anticipated that the Summer Nation team could maintain such a closely contested beginning against the formidable Dream 12. This has indeed astonished everyone with the performance of the Summer Country team. Meanwhile, Luke Walton, seated before the television, gradually finds it increasingly difficult to suppress the smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. The player named Jianlian indeed possesses remarkable physicality, resilience in confrontation, and even a commendable shooting ability. It appears that my previous stereotypical perception of the technical roughness of players from the Summer Nation may have been misguided. On the court, Coach K of the Dream Team expressed his astonishment. Surprisingly, even against a team from the Summer Nation that lacks a single NBA player, they were unable to establish a significant lead at the outset. This took him by surprise. Coach K originally intended to establish a lead of at least 10 points by the end of the first quarter, ultimately aiming for a victory exceeding 50 points before the game's conclusion. After all, the two teams had previously faced each other in 2 warm-up matches, and he was well aware of the considerable disparity in overall strength between the American men's basketball team and their opponents. Typically, a game would be decided within a quarter. Yet now, half a quarter had passed and the two teams remained neck and neck. Should one attribute this to the opponent's tenacity or merely to good fortune? Coach K stroked his chin thoughtfully. The only variable distinguishing the opposing team from their previous encounters was the addition of a player named Feng. However, he had researched Feng prior to the game. A rookie who had just joined the NBA, he had helped his team secure victory in the Summer League. Although public opinion regarding him was somewhat favorable, It hardly suggested he was a star player capable of influencing the outcome of an international competition. Was he perhaps overly concerned? With this thought, Coach K settled back into his chair with a sense of reassurance. The outcome was still uncertain. There was no need to rush into conclusions. On the court, Durant executed a sweeping dribble followed by a crossover, launching his signature pull-up three-pointer. Like the scythe of death, he effortlessly sank the three-pointer into the net. At this moment, Zhao Jiwei seized the opportunity to pass the ball beneath the basket. Unfortunately, Zhou Qi was unable to displace the formidable DeMarcus Cousins, and his attempt at a forceful dunk was thwarted, resulting in the ball soaring over the rim. Kyrie Irving swiftly retrieved the loose ball and initiated a dazzling fast break. With the finesse of a butterfly navigating through flowers, he deftly maneuvered past Zhao Jiwei and, facing a defensive effort from Feng, executed a masterful layup, utilizing his exquisite ball-handling skills to score. Swish. 16-11. The scoreboard flickered once more, as the Dream Team 12 began to unveil their unparalleled dominance in the realm of basketball. Subsequently, Feng, with the ball in hand, executed a long two-point shot after two dribbles. Klay Thompson's defense indeed caused a disturbance, causing the basketball to veer slightly off course. It struck the rim's edge before bouncing back. After the rebound, the trajectory of the ball appeared to be on the verge of descending into the hoop. Just at that moment, Anthony leapt up and swatted the ball away with great force. In the live broadcast room, many viewers expressed their outrage at this moment, exclaiming, "What does this mean? It's interference. Why isn't the referee calling it?" That ball was about to go in. The barrage of comments in the domestic live stream was overwhelming, with numerous netizens venting their frustrations. However, Wang Shipong could only shake his head in helplessness and explain, "The definition of interference in international competitions under FIBA rules differs from that of the NBA. Theoretically, that shot does not qualify as interference." Some fans, well-versed in the rules, began to enlighten others in the comments. Yet, the viewers' intense emotions stemmed primarily from their fervent desire for the Chinese national basketball team to triumph. After Li Feng's missed shot, the American team regained possession. Fortunately, Klay Thompson's subsequent three-point attempt also clanged off the rim, preventing the score from being further extended. Zhou Qi secured the rebound and passed it to Zhao Jiwei, who then relayed it to Li Feng. In this moment, with no defender in sight, Li Feng unleashed a three-point shot. Swish. As expected, the ball found its mark. Upon witnessing this, Klay's mind echoed a saying, "Never grant a shooter a second opportunity to score." With this three-pointer, the American team called for their first timeout of the match. Upon returning to the sidelines, Coach K addressed the team, stating, "We are conceding far too many opportunities from beyond the arc. It seems that the opposing team is particularly on point today, especially that player named Li Feng. This match feels markedly different from the previous warm-ups. I can sense an unprecedented morale emanating from them. We must extinguish this momentum. From now on, we shall intensify our defense, full court pressure, no receptions, no shots. Ideally, we shouldn't allow them to cross half court. We possess advantages in both size and speed. It matters not how they switch defenses, they cannot shake us off. Let us commit to our defensive duties, shall we?" The early stages of the game made the Xiagua team seem unfamiliar to him. While it did not instill a sense of pressure, this was, after all, the inaugural match of the Rio Olympics. He needed a decisive and impressive victory. This was even more crucial for Durant. Just a day before the match, Westbrook officially announced his contract renewal with the Thunder, declaring his choice of loyalty. Naturally, the weight of public scrutiny and moral condemnation fell upon Kevin Durant, with derisive titles such as soft shell shrimp and traitor inundating the discourse. In light of such external commentary, securing a clean and decisive victory in this Olympic encounter would be the most effective response. As the American team returned to the court, DeAndre Jordan substituted for Cousins, and Lowry replaced Kyrie Irving. Meanwhile, for Xiagua, Guailuan came on for Zhao Jiwei, Wang Zhelin for Zhou Qi, and Li Feng took a breather, allowing Li Jin to enter the fray. The re-entering American team commenced their pressure defense, a signature tactic of Coach K. Under this defensive strategy, Xiagua's offensive opportunities dwindled. Guailuan and Ding Yanyahang began to attempt to create scoring chances through their individual skills, while also collaborating with Yi Jianlian in low-post plays. Unfortunately, their shooting touch was lacking, resulting in several missed attempts, with only Yi Jianlian managing to score following an offensive rebound. In stark contrast, Team Dream 12 surged with wave after wave of momentum. Lowry executed a defensive steal, followed by a splendid 4-point lead pass, culminating in DeAndre Jordan's alley-oop dunk over Wang Zhiling. When Xiaogua had their turn to attack, Wang Zhiling's strong move against Jordan failed, leading to a fundamental traveling error that squandered a chance to narrow the deficit. Conversely, Jordan drew a foul, earning 2 free throws, even after substituting out Wang Zhiling. By the end of the first quarter, the score had widened significantly, 23-16. Wang Shipong's side but reassured the audience. Xiaogua played commendably in the first quarter. A 7-point gap is not insurmountable, and the second quarter still harbors suspense. On the sidelines, Feng glanced at the full firepower card in his system panel and smiled nonchalantly. He then murmured to himself, "Only 7 points? Dream 12? I grant you an opportunity, yet you are still lacking." Chapter 50. Unleashing One-on-One. Has Feng gone mad? In FIBA regulations, each quarter lasts only 10 minutes, unlike the 12 minutes of the NBA. This means that players can adopt a more aggressive approach to their stamina management. For the Summer Nation, this is indeed a fortuitous development. The players on the court are increasingly resorting to a strategy of tenacity, hoping that sheer effort will yield miraculous results. After playing for half a quarter, Gua Ailuan gasped for breath, adjusting his respiration, and lamented, "This guy is just doing things that won't work. We can't even get the ball in." Their forwards exhibit an astonishing speed, rendering screens ineffective. "We must rely on aggressive attacks," Zhao Jiwei helplessly added from the sidelines. Indeed, the disparity in individual capabilities between them and the American team is vast. These players would be stars among stars in the NBA. They must confront the reality of this gap in strength. Gong Luming took out the tactical board and addressed the group, saying, "The opponents can easily pass the ball to the inside." On several occasions, they scored despite the efforts of 2 of our defenders. Therefore, since we cannot prevent it, we should aim to clear that area during our offensive plays, providing our perimeter players with more opportunities to penetrate. Upon hearing Gong Luming's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. This is markedly different from the tactics they typically practice. This approach is fraught with considerable risk. Is the coach merely relying on luck? Nevertheless, no one dared to contradict Gong Luming's words. Adhering to the strategy is an obligation for every player. In truth, while Gong Luming's methods may involve an element of chance, they are not without foundation. This tactic is more frequently employed by the American team, particularly within the realm of the NBA. It is essentially a strategy that revolves around star players. In the past, there was no one in the summer national team capable of shouldering this responsibility, but now we have Feng. Although this marks Feng's inaugural participation in such a prestigious international competition, true gold fears no fire. Gong Luming is confident that Feng has the potential to take that significant step forward, even against the formidable and seemingly invincible Dream Team 12 from the United States. Feng, I now need you to take on a greater share of the ball. Are you up to the challenge? Feng nodded and replied with a smile. If I play more on the court, you can't make me practice extra when we get back, coach. Haha, you rascal. As the second quarter commenced, Gong Luming playfully patted Feng on the shoulder. Go on, regardless of the outcome, showcase your flair. Returning to the court, the lineup for the summer national team featured Gua Ailuan, Feng, Ding Yanyahang, Yi Jianlian, and Zhou Qi. In this segment of the match, the men's basketball team unleashed their utmost firepower, evoking a sense of desperation akin to burning one's boats. On the American side, Jimmy Butler initiated the play from the baseline, with Kyrie Irving holding the ball. As Allen advanced to apply pressure, Irving executed a graceful behind-the-back dribble, maneuvering past the defense. Gua Allen swiftly adjusted, managing to keep pace with Irving's dribbling speed. After deftly dribbling twice without opting for a one-on-one play, Irving passed the ball to DeRozan at the high post. With a swift motion, DeRozan received the ball and took the shot, decisively securing 2 points. Wang Shipong commented on the formidable nature of the American team, highlighting that their strength lies in the collective capability of every player to initiate and conclude plays, rendering it perilous to excessively double-team any singular player. Wang concurred, noting that it was indeed surprising for our players to keep the score so close in the first quarter. However, the opponent's advantages often become more pronounced as the second quarter commences. As for the national team, it remains to be seen how long they can endure. Wang Yi's words were unmistakably clear, suggesting that the national team might face collapse in the second quarter. Although the online community expressed dissatisfaction, they reluctantly acknowledged this as a probable reality. Their hopes now rest on the shoulders of players like Yi Jianlian and Li Feng, yearning for a resurgence to deliver a resounding blow to their critics. At this juncture, the score difference had widened to 9 points, gradually establishing a more significant gap. At this moment, the players of the American team exhibited a noticeably more relaxed demeanor. Although the summer national team presented a greater challenge than before, the disparity was not substantial, and the outcome seemed unlikely to change. Li Feng, possessing the ball beyond the arc, remained composed and unhurried. In a brief lapse of defensive focus, Jimmy Butler cast a glance at his surrounding teammates, only to uncover something quite intriguing. These players have unexpectedly created space. Such a situation had never occurred during the previous 2 friendly matches between the summer national team and them. When Wang Shipeng and Wang Yi witnessed this scene, their expressions revealed a hint of astonishment. Are they planning to isolate Li Feng for a one-on-one? He is up against an NBA superstar. Wang Shipeng had only seen players of Yao Ming's caliber call for isolation against their opponents, and that was typically in the post or low post area. However, Li Feng is now attempting to take on Butler directly from the top of the arc. Is this truly no jest? Does the head coach permit such behavior? Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi furrowed his brow in disapproval, exclaiming, "Is this how we play? Is this not a dereliction of responsibility towards the team? Given that our offensive opportunities are already scarce, who shall bear the consequences of such blunders?" This brand of individualistic heroism inflicts harm upon the team, especially when facing not just any opponent, but the superstars of the NBA. Is this not a manifestation of overconfidence? Wang Shipeng, a former player, found it increasingly difficult to remain silent, asserting that every player on the court strives to contribute to the team's scoring. Each individual is a warrior in this arena, fighting to bring glory to the nation. Overconfidence? What does that even mean? It refers to knowingly facing defeat, yet still willingly shouldering the burden of the offensive duties. Just as Wang Shipeng contemplated voicing his rebuttal, Li Feng on the court made his move. After dribbling, he prepared to break to the right, swiftly executing a double crossover to create a mismatch in rhythm, accelerating into a contested step-back shot. Due to the backward inertia, Li Feng unexpectedly managed to completely push aside Jimmy Butler. Although Butler quickly lunged towards him again in an attempt to disrupt the shot, Li Feng's shooting speed was even swifter. The crisp sound of the net echoed. Swish! The ball went through the hoop, securing 2 points. Li Feng successfully scored against Butler. It was a breathtaking play, executed flawlessly. Li Feng's shooting consistency is remarkable. It seems that he is not merely overestimating himself, but rather has come well prepared. Wang Shipeng was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt to his feet. It was incredibly satisfying. He caught a glimpse of Wang Yi, who wore a grim expression, and his mood could not have been better. The sight of having vented one's frustration, leaving the opponent awkwardly unable to retort, is truly exhilarating. The barrage of comments in the live stream mercilessly began to mock, incessantly replaying Wang Yi's earlier words. On the court, Li Feng pointed at the scoreboard with one hand, addressing the NBA stars present with an air of nonchalance. Let us begin closing the gap. In an instant, the morale of the entire Xi'an Nation team soared to unprecedented heights. Yi Jianlian declared, "All right, everyone, focus on defense." Gua Ailuan chimed in, "Let us just do it." Chapter 51. Did Li Feng actually sweat? On the sidelines, Coach Old K could hardly believe that the momentum of the Xi'an Nation men's basketball team, which had only just been subdued, was effortlessly reignited by Li Feng. He was astonished by the impact this young man could have on the team, exuding a charisma that only true leaders possess. However, Coach Old K's surprise was fleeting, for the world of adults is not a game. The significant disparity in strength cannot be bridged by mere words of bonding as depicted in cartoons. The previous successful play by Li Feng was as much a product of fortune as it was skill, and as long as the game continued, the victory was still theirs to claim. On the court, Irving received a pass from Jimmy Butler. With a feint on the wing, he seized the moment when Gua Ailuan's defensive balance shifted, swiftly breaking through with remarkable speed. With a signature between the legs stop and pull to create space, Irving took his shot. Alas, it was slightly off the mark. Under the basket, Durant, who had been holding his breath, leaped up to snatch the rebound, then executed a powerful two-handed dunk, drawing a foul from Yi Jianlian. An impressive 2-1 conversion. Nice, Durant roared, showcasing his muscles to the crowd. His teammates rushed over to high-five him as he made his way to the free-throw line. Swish! The shot was effortlessly converted. The score now stands at 28-18. with the gap widening to double digits once again. However, the players of the Xia Nation team showed no signs of despondency, continuing to exhibit fervent energy on the court. At this moment, Guailuan is in possession of the ball, unfazed by Irving's intense defensive pressure. He skillfully advances the ball past the half-court line. Let us observe how the Xia national men's basketball team will manage this play, as the audience in the live stream watches the unfolding match with bated breath, each heart filled with hope for a miraculous turn of events. Meanwhile, the two commentators tirelessly elucidate the developments occurring on the court. From beyond the three-point line, Guailuan opts against a risky shot and instead passes the ball to the elevated position of Li Feng. In this instance, Jimmy Butler took a step further, pressing his body closely against Li Feng, intending to leverage his physical strength to disrupt Li Feng's offensive maneuvers. However, for Li Feng, he actually relished the close defense. Although such proximity severely restricted his shooting space, the advantage lay in the fact that when they were so close, every subtle feint he made elicited a more pronounced reaction from his opponent. Li Feng lowered his center of gravity, creating a modicum of space. He then executed a dribbling move reminiscent of Anthony's signature spin, creating separation. Immediately following this, he feigned a step-back jumper, prompting his opponent to react. This highlights the advantages of accurate shooting. Even if your feints are transparent, the opponent must remain cautious about the possibility of your genuine intent. As Jimmy Butler was called into action, Li Feng seized the opportunity to attack the basket directly. "Damn it, guard him," Old K shouted from the sidelines, fully aware that in such an unguarded situation, Li Feng would effortlessly score. Meanwhile, DeRozan, positioned low, lunged forward to contest Li Feng's shot. Little did he know, Li Feng was eagerly anticipating this very moment. "Receive it." With no defenders beneath the basket, Ding Yanyanhang's spirits soared as he caught the pass and executed a reverse dunk. Boom. What a brilliant play. That pass was simply exquisite. The Summer Nation team rarely witnessed such spectacular assists. The offensive opportunity was masterfully orchestrated, a testament to strategic prowess. On site, Wang Shipeng couldn't contain his enthusiasm, employing multiple adjectives to express his elation. Wang nodded with a smile, attempting to mask the embarrassment of his previous conclusions. After being scored on twice, Jimmy Butler felt a tinge of frustration. What does this mean? Am I being singled out? Am I being treated like a pushover? No one has ever called me soft since joining the NBA. Turning back, Butler sought the ball from Irving. Meanwhile, Kevin Durant maintained a firm position against Yi Jianlian, extending his arms for a pass. DeRozan, still vexed from being outplayed earlier, was already poised for a shot, eagerly signaling Irving to pass him the ball. Goodness, are they not allowing me to play? Irving clicked his tongue, pondering briefly before deciding to take matters into his own hands. With a sudden burst of speed, Irving halted and leapt, executing a jump shot with impeccable timing. Swish! A challenging shot made with finesse, showcasing the prowess of a true playmaker. However, Li Feng quickly regrouped to initiate another offensive play, once again capitalizing on a cutting opportunity to assist Ding Yanyanhang, who, with a clever maneuver, scored against Irving's defense. Completing an answer ball, the match became increasingly thrilling, leaving the audience spellbound. Even seasoned fans from the Summer Nation remarked on how unfamiliar this year's national team appeared, their offense fluid and significantly reducing their turnover rate. After securing a defensive rebound, the Summer Nation executed a swift counterattack, leading to a foul by DeRozan, prompting Old K to call for a substitution. Following the referee's signal, he replaced Butler, DeRozan, and Durant with Clay, Anthony, and Paul George. This lineup shift aimed to bolster their defense, as Old K believed the Summer Nation had exceeded expectations in their offensive display, necessitating a stronger defense to stifle the opposing team's offensive threats, particularly Li Feng. "Clay, your mission is to ensure that Li Feng is unable to shoot. I have faith in your abilities." Clay nodded succinctly, responding with confidence. After all, Li Feng was merely a second-round rookie. Despite his impressive performances, a lamb could never transform into a wolf. Clay felt it was time to teach this young player a lesson. The Summer Nation also made substitutions, albeit standard rotations. Li Feng remained on the court. Indeed, it was not as effortless as in the CBA. He was perspiring. Li Feng sighed subtly, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Facing an all-star caliber team, the pressure was undeniably greater than he had anticipated. The current score stood at 30-25, with the deficit narrowing from a maximum of 10 points to 5. To most spectators, keeping pace with the American team nearing halftime was an impressive feat yet. Unbeknownst to them, Li Feng was already contemplating strategies for a comeback. Chapter 52 Block. Is this your three-pointer? Damn. Butler flung his towel in frustration and sat down. Beside him, DeRozan cast a glance with his melancholy eyes and casually inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just feeling a bit disgruntled. Not enough chances for you to shine," DeRozan guessed. Observing Butler's expression, "Do you understand my feelings?" Butler dropped his fa-ade of indifference, turning to ask. "Of course," DeRozan replied resignedly. "I was also outplayed just now. That kid named Li Feng is truly irritating." Indeed, I couldn't agree more. Although basketball inherently involves wins and losses, with exchanges back and forth, the crux of the matter was that both had been substituted before they had the chance to respond. Damn it. The two shared a knowing smile, feeling like kindred spirits. The American team's offensive firepower was overwhelming, leaving little room for their showcase. Back on the court, facing Li Feng again was Klay Thompson. "Rookie, be careful. I'm about to give you a serious lesson." Li Feng smiled slightly. "Really? But I have no intention of losing this game." "Then let us see what you've got. Have you heard the saying?" Klay paused. "What?" "Don't challenge me head on. I'm the one who gets hurt while you lose your life." With that, Li Feng claimed victory in their verbal exchange. Klay Thompson was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. "Very interesting. I hope you maintain this confidence." On site, Wang Yi explained the American team's adjustments to the audience. Such a change is likely aimed at countering Li Feng's outstanding offensive performance. It may become increasingly difficult for the Summer Nation team to sustain such fluidity in their offense. Although Li Feng had shown commendable skill previously, Wang Yi's pre-match predictions had already set the stage for expectations. At this moment, he naturally could not change his stance, needing to maintain a consistent narrative. Coincidentally, the American team had deployed a more robust defensive lineup, presenting an opportune moment to salvage their pride. Within the livestream, numerous viewers commented that Wang Yi's words resembled mere flatulence, yet there were also many who found merit in his assertions. In an instant, the two factions engaged in a heated exchange within the comments. Wang Shipeng undoubtedly hoped for the Xia Country team to deliver an outstanding performance. However, facing the formidable American team, no one dared to make any guarantees. At this juncture, the American team seemed to have abandoned any pretense, prepared to overwhelm the Xia Country team solely with individual prowess. Klay Thompson launched a long-range three-pointer with astonishing swiftness, catching Li Feng completely off guard. Whoosh! The terrifying accuracy left all present in disbelief. The point differential surged back to 8. A barely perceptible smirk graced Wang Yi's lips. Indeed, the American team was ready to intensify their efforts. It appeared that the outcome of the match would soon unfold as he had predicted. Upon witnessing this, Li Feng did not hold back and, utilizing his teammate's screen, switched to defend Irving. He then unleashed a merciless three-point shot. Swish! The ball veered slightly off course, circling the rim before miraculously dropping into the net. Klay chuckled, remarking, "Lucky boy." Li Feng cast him a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Turning back, Paul George attempted a long-range three-pointer. His movement was graceful, yet the shot failed to find its mark. Beneath the basket, Zhou Qi and DeAndre Jordan leapt simultaneously, but the ball landed closer to Zhou Qi. With a swift motion, Zhou Qi attempted to snatch the ball, but DeAndre's strength proved superior, forcefully wresting it away. Wang Zhilin prepared to commit a foul, knowing that DeAndre's free throw percentage this season was below 50%. However, DeAndre offered him no such opportunity, swiftly passing the ball to the perimeter where Buddha awaited. Klay flashed a smile at Li Feng, coolly stating, "Now that's what I call a three-pointer. Take notes, kid." He then confidently released his shot. Whoosh! Klay Thompson's three-point attempt was executed with remarkable precision. His release point was high, the speed rapid, and both the arc and trajectory were flawless. This projection rendered him nearly impervious to blocks from players occupying the same position. Not to mention, he was facing Li Feng, whose height paled in comparison. The trajectory of the ball was remarkably straight, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was destined to find the net. However, at the very moment the ball left his hand, Li Feng astonishingly leapt into action, to the astonishment of the onlookers. They were left in sheer disbelief as they realized that Li Feng's leap possessed the height necessary to intercept Klay's three-point shot. Thud! Klay's attempt at a three-pointer was emphatically swatted away. The inexplicable turn of events left the audience in disbelief, their eyes struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Even the commentator, Wang Shipeng, was profoundly astonished, instinctively raising his voice as he exclaimed, "Li Feng has blocked Klay Thompson's three-pointer. Unbelievable. This is simply astonishing. A perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Irving swiftly retreated on defense, while Li Feng and Ding Yinyu found themselves in a 2-on-1 situation. Li Feng's lightning-fast pass was exquisite, and Ding Yinyu executed a magnificent dunk. This play was nothing short of spectacular, utterly astonishing. It marked our first block against the American team in this match. At that moment, the director replayed the footage of Li Feng's impressive block in slow motion. He leapt high, his palm nearly engulfing the basketball as he emphatically swatted it away, executing the block with remarkable finesse. This is absolutely magnificent. Klay Thompson himself could hardly believe that Li Feng could leap so high. The height of that jump must have surpassed 100 centimeters. No, it could even be nearing 110 centimeters. Li Feng approached Klay, whose expression bore a hint of existential doubt, and chuckled. So this is what a true three-pointer looks like. I must apologize, but I cannot replicate this. Klay found himself at a loss for words, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. He never anticipated being ridiculed by a rookie. Very well. Splendid indeed. You should brace yourself for my three-pointer. Li Feng, Li Feng. Incredible, incredible. MVP, MVP. The crowd chanted in perfect standard Mandarin, a fervor reminiscent of the days when Yao Ming led the team. The score stood at 33-30. They had never imagined that the summer national team could close the gap to such a narrow margin. It felt utterly surreal. Now, the difference between the two teams was merely 3 points. Could the most shocking upset in Olympic history be unfolding before their eyes? In Los Angeles, Luke Walton sat in disbelief, slumped in his chair. He had initially thought that Li Feng's displayed talent during the physical tests was already outrageous. Yet now, he seemed to grasp the magnitude of the situation. The hidden cards of this young man far exceed one's imagination. You little rascal, I await your return to practice you to exhaustion. Though such words are spoken, at this moment, Luke Walton's smile is more difficult to suppress than that of AK. Chapter 53. Unbelievable, leading at halftime. In the latter half of the second quarter, Klay had initially not intended to exert himself to the utmost during the Olympics. However, for the sake of a battle for dignity, he is indeed dedicating himself entirely to defense, denying Li Feng any opportunity for an easy shot. The level of attention bestowed upon Li Feng by one of the league's top 3D players is indeed a tremendous mark of respect. It must be said that Klay's formidable core strength and exceptional lateral quickness have undeniably posed significant challenges for him. This has indeed effectively constrained Li Feng's scoring, resulting in a decline in his shooting percentage, as he managed only a 33% success rate from beyond the arc in the latter half of the quarter. While this is considered a commendable three-point shooting percentage for most players, Li Feng found it unsatisfactory. Similarly, Klay shared this sentiment. Despite the defensive efficiency being exceptional for the majority, he felt it was still inadequate. The latter half of the game was fiercely contested, with both teams exerting themselves to claim victory. Anthony and Durant showcased their prowess as formidable FIBA weapons, displaying terrifying one-on-one skills and remarkable shooting touch. Through a series of unanswerable jump shots and finishes at the rim, they helped the U.S. team extend their lead once more. Additionally, Cousins and DeAndre Jordan frequently executed dunks under the basket, excelling in rebounding. On the other hand, in the Chinese team, Wang Zhilin faced foul trouble, accruing 2 personal fouls. Zhou Qi also suffered a turnover while attempting a pass, nearly conceding an easy 2 points. Fortunately, the newly substituted Zhou Yuqin found his rhythm, sinking a 3-pointer to stem the bleeding. Just before the second quarter concluded, Yi Jianlian erupted for 4 consecutive points, narrowing the gap to just 2. As Klay missed a 3-point attempt, Li Feng, under his relentless defense, delivered a precise assist to Ding Yinyu for a 3-pointer. Swish! The arena erupted in thunderous applause as the Chinese team took the lead for the first time since the game began. At the end of the second quarter, the Chinese team held a slender 1-point advantage as they entered the second half. This scenario was nearly unfathomable to all before the match commenced. Everyone performed admirably. Their display was nothing short of spectacular. Gong Luming approached Li Feng with a smile, patting him on the shoulder, exuding a fatherly warmth. I knew I was right about you, Li Feng. You played splendidly. Take a rest in the third quarter. Li Feng nodded with a smile, acknowledging the exertion required to keep pace with such a formidable team. His teammates were equally relentless in their quest for every ball and every offensive opportunity. Even though the Chinese team had 3 more turnovers than their opponents, they exhibited an indomitable fighting spirit, accomplishing what seemed almost impossible in closing the gap. It is noteworthy that, in the face of the dominant U.S. team, even the 2008 Chinese men's basketball team, led by Yao Ming, had never achieved the feat of maintaining a lead at halftime. However, Feng did not allow himself to become overly optimistic. He understood that, while they had indeed taken a 1-point lead over the U.S., this slender advantage was nearly inconsequential. Moreover, there was a pressing issue at hand, the significant fatigue of the Chinese team's key players. They were all pushing themselves to the limits, employing a desperate style of play. But even so, it merely allowed them to keep pace with their rivals. How long could this advantage be maintained once the bench players entered the game? Feng glanced at his teammates. Even Guo Ailuan, known for his exceptional stamina, was gasping for breath. The others appeared equally drained. Taking a deep breath, Feng rubbed the back of his head and looked at the full power card in his system interface. Should I use it in the next quarter? Can my current stamina support it? Meanwhile, the domestic livestream chat was already in a frenzy. China's basketball is phenomenal. Feng is incredible. This is without a doubt the most thrilling match I have ever witnessed. As comments flooded in, the management struggled to delete derogatory remarks about the host. Wang Yi, observing the deluge of comments, fell into contemplation. Could this year's men's basketball team truly be this formidable? Should I hastily amend my previous statements before the game concludes? The possibility of an upset loomed large. After a moment's reflection, Wang Yi made a decision that contradicted his previous stance. The first half of the game has been truly exhilarating. The Chinese men's basketball team has showcased a match filled with fighting spirit and determination. Given the current spirit of the team, I retract my earlier comments. United in purpose, we might indeed have a chance to secure victory. Let us rally behind the Chinese men's basketball team. As Wang Yi confidently made statements that starkly contrasted his earlier remarks, Wang Shipong felt a twinge of embarrassment on his behalf. How could he be so audacious? On the other hand, the U.S. team appeared to be in stark contrast to China's situation. They not only seemed far less fatigued, but crucially, players like Lowry and Butler, who had seen minimal playing time, were eager to step onto the court. Coach, let us play in the third quarter. We haven't had enough time on the court yet. Jimmy Butler insisted, hands on his hips, looking somewhat exasperated. At this moment, DeRozan chimed in. Coach, let them have a breather. We shall shoulder this burden. Before Coach K could respond, Durant cast a glance at the two, interjecting, we are neither fatigued nor struggling. Thank you. It seems you are the ones who deserve a rest. Take a break. Coach, I assure you that in a single quarter, I can create a substantial gap. Unlike the summer national team, who toiled endlessly, each player possessed remarkable offensive prowess, rendering the creation of scoring opportunities considerably simpler. Even after 2 intense quarters, it could be said that every individual was brimming with energy. Coach K surveyed the team and remarked calmly, I will not concern myself with other matters. I wish for the game to conclude by the third quarter. This summer national team has shown no significant improvement. We previously triumphed over them by 60 points, and now they have managed to overtake us. This is quite disgraceful. In the third quarter, unleash your signature skills. Understand, warriors. I do not wish to see the game shrouded in suspense as we approach the fourth quarter. Their stamina has reached its limits. Defeat them. Let the world comprehend what Dream Team 12 embodies and recognize the insurmountable mountain that is the world of men's basketball. Chapter 54. Just fight for this quarter. As the second half commenced, the audience from the summer national team appeared to be infused with unparalleled enthusiasm and unprecedented hope, eagerly anticipating the onset of the third quarter. Go, go, summer national team, let's go. The players taking to the court in the third quarter were Zhao Jiwei, Li Jin, Zhou Peng, Zhou Yuqin, and Jai Xiaochuan, all aimed at allowing Li Feng and Yi Jinli an ample rest. The third quarter began with the summer national team in possession of the ball. Zhao Jiwei passed to Li Jin, while Zhou Peng maneuvered along the baseline in search of offensive opportunities. However, the American team's defense was swift, and their exceptional individual skills made it challenging to discover easy scoring chances. As time dwindled, Jai Xiaochuan opted for a corner shot. Bang! The ball fell short, striking the front edge. Cousins leaped to snatch the rebound and delivered a powerful long pass to Jimmy Butler, who was charging down the court. What followed was an outrageous slam dunk. Boom! Within less than half a minute of entering the game, the United States team regained the lead. At that moment, the audience did not foresee that this would mark the beginning of the American team's counterattack. However, following 2 missed shots and 1 turnover, the U.S. team unleashed a 7-0 scoring run within a mere 2 minutes of the second half. The players of the Dream Team demonstrated their individual brilliance on the court. The disparity in raw talent between the two teams was starkly evident. The running and passing tactics that the Summer Country team had trained with were utterly ineffective, resulting only in repeated turnovers and steals. The spectators were taken aback by the significant shift in momentum that occurred during the brief halftime break. The contest, once evenly matched, had transformed into a one-sided affair, akin to a father defeating a son. As the Summer Country players faced defeat, the pressure within them began to mount. They yearned for victory and aspired to bring honor to their nation, especially after Feng and others had established a strong position in the first 2 quarters, heightening their hopes for success. Yet, the more they contemplated this, the more hesitant they became, fearful of making mistakes. Even their shot attempts grew increasingly tentative. Gong Luming made adjustments, substituting in the taller Wang Zhilin and Zhou Qi to bolster defensive and rebounding efforts, while reintroducing Guailuan to threaten the basket. However, these strategies proved futile. In just 2.5 minutes, the Summer Country team's decline was glaringly apparent. As time dwindled, Guailuan, with no other options, attempted another three-pointer. Thud. The shot, taken under poor conditions, missed again. Anthony aggressively secured the rebound, pushing the ball up court and executing a Eurostep layup after a deft behind-the-back maneuver. The offensive display was truly a kaleidoscope of talent. 59-51. After unleashing their true firepower, Coach K made it clear that everyone felt the terrifying prowess of the star-studded Dream Team. Yet, they showed no signs of letting up. It was evident to all that this iteration of the Dream Team intended to exert every effort to utterly dismantle the Summer Country team. On the sidelines, Gong Luming crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. He was acutely aware of the current situation. The Summer Country team was in absolute jeopardy. Yet, Feng had just expended considerable energy in the first 2 quarters. Jianlian and others were also fatigued. Such a brief respite before returning to battle was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. In this international competition, the pool of usable players was regrettably shallow. However, just as he pondered how to remedy the situation, Feng suddenly spoke up. "Coach, let me go in." Gong Luming was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Rest well and conserve your energy for the final quarter." Feng shook his head and stood up. If they continued at this pace, there would be no need for a final quarter. Gong Luming was left speechless, for he recognized the truth in Feng's words. Nearby, Jianlian removed the towel from around his neck and stood up, declaring, "Come on, coach, I can still play. I can still go." Ding Yanyahang tossed aside his towel and volunteered as well. Seeing the fiery determination in their eyes, Gong Luming felt a flicker of hope and nodded vigorously. Ding. The Summer Country team called for a timeout. On the American side, Coach K smiled, saying, "Well done. Their desperate struggle from here on out will be futile. Durant, Clay, and Lowry, you're in." It was evident that the Summer Country team had exhausted all options. The depth of both teams' rosters was not even close. Unless the Summer Country team had some hidden trump cards, such as a peak Shaquille O'Neal or a Tracy McGrady capable of scoring 13 points in 35 seconds. They had no chance of posing even the slightest obstacle in this match. The timeout ended as Feng returned to the court. The audience's previously icy demeanor reignited with anticipation. Everyone had witnessed the Summer Country team's struggle. The tactics they had adhered to for years had failed to materialize, and players hesitated to attack the basket, instead searching for teammates. The whole game had seemed devoid of hope. Yet, when the camera zoomed in on Feng and Jianlian taking the court, it felt like the first light of dawn illuminating the earth, a sensation of hope. Wang Shipeng, while commentating, expressed his hope that Feng and his teammates would bring about a change for the team, but as a former player, he understood that the physical condition of those currently on the court was likely still recovering. It seemed they were truly giving it their all. On the court, Feng finally resolved to push himself. He believed his current stamina was barely sufficient to sustain an all-out effort for the remaining 7 minutes of this quarter. He might as well go all in for this period. Money not spent is merely paper. Not trying is akin to historical failure. System, activate full power mode. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully using the item. The system will now lift the reverse attribute limitation for this quarter. As the mechanical voice echoed in his ears, Feng felt a long-lost sense of liberation. He flexed his fingers and glanced at the scoreboard. Let us see how we fare in a head-to-head clash. I am also eager to discover the extent of the gap between my current self and the NBA All-Stars. Klay Thompson faced off against Li Feng once more, grinning easily. "You look tired. Don't worry, I'll send you back to rest soon." "Not so fast," Li Feng replied coolly. Klay shrugged off his response. For once the Dream Team took the game seriously, the outcome was already sealed. The game resumed. Zhao Jiwei inbound the ball to Ding Yanyanhang, who, after a couple of passes, found Li Feng on the three-point wing. Li Feng held the ball in his right hand and drove forward, creating space with a swift change of direction. He bent his legs, feigning a jump shot. "Guard him," Coach K shouted from the sidelines. Klay moved in to defend. Though he didn't T-leap, his weight shifted almost entirely into the play. In that instant, Li Feng exploded through the defense. "Oh no, a feint," Klay realized. But it was too late. Li Feng barreled toward the basket, his speed and strength evidently surpassing his previous performance. Anthony leapt to defend, but it was futile. Li Feng executed an astonishing dunk over Anthony. Boom! Simultaneously, the referee's whistle sounded. Ding! The basket counts, and he will shoot one additional free throw. Chapter 55. I play to dominate. With that, the entire audience was left astonished. Was Li Feng truly this unreasonable? International spectators were equally bewildered, rising abruptly from their seats, exclaiming in disbelief, "WTF? Wasn't this fellow merely meant to be a three-point shooter with a modicum of shooting prowess? What does this mean? A ferocious dunk over Anthony. This is utterly insane." In the live broadcast room, Wang Shipong exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments flooded the screen, overwhelming the entire livestream. For a brief moment, the internet even lagged due to the sheer volume of excitement. They could scarcely believe their eyes as Li Feng faked out Klay and drove straight in, executing a thunderous dunk over Anthony. Absolutely stunning, a 1-against-2. Goodness. Li Feng is invincible, taking on the elite. His energy is enigmatic, growing stronger in the face of adversity. I can no longer claim that Li Feng cannot make it in the NBA. The future of the Chinese men's basketball team appears promising. Li Feng confidently sank the free throw, successfully reclaiming 3 points and alleviating the pressure. On the sidelines, Coach Old K and his assistant exchanged bewildered glances, wide-eyed in astonishment. "This guy possesses such explosive athleticism." The assistant coach shrugged helplessly, indicating, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Coach Old K turned his attention back to the court. This young man, one cannot help but wonder how it is possible to perceive him as merely a second-round draft pick. Are these scouts utterly blind? Beneath their brows hang 2 eggs, merely blinking yet failing to observe? Such an exceptional player. How could Luke Walton have stumbled upon such a treasure? In Los Angeles, at the moment Li Feng scored, Luke Walton was so exuberant that he nearly shattered the office door. "Oh God, you know I am your most devout believer. This young man, no, this prodigy, is indeed your finest response to my fervent prayers." At that moment, the office phone rang. It was the team manager inquiring about the upcoming high-level meeting scheduled for tomorrow. To everyone's surprise, Luke Walton answered the call with an exclamation. "Oh? How did you know that Li Feng just dunked over Anthony?" On the court, Klay's gaze towards Li Feng had transformed entirely. The remarkable explosive power exhibited by this young man just now evidently surpassed the standards set in the previous 2 quarters of the match. This explosive power and instantaneous acceleration capability undoubtedly ranks among the elite, even within the NBA. Is it sheer coincidence or a testament to genuine prowess? Lowry advances the ball past half-court, and Durant, after receiving the pass, executes a dramatic hesitation dribble to evade Yi Jianlian, followed by a sudden stop for a jump shot. Unimpeded by any defenders, for the Grim Reaper, scoring in such a situation is as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. However, he remains oblivious to the shadow that looms beside him at the moment of his shot. A sharp smack resonates as Durant suddenly feels an immense force on the ball in his hand. In that instant, he catches a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Li Feng. Lowry reacts swiftly. Upon witnessing the ball being swatted away, he promptly retreats on defense. "Leave it to me," he pursues with remarkable speed, determined to deny Li Feng any opportunity for an uncontested layup. Yet, Li Feng is even quicker. With a half-step advantage, he launches into a solo fast break, soaring through the air as if he were flying, culminating in a thunderous dunk. Boom! The entire rim emits a painful groan from the tremendous impact. At this moment, even Gong Luming was utterly taken aback. This young man has revealed a side of himself never seen before in the CBA. Unbelievable. If that is the case, perhaps this year's men's basketball team could indeed make history. In contrast to the spectators' astonishment, the members of the American team, while somewhat surprised by Li Feng's performance, were primarily fueled by the determination to overcome him. Durant called for the ball and once again faced off against Yi Jianlian. His speed is astonishing. Statistics have shown that Durant's hesitation speed is nearly on par with the peak performance of Iverson, coupled with his remarkable wingspan and deceptive moves. This combination has become his lethal weapon for scoring on the court. Yi Jianlian's defense is far from inadequate, yet he was still left behind by a significant margin. Helplessly watching Durant score. Swish. Durant executed a long two-pointer with the precision of a merciless assassin. However, at that moment, the unstoppable Li Feng was equally relentless. He executed a swift pivot, seamlessly transitioning to attack the opposite side of his defender. No way. Under the basket, Cousins leapt suddenly, his colossal hand seemingly intent on blocking everything in sight. Such an overwhelming presence would make any player tremble. Yet, Li Feng deftly threaded the ball through the narrow gap between the two defenders in midair. Although the pass was perilous, Zhou Qi managed to seize the ball under the basket. With a resounding thud, Zhou Qi executed a powerful two-handed dunk, adding 2 points to the score. On the perimeter, Clay attempted to widen the gap with a three-pointer, but Li Feng's defense was impeccable, his leap height causing an obstruction even for a top-tier shooter like Klay Thompson. Clay's shot fell short, clanging against the rim. Remarkably, Yi Jianlian secured the rebound, maintaining possession as Ding Yanyanhang initiated a fast break. Anthony quickly transitioned back on defense, and the opportunity appeared less than ideal. Should they shift the play? The ball was passed to Li Feng on the perimeter. How would he respond? Without hesitation, Li Feng took the shot. A three-pointer. Wang Shipeng shouted with excitement. Yet alas, Clay's attempt to contest from behind indeed interfered with Li Feng's shooting trajectory. The ball veered slightly off course. Rebound. Protect the boards. Cousins positioned himself beneath the basket, while Durant intently tracked the descending ball, attempting to predict its landing spot. However, Li Feng, as the shooter, possessed the clearest insight into where the ball would fall. In the blink of an eye, Li Feng surged in from the perimeter, leaping from half a meter inside the free throw line to seize the rebounding ball descending from the air, before forcefully slamming it into the hoop. Boom. Li Feng executed a self-assisted dunk. What remarkable rebounding awareness. Wang Shipeng showered him with praise, struggling to articulate his current excitement and elation. Beside him, Wang Yi, typically composed, now wore an expression of palpable enthusiasm as he remarked, Li Feng has indeed invigorated the offensive efforts of this men's basketball team, even in international competitions. He remains our most dependable asset. Durant turned his head, glancing at Clay with an air of resignation. Did you not box him out? How could you allow him to penetrate the paint? I did my utmost. At that moment, I was still airborne, and he surged forward too swiftly, Clay replied, equally frustrated. Li Feng seemed to know, at the instant of his release, that the shot would not go in, leaving no time for Clay to establish position. A counterattack from the national team left Coach K of the Dream Team somewhat disheartened. He had not intended to employ that tactic. Yet Li Feng once again defied his expectations. It appeared that his predictions regarding this player had consistently fallen short. A shift was seemingly unavoidable at this juncture. Timeout. Chapter 56. The Treatment of a Superstar. Double Team Li Feng. Well done, Li Feng, Gong Luming said, patting him on the shoulder. At this moment, several teammates who were originally seated on the bench quickly rose to give Li Feng some space. Quick, sit down and rest. Someone, get him some water. Yes. Hurry up and rest. Where's the water? Seeing everyone's concern, Li Feng waved his hand and smiled. There's no need to be so courteous, it's all fine. The others handed the water brought by Wang Zhelin to him. Although they said little, their attitudes towards Li Feng were filled with respect. After all, everyone present understood that if Li Feng hadn't stepped up in the face of adversity once again, this quarter might have marked the end of the game. Gong Luming approached Li Feng after he sat down and took a sip of water, his expression slightly serious. Li Feng, after this timeout, it may be difficult to play. Li Feng nodded calmly, as if he were already aware of what was about to unfold. As expected, this timeout was a tactical arrangement by Coach K targeting him. The opposing team was likely to abandon their man-to-man defense, opting instead for a double-team strategy to restrict his scoring. After pondering for a moment, Gong Luming decisively said, if you encounter a double team, handle it according to our usual tactics, as you should have heard during training. There's no need to clash head-on with them. It's not worth the risk if you get injured. In truth, Everyone on the court knew that the current strength of the men's basketball team made defeating the American team a near impossibility. Even reaching the quarterfinals and matching their historical best performance would be an impressive outcome. Coach Gong's words were meant for the greater good. Although a temporary setback was disheartening, it might not be a bad thing in the long run. After all, Yao Ming's peak career spanned only a few fleeting years, and everyone held their own opinions about whose responsibility that was. He did not wish to see a rising star of the Chinese men's basketball team fall this way. Li Feng said little more, simply taking another sip of water and nodding lightly. "I understand, coach." As the timeout concluded, the American team returned to the court. Including Clay and others, they had all been given strict orders from their coach to double-team Li Feng. Originally, Coach K had not intended to employ such a tactic against Chinese players, as, frankly, they were not on the same level. Double-teaming a specific player is typically a strategy reserved for superstar offensive players, such as the legendary Jordan or peak Kobe. Employing such a tactic often signified an implicit admission that their man-to-man defense could not contain Li Feng. However, both the coach and the players had to concede that Li Feng brought vitality and creativity to the Chinese men's basketball team beyond their pre-game expectations. Even Clay, a top-tier defender, found it challenging to completely restrict the hot-handed Li Feng. Coach K could hardly believe that this young man was merely a novice participating in an international competition for the first time. After the baseline inbounds, Irving advanced the ball past half-court, launching his own attack. After a couple of slow dribbles, he suddenly accelerated, executing a rhythm change to shake off Guailuan, then stopping abruptly to hit a two-point jumper. Swish! An exquisite 2 points were secured. The Chinese team executed another baseline inbounds, once again putting the ball in Li Feng's hands. At this moment, Clay and Irving exchanged glances. "Let us go." With their quick lateral movement, they dared to double-team Li Feng beyond the three-point line. Moreover, they were unafraid of him distributing the ball, for in the eyes of the American team, besides Li Feng, the chances of others making a basket were rather slim. Clay defended Li Feng head-on, while Irving interfered from the ball-handling side, blocking Li Feng's south-driving lane. This is a genuine double-team by two NBA giants. Even though they are not familiar teammates and their defensive coordination lacks synergy, the combined effect will certainly not exceed the sum of its parts. However, both players possess experience and individual prowess that rank among the elite in the NBA. Even a composite skill level of 1.5 is sufficient to instill dread in many opponents. Rarely seen. I never anticipated that the American team would resort to double-teaming to curtail the offensive capabilities of players from the summer country. It's astonishing how relentless this individual is. To engage in a fierce battle with so many all-stars for over 2 quarters, this player named Li Feng is indeed formidable. Yet, once double-teamed, no matter how exceptional he is, he must find it quite vexing, wouldn't you agree? Who knows? I am rather eager to see how he performs. The audience from various nations acknowledged the prowess of Li Feng and his compatriots through the first half of the match. Undoubtedly, it is a thrilling contest. However, there is also palpable concern regarding the fate of the summer country team in the upcoming moments. They are up against the most formidable team on this planet. On the court, faced with a double team, Li Feng finds it exceedingly challenging to secure advantageous offensive opportunities apart from forcing fouls. Yet, he understands that he cannot afford to hesitate, lest he falls prey to a steal from the two defenders. Li Feng dribbles towards Kyrie's side, seeking a breakthrough, but the defenders adeptly adjust, leaving little room for exploitation. After several dribble maneuvers to shift the defense, Li Feng notices that Ding Yanyang has created an opportunity on the perimeter. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivers a precise pass. Although the defender managed to delay Ding's entry, preventing an easy cut, Ding stands firm beyond the three-point line and shoots with resolute conviction. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoes. The ball goes in. However, the American team seems unfazed. In their eyes, as long as they can limit Li Feng's scoring, everything else is secondary. If others happen to score a few lucky shots, it is of little consequence. Klay Thompson receives the ball at the three-point line, dribbles once, and launches into a jump shot while still regaining his balance. This is his signature skill in the NBA, effortlessly overpowering each team. Even though Li Feng has positioned himself defensively, extending his hand right before him, he remains helpless against Klay's scorching touch as the ball swishes through the damned hoop. Swish! The American team scores another three-pointer, retaliating fiercely. In the ensuing match, Li Feng continues to face the relentless double team from his opponents. Fortunately, His passing vision is commendable. When his aggressive drives fail, he often manages to dish the ball out for an assist. The summer national team maintains a relatively steady shooting rhythm beyond the three-point line, with Yi Jianlian and Zhou Qi contributing effectively in the paint. However, the seasoned observer, Old K, astutely discerns that the summer national team is now nearing its limits. Chapter 57. 1 against 2. What difference does it make? The stamina of the summer national team starters has severely waned, including Yi Jianlian, whose strategy has shifted from aggressive drives to turning jump shots. As anticipated, the game unfolds as Old K predicted, with the summer national team's turnovers and fouls beginning to accumulate. With Durant's precise interference and steals, the summer players even find themselves devoid of the energy to sprint back for defense, resigned to watching Durant dunk effortlessly into their basket. Everyone on the court is gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. The jerseys, symbolizing the red of summer national, are thoroughly soaked, clinging to their bodies. Although the determination in their expressions and their yearning for victory remain unwavering, fatigue has undeniably set in. Defensive speed slows, offensive movements become distorted, and even foul control deteriorates. Stamina is indeed the pivotal factor in determining the outcome. Feng scans his surroundings, recognizing this truth, and calls out to his teammates behind him. If you're uncertain about how to proceed, just pass me the ball. Despite his own considerable fatigue, he had intentionally conserved energy during the previous quarters, thus retaining some capacity for a sudden burst compared to his fatigued peers. Trusting Feng's capabilities entirely, his teammates pass the ball without hesitation. Receiving the pass, Feng advances to the front court. Confronted once more by Clay and Kyrie's defense, he chooses not to pass this time. 1 against 2, what does it matter? Let us go for it. Klay Thompson closes in for another tight defense, his robust physique serving as an impenetrable barrier against the opposing offense. He thinks it remarkable that Feng has come this far. Even if it were himself, or even LeBron, facing a team like Dream Team 12, victory would be improbable. Klay clings closely to Feng, persistently disrupting his dribbling, while Kyrie similarly pressures his space without mercy. Yet, to their bewilderment, Feng's face reveals an unmistakable resolve. Boom. Suddenly, Feng explosively retreats, creating space. They react swiftly, but as they close in, Feng's right leg powerfully pushes off the ground. Simultaneously, he executes a deceptive dribble with his left hand, directly throwing the basketball through the narrow gap between Clay and Kyrie's defenses. The time difference prompted both players to swiftly recognize the impending danger, leading them to pivot their hips and retreat with a cross-step to obstruct Feng's path of attack. However, Feng's acceleration was remarkable. His formidable explosiveness allowed him to squeeze through the gap between the two defenders. Faced with their attempts to strip the ball, Feng deftly maneuvered with rapid low dribbles, narrowly evading their grasp. Aside from the duo tasked with containing him, the other forwards of the American team positioned themselves deeper in defense, as they had not anticipated that Feng could surpass the double team single-handedly. Near the free throw line, he found himself unguarded in an open space. At the moment he broke through the defense, he suddenly halted, channeling his core strength to straighten his body. He launched a jump shot. "No way," shouted the vigilant little Jordan guarding the paint as he lunged forward. Unfortunately, Feng's determination in his shot was too resolute. He was merely a beat too late to intercept, instead brushing against Feng's arm. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul for hitting the arm. Nevertheless, the ball soared through the air, grazing the rim before sinking into the net. Swish. The audience erupted, rising to their feet in a fervent cheer. Undoubtedly, this was a remarkable 2-1 play. Amidst the relentless double team and defensive pressure, a remarkable 2-1 was executed. Is this truly possible? Little Jordan furiously shook his arms, his face emblazoned with the words "no justice." Kyrie Irving stood with his hands on his hips, shaking his head in disbelief, never having imagined that Asia would produce a player with such exceptional one-on-one skills. Feng once again converted a free throw. Shortly thereafter, Durant displayed his ruthless prowess, swiftly executing a series of quick crossovers that nearly left Yi Jianlian off balance, followed by yet another smooth jump shot from close range. The basketball found its way into the net with ease. However, the ball returned to Feng's hands, prompting him to initiate another offensive maneuver. Clay and Irving were tightly guarding him, their proximity amplifying their defensive coverage, making it arduous for Feng to find an avenue to penetrate. Yet, there existed a solution. For the essence of basketball offense revolves around a singular principle: space. As long as he could create either lateral or vertical dribbling space, he would be poised to launch an attack. At this moment, Feng had no intention of passing. Having resolved to go solo, he would do just that. In the absence of space, he would manufacture it. Feng dribbled under his legs, transitioning to a deceptive move that drew him closer to the defenders, momentarily suspending the ball while his body shifted left to mislead, all the while executing an intricate dribble. Clay and his teammate defended well, appearing almost impervious to his feints. However, their instinctive pause provided Feng with an opening. Seizing the moment when their weight had not yet shifted, he surged forward with unrelenting speed along the right flank, charging towards the basket. Due to the threat of Feng's passing ability, Anthony, lurking near the baseline, dared not move. This also afforded Feng the opportunity to confront Little Jordan beneath the basket. "You dare challenge me once more?" Little Jordan mused as he observed Feng barreling towards the basket, skillfully evading Irving's defense. To be candid, he had previously acknowledged Feng's remarkable leaping ability, which was indeed exceptional. However, when it came to athletic prowess, did he truly feel intimidated? Scoring under the basket? That was merely a fanciful dream. With his legs spread apart and his center of gravity lowered, Little Jordan was poised to impart a lesson, ready to deliver a ferocious block to demonstrate the brutality of the game. Just before Feng attempted his layup, he abruptly countered, shaking off Irving's close defense. After a brief pause, he pivoted and launched an attack at the basket. "Wait, isn't that my move?" Irving was taken aback, realizing that Feng had audaciously employed his own technique against him. At the moment Feng leaped, Little Jordan counted his steps and followed suit, determined to challenge Feng's defensive prowess. In the live stream, all the viewers sensed the impending peril, given Little Jordan's height and athletic capabilities. Attempting a layup under such defensive pressure seemed nearly impossible. Yet, as Little Jordan soared into the air, Feng surprisingly pulled the basketball back to his chest. Then, with a grace reminiscent of fishing in the depths of the sea, he arched his arm from the side of Little Jordan to make the layup on the opposite side. The scoop shot. Little Jordan instantly grasped Feng's intentions. However, having already leapt, there was no altering his position midair. He stretched out his right hand as far as possible, attempting to swat the ball away. In that fleeting moment, he indeed felt something touch his hand. But it was not the basketball. With a resounding clap, Little Jordan inadvertently redirected the ball back to Feng's left hand. Yet, to his dismay, Feng still managed to secure the basket. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle echoed, signaling yet another 2-1 conversion. At this moment, the entire audience erupted with fervor. Chapter 58, You Are Not Alone in This Battle. Unbelievably, to the spectators, this was nothing short of miraculous. Commentators from various other countries responsible for the live broadcast were utterly astonished. They were unaware of the origins of this East Asian defender. They had never encountered this young man on any global stage before. Meanwhile, DeAndre Jordan inexplicably found himself burdened with 2 fouls, leaving him quite helpless. After all, under FIBA rules, there is no provision for 6 fouls and out. 5 fouls are sufficient to bid farewell. Feng forcibly completed 2 consecutive 2-1 plays against his opponent. Was he truly willing to sacrifice his dignity? The game continued. After attracting defensive attention from the perimeter, the American team passed the ball to the weak side and then to the inside. DeAndre Jordan leaped to execute a thunderous dunk, but in that fleeting moment, Feng appeared from seemingly nowhere. Astonishingly, as Jordan ascended, Feng single-handedly pressed down on the basketball behind his head. Despite Jordan's immense strength, the ball ultimately slipped from his grasp, soaring into the air. Observing Feng's relentless effort, Yi Jianlian also exerted himself to the fullest, fiercely snatching the rebound from Durant's hands. Feng now? Upon receiving the ball, Feng surged toward the basket, charging into the paint with unparalleled speed to take off for a layup. However, at that instant, the pent-up fury of Durant surged from behind him. Just as Feng released the ball, a resounding explosion echoed in his ears. Bang! This is Durant's awe-inspiring block. His long, slender arms, resembling those of a model, and his immense hand firmly pinned the ball against the backboard. Feng instantly grasped the situation, just as he was about to pivot to contest for the rebound. Ding Yin Yuhang surged in from behind. With all his might, he leapt into the air, seizing the descending basketball and emphatically slamming it into the hoop. Boom! The resounding applause for that spectacular dunk echoed throughout the arena. "What a beautiful slam dunk," Li Feng remarked with a smile as he returned to defense. Ding Yanyahang patted his chest and smiled back, saying, "Li Feng, you must understand, you are not alone in this battle." "I understand," Li Feng replied before turning his gaze toward Durant, not far away, and casually remarked in English, "By the way, I can be quite petty. I will remember that play." Typically, Durant would not pay heed to such on-court banter from Li Feng. However, for some inexplicable reason, he sensed a primal threat emanating from this young player. Akin to the oppressive aura LeBron James exuded in 2012. There was, however, a subtle distinction in Durant's eyes. LeBron appeared as a fearsome lion with eyes ablaze with a deep, fiery glow, whereas Li Feng resembled a seemingly gentle and harmless predator, lurking with an air of danger, ready to strike. Durant furrowed his brow, contemplating, is this kid serious? The game continued. Despite the unwavering efforts of the Chinese men's basketball team, striving to make every shot count, Li Feng often found himself relying solely on his individual skills to create scoring opportunities. The American team tightened their defense against him, making it increasingly challenging for him to receive the ball. They would intercept any pass aimed at him. Consequently, he frequently faced formidable defenders before attempting his shots, all while navigating through a congested lane. As the opposing team began to recognize Li Feng's consistent ability to attack the basket, they resorted to fouling him to sap his stamina. Following another fouled layup, he approached the free throw line once more. With 2 rhythmic dribbles to find his rhythm, he released the ball. Swish! The first shot found its mark. Taking a deep breath, he dribbled twice again before shooting. Yet, due to the rapid depletion of his energy, he sensed an alteration in his hand positioning at the moment of release. Crack! As anticipated, the ball veered off course. Yi Jianlian and Zhou Qi leaped from either side, but Cousins' positioning was impregnable, swiftly securing the rebound. The score stood at 71-66, with less than 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter. The American team maintaining a 5-point lead. He intended to run down the clock before taking a shot at the end. As Cousins slowed his pace just past midcourt, he did not rush his advance. Unlike in the CBA, NBA centers are not devoid of dribbling skills. In fact, their ball handling often rivals that of guards in the Chinese teams. Their height simply necessitates a higher center of gravity, which is why they are not typically tasked with ball handling duties. Beyond the three-point arc, Zhou Qi intermittently disrupted the opponent's dribbling, though it had minimal impact. As time wound down, Cousins passed the ball to Lowry on the perimeter. In that fleeting moment, Li Feng surged forward. Steal. Li Feng intercepted the ball. This marked his 4th steal of the game. Let us see if this fast break leads to points. On the sidelines, Gong Luming watched the unfolding game with rapt attention, unwilling to let his focus waver. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Startled, he frowned instinctively, but upon seeing the caller ID, he answered, "Yes, what is it?" "What? No, I cannot accept that. How can this disrupt team harmony? I understand the need to comply, but... All right, I will convey the message." After hanging up, a troubled expression lingered on Gong Luming's face, as if frozen in time. Turning to Li Nan, he uncharacteristically asked, "Do you think I am competent as the head coach?" Li Nan, sensing the gravity of the situation, fell silent for a moment, choosing not to respond. On the court, after his steal, Li Feng raced forward with all his might. He could vaguely sense that his energy was nearing its limit, overwhelmed by the relentless double-teaming from the opposition. Their deliberate fouls draining his stamina, compounded by the fact that he had scarcely rested in the first 3 quarters while fervently attacking the basket. This presents an exceedingly rigorous test of physical endurance for anyone. Looking back, his teammates are not in a favorable position, making it difficult to create a situation of numerical advantage. In such circumstances, even passing becomes futile and may lead to errors. There's no choice. I must take it on myself. Li Feng accelerated once more, executing a one-legged, inward contested layup. Given the inability to create a gap from his opponent, proactively seeking contact to generate space emerged as the most effective and safest method for scoring. Even in the absence of direct confrontation, this preemptive occupation of space serves as an exceptionally effective means of hindering the opponent's ability to block. However, at the moment Li Feng sought contact, his pursuer, Cousins, did not decelerate. Consequently, at the instant Li Feng leaped, the speeding Cousins collided with him like a cannonball. In that moment, Li Feng lost his balance and fell heavily onto the court floor. Thud! The arena fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At that moment, a familiar alert resonated in Li Feng's ears. Chapter 59, Return to the Court, Battle Again. The spectators observed everything with clarity. Li Feng had been running at great speed. Due to his inertia, the fall was particularly severe. Not to mention, he had been collided with by a heavyweight player like Cousins. Even the spectators closest to the scene could hear the loud impact as Li Feng struck the floor. Beep. The referee promptly called a foul for unsportsmanlike conduct. Yet, the hearts of all the fans tightened in their throats. Seeing Li Feng sprawled on the ground truly tugged at everyone's hearts. They were not only concerned about whether Li Feng could continue playing, but also worried about the potential impact on his future career. Even the official commentators present expressed their deep concern regarding the incident. From the slow-motion replay, it was evident that there was almost no means of support or protection, resulting in a heavy fall. My God, it seems the situation here is rather dire. This player, who just delivered an astonishing performance, might have to leave the game. He is still on the ground, not yet risen. It must be serious. I hope he is all right. The players from the national team quickly gathered around to check on Li Feng's condition, and Coach Gong Luming rushed over, his face etched with worry. After Cousins got up, he immediately approached, looking anxiously at the fallen Li Feng. He suspected Li Feng had sustained a significant injury, as even his own shoulder felt uncomfortable with a soft tissue strain, let alone Li Feng, who had taken a harsher blow. I apologize, it was an accident. I didn't expect him to. Though Cousins was known for his fiery temperament, he would never resort to underhanded tactics. Like many others, he did not wish to see any passionate player's career marred by injury. Cousins' sincere demeanor spared him from excessive blame, and everyone anxiously awaited to see how Li Feng was faring on the ground. Li Feng lay there, slowly opening his eyes. To be honest, the impact he had just endured felt quite severe. In that moment, he even sensed his internal organs shifting. After all, he had lost his center of gravity and had fallen flat onto the ground. For an ordinary person, such a fall would likely mean the end of their participation in the game. Fortunately, he was resilient. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have sustained a rib impact during the match. Resistance ability 2, body hardness 2, strength 1. Damage is rapidly repairing. Congratulations, host. Your arm has been injured during the match. Qilin arm 2, resistance ability 2, strength 1. Damage is rapidly repairing. Congratulations, host. You have suffered a lower back contusion during the match. Heroic wind 2, endurance 2, damage repair completed. The back may be injured, but it cannot be broken. As Li Feng felt a warm surge coursing through his body, the pain from various injuries began to diminish significantly, providing an indescribable sense of relief. Just as the medical staff rushed onto the scene with a stretcher, Li Feng sensed that his injuries had mostly healed. Feeling assured, he abruptly sat up and declared, I'm fine now, let us continue the game. The medical personnel carrying the stretcher were taken aback. Goodness, that fall Li Feng took did not look light. Is he truly sitting up? Why does he appear so unfazed? Just as they hesitated over whether to lower the stretcher, Li Feng had already risen, his left hand resting casually on the shoulder of the person beside him as he moved it in a couple of circles. All right. I've nearly recovered from lying down for a short while. You can take the stretcher away. It's unnecessary. Observing Li Feng's relaxed demeanor, everyone present was utterly bewildered. How could he emerge unscathed after such a severe fall? Could this fellow be an Iron Man? At this moment, Gong Luming approached and inquired, Li Feng, are you certain you're all right? Don't force yourself. Your career has only just begun. I feel fine, Li Feng responded, speaking the truth. The system was still in the process of repairing the damage it had sustained moments earlier, and there would be no lingering effects. At this time, the referee also came over to assess Li Feng's condition. After confirming his physical state, the game was promptly resumed. As Li Feng returned to the court, the audience erupted in waves of cheers, rejoicing at his safety. Li Feng slowly approached the free-throw line. As the 2 free throws from the flagrant foul had yet to be completed, he dribbled the ball twice, noticing that the bruising from the earlier collision had nearly healed. He lifted the ball gently past his chest and then launched it towards the hoop. Swish! It was a flawless shot. The second free throw was even easier. Another effortless basket, adding 2 more points to his team's score. At this point, the cheers from the crowd reached a crescendo. While everyone was elated to see Li Feng back on the court and unharmed, no one truly believed that the earlier incident could be brushed off lightly. Even Cousins, who had sustained a less severe injury, had been sidelined by Coach K for a rest. How could Li Feng be in a better condition than him? In the eyes of many, Li Feng was merely enduring the pain as he returned to the game. This is the true essence of a warrior, undaunted by minor injuries and steadfastly remaining on the battlefield. After successfully executing 2 free throws, the final possession of this quarter naturally fell into the hands of Xiaogua. As the ball was inbound, Ding Yinyuhang's gaze met Li Feng's, seemingly inquiring, "Are you truly unharmed?" Li Feng responded with an affirming glance. Receiving the pass, Li Feng commenced his advance with deliberate pace. There was no need for haste in this last offensive maneuver. His arm and ribs were nearly free of discomfort, and his shooting should remain unaffected. With only a 3-point deficit separating the two teams, there lingered a possibility of leveling the score. Before him, the freshly substituted Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry maintained their predetermined strategy of double-teaming Li Feng. In the realm of competition, there is no mercy for injuries or inconveniences. Indeed, for the sake of victory, the prevailing sentiment often leans towards exploiting one's vulnerabilities. Li Feng dribbled on the perimeter, searching for an opportunity, while on the sidelines, Gong Luming's phone continued to vibrate incessantly. Suddenly, with a decisive hesitation, Li Feng executed a powerful dribble and surged toward the paint. Observing his remarkable speed, the members of the American team felt a tightening in their chests. Their defensive formation instinctively contracted inward. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Li Feng abruptly halted his dribble, retreating to the 3-point line with astonishing swiftness. He released a 3-point shot at an incredible velocity. Jimmy Butler was momentarily taken aback, but his body could not keep pace. Oh no. Chapter 60. Though defeated, yet glorious. As the basketball soared through the air, the viewers in the live stream found their hearts suspended in anticipation. If this shot can penetrate the defense of two opponents, the Xia national team could achieve an unprecedented miracle, drawing level with the American team after 3 quarters. Despite his injury, Li Feng must confront 2 defenders while attacking, placing immense pressure on him. He could easily pass the ball to others for a shot, and no spectator would harbor any discontent. Yet, in such a critical moment, the Xia men's basketball team truly requires someone to step forward. Li Feng is indeed that individual who willingly takes on the responsibility and accountability. Durant gazes at the sky as he contemplates that shot, his brow furrowing slightly. The ball should have gone in. In the next moment, a crisp sound of the net echoed. Swish. A 3-pointer, and it's in. 71-71. Incredibly, Xia Nation has managed to equalize at the end of the 3rd quarter. Unbelievable. That's astonishing. The official commentator on site, eyes wide with shock, exclaimed with hands on his head. This is undoubtedly the greatest dark horse of this Olympic Games. I never imagined Xia Nation would field such a formidable team. This is the most extraordinary display of individual skill I have ever witnessed. I have a premonition that the player named Li Feng will etch his name into the memories of all fans from this day forth. In the domestic live broadcast room, the audience was left in awe. Li Feng has once again reshaped their understanding. Initially, they believed that merely holding their ground against high-ranked rookies in the NBA Summer League and even clinching the championship would be a remarkable feat. This truly marks a significant leap for domestic defenders onto the world stage. However, the surprises that Li Feng has bestowed upon them extend far beyond this. On the Olympic arena, no one had ever anticipated the possibility of achieving remarkable results against the dominant force of the American basketball team. To showcase one's style and spirit on the court is, in itself, a victory. Yet now, as the 3rd quarter comes to a close, Li Feng is resolutely leading the team in a fiercely contested battle against the United States. It was akin to a dream. With merely 2 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter, there was insufficient time to mount an offensive. They would enter the final quarter tied at 71-71. The atmosphere was electrified with a resounding chorus of cheers. Li Feng. Li Feng. On the court, Li Feng raised a fist to his chest. Casting a glance at the audience, his teammates swiftly surrounded him, assisting him off the court. Although the match was not yet concluded, they already bore the demeanor of champions. In everyone's hearts, this was undeniably a thrilling contest. Li Feng's unparalleled display of individual prowess illuminated the future prospects of the Summer Nation's basketball team. I can walk on my own, Li Feng remarked with a wry smile, glancing at his companions Ding Yinyuhang and Guo Ailuan, who flanked him. We're brothers. There's no need to feign strength in front of us. Ding Yinyuhang responded with an understanding expression, and Guo Ailuan nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the sidelines, though fatigued, Li Feng was still contemplating strategies for the final quarter. Just then, Coach Gong looming approached, interrupting his thoughts. Li Feng, he said. What is it, coach? I need to tell you something. In the fourth quarter, you will rest. Huh? Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the implication. Was he being benched for the fourth quarter? Gong looming hesitated, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty as he quietly instructed, obey the arrangement. Li Feng nodded. On the court, all players must adhere to the coach's directives. This is a fundamental principle. Subsequently, Gong looming informed the other players of Li Feng's absence in the fourth quarter, and they all expressed their understanding. Wang Zhilin clenched his fist, exclaiming, damn it. Just go for it. You rest, Li Feng. We'll handle the rest of the game. Zhao Jiwei smirked, adding, you already have 4 fouls. Let us take over. Rest assured, none of us on the court are weaklings. Gua Ailuan patted his chest, smiling at Li Feng. Don't worry, we've got this. As the fourth quarter commenced, the audience noted Li Feng's absence, further confirming suspicions that he had indeed played through injury in the third quarter. Many fans were moved to tears. Li Feng is truly fighting with his life. Originally, Old K had rearranged the team's strategies to limit Li Feng, but upon seeing him seated on the bench during the fourth quarter, he understood. The outcome of this quarter was all but decided. Unsurprisingly, Durant and Anthony combined for 20 points in the final quarter. Notably, Kevin Durant achieved a staggering 6 for 6 shooting, maintaining a perfect shooting percentage. This was accomplished despite fierce defensive efforts from Yi Jianlian. Without Li Feng's balancing presence, the Summer Nation team struggled in the fourth quarter. They fought valiantly, and every spectator could see their efforts. However, the undeniable gap in raw talent was apparent. Wang Zhilin fouled out early, while Yi Jianlian faced double teams in the paint. Although Ding Yinyu Hang and Gua Ailuan managed to score, they could not match the scoring efficiency of players like Irving and DeRozan. As the fourth quarter concluded, the score settled at 84-97, marking the American team's first victory of the Olympics. Yet, as the match ended, the arena erupted not in cheers for the victors, but in applause for the Summer Nation team. Previously, the phrase glory in defeat had been a source of mockery among netizens. Yet today, everyone witnessed the Summer Nation team's spirit, their relentless determination to fight until the last moment, and how Li Feng carried the team forward on his own shoulders. This match illuminated the future prospects for the spectators and fans, reigniting hope for the resurgence of the Summer Nation's basketball team. This is a true embodiment of honor in defeat. However, amidst the celebrations, Li Feng quietly returned to the desolate locker room. Coach Gong looming entered, silently taking a seat beside Li Feng, yet he uttered not a word, merely producing a pack of cigarettes and asking, "Care for a smoke? Coach, can we smoke in the locker room? I distinctly recall our team being repeatedly warned against it during training. Aren't you supposed to lead by example? Less chatter then. If you don't want to smoke, that's fine." Just as Gong looming began to retract his hand, Li Feng swiftly stopped him, stating, "Coach, I never said I wouldn't smoke. You know me. I've never heeded the team's rules." Gong looming shook his head, bemused. The two sat side by side on the long bench, silently sharing a cigarette. After a brief moment, Gong looming shook off the ash, his expression tinged with melancholy as he remarked, "Li Feng, don't overthink the upcoming matches. Focus on your recovery." "Coach, I'm fine. I know. But this time, just trust me." Chapter 61. The Asian Magician, Li Feng. Li Feng, disinterested in probing the reason, inhaled deeply. "Congratulations, host. Smoking is detrimental to health. Lung capacity 1, aerobic endurance 1, masculine vigor 1. He disregarded the mechanical voice in his ear, extinguishing the cigarette on the no-smoking sign. Turning to Gong looming, he said coolly, "Coach, do you know why basketball in Xia country has struggled to develop over the years?" Gong looming lifted his gaze, slightly dazed, as if awaiting Li Feng to reveal the answer. However, Li Feng merely stood, smiled, and shrugged casually. "Sorry, I don't know either." With that, he hoisted his backpack onto his shoulder and pushed open the locker room door. Just before departing, Li Feng suddenly turned back to the coach, saying, "By the way, coach, let us make a bet." Gong looming looked up, puzzled as to why the conversation had shifted to this topic. "Go on. Let us wager whether they will personally invite me back." Li Feng's demeanor was calm, as though stating an impending fact, devoid of any turbulence in his expression. Upon hearing this, Gong looming could only manage a wry smile. That group would never easily bow to a player, no matter how formidable one might be. A player is, after all, forever under their control, a mere pawn. The notion of them lowering themselves to request his return was utterly implausible. Gong Luming understood that Li Feng would feel uncomfortable about this reality, yet what could be done? Change. Easier said than done. Li Feng's aspirations were as fleeting as a mayfly shaking a tree, entirely unrealistic. Yet, observing Li Feng's self-assured demeanor, Gong Luming could only respond resignedly. If that day ever comes to pass, I will personally host a banquet for you. Agreed. Li Feng, as if nothing had transpired, nonchalantly pushed the door open and stepped outside. Gong Luming watched his retreating figure, then sighed deeply. At that moment, Yi Jianlian suddenly pushed the door open from outside. Yet he did not step inside. Instead, he leaned against the wall at the entrance. Did you all hear that? Gong Luming spoke first. Yi Jianlian maintained his usual silent demeanor, nodding slightly. Why wasn't Li Feng allowed to play? When a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be toppled by the wind, Gong Luming remarked subtly. Yi Jianlian turned his head, a mix of helplessness and displeasure flickering across his face. Is it that someone does not wish to see the success of the Summer Nation? Indeed, Gong Luming responded, but not in this manner. This egotistical display of heroism. Absurd. Yi Jianlian growled lowly, seemingly voicing his grievances for Li Feng. Although Gong Luming did not wish to excuse the decisions made by certain individuals, he spoke with resignation. Li Feng's individual performance may be commendable, but to achieve victory is paramount. If we do not win, public opinion will demand a reckoning for the national team's prior failures, jeopardizing many interests. Moreover, the incident of Li Feng attempting to leave the CBA had already displeased many. We cannot change anything now. A flicker of anger surged within Yi Jianlian, yet words failed him. Was it truly justifiable for Li Feng, the greatest contributor in this match, to be relegated to the sidelines? He merely shook his head and, with a tone of disappointment, said, "We had a genuine opportunity to defeat the United States." As Yi Jianlian pushed the door open to exit, he encountered the returning crowd from the lounge. "Brothers, shall we celebrate tonight? Where's Li Feng? If yes, all right. Let us all join." "Yes, let us go." The group chimed in, yet Yi Jianlian turned his head and coldly asserted, "What are you celebrating? Did we win? How many points did we lose to the United States before Li Feng arrived? Is losing to the United States something to be proud of? And now, without Li Feng, who will this national team rely on? Who else do you wish to lose to?" Witnessing Yi Jianlian's fury, the crowd wilted instantly, akin to frostbitten eggplants, standing dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Yi Jianlian cast a glance at them before slamming the door behind him, leaving a group of bewildered individuals in his wake. After a moment, Guo Ailuan lamented, "I didn't even say anything. What does this have to do with me?" Gong Luming, more disappointed than anyone else, felt constrained as the head coach and gestured to the crowd. "All right, disperse. Go home and rest well today. Prepare diligently for the upcoming match against France." "Coach, what about Li Feng?" Ding Yinyu asked suddenly. "Li Feng is fine. There's no need to worry. However, he will not participate in the next match," Gong Luming replied. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent for a moment. Yet rather than express further inquiries, their fighting spirit was ignited. Without Li Feng, the banner of the Summer Nation's basketball team must be upheld by them. They could not afford to disappoint their fans. Li Feng had set a strong precedent, and they were determined to carry that momentum forward. Post-match, the headlines of major media outlets did not herald the United States' victory. Instead, coverage focused on the defeated Summer Nation team, dominating the front pages of mainstream media. Prior to this, no one had anticipated that this Summer Nation team, stripped of its yao, could engage in a fierce contest against the American team led by Durant for 3 quarters without faltering. It feels as though one is ensnared in a dream. An astonishing dream indeed. In newspapers and across media platforms, the praises for Li Feng, this miraculous player from the Summer Kingdom, resonate endlessly. Several mainstream outlets have even gone so far as to label him the Asian magician. With stellar statistics of 29 points, 11 assists, 2 rebounds. In 2 blocks in just 3 quarters, he has demonstrated both efficiency and effectiveness. Following the match, even the candid DeMarcus Cousins extolled the performance of Li Feng and the Summer Kingdom's national basketball team. Noting their striking difference from the team he faced in prior warm-up games, they emerged as a formidable and respected opponent. To be frank, they exhibited a remarkable tenacity. Particularly Li Feng, whose name I had never encountered until this match. Yet, after this performance, I vow I shall never forget it. I sincerely hope his injury is not severe, and I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to compete against him on the NBA stage. To receive such heartfelt commendation from Cousins, once hailed as the premier center in the NBA, rather than mere platitudes, is indeed a rarity. On domestic forums, the accolades for Li Feng have reached a pinnacle: a lone hero, a celestial being descended, the light of the future, an iron-willed warrior. Especially in matters concerning national honor, the fans' idealized visions of heroes find embodiment in Li Feng at this very moment. This match has ignited discussions across various international forums. Many fans, already invested in NBA games, have long recognized Li Feng as a topic of interest. The player, labeled by Kobe as a non-practicing faux Laker, astonishingly clinched the championship in the Summer League, outshining this year's first overall pick, Ben Simmons, and the third pick, Jaylen Brown, while also stealing the limelight from the second pick, Brandon Ingram. Remarkably, he has even held his ground against the American team, remaining undefeated for 3 quarters on the international stage. In the city that fiercely celebrates individual heroism, discussions surrounding Li Feng's prowess have reached a fervor that rivals that in his home country. In an unexpected turn, Scarlett, who once declined to share her bathwater with Du Xiaoshui, has openly stated on her personal media that Li Feng is the most astonishing basketball player she has ever encountered. She candidly expressed her interest in accepting a dinner invitation from him, should he extend one. Beneath this announcement, a seemingly insignificant comment from a minor account proclaimed, "Li Feng is nothing. It's merely that Durant was taking him seriously. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly outmatched. And does Li Feng even compare to Durant's looks? Don't you agree? To be frank, Li Feng pales in comparison to Kevin Durant. Come debate me." On the other hand, upon returning to his hotel, Li Feng remains largely indifferent to external evaluations. Instead, his focus lies on his own performance in the match, contemplating areas for improvement. For him, this game represents not an end, but a beginning. Although he cannot single-handedly sway certain decisions, he understands the power of public opinion. Li Feng is unperturbed by the potential developments that may follow. Those who mock public sentiment will ultimately face repercussions. His task now is to observe the unfolding events patiently, allowing time to reveal its course. At that moment, a sudden mechanical voice emanates from his surroundings, signaling the arrival of Chapter 62, the new version of the system. The sudden mechanical sound of the system feels somewhat jarring. Logically, the system's voice should not have sounded at this moment. I haven't done anything to warrant a deduction of my attributes, have I? Ding. Congratulations, host. Your influence has reached the threshold, and the mall system has been unlocked in advance for you. The system achievement interface has been updated, and the hidden achievement too. 0 system has been unlocked. Please check it, host. Though these 2 sentences may appear somewhat brief, consisting of only a few words, they nonetheless evoked a profound astonishment in Li Feng. The ability to unlock the system's marketplace in advance due to influence? Oh, dog system, why did you not mention this before? Returning to the host, you did not inquire about it either. Li Feng felt that this troublesome system possessed a certain rebelliousness. The so-called influence must pertain to the ramifications that arise after the conclusion of this competition. This is indeed a fortunate development. After all, the ability to unlock the store in advance significantly aids one's preparation for the new season. Following this match, Li Feng has gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Presently, if he were to face an all-star level guard in a one-on-one confrontation, he would hold the advantage, even when subjected to double teaming, as he possesses the ability to evade defenders in most situations. In essence, Li Feng believes that his prowess is on par with the core players of NBA championship caliber teams, and he may even hold the upper hand, including against Kevin Durant, the captain of this year's Dream Team 12. At this juncture, Li Feng must express his gratitude to Coach K for the tactical arrangements. Without them, he would remain oblivious to his standing within the NBA. However, he recognizes that his current state is still insufficient, especially considering this year's opponents, the so-called Galactic Warriors. Although countless formidable lineups could be constructed from history to triumph over the current Warriors, such as a team featuring Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Tim Duncan, and Shaquille O'Neal, this remains merely theoretical. The strength of the Warriors lies in the tangible existence of their current roster, not in hypothetical scenarios. If memory serves, even the reigning champions, the Cavaliers, were brutally defeated 4-1 by the Warriors last year. Thus, when facing the Warriors, Li Feng sees only 2 paths ahead: team reinforcement or personal evolution. It is evident that the former is fraught with difficulties, as the Lakers are currently in a rebuilding phase, a fact the higher-ups are reluctant to acknowledge. Should he pursue the latter option, however, Li Feng recognizes that his current condition is far from adequate. After all, even the peak LeBron James, accompanied by Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love, struggled against the Warriors. On the Olympic stage, Feng indeed showcased commendable performance against the American team single-handedly. Yet, he is acutely aware that his success can be attributed to two key factors. First, the opponents were initially unfamiliar with his abilities and strategies, lacking a tailored game plan. Second, despite their star-studded roster, the American team's coordination lacked synergy and systematic play, relying instead on overwhelming individual talents that did not maximize efficiency. In contrast, the Warriors, under Coach Kerr's system, exhibit a synergy that often results in a performance greater than the sum of its parts. Therefore, if Feng wishes to enhance his chances of victory, he must seize the opportunity during the regular season to strengthen himself. With this thought in mind, he lit a cigarette. Congratulations, host. Smoking is detrimental to health. Lung capacity 0. 9. Aerobic endurance 0. 9. Charisma 0. 9. Were it not for the daily limits on these efforts, Feng would undoubtedly ensure that all of Los Angeles was devoid of cigarettes. Nonetheless, the system's restrictions are reasonable. After all, progress is achieved through gradual accumulation, not through gluttonous ambition. The saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And this principle holds true. Detecting the host's contemplation of life philosophy, the system registered a mental deduction of -1. Feng cursed softly, interrupting his earlier train of thought. He decided to explore the system store instead. Upon opening the interface, he briefly examined the newly added store section, which categorized items into several major categories: real-world items, attribute exchanges, talent exchanges, and item exchanges. Feng had little interest in real-world items, as he had never been particularly drawn to money. The attribute exchange included all observable abilities such as strength, agility, jumping, and shooting. Specific attributes required 1,000 system points for purchase, while random attributes only needed 100. The item exchange featured tools like guaranteed 2-point cards and all-out cards, available for use during matches, with prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of system points. What intrigued him most was the talent exchange section. Unfazed by interference, significantly resist defenders' interference during layups and shots. Irregular shooting, execute unpredictable finishing techniques mid-air, greatly enhancing shooting accuracy. Natural left-handedness. Left-hand proficiency will equal that of the right hand. Chapter 63. Feng's withdrawal? Reactions from all sides. Feng gazed at the myriad of talent effects in the store, realizing that he had scarcely grasped the full potential of this system over the years. Damn system. I knew you had something good hidden away, with his foundational abilities already established. The addition of these talent effects left him awestruck at the prospect of the player he could become. At this moment, Feng glanced at the prices for talent exchanges. Wait, even the cheapest Eagle Eye ability requires a staggering 100,000 system points for redemption? What a swindler. At this juncture, the glaring zero balance of Feng's system points was painfully evident. System, how does one acquire these exchange points? After a brief pause, the system's mechanical voice coldly responded. The system points used in the marketplace are earned based on the host's performance in higher-level leagues. These points are awarded through a comprehensive assessment of the host's lackluster behavior, on-court performance, and fluctuations in audience emotions. Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wait, why does this sound so convoluted? I have to perform poorly yet again and still be evaluated on my performance? Are you jesting with me? The system's icy mechanical voice replied. Please refer to how Zhang Shizi earned money while merely standing. I can't believe this. The system detected Feng's explosive frustration and added, mental state too. Upon hearing this, Feng was both amused and infuriated. Alright, so this is how we're playing it, huh? Despite his dissatisfaction with the system, he discovered that some newly added hidden achievement rewards could also unlock talents. After careful consideration, he identified a suitable achievement. Let us go with this one then. Achievement, balance of work and rest task. Relax for at least 1 week after completing training or a match. The achievement will unlock once the system determines that the relaxation duration and activities meet the criteria. Reward, talent, high-pressure defense evaluation. Become the pressure monster on the court. Starting with myself. With that thought, Feng immediately made a phone call. Hello? Reserve a booth for me. Yes, the usual one. For a few days? No. Let us make it a week. After hanging up, he headed straight to the airport. There are few people as diligent, earnest, and hardworking as him. Who wouldn't he want to waste a moment of training time? In a corner where no one was watching, Feng had boarded the flight back home. Before the next competition, he planned to complete this task first. To change some of the outdated rules, it required players like him who could not be controlled. He would immerse himself in the situation, stirring the stagnant waters, and surely there would be repercussions in various aspects. Los Angeles. Luke Walton was still basking in Li Feng's stellar performance, making calls to boast about it to others. It felt akin to a parent joyfully announcing their child's exam results. He couldn't stop talking about his child, his face beaming with pride. However, after a call with Phil Handy, he received some distressing news. You didn't hear? The officials have announced that Li Feng is withdrawing from the upcoming matches due to an injury. What? Luke Walton's lips twitched. Surely I can't be this unlucky. I just discovered a prodigious talent, and now it's season over for him. How could Li Feng be injured? Is it serious? It was that fall during the game. It looked pretty severe. That fall. Walton recalled seeing Li Feng manage to stand and continue playing, maintaining excellent form. And it seemed he hadn't injured his knee or joints, so he hadn't thought much of it. To think that it was that very fall that caused the injury? Walton's brow furrowed deeply. This felt worse than a matter of life and death. Worried, Luke Walton immediately dialed Li Feng's number. But then he remembered that the number Li Feng had given him was a dead end. Restless, Walton paced around his office. Ultimately unable to settle down, he thumped his thigh, took leave from the team's management, and booked the earliest flight straight to Rio. The next day, at the temporary training facility of the summer national basketball team, Yi Jianlian convened an informal meeting with everyone. What I am about to share is crucial, so I hope you all pay close attention. After this Olympic event, I plan to pursue a career in the NBA, even if it means starting as a substitute. I believe Li Feng has done the right thing. Through this competition, I've gained clarity on many matters. We have lingered too long in our comfort zone, too complacently, failing to recognize the issues in our environment. Hiding wounds will only lead to festering infections. Li Feng was even willing to offend certain individuals to prove this point. And surprisingly, I have learned a lesson from a junior. So while I still can play, I wish to give it my all. Having said that, Yi Jianlian stood up and addressed those present. You are all the backbone of our summer national basketball team, and thus, I hope each one of you can embrace greater responsibilities, just like Li Feng, to contribute to our summer basketball cause. The crowd was left bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the essence of his words. After a moment, Zhou Qi slowly spoke up, but wasn't Li Feng injured? Who did he offend? I can only say that if Li Feng were to play now, he would still be the highest scorer on our team. Do you understand? The crowd was taken aback, exchanging glances. It turned out that Li Feng was not unable to play. Rather, he was forbidden from continuing. Silence fell over the room. Only Gua Ailuan angrily slammed his bottled water onto the floor, indignantly exclaiming, "This is utterly disgraceful. Do they even deserve the results that Li Feng fought so hard to achieve on the court?" He was not only upset but inexplicably felt a shared sense of anger. Yi Jianlian smiled softly and placed a reassuring hand on Gua Ailuan's shoulder. Rest assured, while Li Feng may have offended some, due to his outstanding performance, the official statement can only be that he is sidelined due to injury. Li Feng will become a hero in the hearts of the public, and indeed, that is the case. Upon hearing this, Gua Ailuan managed to temper his fury just a little. At that moment, Ding Yinyuhang suddenly stood up beside them and exclaimed, "Brother, I also want to play in the NBA." Gua Ailuan and Zhou Qi quickly joined in, declaring, "We want to as well." Yi Jianlian nodded in agreement. Recognizing the spirited essence of summer's men, unlike some who merely showcase their might at home. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the association's current approach might not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Upon the arrival of Li Feng's flight, he promptly activated his phone, eager to check for any missed messages. Almost immediately, a call came through. Chapter 64, A Chance Encounter at the Nightclub, Li Feng also partook. Upon answering, a woman's voice resonated through the line. "Li Feng? I've called several times without success. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Li Feng replied with a smile. "I noticed your urgency and thought there might be an issue with my house." "Of course not," Bai Qian responded, her mood lightening. "I watched your entire game. And when I heard about your injury preventing you from continuing, I worried you had sustained a serious injury. It startled me. Legends often circulate about the Brotherhood, and some rumors are to be expected." "Oh," Bai Qian remarked, her understanding wavering as she nodded thoughtfully. "Well, is there anything else?" "No. Oh wait, there is." Bai Qian recalled, having momentarily forgotten the main matter due to her concern. "I wanted to ask when you'll be back and if you have time for an interview. I managed to negotiate a substantial fee with my boss." "Haha," Li Feng chuckled lightly. "I haven't finalized my plans yet, but I'll reach out once I return." "All right," Bai Qian agreed with a smile before ending the call. Li Feng was taken aback by how swiftly the news had spread. However, he remained indifferent. Recognizing that the more some individuals disregarded their own discretion, the harsher the backlash would be. At the airport, Li Feng encountered a throng of his fans, effectively obstructing the passage. Perhaps due to the unforgettable impression left by the Olympics, he inexplicably gained a multitude of true fans upon his return. Humph. Don't think I don't know you were all once my critics, he mused, recalling how few had come to greet him during the height of his negative press. The airport's congestion disrupted the normal flow of operations, but fortunately, security personnel arrived promptly to disperse the crowd. Subsequently, Li Feng made his way to the Oscar nightclub, entering the lavishly scented hall with familiarity. After exchanging pleasantries with the staff, he proceeded to his reserved VIP booth. Oscar is a prominent chain nightclub in the capital, known for its respectable ambience, and Li Feng was a frequent patron. He ordered several bottles of champagne and a few iPhone XS Max devices, preparing for what promised to be a monotonous evening. However, he then noticed a familiar figure at a nearby booth, a bearded man. A flash of recognition struck him. He approached and inquired, "James Harden?" Harden lowered his sunglasses, revealing his eyes as he glanced up at Li Feng. "You look familiar. I think I've seen you before." Li Feng offered a bottle of champagne with a subtle smile. "Care to join me?" "Absolutely." Harden welcomed him, shifting to make space. Suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. Li Feng, you're the Asian magician." "What?" Li Feng, not particularly engaged with foreign social media, was unaware of the moniker's origin. Harden chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "In any case, you were Li Feng, right? My God, I watched your game highlights. You really showed them what you're made of." Li Feng smiled non-committally and gestured for the server to bring over the remaining drinks. Amidst the flickering lights, the two engaged in spirited conversation, instantly bonding. "Oh, no way. You must be joking. Li Feng, I can't believe you possess such incredible skills yet never train," Harden exclaimed. "Haha, what do you think? Shouldn't I be diligent?" "Absolutely." Harden laughed. "Sorry to disappoint, but I'm merely a platinum member here." "Really?" Harden stroked his beard in disbelief, then broke into a knowing grin. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Next time, I'll take you to a fantastic place." "All right. Then I'll introduce you to something quite intriguing as well." Harden raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is it legal?" "Absolutely. And I assure you, you will love it." Li Feng chuckled to himself, recalling something amusing. "Nice. Good brother." They clasped hands firmly in agreement. 2 hours later, James Harden sat in a rideshare vehicle, bewildered as he gazed at Li Feng. "Are you certain this will be entertaining? You will definitely enjoy it." "Okay. I trust you." 10 minutes later, amidst the echoing calls of monkeys, Harden halted the vehicle and smiled at Li Feng. "Damn, brother, this is incredibly fun. I must buy one when I get back." Li Feng grinned. "Actually, I have something even more thrilling. Have you ever experienced the sensation of a missile launch?" Harden's eyes lit up. "Li Feng, may I take a ride? My precious isn't lent out for free. If you beat me, I might consider it," Li Feng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. At this moment, James Harden clapped his thigh and, with his eyes shining brightly, spoke up. "Ahem, there's an ancient saying in your country, summer. That goes, choosing a day is not as good as hitting the day. I have a fan meeting event tomorrow that includes a friendly match. Why don't we engage in some friendly competition then? Tomorrow?" Li Feng hesitated for a moment before inquiring with the system in his mind. "Will participating in such a match earn me points for them all?" The system promptly responded, "Of course, the final rewards will be based on several factors, including attention, exposure, player skills, and audience reactions." Understanding this, Li Feng felt reassured. "I think it's feasible," he agreed, subsequently exchanging contact information with Harden. Meanwhile, their chance encounter at the nightclub was secretly captured by the paparazzo Zhang Dali, who penned an article about it and published it online. The headline read, "Li Feng's true nature makes it difficult for him to become Summer's basketball team's pillar." Zhang Dali was thrilled, as this sensational piece, imbued with controversy, had the potential to become a viral success, given that Li Feng was already a hot topic. Fresh off the Olympics, his popularity was at an unprecedented height. Zhang Dali believed that earning a six-figure sum for this article would be a simple endeavor. All he needed was for netizens to be harsh in their criticism to generate sufficient heat, and the money would follow. Historically, Li Feng had been subject to scathing online backlash, and many netizens would typically begin their tirades at such a moment. After all, this scenario had played out numerous times before, and a seasoned paparazzo like him could predict the ensuing events with his eyes closed. However, to his astonishment, The netizens' reactions this time were strikingly different. Chapter 65. Wait, Li Feng is also here. Zhang Dali had initially anticipated profiting from the public outcry against Li Feng. But instead, he found the comments overwhelmingly directed at him for being the one taking the photos. What the hell is going on? He exclaimed, bewildered. Not a single person is criticizing Li Feng? Who is the malicious individual responsible for this headline? Attempting to tarnish our brother's reputation, they will face consequences. I've already tracked down this paparazzo's information. His name is Zhang Dali. This guy thrives on sensationalizing others' misfortunes for attention. Such an unscrupulous paparazzo. What is the intent behind this headline? Is he trying to stir controversy? Indeed, Li Feng is visibly injured and unable to participate, drowning his sorrows in drink. Yet unscrupulous media twist the narrative. We all owe Li Feng an apology. I concur, while he may appear cheerful, his heart must be heavier than anyone else's. Just look into his eyes. Does he seem happy? Exactly. I've always believed that Li Feng is a rather reserved individual, and we misunderstood him all along. Zhang Dali was seething with frustration. What on earth is wrong with you all? Is this really you? Have the critics transformed into loyal supporters? His heart twisted in pain as he realized that other bloggers were receiving praise and accolades for their critical articles while he was being subjected to ridicule. He couldn't comprehend why the public's perception of Li Feng had shifted so drastically. Equally perplexed was Li Feng, who saw the comments on his phone. Previously, such news articles were filled with snarky remarks or blatant insults. Yet now, the comments were overwhelmingly supportive, filled with encouragement like "Keep going, Li Feng. We believe in you." Li Feng scratched his head, bemused. What has transpired in this world while I was unaware? Yet, he found it preferable to avoid further criticism, after all. He was not one to seek the limelight, lacking any inclination in that direction. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Hello? Is this Li Feng? Brother. When will you be arriving for the match at 2 this afternoon? On the other end, James Harden inquired with a smile. Friendships among men often blossom rapidly in certain contexts, including riding electric scooters together. Li Feng checked the time and replied, I'm available. Is there a meal included? Haha, Harden chuckled. After the event concludes, we can indulge in some delicious food together. Nice, that sounds splendid, Li Feng agreed. If you're free, I could swing by your hotel to pick you up. The event has a designated vehicle, so it's no trouble. All right, I shall await your arrival. Okay. After hanging up, Li Feng glanced at his phone for a bit longer. At 1 o'clock, a car pulled up to the hotel entrance. It was a Mercedes van, spacious enough to rival some custom limousines. Yet, upon reflection, it was likely that athletes were often transported in such vehicles. Hey, Li. James Harden greeted, extending his large hand. Hey, this car is impressive. Of course, Harden replied with a smile, then turned to his event coordinator, Shirching. This is my good brother, Li Feng. Is it all right for him to join our event? The coordinator was momentarily taken aback. What? Li Feng? Wasn't he injured during the Olympics? How can he still participate? This is rather unreasonable. The person in charge has been quite occupied these past few days, yet he has witnessed Li Feng's remarkable performance on the Olympic stage, as well as the unfortunate news of his injury. However, Li Feng appears to be brimming with vitality. How could he possibly be injured? Could it be that the official news is fabricated? Nevertheless, despite the confusion, Li Feng's participation undeniably benefits the promotion of Harden's summer tour event, and Shirching, as the event's organizer, would certainly not decline. Of course, the selection of participants for the friendly matches during the event is not fixed. You are free to invite whomever you wish. James Harden nodded, then turned to Li Feng and said, Brother, I won't hold back on the court. Haha. Is this a one-on-one match? Li Feng replied with a subtle smile. Meanwhile, Shirching quietly clarified, No, this is a 5v5 friendly match. We primarily invited a few street ball players and some fans from the venue to participate. It's akin to a meet-and-greet event. This format is quite common for the summer tour activities of most superstars, effectively bridging the gap between fans and athletes, often yielding commendable results. However, James Harden, observing from the sidelines, chuckled and remarked, It's not like we're playing one-on-one. We certainly want to be on the same team. Is that so? Li Feng smiled and replied, Then I want to hold back. That's more like it. Shirching, uninterested in the familiarity between the two, discreetly reminded Mr. Harden. It appears that Li Feng has sustained a rather serious injury. Please be cautious to avoid any mishaps during the event. Harden turned to look at Li Feng, a hint of surprise crossing his face. I thought you seemed fine yesterday. Li Feng chuckled and shook his head, nonchalantly stating, Just external rumors. I knew it. Harden finally relaxed and smiled. Meanwhile, Shih, the event coordinator, wore a grave expression. The news of Li Feng's injury had indeed been released by the Basketball Association. External rumors? Could there be some undisclosed truth behind this? Merely contemplating this made Shih feel a chill run down his spine. If the association were to take such actions against a meritorious player, what wrath would they face from the online community? Shih suddenly had a premonition. Perhaps Li Feng's participation in this event would indeed stir up considerable controversy. The vehicle proceeded steadily, transporting the two to the event venue. At a little past 1 in the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely overhead. Though this is an open-air basketball court, the throngs of enthusiastic fans gathered here are undeterred by the elements. However, when the door of the vehicle opened and James Harden emerged to the cheers of the crowd, everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to the figure behind him. Wait, is that Li Feng too? Chapter 66, A Step Forward. Is this really an injury? The crowd was taken aback. They hadn't anticipated Li Feng accompanying James Harden. Logically, he should be recuperating, right? While his appearance at a nightclub could be somewhat understood, being present at the basketball court surely would aid in his recovery. Yet before anyone could ponder further, James Harden stepped down and greeted the crowd, saying, "Everyone, allow me to introduce our special guest for today's event, Li Feng. He will join us for today's activities." Among the spectators from Xia country, it could be argued that while some may not recognize Harden, none would be unfamiliar with Li Feng. In every conceivable sense, Li Feng is undoubtedly the talk of the town. Nevertheless, the crowd remained perplexed. Li Feng is attending today's event? Can he truly still play? However, the organizers of the event did not contest this, and even Harden himself remained silent, leaving the audience with no grounds for dissent. Perhaps Li Feng was merely there to lend his presence and would not participate actively. Who could say for sure? As the atmosphere grew lively, the two, under the protection of security personnel, made their way to the center of the court. In truth, Li Feng had little interest in such events. Thus, while the crowd engaged in discussions about the activities and Harden's forced appearance, he discreetly slipped away to the sidelines to enjoy some respite. Sometimes, witnessing others endure hardships can be a form of relaxation for oneself. At that moment, a notification sound from the system echoed in Li Feng's ear. "Congratulations, host. For achieving the balance between work and leisure, you have unlocked the talent reward, high-pressure defense." Li Feng was momentarily stunned. Had he completed it so quickly? Instantly, a warm sensation coursed through his limbs, as if he had acquired a defensive skill honed through rigorous training. Quite remarkable. He thought he would test its efficacy shortly. Following a series of activities, the highly anticipated friendly match segment finally arrived. "Next, we will draw 8 lucky spectators from the crowd to participate in this game," announced the host, positioned at the center of the court, into the microphone. The atmosphere ignited instantly, with fans waving their hands fervently, eager to catch the eye of the selectors. At this moment, the host commenced the fair roll call segment. Subsequently, one renowned street ball player after another was summoned by name: Wang Yijin, Iron Bull, and the illustrious General Li Guanyu. The street ball players appeared astonished, yet it was evident to all that this was a meticulously orchestrated event by the organizers. Such arrangements, aimed at enhancing the live experience and maximizing publicity, were undoubtedly justifiable. Otherwise, how could such coincidences occur? However, as all participants assembled on the court, a realization dawned upon them. With 9 players present, including Harden, where was the possibility for a proper 5v5 matchup? Was Harden expected to play 2 positions? At that moment, Harden gestured widely and called out to the sidelines, "Now, my brother Li Feng will join me in selecting 4 players each to commence this friendly match." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. What? Li Feng is also playing? No, that cannot be true. Official reports stated that he was injured. Or perhaps his participation was merely ceremonial, without any genuine effort? As the audience gazed in astonishment, Li Feng strode onto the court, holding a can of Coca-Cola. The moment had arrived. Once both sides had taken their positions, they proceeded to select their teammates in accordance with the event's format. James Harden, with a smile, remarked, "Li Feng, I assure you, I won't be going easy on you this time. Of course, the game comes first, while friendship takes a back seat. Haha. Don't forget your promise. I expect to ride your big treasure later." Li Feng furrowed his brow, wondering why such remarks were made in a manner so prone to misinterpretation. The audience grew increasingly bewildered with each passing moment. Is Harden truly intent on taking this seriously with Li Feng, rather than merely going through the motions? What on earth is happening here? Both Li Feng and Harden given their heights, are typically confined to playing the shooting guard or point guard positions in the NBA, and even the small forward role might be somewhat challenging for them. However, in this streetball setting, their stature comfortably allows them to play as power forwards or centers. Were it not for the presence of towering streetballers like Iron Bull and Savage Bull on each team, Feng and Harden might have found themselves playing the center position. Prior to the game, there was a segment featuring interviews with these streetball players. While the other athletes expressed sentiments of luck, respect, and gratitude, our five-star general, Lee Guanyu, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, "Today, I am fortunate to play alongside Harden. I have always been an admirer of his. Although we face Lee Feng and his team, I believe they may not pose a significant challenge to us. In the upcoming match, I shall demonstrate this through my performance." At that moment, the interviewer casually asked, "If you were to rate Lee Feng and yourself, how many stars would you give?" "1 star, Lee Guanyu blurted out. The staff member was taken aback, wondering if that was suitable for broadcast. In the next instant, Lee Guanyu realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. "I would also give myself 1 star. The staff fell into silence. Could he not have said that he was rating himself 1 star from the beginning? It seemed that even if he rated himself 1 star, he was unwilling to bestow 5 stars upon Lee Feng, since this was a friendly match. The referee directly passed the ball to the visiting team, which was Lee Feng's side. The game was played to a total of 21 points. A small yet exquisite segment of the event. After all, the purpose of this match was to promote the event, so there was no need to take it too seriously. Lee Feng received the ball at the baseline and subsequently passed it to Wang Yijin beside him. Brother Jean was a top-tier street ball point guard in the country, rivaling the opposing Guiziko. After a series of dribbles, he executed a spectacular series of ball-handling moves, then shook off his defender for a sudden jump shot. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, James Harden leaped up with tremendous force, delivering a powerful block that sent the ball flying. Following that, he chased after the basketball in just 2 strides, catching it with both hands before executing a thunderous dunk. Boom! The audience erupted with excitement at this electrifying moment. It was rare to witness such an intense and earnest competition at the events of other basketball stars. Harden! Harden! The crowd cheered incessantly, fans raising their phones to capture the spectacle. At that moment, James Harden turned to Lee Feng. "Brother, you need to take this seriously, or we'll annihilate you with a score of 21-0. It was evident that Harden genuinely regarded Lee Feng as a worthy opponent. Lee Feng regained possession of the ball, and Harden began to defend him intently. "Come on." As Harden urged him on, Lee Feng remained calm and composed. After a series of probing steps, he turned slightly and sidestepped to test his opponent. The moment his toes touched the ground, Lee Feng unleashed a surge of power, propelling himself forward. Bang! Harden was momentarily stunned, not anticipating Lee Feng's swiftness. Even more shocked were the onlookers. Wasn't it said that Lee Feng was injured? How could he so effortlessly bypass Harden's defense? Was it I who was mistaken, or was the Basketball Association deluded? Chapter 67. Intense defense, offense, and defense intertwined? Clearly, James Harden had not anticipated Lee Feng's speed to be so formidable. His pace was evidently on par with that of elite NBA guards. Lee Feng maneuvered past Harden. And seeing this, Lee Guanyu rushed forward. To defend against Lee Feng was a prime opportunity for him to make a name for himself. Perhaps, in the future, he could even become Harden's disciple. He spread his arms, creating a wall to obstruct Lee Feng's path to the basket. However, at that moment, Lee Feng dismissed him entirely. Bang! With a powerful Euro step, he sent the slender Lee Guanyu flying half a meter backward, confronting the defender, Tinio, beneath the basket. Defense, Tinio. Though it was a friendly match, who wouldn't he want to showcase their skills in such a high-profile game? Tinio leaped high, attempting to block Lee Feng's layup. Yet, he underestimated Lee Feng's leaping ability. The audience watched in disbelief as Lee Feng's hand gradually rose above Tinio's blocking zone, soaring higher than a palm's length, even surpassing half of an arm. In that moment of incredulity, boom, the resounding crack of the hoop echoed throughout the arena as Lee Feng executed a one-armed dunk, leaving the crowd in awe. At this moment, everyone present was left in utter astonishment. What on earth? This is simply too outrageous. Lee Guanyu is utterly unable to withstand Lee Feng's assault. Is Lee Feng an injured party? Someone, please slap me awake. I reckon that even if Lee Feng were to lose a leg, I would still stand no chance against him. It appears that Lee Feng merely needs to exert a slight effort, and he has already reached the pinnacle of this tier. The audience was profoundly moved. Is this the disparity that exists between them? Is this the distinction between professional and amateur? That can't be right. Sun Mingwei has played street basketball before, and it wasn't like this. Many who were present initially felt eager to challenge Lee Feng, but at that moment, they finally came to a realization. The athletes among them operated on entirely different levels. Even James Harden expressed a hint of admiration, acknowledging the remarkable athletic prowess of Li Feng. This experience has completely shattered his preconceived notion regarding the athletic prowess of Asian players. Harden, with a bemused shake of his head, remarked, "Incredible, my friend. You are truly a genius." Everyone present, including the organizers, was taken aback, as this seemingly unremarkable friendly match had reached an extraordinary level of intensity right from the very first shot. The two spectacular dunks contributed by both teams at the outset are bound to circulate widely across the internet. Meanwhile, the individual responsible for media promotions expressed immense gratitude towards Shurcheng. Bringing Li Feng to this event was undoubtedly their wisest decision of the year. On the court, the players, inspired by the electrifying performances of Li Feng and James Harden, escalated the intensity of the match to its utmost from the second shot onward. This has transcended the realm of a mere friendly match, evolving into a veritable battle for survival between the two sides. On James Harden's team, Yang Zheng surged into the paint, preparing for a two-handed dunk, only to be thwarted by a fierce defender, resulting in a missed layup. Fortunately, the tenacious Mao secured the offensive rebound and swiftly passed it to the waiting James Harden on the perimeter. At this moment, facing Li Feng's defense, he casually remarked, "Brother, I won't hold back." Li Feng, however, remained unfazed. Having just unlocked high-pressure defense, he sought an opportunity to test the efficacy of this newfound talent. And who better to challenge than Harden? The electrifying atmosphere among the spectators rendered the host's words utterly inconsequential. They were solely eager to witness the clash between the two titans. James Harden executed a series of crossovers, inching closer to Li Feng's defensive stance with quick, deliberate steps. This is also one of his remarkable skills in the NBA. With his astute judgment of the defender's movements, he possesses an extraordinary ability to score one-on-one. Everyone is well aware that when Harden is fully focused, there is not a single superfluous movement in his offensive play. With a swift motion, Harden executed a quick crossover dribble, seamlessly transitioning into a change of direction, drawing closer to his opponent, Li Feng. The purpose of this action was to diminish the defender's reaction time while simultaneously shortening the distance required for his breakthrough. Suddenly, Harden executed a wide crossover dribble, creating an illusion of penetration. His gaze was fixed intently on Li Feng's waist, keenly observing any shifts in his center of gravity. The moment Li Feng's body turned, Harden would instantaneously pivot and opt for a breakthrough on the opposite side. Conversely, if Li Feng remained unresponsive, Harden would accelerate and force his way through. "Come on. Let us see how you react," Harden contemplated earnestly. However, he did not anticipate that Li Feng, in that fleeting moment, would step forward to close the distance, further tightening his defense. At this juncture, Harden's body instinctively chose to surge forward. Due to Li Feng's forward motion, it became increasingly challenging to retreat and defend against Harden's advance. Yet, as he broke through, a flicker of rationality warned him. Li Feng had not lost his position. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past his ear, and to his astonishment, he realized he had seemingly lost control of the ball. He turned abruptly, only to find that Li Feng had disrupted his dribble. As he moved past, the ball remained stationary. Reflexively, he positioned himself to retrieve it, although he regained possession. The look in Harden's eyes as he regarded Li Feng had shifted. He had not anticipated such professionalism in Li Feng's defense. It is worth noting that even in the NBA, players who excel at both offense and defense are exceedingly rare. Harden repositioned the ball at the top of the arc, preparing for another attempt, while his teammates expertly created space for him to isolate. Yet, Li Feng's defense remained closely anchored, exuding an inexplicable aura of intense pressure. Faced with such a formidable defender, Harden had his own strategy, a straightforward and explosive drive utilizing speed and power. With a swift motion, Harden knocked down Li Feng's outstretched right arm and executed a decisive step to accelerate past him. This maneuver proves effective even against defenders of comparable caliber in the NBA. Goodness, this play is simply brimming with intricate details. Truly, James Harden exemplifies finesse in isolation. The subtleties are abundant and remarkable. No wonder he consistently finds a way to glide past his opponents. The ball handling and footwork displayed are so refined that I could study them for a lifetime. However, in the very next moment, to the astonishment of the spectators, it becomes evident that despite Harden's meticulous execution of offensive intricacies, Li Feng has not been completely outmaneuvered. Though he finds himself slightly out of position, he steadfastly maintains his defensive stance, preventing Harden from easily approaching the basket. The intense pressure of the formidable defense weighed heavily on Harden, prompting him to abandon his solo offensive strategy at the last moment before reaching the basket, opting instead to pass the ball. In Chapter 68, as basketball points are scored one by one, seemingly with ease, Harden, after penetrating the defense, chose to distribute the ball to the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Lee Guanyo outside the arc confidently decided to attempt a three-point shot. Bang! The shot missed, resulting in a clang off the rim. Underneath the basket, Yang Zheng seized the rebound and scored 2 points on a second chance. The score reached 4-2. Yang Zheng rolled up his sleeves, showcasing his muscles. However, the attention of the onlookers was clearly not on him. They were more astonished that Harden's recent one-on-one attempt had not yielded the desired effect. Despite executing several signature moves, he was unable to shake off Li Feng effectively to create an advantageous scoring opportunity. Among those closest to the court, several players renowned as street ball kings expressed their astonishment. Li Feng's defensive pressure is overwhelmingly intense. This is the first time I truly comprehend the vast chasm between professionals and us. Me too. I felt that Harden's maneuvers were enough to leave me bewildered 20 times over, yet who could have anticipated that Li Feng would remain unfazed? How absurd. Now I understand. Basketball is indeed not easy. On the sidelines, the head of a large domestic media broadcasting platform, Douya Media, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the match. Li Feng's performance was remarkable, exceedingly so. Yet, the more impressive he became, the less plausible it seemed. The information he received through official channels indicated that Li Feng was injured and unable to participate in the upcoming games. His company had even disseminated this news, and many fans expressed their sorrow over it. But now, seeing Li Feng effortlessly outmaneuver Harden and compel the opponent to pass the ball, it was evident that he did not resemble someone hindered by injury. Could there be more to this situation? He believed many had already noticed the discrepancies, but he also trusted that his execution capabilities were among the best in the industry. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Lost in thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. I need you to investigate a report. If this turns out to be true, I sense it could lead to a groundbreaking national news story. Meanwhile, Li Feng assisted Wang Yijin, who confidently sank a three-pointer, turning the tide in their favor. Harden advanced with the ball once more, while Li Feng maintained his exceptional defensive prowess. Interestingly, when employing the effects of his innate talent, it did not factor into the system's attribute assessment. Li Feng was certain that if he consistently upheld such a defensive intensity, the system would classify it as diligent training. This meant that with just a bit more talent, he could effortlessly earn his keep. Elated, Li Feng quickened his pace. This has indeed caused some headaches for Harden. Li Feng possesses remarkable foot speed, solid core strength, and impressive physicality. Most importantly, he exudes a formidable sense of pressure when defending. Indeed, it is an arduous defense. It seems that being able to entangle with the Dream Team for such an extended period cannot merely be attributed to a hot shooting hand. Harden squinted his eyes, becoming increasingly serious. Winning solely through technical play proves to be a formidable challenge. Thus, one should not expect any leniency. Harden's dribbling beneath his legs serves to better safeguard the ball, effectively countering Li Feng's intense defense and ensuring he remains error-free. He swiftly maneuvers to seize an opportunity to break through with remarkable speed. The host at the venue exclaimed. Harden attempts to isolate once again. His explosive speed is astonishing. Yet, Li Feng astonishingly keeps pace, refusing to relinquish his defensive position. As expected, Li Feng indeed matched his speed, but Harden was not surprised. In his eyes, Li Feng possesses such caliber. In the next instant, as he breaks through, he forcefully dribbles the ball, using his outer foot to engage inward, leveraging his immense upper body strength to push Li Feng aside. Bang! The collision was substantial, causing Li Feng to stagger back a half step. Although Harden was somewhat surprised that Li Feng only retreated this little, considering his intention was to send Li Feng sprawling, the space created was sufficient for him to take a shot. Harden firmly planted himself and executed his signature step-back jump shot, a two-pointer. The ball was released with remarkable speed, yet Li Feng also moved swiftly back to his defensive position, raising his hand to obstruct him. The ball arced gracefully through the air before settling securely into the net. One cannot deny that Harden epitomizes the term dual threat guard, with his shooting consistency being beyond question. Swish! The ball went in nonetheless. Li Feng turned his head to glance at the hoop, then shook his head in astonishment, remarking, "How can such a difficult shot go in? A different player would have surely missed that." Harden chuckled helplessly, acknowledging this truth. Li Feng's defense was indeed imposing and impeccably executed. Had that shot been attempted by an average player, it would most likely have clanged off the iron. Now, it's my turn to defend earnestly, he declared as Harden drew closer, playfully shaking his bushy beard with a grin. Here, Zhao Chong from ISO, upon receiving the ball, displayed remarkable acumen by passing it to Li Feng, allowing him to engage in a one-on-one play. In this instance, James Harden was closely guarding, seemingly intent on retaliating. However, Li Feng wore a contemplative expression. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he opted to replicate the same dribbling maneuver as in his previous encounter with Harden. He executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles, effectively closing the distance between himself and his defender. Following a rapid change of pace, he surged forward with remarkable speed to break through. Yet, it was futile. Harden, striding confidently, positioned himself directly in Li Feng's path. A subtle smile graced his lips. Although Li Feng was formidable, employing such tactics before him felt somewhat like a display of skill in the wrong arena. He possessed a profound understanding of how to anticipate and counter his opponent's moves. Upon realizing his offensive route was obstructed, Li Feng displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he prepared himself with a powerful dribble. With a resounding thud, he collided shoulder first with Harden, then executed a significant step back to prepare for a jump shot. Harden, momentarily taken aback, thought, "Isn't that my move?" Without hesitation, he lunged forward at full speed, intent on disrupting Li Feng's impending shot. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Li Feng stepped forward, leaping to deliver his shot into the air. The referee's whistle pierced the tension. Li Feng had drawn a foul from Harden. What? Harden clasped his head with both hands, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Is it truly permissible to commit fouls in such a manner? In the subsequent match, Li Feng's defensive prowess undeniably imposed some influence on Harden. While it may not be entirely accurate to assert a complete restriction, it certainly affected his shooting rhythm. With a mid-range shooting performance of 2 out of 5, coupled with a turnover, his shooting touch appeared rather frigid compared to his previously stellar accuracy last season. However, this is not the crux of the matter. What is most critical is that Li Feng had already drawn 4 fouls against him in succession. Goodness. Where on earth did this fellow acquire such tactics? Through free throws alone, Li Feng had already accumulated 8 points. Scoring a point in basketball is no easy feat. Yet acquiring them one by one seems remarkably effortless. Harden resolved firmly within himself. By the end of the game, I must learn this technique as well. Chapter 69. The free throws I speak of refer to those taken with closed eyes. The originally planned 5v5 friendly match, after both players escalated the intensity, had entirely transformed into a personal duel between the two. Others, like Li Guanyu, were not disinterested in participating in this hard-won contest. But they found themselves utterly incapable of joining in. The level of difficulty was simply too high. When celestial beings engage in battle, mere mortals wisely retreat. To mingle in such a spectacle would be unwise. The high-caliber offensive and defensive struggle left the spectators in awe, with an unprecedented fervor enveloping the atmosphere. Although the match had devolved into a one-on-one contest, the audience's enthusiasm only surged, with cheers rising higher and higher, electrifying everyone present. Currently, the score stood at 15-17. With Harden trailing by a mere 2 points. Despite Li Feng's defense posing some challenges, Harden's three-point shooting remained exceptionally hot, preventing him from falling too far behind. At this moment, Li Feng retained possession of the ball, still holding the upper hand. Li Feng! Li Feng! Attack! Attack! The crowd roared, their cheers resounding. Meanwhile, James Harden remained remarkably composed. Although he was still behind, the gap was merely 6 points, which could be bridged by 2 three-pointers. For Li Feng, however, securing victory would render even a single three-pointer meaningless. On the sidelines, Bai Jing offered an analysis to the group. At this juncture, Li Feng's best course of action would be to make 2 successful two-point shots, playing it safe. Otherwise, his chances of winning would be slim. Li Guanyu and other street ball players, including Wang Yijin, were momentarily taken aback, questioning, why? Isn't Li Feng at a significant advantage right now? Indeed. He has possession of the ball, they added. Bai Jing, with a hint of pride, elaborated. Harden's step-back three-pointer is highly accurate. The probability of him hitting 2 in a row is substantial. Li Feng, trailing by 4 points, must score twice to have any chance of winning. Therefore, any misstep on his part would present Harden with the opportunity to clinch the game. It was then that the group grasped the reality. Although Li Feng appeared to hold a substantial advantage, the situation was far more complex than it seemed. The outcome of this match remained shrouded in suspense. On the court, Li Feng dribbled outside, searching for an opportunity. Although his three-point shooting was precise, Harden was well aware of this. At present, he preferred for Li Feng to attempt a three-pointer rather than allowing him to approach the basket for a two-pointer. As the closer one is to the hoop, the higher the probability of scoring. This is the consensus among all. In a fleeting moment, Li Feng skillfully dribbled beneath his legs, accelerating past on the left side. As Harden approached defensively, Li Feng unleashed a powerful left-handed strike while simultaneously retreating against the physical contest. Bang! In this moment, Li Feng took a significant step back, positioning himself beyond the three-point line. He executed a jump shot. Harden, inherently heavier than Li Feng, found limited space to counter and create separation. Thus, he swiftly returned to his defensive stance, closing in. Aware of Li Feng's propensity to draw fouls, Harden remained undaunted. The likelihood of Li Feng successfully converting 3 free throws was minimal. Even if he made them all, it would not pose a substantial threat, as Li Feng would still be unable to seize victory. Conversely, should Li Feng opt against drawing a foul, he would face a challenging shot under the duress of Harden's defense, significantly diminishing his chances of success. As one of the elite players who rely on intellect to navigate the game, Harden had swiftly weighed the advantages and disadvantages of various approaches, ultimately selecting the most advantageous solution. This is the exquisite fusion of physical prowess, skill, and basketball intelligence embodied by James Harden. James Harden leaps into the air. Is Li Feng intending to draw a foul? As anticipated, he refrains from taking a shot. Instead, Li Feng takes a step forward, seemingly aiming to elicit a foul. The expressions of those around him remain largely unchanged. After all, Li Feng is limited to this select course of action. Clearly, securing 3 free throws is far simpler than attempting a challenging three-pointer against formidable defense. One must recognize that shooting under perfect defensive pressure alters the angle and force of the shot, significantly increasing the difficulty. It becomes a daunting task. With a resounding clap, the referee's whistle pierces the air at the moment of contact between the two players. James Harden, indifferent, prepares to watch Li Feng approach the free throw line. However, at that moment, he suddenly realizes something. Li Feng did not merely abandon his shot randomly. He still maintained the basketball at shoulder height before launching it with vigor. And then, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. Despite being nearly off balance from Harden's impact, the trajectory of Li Feng's shot appeared remarkably straight. Could it be? A jolt of alarm surged through Harden's mind. The surrounding spectators instinctively fixated their gaze on the ball soaring through the air, collectively holding their breath. The basketball begins its descent. This arc is truly exquisite. Whoosh! The crisp sound of the ball grazing the net reverberated. All the spectators were momentarily stunned. The referee on site was the first to regain composure, promptly raising both hands and declaring, "The goal counts, with an additional free throw. 3-1. Damn, is that even possible?" Harden's lips twitched, his expression contorting in disbelief. His face was a portrait of incredulity, for in that very moment, it was evident that Li Feng had lost his balance while shooting in midair. Can this also be thrown in? If it merely involves the art of drawing fouls, Harden believes he could certainly master it as well, and with meticulous study. He might even surpass Li Feng in skill. However, shooting in such an unstable state undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge. It is exceedingly difficult, truly arduous. Yet, Li Feng managed to score. Harden cannot fathom how some individuals possess such extraordinary fortune. Could this also be part of your calculations, Li Feng? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Feng ascended to the free throw line. He had already secured a pivotal 20 points. Should he make the shot, he would clinch the victory. Come on, come on. A decisive win. Li Feng, a game winner. He dribbled the ball twice and then turned to his companion. Harden, care for a wager? What? Harden replied, exasperated, as he had already resigned himself to the possibility of defeat. Let's bet on whether I can make this free throw, Li Feng proposed. Not a chance, Harden swiftly retorted. He was acutely aware of Li Feng's shooting consistency if he could sink a challenging 3-1 shot. Why would he risk betting on a free throw? Did he think him foolish? Li Feng smirked. Why so apprehensive? When I mention a free throw, I mean one with my eyes closed. Upon hearing this, not only Harden but also the surrounding players expressed intrigue. Are you serious? Is this an attempt to replicate that iconic shot by the great Jordan? Very well. I wager $10,000 that you cannot make it. Harden remains unfazed. Since you were so forthcoming, I shall also treat you to a grand spectacle today. Li Feng slowly closed his eyes and, astonishingly, placed his left hand behind his back. Chapter 70. If we are to do this, let us create a sensational headline. It is well known that Wang Yijin stands as one of the epitomes of street basketball in our country, possessing remarkable ball handling and shooting prowess. Notably, he exhibits a commendable consistency in his trick shots. He frequently dazzles spectators with captivating shots, such as reverse layups, during exhibition games. Upon witnessing the current situation on the court, many turned their attention towards Wang Yijin. They began to chatter among themselves, asking, "Brother Jin, do you believe Li Feng can make this shot? How does this shot compare to your reverse layup in terms of difficulty? Is this truly not a jest?" Wang Yijin, upon hearing their inquiries, appeared somewhat perplexed. How should one respond to this matter? If we merely consider the level of difficulty, it should be quite similar. After all, we have all observed the position of the hoop and determined our shooting angle and trajectory before turning around or closing our eyes. Thus, I believe the likelihood of successfully making that shot remains quite substantial. However, just as Wang Yijin finished speaking, Li Feng, at that moment, closed his eyes and dribbled the ball twice, completely disrupting his aiming motion. At this moment, Wang Yijin furrowed his brows. This amounts to a deliberate undermining of one's own meticulously prepared shooting form and technique. Even the iconic free throw made by Jordan with his eyes closed was predicated upon a prior acknowledgement of the hoop's position, followed by a stabilization of his core before elevating his hand to shoot. However, at this moment, Li Feng had already closed his eyes and was dribbling the ball. The prospect of successfully making the shot now seemed exceedingly daunting. I must retract my earlier statement. I assert, with full conviction, that the difficulty of this shot far surpasses that of my own reverse layup. To be frank, it is exceedingly challenging. Were it me, I fear my shooting accuracy would not exceed 10%. Wang Yijin turned to the crowd and expressed this sentiment, elucidating the formidable nature of the shot. Observing Li Feng's actions, Harden gradually regained his motivation to continue the game. The likelihood of this shot missing is exceedingly high. Li Feng, it appears you intend to reimburse the expenses of tonight's event, do you not? However, before the words could fully escape, Li Feng gently raised his hand, lifting the ball above his forehead. In the next moment, astonishingly, he seemed to perceive the hoop, skillfully rotating his wrist to align with the target. Then, he released the shot. The ball sailed through the air, tracing a flawless arc before gracefully swishing through the net. At that moment, everyone present was taken aback. Could it be that he truly managed to make that shot? The referee signaled that the goal was valid, and the match concluded. 21-15. Li Feng emerged victorious in this 5v5 contest. He turned to glance at Harden, who appeared rather dazed, and with a faint smile remarked, "I appreciate your generous support, my friend." Harden inhaled deeply and replied calmly, "There is no way around it. I accept my defeat with grace." The two shared a friendly embrace, after which Harden enthusiastically stepped forward, raising Li Feng's right hand for the audience and declaring, "Let us give a round of applause for my brother, Li Feng. Thank him for his remarkable performance." Following the host's translation of Harden's words, the audience erupted into even more fervent applause. Without needing to be prompted, Li Feng certainly deserved such accolades. Wang Yijin expressed on the spot his determination to learn this shooting technique from Li Feng, exclaiming, "It's simply extraordinary." Those present initially anticipated a fierce battle ahead. Yet they were utterly astonished that Li Feng could conclude the match with a single offensive play. At that moment, the system's notification chimes echoed in Li Feng's ears. "Congratulations, host, on completing this match. Points for the system store will soon be issued. The system is currently assessing rewards. Technical performance reward, 1132 points. Nonchalant attitude reward, 203 points. Event grade reward, 500 points. Audience shock reward, 2,298 points. Influence rewards are accumulating. In this match, I truly did not engage in any form of lackluster performance. Thus the rewards in this regard are somewhat limited. However, the other rewards are quite substantial, as I have accumulated over 4,000 points in the system's marketplace. If utilized to purchase random attribute points, it could enhance my attributes by more than 40 points. Isn't this much quicker than the usual efforts? Moreover, there is an additional reward currently being calculated. Clearly, the influence of this competition appears to be accumulating, seemingly affected by certain factors. Should the rewards for influence also be finalized, the total gains would undoubtedly be even greater. The new system proves to be quite effective. However, the uncertainty surrounding the influence aspect remains a question. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Douya Media, during the shareholders' meeting, a director passionately expressed his profound disappointment regarding the company's dismal performance in the previous quarter. As one of the leading media corporations in the country, they possess the finest channels and resources. Yet, their performance has astonishingly declined by 3 ranks, landing them in 5th place. Consequently, the managers from various departments have issued stringent directives. Those who fail to achieve results this quarter shall gather their belongings and depart. At that moment, Zhao Qiqiang from the news department hurried into the manager's office. Manager Hu, do you have a moment? What is it? Hu Yong replied, his brow furrowed, his mind elsewhere. The news department's performance this quarter had been dismal, to the extent that it had diminished by more than half compared to its peak. To be frank, he felt that his position was precariously hanging by a thread. If something significant did not materialize this quarter, he would undoubtedly be the first to face the axe at the next shareholders' meeting, a clear warning to others. However, Zhao Qiqiang's subsequent remarks suddenly sparked Hu Yong's interest. Manager Hu, during the summer game in China, Li Feng single-handedly defeated Harden. He appeared to be completely uninjured. The previous official statement from the Basketball Association was false. What? Hu Yong exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up, his expression a mix of excitement and caution. Are you certain this information is reliable? 80% reliable, Zhao Qiqiang affirmed with a nod. 80%? Hu Yong mused, stroking his chin. Unverified information entails risks, but it equally presents the potential for substantial rewards. An assurance of 100% would not grant them any significant advantage over other media outlets. To be honest, this probability was sufficient for him to take a gamble. After all, at this juncture, Hu Yong genuinely needed a major event to turn the tide. Although he was acutely aware that breaking unverified news could inflict considerable negative repercussions on the company, and he would certainly face accountability. This is precisely why every press release must undergo rigorous scrutiny before publication, resulting in an extended process. However, inaction will inevitably lead to demise when the time arrives. Whether one extends their neck or withdraws it, the outcome remains the same. Therefore, it is better to take a gamble. Observing Zhao Chang's silence, he cautiously inquired, Manager Hu, shall we proceed with the normal review process once we complete this article? Unexpectedly, Hu Yong waved his hand decisively, stating, No. Write it immediately and submit it directly to me. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry. Hu Yong was resolute. If they were to proceed, they might as well create a significant news story. Chapter 71. The outrage of netizens and the turn of events. The article swiftly passed through the review process. For them, this matter had ascended to the forefront of urgency. If the allegations of official deception were substantiated, as the first media outlet to report on this issue, Dia Media would be poised to reap substantial traffic benefits. With Hu Yong's endorsement, the article was approved without any significant review. Subsequently, a report titled Li Feng's Withdrawal, Injury, or Concealment was published online. Originally, Dia Media enjoyed considerable attention and an inherent credibility. Even though the company's recent financial reports showed a decline, it remained one of the most influential companies in the country. Thus, upon publication, the report attracted a wave of astonished onlookers. This report meticulously delineates the myriad evidences currently surfacing, as well as the unreasonable circumstances surrounding them. It refrains from indulging in subjective conjectures or irresponsible speculations. Rather, it articulates its conclusions through factual evidence, ultimately leading to the assertion that Li Feng himself has not sustained any injuries. The primary reason for his inability to compete lies undoubtedly in certain external pressures. This revelation instantly ignited a fervor among basketball enthusiasts, who were already engulfed in a somber atmosphere. Just an hour prior to this announcement, the second group match of the summer national men's basketball team against the French team had concluded, resulting in a disheartening score of 87-70, marking yet another defeat for the summer national team. Despite the unwavering effort and extraordinary resilience exhibited by each player, the essence of competitive sports fundamentally hinges on victory. The summer national team, which managed to hold its ground against the American team, found itself embroiled in a fiercely contested match against a French team that was ostensibly of a lower caliber. Frequent errors and questionable decisions plagued their performance. Had it not been for the critical contributions of core players like Yi Jianlian, who consistently emerged in pivotal moments to score for the team, the outcome of the match might have been far more lopsided in favor of France. Viewers who witnessed the match and harbored high hopes for a favorable result were left profoundly disappointed and distressed. The disparity between this match and the previous one is stark. In every aspect of offensive threat and the fluidity of the team's attacking interplay, the difference is profoundly evident. The sole distinction lies in the absence of Li Feng in this encounter. Numerous fans, while watching the match, expressed their lamentations. How splendid it would have been if Li Feng had not suffered an injury during the match against France. After all, facing the formidable defense and depth of Dream Team 12, Li Feng managed to score nearly 30 points. had he contributed those 30 points. A victory by 20 points would have been within reach. Nevertheless, the unfortunate reality is that Li Feng is indeed injured, leaving fans to feel a sense of regret, albeit one they must accept. Most supporters remain quite rational, understanding that injuries are an inherent part of the game. However, if one were to suggest that Li Feng was not injured at all, but rather hindered from continuing due to the pressures exerted by certain individuals, the ire of the fans would be far from trivial. The collective disappointment from the loss had already simmered, and the release of this report has ignited the fervor surrounding the issue. Within just 1 hour of its publication, the article's view count surpassed 1 million. And the numbers continue to rise without any sign of abating. Upon witnessing this surge in data, Hu Yong's smile nearly reached his ears. The response has been astonishingly positive. Other media outlets, upon witnessing the explosive success of Douya Media's article, promptly chose to follow suit. Consequently, the entire matter began to gain momentum online, eventually prompting numerous self-media bloggers to join the fray. A palpable sense of impending upheaval pervaded the domestic internet landscape. Meanwhile, as this report continued to circulate, the Basketball Association also took note of the unfolding situation. The impact of this article has intensified, causing them to feel increasingly restless. Initially, they adopted a dismissive approach, attempting to quell public opinion in the same manner as before. In their view, a group of uninformed fans and a player with little background could hardly stir any significant waves. Moreover, Li Feng was originally perceived as a problematic player, with a reputation that was far from stellar over the years. To put it bluntly, if one were to incite rebellion, it would require a figure of considerable influence. Would it not? They did not genuinely believe that many would support Li Feng. However, they underestimated his influence and failed to anticipate the rebellious nature of the current online community. Fans were not swayed by the association's dismissive attitude and attempts to control the narrative. In fact, they became even more incensed. If they deleted comments, the fans would simply continue to post. If they silenced them, they would create new accounts to voice their dissent. The fervor surrounding the incident even surpassed its initial release, catapulting it to the top of various social media platforms. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, the association finally acknowledged the severity of the issue. It seemed they had miscalculated. They had underestimated the outrage of the netizens this time. The association convened an emergency meeting, outlining several strategies to address the situation. Yet, given the current circumstances, there was only one viable solution. Li Feng needed to step forward and acknowledge the matter, thereby resolving all issues at their root. However, when they attempted to reach Li Feng by phone, they were met with a disheartening response. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please check the number and try again." In that moment, silence enveloped the office. Ultimately, they had no choice but to contact Gong Luming, hoping he could mediate and persuade Li Feng to address the issue. Meanwhile, in the locker room of the national men's basketball team, fresh from a disappointing match, the players were passionately debating Li Feng's situation with Coach Gong Luming. "Coach, if Li Feng had played in this match, we would not have lost. Are we really going to squander such a great opportunity this year because of someone's decisions?" Another player chimed in. "Indeed, Coach. We have a real chance to achieve our best results in history. Are we to simply watch the game slip away?" As the head coach, Gong Luming naturally desired the team to perform at their peak. Yet, what could he do? Even if he were to humble himself and plead, what good would it do? Would he wait for others to come to him? Just then, Gong Luming's phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 72, An Enormous Influence, the Association's Apology. Gong Luming was taken aback when he saw the name displayed on his phone. Could it be that he possessed some prophetic ability? He gestured for silence among the players before answering the call. Yi Jianlian and the others complied, maintaining their quietude until Gong Luming concluded the conversation. He then turned to the group, barely containing his excitement, and announced, Li Feng might just be able to return to the court. After a moment of silence, the locker room erupted into exuberant cheers. "Really? That's wonderful. This is simply unbelievable. What did they say? When can Li Feng come back?" Regardless of the circumstances, this was indeed a cause for celebration. The players did not hide their exhilaration, as they understood that Li Feng's return would significantly enhance their chances of advancing from the group stage in the upcoming matches. However, upon contacting Li Feng and explaining the situation, they received a reply that was less than encouraging. "I'm busy recovering from an injury. I don't have time." "What injury?" "Hurry back to compete." Gong Luming thought to himself, this guy is just creating more trouble. Yet Li Feng responded firmly, "Isn't a broken heart considered an injury?" At this moment, Gong Luming admitted that he was indeed at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he still hoped that Li Feng would return to the team, as the national basketball team truly needed him. Unable to do much, Gong Luming could only gently persuade him, saying, "This time, the Basketball Association has made a significant concession, which is quite remarkable, considering they have never set such a precedent before. The wager we made can be considered one on your part. I mentioned before that if they were to seek my opinion, I might reconsider. However, that is simply impossible," Gong Luming stated directly. "Well then, let us wait and see." "After all, it is not I who is anxious," Li Feng replied with a smile before hanging up the phone. Inside the locker room, the players exchanged glances. While they were indignant over the unfair treatment Li Feng had received, they also wished for his return to the court. It would be ideal if the Basketball Association could apologize for their actions, but was that feasible? The group felt helpless, and Gong Luming had no choice but to relay the situation as it was. Initially, they believed that the Basketball Association would be furious upon hearing Li Feng's stance. However, the outcome was entirely contrary to their expectations. The association remained remarkably calm, their response merely a single word: good. They certainly did not wish to engage in such self-deprecating actions, yet the public outcry had spiraled beyond their control. Due to the anger of netizens, the repercussions on the internet were escalating by the minute. Weighing their options, they concluded that this was a decision they had to make. Did they harbor animosity towards Li Feng? Naturally. Yet, at that moment, they had to swallow their pride. On the other end of the line, Gong Luming was taken aback. He could hardly believe his ears. The Basketball Association was genuinely going to apologize to Li Feng? Li Feng had truly achieved this. That day, an unexpected event unfolded. The Basketball Association issued another official statement. Though the apology was brief, it carried substantial weight. In essence, it stated that the incident regarding Li Feng's injury and withdrawal from the competition was a misunderstanding caused by a work error, and they sincerely apologized to Li Feng, inviting him to return to the national team to serve his country. Instantaneously, the internet erupted. Another work error? Thankfully, they didn't dismiss the temporary worker this time. This was the first time I had witnessed an official statement apologizing to a player. Li Feng was indeed in the limelight. After all, the team's performance without Li Feng was evidently unsatisfactory. How outrageous that the very contributor to their success had been sidelined. They were utterly shameless. Had this occurred with another player, it likely would have remained hidden from the public eye. Meanwhile, Yao Ming was equally exhilarated upon seeing the announcement. He had long sought to advance reforms within the national basketball team, and now he had finally found an opportunity. Li Feng's incident served as the perfect catalyst. Seizing this moment, many of the changes he had previously been unable to implement would now face considerably less resistance. "Thank you, Li Feng," Yao Ming mused, gazing out the window with a reflective expression. The landscape of Chinese basketball was poised for a significant transformation due to this incident. Upon learning of the Basketball Association's apology, netizens eagerly anticipated Li Feng's return. Even Gong Luming made several calls to Li Feng, inquiring when he would rejoin the team. Yet, Li Feng merely replied, "I'll return once I'm healed. There is no need to rush." "You rascal," they apologized. "Indeed, I did mention that if they apologized and sought my return, I would consider it. However, I reflected and felt it was not quite right." Gong Luming slapped his forehead, realizing that this young man had, indeed, not changed at all. As Li Feng had yet to announce his return, the Basketball Association grew increasingly anxious. This indicated that Li Feng had not forgiven them. Consequently, netizens continued to bombard their social media and official accounts with criticism. They were on the verge of despair. Eventually, even the leaders of the Basketball Association sought Li Feng personally to request his return to competition, but he declined, citing health issues. However, paparazzi had captured photographs of Li Feng and Harden frequenting various nightclubs and bars, even featuring images of them splurging in a nightclub, which were widely circulated across platforms. In recent days, Li Feng's attributes have been experiencing a remarkable surge. Furthermore, it appears that the evaluation rewards for his influence continue to accumulate. During this period, the men's basketball team faced their third group match, succumbing once again to Venezuela with a score of 71-79. The outrage among netizens has reached a boiling point. However, their ire is not directed at Li Feng, who did not participate in the match, but rather at the Chinese Basketball Association, which is deemed responsible for this predicament. Ultimately, under immense pressure, the association issued a more sincere apology the day following the conclusion of the game. This time, they did not seek any excuses or reasons. Instead, they earnestly acknowledged their mistakes and extended the most sincere invitation for Li Feng to rejoin the team. On this very day, Li Feng discovered that the evaluation of his accumulated rewards from the system had concluded. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have earned an influence reward of 310,237 points, which has been credited to your account and can be used to redeem rewards in the marketplace. The moment this mechanical voice resonated, Li Feng was genuinely astonished. 310,000 marketplace points? It is worth noting that after his relentless efforts to complete previous competitions, he had only managed to accumulate a few thousand points. Clearly, the impact of this incident exceeded his expectations. However, now that he possessed such wealth, it was time to contemplate how to spend it. Chapter 73, Meeting on the Court? Did I mishear? After experiencing the sensation of holding a substantial sum, Li Feng entered the system marketplace, where everything appeared remarkably affordable. He could now directly purchase and unlock corresponding talents. The array of talent skills was dazzling, and Li Feng ultimately selected several that were particularly practical, even considering his already commendable physical condition and strength compared to NBA players in the same position. These talents would still prove beneficial. He opted for the full court vision talent priced at 150,000 system points, as well as the weightless shooting talent, which bore the same price. The primary reason for choosing these two talents was his desire to balance his current state of power. In terms of defense, he had already acquired high-pressure defense, a talent that could exert considerable pressure on his opposing offensive player. This had been validated during his previous match against James Harden, where even a player with such formidable one-on-one abilities as Harden was significantly impacted by the high-pressure defense, resulting in a notable restriction on his shooting percentage. This undoubtedly constitutes a commendable defensive skill. As for offense and assists, he cannot neglect either aspect. His awareness of the entire court enables him to better locate his teammates amidst the chaos of battle. After all, it is a well-known fact that defenders often struggle to find viable passing opportunities when faced with double teaming due to their lack of height. One reason Nikola Jokic is hailed as an historically great passer is his considerable height, which grants him exceptional passing vision, allowing him to swiftly identify his teammates even when surrounded by defenders. Li Feng anticipates that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he too will likely encounter similar double teaming in the forthcoming NBA season. It is merely a matter of time, whether sooner or later. However, with this talent, one need not worry about being double teamed, nor the hesitation or pause while seeking a teammate that may lead to a turnover due to an opponent's interception. The ability to swiftly release the ball and seize fleeting opportunities is an invaluable skill not only in the NBA but in any high-level league. As for the talent known as weightless shooting, it serves to enhance his offensive repertoire. This so-called weightless shot operates on principles akin to Master Ma's descending jump shot. Yet, the two differ significantly. The primary distinction lies in Li Feng's ability to alter his shooting choice mid-air, thereby creating additional shooting opportunities. Such an approach demands a high level of core strength from the body. In contrast, Master Ma's falling jump shot is, in fact, a manifestation of insufficient core strength. After purchasing these two cards, Li Feng turned his attention to the single-session full throttle card available in the shop, priced at 20,000 points. Well, I can see that I am not as affluent as I had imagined. As for the 3-point guaranteed card costing 10,000 system points and the 2-point guaranteed card at 5,000 system points, Li Feng assessed them and deemed them less practical than the full throttle card, deciding to save up before making a purchase. Regarding the effects of the two newly acquired talents, how could one experiment with them? Suddenly, Li Feng thought of his good friend, James Harden, who had accompanied him to various splendid places over the past few days and was now quite familiar with him. He promptly made a phone call. On the other end, James Harden lazily yawned, clearly just awakening. All right, hurry up and get ready. See you at the court. Harden rubbed his head, as if recalling something amusing, and asked, Did I drink too much last night? I told you not to open that bottle. It made my head spin. Did I just hear you say we're meeting at the court? Haha. No, you heard correctly. What? I have to catch a flight tonight, so I won't be practicing. Li Feng replied nonchalantly, It's not for practice, just a casual game. See you at the city center court in an hour. Harden paused, trying to recollect the location. However, he could not remember. Where's the city center court? Across from Midnight Crown, Li Feng answered. Oh, you should have said that earlier. All right, I won't be late. An hour later, the two arrived at the court as promised. Harden had changed into a clean black sports shirt, and his beard was neatly groomed. What are we going to do? Play a game, just a couple of one-on-ones. Are you kidding? One-on-ones are exhausting. I'm not joking. Don't you want to settle the score? Have you forgotten that you still owe me $100,000 for losing last time? Harden, still nursing a slight hangover, pondered for a moment. When did I owe you $100,000? Wasn't it agreed upon as $10,000? Besides, I covered all the expenses that night. Let's not dwell on that. Don't you want to compete again? At this moment, Harden turned his head, and his expression was slightly different from before. He stretched his limbs and remarked, I had intended to engage in a contest with you on the grand stage of the NBA, but since you are so eager, don't blame me for being ungracious. Come on, do not hold back. Feng smiled faintly, then passed the ball into his hands. 20 minutes later, James Harden forcefully slammed the ball onto the ground. Damn. Thud. The impact of that fall was quite severe, causing the ball to rebound with such velocity that it struck James Harden squarely on his chin. The force was just right, disorienting yet not injurious. Observing his self-destructive demeanor, Feng squinted and remarked, Is it truly necessary for you to be so harsh on yourself? It's merely a game lost. Everyone experiences their first time. Oh wait, for you, it's the second. Your knack for drawing fouls is rather underhanded. You rely on free throws to claim victory over me, which is hardly fair, Harden exclaimed, his face a picture of indignation, appearing entirely different from his former self. Feng found this amusing and responded with a phrase he had once uttered in a previous life. If you have the skill, then avoid fouling. Harden, feeling helpless, realized there was little he could counter with. He wandered over to a vending machine, purchased 2 bottles of water, and tossed one to Feng. Honestly, Feng, what struck me as most outrageous was that shot you made after the aerial confrontation, switching hands mid-fall to score. And you managed to draw a foul on me too. Care to learn? Feng twisted open the bottle of water and took a sip. Absolutely, Harden replied without hesitation. Feng smiled mysteriously before tossing him a book. Its cover boldly proclaiming New Edition Basketball Rulebook. Harden treasured the book as if it were a priceless artifact, fearing that Feng might change his mind. Although he couldn't decipher the Chinese characters inscribed within, he imagined it to be akin to a legendary martial arts manual from a film. In the evening, as Harden boarded a flight back to Houston, he perused the book with unabashed joy. So this is how basketball can be played. Why didn't I pay attention to this sooner? Goodness, Feng is truly a genius. After bidding farewell to James Harden, Feng reflected on several insights he had just gleaned. Firstly, his weightless shooting technique proved to be exceptionally effective, even in challenging conditions. He had attained a peculiar sense of balance, enabling him to execute shots with relative accuracy. Most importantly, during the recent game, Feng discovered a novel application for his weightless shot. Within a 4-foot radius beneath the basket, drawing fouls became an invaluable tactic. He had successfully scored against James Harden 3 times, each resulting in a 2-1. This indicated that he had acquired yet another method for drawing fouls. Quite promising. While he had yet to test this skill across the entire court, he was confident it would not disappoint. Feng was thoroughly satisfied with his newly acquired talents. However, on another front, he felt less content. In this recent one-on-one match against Harden, he amassed over 700 points in the system's marketplace. Compared to the last time, this is rather meager. Although he scored over 500 points in technical scoring, the combined rewards from the event's level, its impact, and the astonishment of the audience amounted to a mere 200 points. To be candid, what can such a paltry sum accomplish? It appears that to garner more system rewards, participation in larger events, preferably high-level leagues with an audience, is imperative. Currently, we are in the NBA's off-season, with no official matches to partake in. However, at this moment, Feng's phone unexpectedly rang. It was a text message. Feng, please return for the upcoming match against Australia. Whatever your requests may be, I can assure you they will be met by the Basketball Association. Truly, the signature of this message is none other than Gong Looming. In recent days, he has sent himself no fewer than dozens of messages, which he barely glanced at, nearly forgetting that such a thing existed. Feng smacked his forehead. Indeed. The most fitting event for this requirement is none other than the Olympic Games. Among Australia's competitors this year, there is even a top scholar. After the match concluded, the cumulative benefits from various aspects were undeniably substantial. After a moment of contemplation, Feng sent a text message to Gong Looming. Please book me a flight for tonight and arrange a venue for me as well. Thank you, coach. Upon receiving the reply, Gong Looming initially felt a surge of excitement. Feng's willingness to return to the competition was indeed more valuable than anything else. However, upon reading the latter part, he sighed, deciding to overlook it. He fiddled with his phone's keyboard and sent back a simple response, okay. Meanwhile, at the Rio airport, Luke Walton found himself in quite a predicament. In the past few days, he had made the journey to Rio specifically to check on Li Feng's condition, bringing along the team's professional medical staff to assist in his recovery and ensure his well-being. To his dismay, upon arrival, he discovered that Li Feng had mysteriously returned to his home country. Nevertheless, Luke Walton did not express any grievances. Instead, he promptly booked the next available flight to summer country, accompanied by his medical team. With only 10 minutes until departure, he mused, not seeing Li Feng truly leaves me feeling unsettled. For a player with immense potential to become the future core of the team, hearing about Li Feng's injury weighed heavily on his heart. He felt it was imperative to confirm the situation with his own eyes. Hopefully, this trip to summer country would afford him the opportunity to meet Li Feng. After the cabin crew's reminder, Luke Walton and his companions switched off their phones and began perusing the newspapers provided on the flight. This journey has been somewhat protracted. Yet as long as Li Feng remains unharmed, every moment is worthwhile. Just 10 minutes after takeoff from Luke Walton, Li Feng posted a brief message on his social media platform, consisting of merely a few words. See you in Rio. In an instant, the online community following Li Feng erupted with speculation. Could it be that Li Feng intends to rejoin the Olympic Games in Rio? While many conjectured, no definitive answer emerged. Whether Li Feng was merely attending as a spectator, competing, or if it remained an enigma was yet to be determined. Eager fans and netizens flocked to the Basketball Association's account, posting comments in search of clarity. Naturally, the association was unaware of Li Feng's intentions and could not provide a precise response. However, to the eyes of the public, such reticence appeared akin to concealment. Consequently, the association found itself the target of criticism once more. It has since transpired that Li Feng has resolved to partake in the match against Australia on August 13th. A piece of exhilarating news that has circulated among the players of the summer national basketball team. Upon hearing this uplifting revelation, their confidence surged exponentially. This match, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should be secured. However, at that moment, Peng entered the training ground with his phone in hand, summoning everyone over as he exclaimed, "Look at this. Is this not a tad excessive?" The crowd, bewildered by his outburst, gathered around him. What is the matter? What has stirred such anger? Li Feng is about to return. Cheer up, brother. Peng shook his head, suppressing his indignation, and played the video on his phone, saying, "You watch for yourselves. I shall refrain from commenting." The video began to play, revealing a segment of a journalist's interview. The first face that appeared on screen was one of disdain and scorn, Andrew Bogut. When asked about the pressure of facing the Xi'an nation, he dismissed it with, "I'm afraid I can only say that, regardless of the circumstances, I will crush them. They are simply not our rivals. They are unworthy of competing at this level. Even if that so-called Li Feng takes the court, he is merely a bunch of worthless individuals. Frankly, you all overrate him. To me, he is nothing but a coward. A pitiful soul unwilling to engage." Bogut spoke confidently to the camera, completely disregarding the Xi'an nation, and included Li Feng in his ridicule. In fact, towards the end of the video, he even made a gesture of squinting his eyes. This scene incited profound anger among all present. Jianlian, resembling a silent beast, coldly uttered, "Tomorrow's game will make them pay the price." Chapter 75, The Return of That Man. The provocative video featuring Bogut was swiftly removed from social media platforms. It is evident that even the authorities recognized the detrimental impact of his actions. The video was swiftly removed, leaving even Peng and his companions without a chance to rewatch it. However, this generation of remarkably resourceful internet users managed to preserve and circulate several copies of the footage. In no time, fans who became aware of the incident were engulfed in a wave of indignation. Despite the escalating outcry from netizens, Bogut and the Australian officials exhibited no inclination to issue an apology. They remained conspicuously silent and unresponsive, as if maintaining a mutual agreement to feign ignorance. Meanwhile, Bogut, the central figure in this controversy, laughed heartily in the players' lounge, finding the reactions of Chinese fans to be quite amusing. "Look at these guys," he scoffed. "It's as if they possess a genuine sense of honor." Beside him, a few teammates wore expressions of palpable discomfort, unsure of how to react. Although they were all members of the Australian national basketball team, they regarded Bogut as nothing short of a lunatic. Observing the lack of response from those around him, Bogut smirked and muttered to himself, "It doesn't matter. Here, I can say whatever I please without being reprimanded by those old relics. Regardless, tomorrow's game, let's aim to defeat them by at least 40 points, shall we?" At this moment, Mills, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Considering the level of the previous two matches, it was evident that the Summer Nation was not a formidable opponent. While he disapproved of Bogut's dismissive attitude towards their rivals, he acknowledged this as merely a pragmatic observation. However, Mills added, provided that the Summer Nation's lineup remains unchanged from the last match. Bogut chuckled. What? Are you afraid of that fellow named Li Feng? Mills replied, I simply prefer not to make judgments about our opponents before the match begins. Bogut smiled, his expression tinged with a hint of disdain. The following day arrived swiftly. After a night of recovery and rest, Li Feng was in commendable form. Upon returning to the team, the Summer Nation basketball players were brimming with excitement. They approached Li Feng with enthusiasm, as if they were long-lost friends. Seeing you well puts us at ease. We truly thought you were injured. You had us worried for nothing. But you are indeed impressive, Li Feng. When the coach mentioned you were waiting for the Basketball Association to apologize before returning, I thought it was impossible. I've never witnessed such a rare occurrence of the association taking a step back to apologize. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, I don't feel pleased. After all, such incidents should never have transpired. A moment of silence ensued, as everyone felt the validity of Li Feng's words. Such occurrences ought never to transpire. Yet they now find joy in such matters? Nonetheless, the return of Li Feng to the team is indeed a cause for celebration, remarked head coach Gong, looming with a smile. Indeed, as we face Australia in today's match, we must strive to excel. At this moment, elder brother Yi Jianlian also spoke up, echoing the sentiment. However, as these words were spoken, Zhou Ping was suddenly reminded of yesterday's events, and his expression darkened. He murmured under his breath, damn it, that cursed Bogut. Li Feng, who had not been part of their conversation yesterday, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. What has that fellow Bogut done now? Noticing the perplexed look on Li Feng's face, Zhao Jiwei patted him on the shoulder and proceeded to elucidate what had transpired. Yet, after listening, Li Feng appeared remarkably composed, finding little significance in the matter. Zhou Ping, observing this reaction, skeptically concluded that Li Feng must not have witnessed Bogut's antics in that video. After all, even the online community had reacted vehemently upon viewing it. That guy is simply a scoundrel. In his disbelief, Zhou Ping exerted considerable effort to rediscover the video from various shares before presenting it to Li Feng in its entirety. However, after viewing it, Li Feng merely smiled faintly, shrugged nonchalantly, and said, some individuals simply cannot grasp the essence of sportsmanship, regardless of what you convey. The only recourse is to let our prowess speak for itself. We need only silence them through our performance. Is it truly this straightforward and unrefined for someone like Li Feng to resolve issues? The group was momentarily taken aback, finding a strange sense of logic in his words. A weak nation possesses no diplomacy, after all. What necessity is there to become angry, indignant, or even condemnatory? As long as we can render them speechless through our actions, all troubles may be effortlessly resolved. Simple and blunt, yet exceptionally effective. At this moment, Li Feng instructed Zhou Ping to turn off the video. Then turned to the crowd and declared, since they dare to issue such a challenge, let us teach them a lesson. The crowd clenched their fists, invigorated, responding, yes. The Summer Country men's basketball team will prevail. That evening, the competition venue was filled to capacity, with an extraordinary fervor among the fans. Many supporters from the Summer Country, who initially had no plans to attend the game, gathered here upon hearing that Li Feng would make an appearance. The excitement among the fans was palpable. They anticipated a stellar performance from their team while also feeling anxious about the veracity of external rumors. As the Australian men's basketball team entered the arena, the atmosphere intensified. Among them were Mills, Bogut, Ingles, Dellavedova, and Aaron Baines, all of whom were NBA-caliber players, with Dellavedova freshly crowned champion with the Cavaliers, his spirits soaring. In comparison, their lineup was indeed formidable. Next, the Summer Country team made their entrance. Among the incoming players, the audience finally caught sight of the figure they had long awaited. Li Feng had truly arrived. The excitement surged. This match was indeed happening. Bogut would pay for his previous remarks. Li Feng, show him who's boss. Few were more exhilarated than the officials from the Basketball Association upon seeing Li Feng take the court. Their desire for him to compete now far exceeded their earlier reluctance. If Li Feng had not played, the fans would have unleashed their fury upon them. The moment the officials spotted Li Feng on the court, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. They planned to buy him gifts to express their gratitude. No, they would deliver them personally. Chapter 76, I mean. All of you here are worthless. The secretary was momentarily taken aback by this statement, recalling how the leaders had previously harbored disdain for this rebellious young man. Their current attitude seemed strikingly unfamiliar. Had even the leaders been intimidated by Li Feng? Yet, he had done nothing to warrant such fear. The secretary was perplexed but complied without further inquiry. At the Olympic competition venue, upon spotting Li Feng standing in front of the summer country team, Bogut's expression momentarily faltered. Although he had claimed not to fear Li Feng, that assertion now seemed somewhat exaggerated. His past performance against the Dream Team was well documented, influenced by both mindset and luck. Nevertheless, Li Feng's ability to deliver such extraordinary results against such a formidable lineup proved he was not to be underestimated. Interesting, let us have some fun, Bogut smirked coldly. As customary, both teams engaged in cordial exchanges before the game. When they shook hands, Bogut cast a dismissive glance at those present, extending his hand in a perfunctory manner. Zhou Ping and the others instantly felt their tempers flare. Just as they were about to react, Li Feng restrained them and calmly said, "I heard you had some opinions about us online?" Bogut raised an eyebrow and replied with a smirk, "Yes, and what of it?" The remaining Australian players remained silent. Turning away to disregard the conversation, Li Feng, unperturbed, merely responded, "Trash? You truly are trash. Who are you calling trash?" Bogut's anger surged, ready to confront Li Feng. "Let me tell you, I was the #1 pick in the draft." Li Feng looked bewildered. "What is a #1 pick? Is it really that valuable? I just crushed a #1 pick in the Summer League." However, noticing Bogut's agitation, Li Feng smiled and said, "Apologies, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. I was referring to you." Upon hearing this, Bogut's demeanor softened slightly. Initially, he thought this young man was quite arrogant. But now he seemed to understand the importance of respecting his elders. Yet Li Feng's next remark shattered that notion. "I meant all of you seated here are worthless. You bastard." However, before Bogut could retaliate, the brief greeting period concluded. He was unwilling to risk incurring the referee's ire. As the teams parted, Bogut shot Li Feng a cold, murderous glance, one filled with intent to incapacitate. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the match commenced. The Australian team's starting lineup consisted of guards Dellavedova and Paddy Mills, with forwards Ingles, Bogut, and Aaron Baines. For the Summer Country team, their starting lineup showcased their most formidable talents, guards Guodailuan and Li Feng, and forwards Ding Yin Hang, Zhou Qi, and Yi Jianlian. The referee took position at the center court, and both teams prepared for the jump ball. Zhou Qi leapt into action, but Bogut skillfully contested and secured possession. Offense. Dellavedova received the ball and quickly advanced. Though he was not the core player on the Cavaliers, he possessed remarkable dribbling skills and court vision. Upon reaching half-court, he encountered Guodailuan's defense. Dellavedova remained calm, shielding the ball with his body before executing a swift dribble to bypass the defender. Drawing in the help defense, he passed the ball to the waiting Ingles beyond the arc. Ingles, known for his shooting accuracy, didn't hesitate as he caught the ball and shot. Whoosh. The rapid release caught Ding Yin Hang off guard. However, perhaps due to the adrenaline of just stepping onto the court, his shot missed. Rebound. Yi Jianlian shouted. Under the basket, Zhou Qi extended his long arms to secure the board, but Bogut, also positioned beneath the hoop, subtly impeded Zhou Qi's jump. Zhou Qi felt his balance shift, his upward momentum disrupted. Bogut then leapt, catching the ball midair and forcefully slamming it into the hoop. Bang! The resounding dunk sent the Australian supporters into a frenzy, while the Summer Country fans expressed their discontent, many recalling Bogut's provocative video released prior to the match. "This fellow is openly provoking the Xi'an nation. Everyone hopes that Li Feng and his companions can teach this wretched individual a lesson." Meanwhile, Bogut is quite pleased with his performance on the court. During the transition back to defense, he deliberately ran over to Li Feng's side, roaring, "What's up, coward? Is this what you call garbage? Show me how you intend to stop me from scoring, you little brat." In response to his provocation, Li Feng merely smiled faintly, remaining silent with an expression that suggested he was observing a fool. Guodailuan, with the ball in hand, attempted a breakthrough. Upon crossing half-court, he faced the staunch defense of both Dellavedova and Mills. At this moment, Li Feng extended his hand to demand the ball. "Pass it to me." He was completely unguarded. So Guodailuan didn't hesitate to make the pass. It should have been a perfect opportunity for an open three-pointer, given Li Feng's shooting percentage from beyond the arc. Everyone expected him to take the shot. Yet surprisingly, he didn't. Instead, he executed a convincing pump fake that sent Mills flying, then drove decisively toward the basket with the ball. At that moment, Bogut witnessed the scene and couldn't help but break into a grin. Is this lad here to deliver himself a rejection? Come on, you effeminate one, let me see if you possess any true courage. Li Feng smiled faintly. With a single, powerful step, he leapt into the air, striking a pose as if to dunk. Bogut chuckled and immediately moved in to defend. Excellent, young man. Though it was termed defense, it resembled more of a foul. He collided directly with Li Feng's body, disrupting his shot mid-air, regardless of whether it was a foul or not. Bogut was determined to teach this young man a lesson. This shot must not go in. However, at this moment, Li Feng, hindered by interference, felt entirely weightless. Yet he harbored no concern about whether this ball would score. In his eyes, the shot was merely a 2-1. Chapter 77. Defense? Was there any defense in front of me just now? In Bogut's eyes, Li Feng had indeed protected the ball exceptionally well, yet even without being blocked by him, there was no way for Li Feng to score. After all, Bogut was willing to risk a foul to completely disrupt his offensive focus. From the standpoint of pure scoring, this was undoubtedly an unwise transaction. However, psychologically speaking, such an action was immensely worthwhile. For if he demonstrated this fierce determination from the outset, it would likely instill a sense of trepidation in the opponent, causing them to falter. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, it was a gamble worth taking. Moreover, he was eager to teach this insufferable Li Feng, who had no understanding of respect, a lesson. Yet, just as he leapt to block, Bogut was astonished to discover that in the brief moment Li Feng's body, which had initially felt weightless, suddenly regained an extraordinary sense of coordination in the air. Suddenly, an unsettling thought surged into his mind. Could it be that this ball is destined to go in? Yet, in the next moment, it was inexplicably thrown in. Whoosh! At that very instant, the referee's whistle echoed. Beep! Undoubtedly, this offensive play resulted in a splendid 2-1. At this moment, the audience erupted with incredulous gasps of astonishment. Can one truly score under such circumstances? This is a remarkable feat. Bravo, Li Feng. Unbelievable, showcasing to Bogut what true prowess entails. The crowd was in a frenzy, especially the fans from Xia country. Despite losing his balance, Li Feng executed a remarkable display of core stability, successfully sending the ball into the basket. This is simply astonishing. Bogut's expression was one of sheer disbelief. In his eyes, that shot should have been impossible to make. The players from Xia country approached Li Feng, exchanging high fives to commend the sheer brilliance of his recent play. To maintain such precision in the face of defense, remarkable. That shot was exquisite. Well done. Meanwhile, Li Feng slowly made his way to the free throw line, a look of amusement on his face as he responded. Defense? Was there any defense in front of me just now? As soon as these words were uttered, Bogut's expression darkened instantly, revealing a profound sense of betrayal. This is even more frustrating for him than being directly insulted. You will surely feel remorse, Li Feng, Bogut silently vowed to himself. After Li Feng successfully made a free throw, the score shifted to 3-2, restoring an advantage for the Summer Nation team. The match continued, with Dellavedova once again pushing the ball forward. As one of the legendary Seven Samurai, Dellavedova has secured a lucrative 4-year, $38 million contract with the Bucks for the new season. On the court, he demonstrated skills worthy of such a salary. With a deft change of direction, he created just enough space, then, while under defensive pressure, penetrated the paint and drew defenders' attention before distributing the ball. Mills, positioned on the perimeter, received the pass, and the swiftly reacting Ding Yuhang closed in on him. Recognizing the lack of opportunity, Mills swiftly executed a no-look pass to the awaiting Joe Ingles on the wing. Though Ingles' shooting form resembled a cannon being fired, lacking aesthetic appeal, his shooting percentage was quite respectable, particularly in instances when the opposing defense faltered. Indeed, he regained his rhythm from beyond the arc, sinking a three-pointer with precision. On the sidelines, Australia's coach, Brian, nodded slightly after Ingles' successful shot. It must be noted that while Ingles may not possess extraordinary natural talent, he displays commendable scoring consistency. Although the starting lineup opted for a dual-center approach to fortify rebounding and bolster interior defense, this strategy did not prove detrimental for Australia, nor did it create spacing issues. Brian, having meticulously studied the Summer Nation team's gameplay from their previous 2 matches, was aware of their inconsistent shooting capabilities. Only one guard, Guodailoan, exhibited the ability to conduct solo ball handling attacks, primarily focusing on drives to the basket and mid-range shots. Thus, as long as they could effectively contain the formidable Yi Jianlian in the paint, they would face no significant challenges. While Li Feng had indeed showcased remarkable prowess in the first match, the limited sample size and inherent randomness of a single game left Brian uncertain about Li Feng's potential. Li Feng's earlier aggressive drive into the paint, while seemingly fortuitous, warranted further observation. As long as the team's scoring foundation remained intact, they would be fine. As the Summer Nation team initiated their offense, Guodailoan, after executing a series of behind-the-back dribbles, accelerated towards the basket, leveraging his upper body strength to navigate through defenders. Due to concerns over Yi Jianlian's shooting ability, the Australian players were drawn outward as he maneuvered. This created ample offensive space in the key. Seizing the opportunity, Guiluan lowered his center of gravity, surged towards the basket, and executed a swift layup. However, Bogut, quick to respond, leaped high to contest the shot. Thwack! He emphatically blocked the attempt, sending the ball soaring away. Remarkably, such a rejection showcased Bogut's extensive experience on the court. As the commentator expressed astonishment, he suddenly spotted a figure darting towards the perimeter. Li Feng cut in swiftly. Had he found an opportunity? Shouqi of the Summer Nation team secured the rebound. And with a window of opportunity emerging in the paint, Li Feng raised his hand, showcasing his keen awareness. He seized this moment. Li Feng had already moved swiftly into the paint. Shouqi's pass, though not exquisite, was sufficient. Upon receiving the ball, Li Feng leaped off one foot, extending his right hand in preparation for a dunk. In that instant, Bogut reappeared before him. "What on earth are you thinking?" Bogut exclaimed, charging towards him and leaping to obstruct the path between Li Feng and the basket. This time, he did not intend to commit a foul, for Li Feng could not possibly breach his defense. The audience gasped. Bogut towered over Li Feng. His defensive reach was immense. The two were clearly not players of the same caliber. It seemed an exceedingly ruthless block was imminent. However, at that moment, Li Feng suddenly retracted the ball mid-air, altering his shooting form as his body collided with Bogut. With a deft maneuver, he executed a layup, and the ball swished through the net. Following this play, the referee's whistle pierced the air once more. Beep. Chapter 78. 2 fouls at the start. Targeting you. Damn. Does that referee even know how to officiate? Where did I foul? Bogut was infuriated, grumbling to his teammates. He had no intention of fouling Li Feng, yet the referee still called a 2-1. Curse it. What kind of play is this? That brat Li Feng crashed into me. It's just flopping. Having been charged with 2 fouls so soon, Bogut couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Li Feng dribbled twice and cleanly sank the ball into the hoop. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed. The score climbed to 6-5. The Summer Nation team had taken the lead once more. Australian coach Brian could hardly believe how formidable the Summer Nation men's basketball team had proven to be thus far. In merely a moment, their core center Bogut had already incurred 2 fouls. Keep in mind, the match had only just begun 2 minutes ago. At this moment, Coach Brian's lips twitched as he requested a substitution from the officiating crew, then spoke. "Bogut, take a breather. Cameron Bairstow, you're up." Bogut's expression darkened instantly. "Damn. It's all that brat Li Feng's fault. That scoundrel." Over here with the Chinese national basketball team, Yi Jianlian approached and patted Li Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well played. It feels as though your skills have not diminished at all during our brief separation. Not only have they not diminished, but I believe his abilities have actually strengthened," remarked Ding Yuhang with a helpless smile. To be candid, Ding Yuhang felt a profound admiration for Li Feng's performance, accompanied by a tinge of envy. Every time Li Feng took to the court, it seemed he brought forth unexpected brilliance. However, at this moment, Li Feng's expression was notably serene. "The effort I have exerted over the past few days remains unseen by you all. Is that so?" "Indeed, I never speak falsehoods." The match continued. The Australian national basketball team had evidently recognized Li Feng's prowess. Likewise, they wished to prevent Bogut from being ejected prematurely due to his aggressive demeanor. Consequently, they substituted in another NBA player, Barlow. As a power forward, he excelled in physical confrontations and possessed commendable athleticism. Brian instructed him to defend Yi Jianlian while simultaneously emphasizing the importance of providing support in the paint. Here, Mills seeks opportunities from beyond the arc. Utilizing a screen set by Aaron Baines, he feigns a drive, yet it is, in truth, a genuine shot. Subsequently, he delivers a splendid 3-pointer. Swish. The ball gracefully swished through the hoop. Standing at a modest height of 1.8 meters, Mills can be considered a player of diminutive stature. However, despite his relatively unremarkable performance in the NBA, he has earned the revered title of God of Basketball under FIBA regulations. His remarkably steady and exquisite 3-point shooting has rendered him nearly the equivalent of Stephen Curry on the international stage. The ball has returned to the possession of the Summer Kingdom's men's basketball team. They diligently execute their tactical movements in search of opportunities. Shouqi set a high screen, deftly passing the ball to Li Feng. "Be cautious of that fellow, Li Feng. Watch out for his 3-pointer." However, it was evident that the Australian men's basketball team was entirely focused on defending Li Feng, inadvertently neglecting Shouqi, who was making his way down the court. Subsequently, Shouqi seized the opportunity to cut in and request the ball. Once Li Feng gained a comprehensive view of the court, he instantly recognized this prime opportunity for an effortless score. As the saying goes, truly exceptional players have the ability to create easy scoring chances for their teammates. Li Feng undoubtedly exemplifies such a player. Shou Qi effortlessly capitalized on this opportunity as Li Feng's previous pass nearly landed directly in his hands. Receiving the ball from an advantageous position, Shou Qi leaped and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. Bang! This series of offensive plays flowed seamlessly, allowing the audience to once again witness the idealized form of basketball that they envisioned for Xia country. Such an offensive display is truly delightful. One must wonder why they were unable to achieve this level of performance in the past. Why did the previous matches appear so agonizing to watch? At this moment, a bespectacled veteran from the forum slowly rose from the crowd to speak. What exactly is going on? Enlighten us, wise one. The discomfort of the earlier games stemmed from the fact that the central offensive focus for Xia country basketball rested solely on Yi Jianlian. Other teams were well aware that if they could effectively contain Yi Jianlian, then there would be no other players from Xia country capable of posing a significant threat. The forum veteran adjusted his glasses, wearing an expression that conveyed, "There is only one truth." At this moment, the surrounding audience members nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the true offensive cornerstone of the team. It was no wonder that in the previous two matches, Shou Qi had found it challenging to seize effortless scoring opportunities. Yet now, merely 3 minutes into the game, he executed a graceful driving dunk with ease. This is the essence of the distinction. Upon grasping this matter, the gazes of those few individuals turned toward Li Feng, transformed entirely, filled with the purest admiration and pride. The ensuing exchanges between the two teams continued to ebb and flow. Li Feng first assisted Yi Jianlian, who scored a 2-point shot from the free throw line. In the next possession, he skillfully located Ding Yanyahang at the baseline. After the pass, Ding executed a reverse layup, securing another 2 points. However, the overall strength of the Australian men's basketball team remains formidable. Their NBL league places a high value on physical confrontation, rendering their players' strength and aggressive physicality somewhat challenging for the players from Xia country to adapt to. It is precisely this defensive attitude that has indeed posed certain difficulties for the Xia country team. Halfway through the first quarter, they held a narrow lead of merely 12-10. On the sidelines, Brian stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was somewhat peculiar that Li Feng, after Bogut's departure, chose not to continue attacking the basket. Nevertheless, even if he did not actively seek to score, his remarkable court vision and exceptional awareness allowed him to seize numerous fleeting opportunities. This player is truly extraordinary. If Brian had harbored a hint of doubt regarding Li Feng's prowess before the game, he was now unequivocally confronted with reality. Li Feng is indeed formidable. This player is astonishingly formidable beyond imagination. If not restrained at this moment, there is no doubt that Li Feng will lead the summer national men's basketball team, causing them to pay a grievous price. Thus, after Brian witnessed another basket scored by the summer national team, he promptly called for a timeout. They had no choice. Something had to be done. Brian turned to the returning players and slowly spoke. Dellavedova, do you recall your defensive stance against Curry in the finals? Chapter 79. I want you to guard him like you guarded Curry. At this moment, Dellavedova's expression was laden with gravity, as if he was recalling some unpleasant memories. During the NBA Finals, he had exerted himself to the point of exhaustion just to defend against Curry, to the extent that he was carried off the court on a stretcher and immediately received intravenous fluids. In his efforts to guard the babyface Stephen Curry, Dellavedova truly gave it his all. Without a hint of modesty, he excelled in defense. Curry struggled significantly against him, his three-point shooting faltering. In fact, after the game, JR even remarked that Dellavedova's relentless, dogged defense was an indispensable part of their championship victory. It was precisely for this reason that he caught the attention of the Bucks and secured a contract worth $38 million. Therefore, Dellavedova would never forget how he defended Stephen Curry. That memory would remain etched in his mind for a lifetime. However, when Coach Brian brought up this matter, it was not merely for reminiscing. Coach, what do you require of me? Brian's demeanor was exceedingly earnest as he stated unequivocally, I need you to defend that player named Li Feng on the opposing team with the same fervor you applied to Curry. Fight at him, entangle him, and afford him no opportunities to shoot. You want me to treat him like Curry? This response not only caught Dellavedova off guard, but even his teammates were momentarily stunned. The coach's evaluation of Li Feng was unexpectedly high. Is there a problem? Brian inquired. No, coach. I will do my utmost to defend against that fellow named Li Feng, Dellavedova assured, placing a hand on his chest. At that moment, Australia's head coach Brian made adjustments to the lineup, bringing in Kevin Lish from the Kings to give Mills a proper rest, while also substituting Bogut for the imposing Aaron Baines. His sole expectation for this quarter was to discover a method to neutralize Li Feng and strive for victory. As the game resumed, there were slight changes to the roster on the side of the Summer Country team. However, the two core players, Li Feng and Yi Jianlian, remained on the court. The match recommenced with Australia at the free throw line. Bogut glanced at the retreating Li Feng, his expression cold and resolute. Today, he had a score to settle. Kevin Lish utilized a screen, executing a quick stop and pop jump shot for 2 points, a clean and decisive score, showcasing his fiery touch despite just entering the game. The ball then returned to the Summer Country team. Zhao Jiwei inbound from the baseline, handing the ball to Li Feng. The moment Li Feng secured possession, Dellavedova immediately adhered to him like gum, his demeanor serious and intensely focused on defense, lowering his center of gravity to block Li Feng's path. In Dellavedova's eyes, the cacophony of the world around him faded away. His sole objective was to contain Li Feng. He concentrated all his energy, his gaze fixated on Li Feng's center of gravity, mirroring his movements as they fluctuated. Dellavedova's defensive attitude was commendable. He was evidently taking this challenge seriously, as noted by the commentators. I recall seeing him employ such defense to limit Stephen Curry's shooting opportunities in the NBA Finals. One commentator remarked, "It is indeed surprising that they would adopt this stance against Li Feng." In truth, there was nothing astonishing about it. After all, Li Feng's performance was evident for all to see. I would even argue that his influence on the court surpassed that of Yi on their team. On the court, Li Feng elevated his center of gravity for a shot, prompting Dellavedova to quickly raise his hands to obstruct the trajectory. When Li Feng attempted to drive past with a hesitation dribble, Dellavedova promptly lowered his stance and spread his arms wide, like an unshakable adhesive. Dellavedova clung tightly to Li Feng, denying him any opportunity to attack or even pass. Li Feng chuckled. No wonder this guy was able to limit the so-called court sprite creation during the finals. His defensive attitude and vigor were indeed disconcerting. However, while others might struggle against such defense, Li Feng would not be fazed. He had long prepared a countermeasure. With a swift pivot, Li Feng accelerated past, placing the ball in his left hand to drive forward. Dellavedova, quick to respond, matched Li Feng's speed, applying pressure to his driving lane. At that moment, Li Feng unexpectedly declared, "You shouldn't reach out." In a flash, the spectators were astonished to see Li Feng halt abruptly, then brushing past Dellavedova's outstretched arm. He forcefully elevated for a shot, accompanied by an exaggerated exclamation of "Oh my." As anticipated, the referee's whistle sounded. Beep. 3 free throws. The Australian supporters erupted in protest, rising in outrage. "This is a clear case of flopping. Can't you see? Such blatant officiating in an FIBA match?" they shouted. Li Feng's actions were clearly a flop. "Did you take a bribe?" The security personnel swiftly intervened, urging the Australian fans to maintain their composure. The order of the game remained intact, and the Summer Country fans applauded the security and the referees. "Well done, impartial officials. Justice prevails. This is the caliber of FIBA referees." Li Feng stepped to the free throw line to execute his 3 shots. Dellavedova, feeling helpless, had already sensed what was about to transpire when he heard Li Feng's words and had attempted to retract his arm. However, he did not anticipate Li Feng's speed, which allowed him to forcefully trap his arm. This is an unmistakable foul. Yet, the referee still called the play. It seems the officiating in this match is exceedingly strict. Dellavedova mused, sensing the predicament he was in. If he could not apply pressure, he doubted his ability to contain Li Feng. He decided to give it another try and went all in. Whoosh. On the court, Li Feng effortlessly sank his final free throw. As simple as taking a sip of water. Upon returning, Dellavedova intended to orchestrate a corner strategy for his team, but at that moment, Bogut was already positioning himself in the paint, calling out with outstretched arms, "Pass me the ball. Quickly." Chapter 80. What is with this guy and his underhanded tactics? Bogut had an excellent opportunity to establish position, with a high likelihood of scoring under the basket. After Dellavedova passed him the ball, Bogut swiftly turned to seal off Yi Jianlian, and then leapt to slam dunk with both hands. Bang! He indeed grasped the rim with both hands. However, due to Yi Jianlian's interference beside him, the attempt was thwarted. "Damn it!" Bogut cursed, quickly pivoting to contest the rebound. Fortunately, the ball's trajectory allowed it to bounce almost straight up, reaching a considerable height but not veering off course. At that moment, the only contenders for the rebound were himself and Yi Jianlian. To secure the ball, he pressed his shoulder against Yi Jianlian and forcefully shoved him aside. Naturally, the push was subtle, with minimal movement. The referee failed to notice, and Bogut had already leaped into the air. The rebound is mine, with a resounding thud. He indeed seized the rebound, clutching the ball tightly to his chest. Yi Jianlian, having just been shoved aside, was approaching in a huff to defend. However, the distance was sufficient for Bogut to execute his dunk. Any attempt by Yi Jianlian to interfere would only result in a straightforward 2-1. With this in mind, Bogut soared again to dunk. Yet, just as he raised his hands, he suddenly felt an opposing force. In an instant, the ball slipped from his grasp. What? Before Bogut could comprehend the situation, he heard Delavadova shout urgently, "Watch your back." Turning around, he was met with the sight of Feng, grinning cheerfully while holding the ball. This scene appears to be perfectly suited for that familiar background music. "Hello, MDFK." Bogut is infuriated. How can this scoundrel resort to such despicable tactics? Is he truly a legitimate player? Feng seized the basketball and executed a long pass to Guiluan, who was already advancing towards the opponent's paint. With a swift step, Guo effortlessly laid the ball into the basket, scoring. At this moment, Brian felt utterly helpless. It seemed that Feng targeted Bogut during his offensive maneuvers. From the previous 2-1 play to this steal, he couldn't fathom that a guard would focus specifically on an opposing center. The only plausible explanation was a personal vendetta. Could it be due to Bogut's remarks on social media? Damn, I knew that would offend players from Xia country. I had already urged him to delete that video, but evidently it was to no avail. Brian's lips gradually turned downward, and his brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that this is not even Feng's strongest form? As the first quarter concluded, Xia country's team led with a score of 21-14. Although the Australian men's basketball team managed only 4 points in the latter half of the quarter, it was both a good and a bad omen for them. The good news was that Delavatova's defense had indeed made a difference. Feng's 2-point and 3-point shots had been completely neutralized. However, the bad news was that Feng had scored 5 free throws and made 1 assist during that same period. This indicated that under Delavatova's defense, Feng had drawn 2 fouls, and this was merely 1 quarter of play. Delavadova was at his wit's end. He had never encountered a player like this. The moment he elevated his defensive intensity, Feng would swiftly capitalize on the opportunity to draw a foul. Conversely, if Delavadova hesitated to intensify his defense, Feng's extraordinary passing vision would become exceedingly easy to exploit. "Delavadova, you did your utmost." Brian, observing Delavadova's exhausted yet pained demeanor, patted him on the shoulder and spoke. However, Delavadova's expression mirrored that of a ghost. Reluctantly, he addressed Brian, "I can perform better, coach. I know that. And I believe you can excel even further." Brian nodded in agreement. But Feng is an entirely different player from Curry. We should primarily focus on scoring going forward. Brian clearly understood that under FIBA regulations, due to his shooting range extending beyond the 3-point line, Feng possessed a formidable ability to draw fouls on 3-point attempts. While Delavadova's defense had some effect, it was minimal. Given that they had only scored 4 points in the latter half of the quarter, enhancing their offensive firepower was paramount. Meanwhile, on the bench of Xia country's men's basketball team, having gained the advantage in the first quarter, Wang Zhilin vigorously waved a towel. "Feng, you are absolutely incredible." Faced with such praise, Feng furrowed his brow, pondering how to respond. Should I thank your ancestors?" Feng, Gong Luming called him over, smiling as he handed Feng a bottle of water, then added with great satisfaction, "Thank you for coming back." After accepting the water, Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It's no big deal, coach. Primarily, my return to the competition is for my own sake. If it weren't for achieving financial freedom in the system's marketplace, I wouldn't have bothered to return." However, upon further contemplation, he recognized that the World Cup's influence and audience were unparalleled. Thus, he indeed returned for his own benefit. Yet, this sentiment was interpreted quite differently by those around him. Feng returning for himself? Frankly speaking, he still cared for his teammates on the national team and valued his country's honor. For this reason, a player known for his free-spirited nature was able to forgive the actions of the Basketball Association and return to fight for his nation. What a remarkable disposition Feng possessed. Although no one voiced it, their hearts were profoundly touched. Yi Jianlian approached and slowly said, "Feng, no matter what, you will always be our brother. Let us strive together for victory in this match." "All right," Feng nodded, accepting the sentiment. Even if it was for the rewards from his system, he was determined to win this game. Not to mention the insulting remarks made by Bogut prior to the match. Feng turned to everyone and declared, "In this game, my goal is to clock out by the end of the second quarter. Let us completely dismantle them by then." Clocking out by the end of the second quarter? The broadcast captured Li Feng's words perfectly. Fans watching the game were left bewildered. Was Li Feng really planning to utterly crush the Australian men's basketball team by the second quarter? Is this possible? Chapter 81. The Australian Dilemma. At the Summer Nation airport, within the arrivals hall, Luke Wharton rubbed his sleep-heavy eyes and took a deep breath to invigorate himself. After a prolonged journey, exhaustion was inevitable. However, he found solace in the fact that it was all worthwhile. I will soon see Li Feng. I must personally verify his condition. Behind him, several professional medical staff members of the team appeared somewhat weary, yet the importance of their mission quickly revitalized them. Coach Wharton, where are we headed now? One of them inquired. Wharton paused thoughtfully for a moment, then pulled out his phone to check for the latest news on Li Feng. Given his propensity for nightlife, locating the young man at a nightclub would likely be a straightforward endeavor. He typed Li Feng into the search bar and was momentarily taken aback by the top trending result. What is this? Live coverage of the Rio Olympics? Wharton was taken aback. The others nearby were equally astonished. Why was a search for Li Feng yielding Olympic live stream results? It was utterly perplexing. If it were a direct report from a nightclub, it would make more sense. Still momentarily stunned, Wharton decided to trust the power of big data algorithms and clicked on the link. At that moment, the Olympic men's basketball match featuring the Summer Nation team against the Australian team was underway. Oh, it's a game? Wharton thought. While it was true that Olympic broadcasts attracted significant attention, he struggled to understand its connection to Li Feng. Why is Li Feng playing now? Asked Cornell, the head of the medical team, scratching his head. Wharton remained silent, meticulously searching for the connection between the game and Li Feng. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a comment from an Australian netizen. Li Feng from the Summer Nation didn't play in the first two matches. France and Venezuela won easily. Why is he playing against us now? Is the temporary restriction lifted? Wharton froze. Li Feng was playing. WTF? He exclaimed, enlarging the live stream on his phone. The others gathered around him, and in the next moment, they witnessed a handsome young man in a red jersey confidently stepping to the free throw line, sinking 3 shots with ease. Li Feng? Wait, wasn't he injured? Wharton shouted in disbelief. Turning around, he was met with the incredulous gazes of the medical team he had summoned. Wharton felt a chill run down his spine. He forced a smile and said, "Everyone, you must believe me. I distinctly saw the official statement declaring that Li Feng was unable to compete due to his injury." Cornell and the other medical staff wore expressions of exasperation. Regardless of how certain his previous information had seemed, the current reality was undeniable. Li Feng was indeed active on the court, and judging by the scores displayed in the live stream, the Summer Nation team was performing exceptionally well. It was merely the beginning of the second quarter, yet the Summer Nation team had already taken a commanding lead of 10 points. Upon closer inspection, it appears that Li Feng is entirely unscathed. What, then, do all the hardships and exhaustion we have endured along this journey amount to, you scoundrel? In Luke Wharton's weary eyes, there flickered a hint of bewilderment. Damn it, rumors can truly be devastating. Nevertheless, judging from the competition scene, one cannot deny that Li Feng performed quite admirably. Wait a moment. In just a few fleeting minutes, he committed several fouls. Goodness, is he back again? Another foul? When did this fellow learn such tactics? On the court, merely 3 minutes into the second quarter, the Australian men's basketball team called for another timeout due to significant issues within their lineup. Delhi has accumulated 3 personal fouls, Bogut has also racked up 3 fouls. And even Mills, who happened to pass by, fell victim to Li Feng's opportunistic foul. Damn it, how can we proceed like this? If Li Feng continues to play in this manner, accumulating 4 fouls as a team in a single quarter, it will be exceedingly difficult to close the gap in points. Upon returning to the sidelines, Brian addressed the others. You must refrain from committing further fouls, especially against the player named Li Feng. Do not afford him any opportunities to draw fouls, understand? Be wise. This individual excels at creating contact fouls in midair and possesses formidable core strength. All the scoring around the rim tends to result in 3-point plays. Thus, if he surges towards the basket, avoid fouling. Do you comprehend? The group nodded in agreement. They were indeed being thoroughly tested by Li Feng's prowess on the court. Conventional defensive strategies were utterly ineffective in curbing his offensive capabilities, while aggressive defenses often provided him with opportunities to draw fouls. How should they approach this? Brian had never encountered a player of such caliber. Frankly, facing someone who not only possesses ball handling skills but also capitalizes on opportunities to draw fouls leaves one at a loss for how to contain him. Given this player's style of play, the only strategy Brian could conceive was to deploy stronger defenders with individual defensive skills to target him. However, based on their current roster, They lacked such elite defensive specialists capable of neutralizing the opponent as primary offensive threat. If only God could grant him a Paul George. Unfortunately, once a player's abilities reach a certain level, it becomes nearly impossible to restrict their offensive potential through conventional means. The number of players capable of rendering even NBA-level talents ineffective, to the point of being utterly helpless, is exceedingly rare. Such individuals are indeed rare throughout history. He truly did not anticipate that this year he would witness the emergence of such a remarkable figure in the Xi'an national basketball team. This is simply astonishing. After giving the players a few words of advice and outlining the tactics they needed to focus on next, the Australian men's basketball team returned to the court. Observing his teammates' expressions of helplessness, Bogut coldly remarked, "Don't worry, that kid is mine. If he dares to come down again, I'll make sure he doesn't return." Mills looked slightly taken aback, as if to say, "It's just a game. There's no need to be so ruthless." Yet, for reasons unknown, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Feng and the players of the national basketball team of Xiagor re-entered the arena. At that moment, they truly resembled a team of champions. Feng pointed at the timer, noting there were just over 6 minutes remaining. In the remaining 6 minutes, they would overwhelm their opponents and conclude the match. Chapter 82. A decade of life for Feng's safety transaction successful. Upon returning to the court, the spectators could unmistakably sense that the intensity of the game had escalated compared to before. It felt as though they had entered a fiercely competitive phase. On Xiaguo's side, Jianlian received the ball in the low post, executing a powerful backdown against David Anderson before smoothly pivoting for a two-handed slam dunk. Boom. Turning around, Aaron Bain seized upon a fleeting gap in Xiaguo's interior defense. Swiftly receiving a pass from his teammate, he cut in and scored with a layup. When Feng regained possession, he initially intended to assist Ding Yanyahang with a three-point shot from the wing. However, he suddenly realized that the opposing defense was not as stringent as before. Dellavedova stood about half a step away, closely following yet hesitating to apply tight defense. Intriguingly, it seemed they had learned from their earlier mistakes. Nevertheless, this only reduced their chances of fouling and did nothing to impede his scoring. Since their defense was wavering, he would not hold back this time. Feng raised his hand for a three-pointer. Whoosh! The shot was released with remarkable speed, leaving Dellavedova no time to contemplate the situation before the ball soared away. Oh no, he thought, apprehensive about committing a foul, which rendered him hesitant to leap into defense immediately. By the time he processed the scenario, it was too late to contest the shot. Although he sensed that the likelihood of the ball finding its mark was high, he swiftly turned to position himself against Feng, preventing him from seizing the rebound. At that moment, the basketball began its descent. Unexpectedly, Feng's attempt was slightly overcooked, striking the back rim and ricocheting away. "Missed it. Rebound," Mills shouted, as Bogut and his teammates swiftly established their positions, ready to contest the board. However, at this juncture, Jianlian was unyielding, fiercely engaging Bogut in a struggle for dominance. Denying him any further opportunity to impose himself, Jianlian leaped with authority to snatch the rebound. With a resounding thud, he followed up with a powerful one-handed dunk. Magnificent. Incredible. The Summer Nation team is destined for victory. This is utterly exhilarating. This is how the game should be played. In comparison to the previous two matches, this spectacle was nothing short of a revelation. This was basketball. The arena erupted with fervor as all the Summer Nation fans were swept into a frenzy. In this moment, Feng smiled at Jianlian and said, "My apologies." He clearly sensed that his effort was just right, yet it still turned out to be somewhat excessive. It seems that the rigorous training during his recent return home has indeed augmented his strength. Women merely expedite the speed at which I draw my blade. Jianlian, however, remained unfazed, believing that Feng was being overly demanding. After all, missing a three-pointer is rather the norm, is it not? No worries, let's give it our all. Okay. The match continued, and it was evident that the Australian men's basketball team's defense had become considerably more hesitant than before. Their interference with Feng was significantly less than it had been earlier. The dynamics on the court were gradually becoming apparent. The players from Xia country exhibited a fierce offensive momentum, while the Australian team, mired in foul troubles, appeared somewhat timid. The commentators on the sidelines remarked on this situation, and the expression on the face of the Australian head coach, Brian, mirrored this sentiment. Confronted with the current circumstances, he felt overwhelmed and powerless. In the face of absolute strength, strategy holds minimal sway. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Feng, even when facing their entire NBA starting lineup, remains an extraordinary presence. Initially, they believed the match against Xia Country would be an assured victory. Yet, who could have anticipated that in their quest to pick an easy target, they would end up with a broken tooth? It now seems that this match may indeed prove challenging. After successfully landing 2 consecutive outside shots, Dellavedova was once again deceived and was swiftly surpassed by Li Feng. Be cautious, he is about to attack the basket. At this moment, Bogut's expression revealed a hint of excitement. I've waited for you for half the day. You actually dared to come. Although he could not resolve the defensive issues plaguing the team, he could certainly address the individual responsible for creating them. At this time, Li Feng seemed oblivious to the impending danger. After evading his defender, he boldly sought confrontation with Bogut once more, attempting to create an opportunity for a 2-1. However, Bogut was no naive saint. He had long harbored disdain for Li Feng. Bogut gritted his teeth fiercely, his veins and muscles visibly tensing. As Li Feng leapt, Bogut ruthlessly delivered an elbow strike, sending the airborne Li Feng crashing to the floor. Thud. The sound of Li Feng hitting the ground echoed behind him. Yet Bogut did not even glance back as he strode towards the sidelines. Although the referee's whistle sounded immediately, Bogut remained entirely indifferent. At this moment, Li Feng was undoubtedly rendered incapacitated. Observing the crowd hurriedly gathering around to assess the situation, a faint smirk of triumph crept onto his lips. Li Feng. One should not be overly arrogant in life. This is entirely of your own making. I curse you. You incessantly provoke, and I shall retaliate. The cacophony of discontent reverberates around the court, with the disallowed national essence echoing in a tumultuous crescendo. The spectators are divided into 2 factions, the radicals and the conservatives. The radicals deem Bogut deserving of scorn, while the conservatives argue that the radicals remain overly restrained. The collective fury of the crowd is palpable, teetering on the brink of chaos, as if they might storm the court to engage in violence. Meanwhile, the players from the Summer Nation, including Wang Jilin, Zhou Ping, and Guadailuan, have surged forward, ready to confront the situation with palpable aggression. Gong looming, with eyes ablaze in fury, struggles to maintain composure, gripping his palm tightly and gritting his teeth as he restrains the crowd. The last vestige of reason his head coach warns him against escalating the conflict. The opposing side seeks to incite him, and he must not fall into their trap. Otherwise, all would be lost. Yi Jianlian, in a moment of urgency, rushes forward to demand an explanation, but is halted by the referee. He strives to temper his wrath, turning instead to assess Li Feng's condition. All present, including the commentators, witnessed the incident in which Li Feng was unceremoniously elbowed by Bogut while airborne, losing his balance and crashing to the ground with considerable force. That despicable Bogut resorted to such unscrupulous tactics to play the game. How could he possibly deserve to compete on this stage? The online streaming rooms are inundated with an avalanche of curses, even more unpleasant than those heard on-site. After much anticipation, the audience finally witnessed Li Feng's healthy return to the arena, only to be met with an injury incident that appeared even more severe than the first. This is absolutely unbearable. At this moment, the Basketball Association officials watching the live broadcast suddenly rose from their seats. Damn it, if comparisons must be made, their hatred for Bogut far surpassed that of the spectators. Because if Li Feng were truly injured and unable to compete this time, while other consequences remained uncertain, one thing was clear: the Basketball Association would undoubtedly face dire consequences.